3 years in the world. I once believed I had found my true love. Yet, my mentor warned me. The nature of humanity is not to be tested. I, however, remained unconvinced, quietly supporting her for 3 years, helping her secure her position as the president of the Qin family. To my dismay, the queen I helped rise now wishes to divorce me. Very well, since I have failed to establish myself in this world, I, Jiang Lang, shall soar into the vast skies. Yet, just as I escape the confines of marriage, I find myself pursued by the daughter of the Ning family. Chapter 1. Are you a dog? From now on, let us consider each other strangers. Outside the Civil Affairs Bureau, Jiang Lang stood dazed, clutching the divorce certificate he had just obtained. 3 years of affection, shattered by a mere stamp. He mumbled, his head bowed. The woman opposite him displayed a look of disappointment. He was always like this, responding with nothing but a grunt to everything she said. Jiang Lang, I have truly had enough. Jiang Lang lifted his gaze, his eyes shimmering like stars. Have I not treated you well these past 3 years? Qin Riyue paused, conceding, you have treated me well. Over these 3 years, Jiang Lang had attended to her every need with meticulous care. However, it was merely in daily life. She was, after all, the president of the Qin group. Meanwhile, Jiang Lang was but a jobless drifter, occasionally venturing out to set up a fortune-telling stall to deceive elderly women, while spending the rest of his time as a house husband. How could she, the esteemed president of the Qin family, be reduced to ridicule because of such a man? Every mention of it brought forth veiled mockery from others. After 3 years of perseverance, she ultimately chose to let go. Perhaps they were simply not meant to be. Forget it. There is 1 million in this car. Consider my compensation to you. From now on, we shall have nothing to do with each other. Qin Riyue handed him a bank card. Jiang Lang chuckled self-deprecatingly. Did she take him for a leech? Keep your money. I appreciate the sentiment, but henceforth, there is no henceforth. Qin Riyue interrupted him. With a man like this, she truly wished for no future. At that moment, a sports car roared onto the scene, followed by 2 Range Rovers. A man emerged, holding a large bouquet of roses, his smile radiant as he approached them. Yeah. Jiang Lang raised an eyebrow at the sight. The man was He Xian, who had grown up alongside Qin Riyue and had pursued her for many years. He had likely come upon news of their divorce and was drawn to the scent of opportunity. In Jiang Lang's presence, Qin Riyue's expression turned somewhat awkward. What brings you here? On the joyous occasion of your divorce. How could I not come? As he spoke, He Xian thrust the bouquet into Qin Riyue's hands. Before she could react, he knelt before her, producing a ring he had prepared in advance. Yeah. Will you marry me? Proposing before Jiang Lang, He Xian displayed utter disregard for him as her ex-husband. Jiang Lang felt as though he was witnessing Qin Riyue's eagerness to remarry while his own corpse lay unburied. Qin Riyue cautiously glanced at Jiang Lang, but he had turned his gaze elsewhere. Jiang Lang understood well that Qin Riyue's relationship with He Xian had never been ordinary. Even during their marriage, he often saw He Xian escorting her home. Had he not intervened, they might have already been raising children together. Yet, he could not place all the blame on himself. It was his mentor who insisted on placing him under the care of the Qin family patriarch. However, the patriarch had passed away last year, and today marked the culmination of Qin Riyue's long-suffered patience. He Xian, please get up. This is inappropriate. To accommodate Jiang Lang's feelings, Qin Riyue spoke firmly to He Xian. To her surprise, the latter simply slid the ring onto her finger and embraced her shoulders. What is inappropriate about this? We are indeed a perfect match. Had it not been for certain useless interferences, we would have been together long ago. Now that you are divorced, what is there to be concerned about? He Xian, are you a dog? Jiang Lang turned to He Xian, smiling as he spoke. Did you come here just because you caught wind of the situation? Upon hearing this, He Xian's expression darkened, pointing a finger at Jiang Lang. Useless. You dare say that again? Several bodyguards nearby hurried over. Young master. I said, are you a dog? Jiang Lang fearlessly repeated his words, staring straight at He Xian. He Xian, now thoroughly enraged, commanded, what are you all standing around for? Beat this kid to a pulp. If he dies, it's on me. Once, as the Qin family son-in-law, he had refrained from confronting Jiang Lang out of respect for the Qin family. Now that they were divorced, What was Jiang Lang to him? Why should he tolerate his presence? Stop! Qin Ge interjected urgently. Let him go. Upon hearing this, He Xian momentarily frowned, but, realizing Jiang Lang posed no real threat, graciously allowed the bodyguards to part for him. Kid, today, consider yourself fortunate. Out of respect for Yi, I won't hold this against you. This is 1 million, a compensation from us to you. Take the money and get lost, never to appear before Yi and me again. As he spoke, Jiang Lang tossed a prepared check at Jiang Lang's feet. The check floated down, landing at his feet, and Jiang Lang looked back at He Xian with a cold smile. What are you staring at? You, a worthless fool, think you deserve to be with Yi. Had it not been for the old man's folly, you would never have set foot in the Qin family's door. Take the money and scram. Don't linger here. His words enraged Jiang Lang, his eyes flashing with cold light as he addressed He Xian. Within 3 days, you will lose a leg. Damn, you dare curse me? As He Xian prepared to strike, he was stopped by Qin Ryue. Enough, don't stoop to his level. After saying this, Qin Ryue turned to Jiang Lang. If you don't want to get hurt, you should leave. He is right. A person like you, indeed, should not enter the Qin family's doors. What kind of person am I? Jiang Lang retorted, looking at Qin Ryue. Taking a deep breath, Qin Ryue replied, Jiang Lang, we are simply not from the same world. I'm the president of the Qin group, and you. She did not finish her sentence. Although they were divorced, there was no need to speak so harshly. Forget it, just go. A smile crept onto Jiang Lang's face, tinged with bitterness. He had hoped to live a peaceful life with Qin Ryue, but unexpectedly, it was futile. Some things simply cannot be forced. As he turned to leave, a red supercar raced towards him, performing a dazzling drift and halting before Jiang Lang. The woman who emerged had fair skin and striking beauty, her light red hair exuding a flamboyant aura, while her black blazer added an air of restraint, her face flawless without a single blemish. Striding towards Jiang Lang, she approached him with determination. Chapter 2. I want to marry you. Have you divorced this woman? The woman approached Jiang Lang and directly inquired, scrutinizing him from head to toe. Who are you? Jiang Lang asked with a look of skepticism, as he felt he had never encountered her before. Beside him, He Xian felt a jolt of surprise. That wasn't this Ning Yimeng, the third miss of the Ning family? This red Ferrari LaFerrari was the only one in Jiangsheng, custom-made for the third miss of the Ning family. How could this young man have any connection with the third miss of the Ning family? For a moment, He Xian was taken aback. Don't concern yourself with who I am. I want to marry you. As she spoke, the woman tugged at Jiang Lang and led him into the Civil Affairs Bureau, leaving Qin Ryue dumbfounded at the side. What was happening? They had just divorced, and Jiang Lang was about to marry another woman? At that moment, she felt a pang of bitterness that He Xian, standing nearby, felt as if struck by lightning and remained in a daze. What a ridiculous joke. Jiang Lang was just a fortune teller. How could he possibly be worthy of the third miss of the Ning family? In just over 10 minutes, the two emerged from the Civil Affairs Bureau. Typically, individuals who have just divorced cannot remarry immediately. They must wait at least a week. However, with a single phone call from Ning Yimeng, the marriage was finalized. Looking at the newly acquired red booklet in his hand, Jiang Lang was at a loss, unsure whether to laugh or cry. This was all too sudden. He had only learned her name, Ning Yimeng, at the moment of their marriage. What a lovely name. Come on, husband, let's go home. Ning Yimeng affectionately linked her arm with Jiang Lang's, creating an impression that they were already intimately acquainted. Just as Qin Ryue was about to confront them, Ning Yimeng had already approached her with Jiang Lang's arm entwined with hers. Miss Qin, from this moment on, Jiang Lang is my husband. I kindly ask you and your rogue not to interfere, or else you shall not like my response. After saying this, Ning Yimeng handed her car keys to Jiang Lang and playfully said, Husband, could you drive, please? Sure. Jiang Lang shivered slightly, goosebumps prickling his skin as he accepted the keys. From now on, you could drive any car home, that if you don't like any of them, I'll buy you new ones. The two laughed and chatted as they got into the car, while Qin Ryue and He Xian stood frozen in disbelief. What was going on? Qin Ryue never imagined that Jiang Lang's sudden divorce was because he had already secured an alternative. She had thought herself in debt to him, planning to compensate him with money, only to find out. Inside the car, Jiang Lang pressed the accelerator and the sports car roared away from the scene. The sensation of driving this car was indeed different. After covering some distance, Jiang Lang finally spoke up. Miss Ning, are we done with the charade? Charade? Ning Yiming asked with a smile. What charade? Miss Ning, we are strangers to each other. You approach me and propose marriage. Surely this is a charade? Jiang Lang asked, maintaining his composure as he turned the steering wheel. Now we know each other, don't we? Ning Yiming beamed at him. You may not know me, but I know you. You are my destined partner. As she spoke, Ning Yiming boldly wrapped her arms around Jiang Lang's neck and planted a kiss on his cheek. 3 years. He had been married to Qin Riyue for 3 years and had never shared such intimacy. Ning Yiming had launched a bold offensive right from the start. Jiang Lang trembled, his ears turning red involuntarily. Ning Yiming playfully tugged at his earlobe. Husband, why are you so shy? Jiang Lang decided to pull over, propping one hand against the car door and enveloping Ning Yiming in his arms. Their faces were mere centimeters apart. Miss Ning, are you serious about this? Jiang Lang asked with a hint of playful skepticism. I am quite the jinx. My words often come true. Aren't you afraid? Afraid of what? Ning Yiming laughed. I've been observing you for quite some time. Without your assistance, how could the Qin family have flourished so rapidly over the years? Hearing this, Jiang Lang furrowed his brows. This woman didn't seem as innocent as she appeared. Who are you? Jiang Lang's tone grew skeptical and probing. His master had warned him that he had many enemies below the mountain. Thus, Jiang Lang had been exceptionally discreet after descending, revealing little of his abilities aside from fortune-telling, fearing the attention of adversaries. Yet, it was surprising that Ning Yiming knew about the Qin family's rise due to him, making Jiang Lang question her intentions. I am Ning Yiming, that if you must know, I am the third miss of the Ning family. Ning Yiming said with a smile, her demeanor relaxed and slightly playful. From her, Jiang Lang sensed no threat whatsoever. How do you know the Qin family improved? Because of me. Jiang Lang resumed his position behind the wheel, inquiring further. Even Qin Riyue was unaware of these matters. He preferred to keep them to himself to avoid being accused of boasting. Jiang Lang, I've been secretly following you for years. My grandfather said you are my destined partner. If I could wait until your divorce from Qin Riyue, then I could marry you. Who is your grandfather? Ning Shui, but he passed away 2 years ago. At the mention of her grandfather, Ning Yiming's expression dimmed momentarily. Jiang Lang looked at her, sensing that she didn't seem to harbor ill intentions. She appeared so innocent that he felt guilty for his suspicions. However, he had no recollection of Ning Shui. Perhaps he had encountered him while fortune-telling on the overpass. Regardless, you are now mine. We have the marriage certificate, so don't even think about escaping. Ning Yiming fixed her gaze on Jiang Lang, as if convinced he might flee any moment. All right, I won't run away. Can I at least go back for a few things? Where to? Your ex-wife's house? Jiang Lang nodded, and Ning Yiming instantly perked up, saying, let's go. To the mall. What for? You'll find out when we get there. Ning Yiming replied with a mischievous smile. Though uncertain of her intentions, Jiang Lang drove to the largest mall in Jiangxing. Upon arriving, Ning Yiming led him straight to the top floor, where luxury boutiques adorned the space, with clothing priced in the 5-figure range. Ning Yiming entered a men's clothing store, and Jiang Lang began to grasp her intentions. Chapter 3. The third Miss Ning is my man. It is imperative that you maintain an image when venturing out. In the midst of her words, Ning Yiming had already selected a charcoal gray suit for Jiang Lang, urging him to change into it. The onlooking sales staff were taken aback. It was evident he was a man living off a woman's fortune. Yet, when Jiang Lang emerged from the changing room clad in the suit, their perceptions swiftly transformed. Such a handsome man. What was wrong with being supported by a wealthy woman? If they were affluent themselves, they would certainly indulge in a gentleman like him. Jiang Lang was the epitome of a perfect fit. His physique was impeccable, complemented by his height of 6 feet and striking features. He was undeniably a feast for the eyes. Ning Yiming was momentarily entranced. Initially, she thought Jiang Lang was merely passably handsome, but upon seeing him in formal attire, she suddenly felt as though she had stumbled upon a treasure. Darling, how can you be so handsome? Ning Yiming exclaimed as she linked her arm through his, gazing at their reflection in the mirror, while Jiang Lang himself felt a bit dazed. After 3 years in the company of Qin Riyue, he had nearly forgotten how striking he truly was. As they settled the bill, Jiang Lang's eyes widened at the 6-figure total. Truly, she was the daughter of a prominent family. Purchasing garments worth hundreds of thousands was mere whimsy for her. However, since Ning Yiming was so keen to be with him, he could effortlessly earn back that sum. After a thorough preparation, the couple set off towards the Qin residence. Meanwhile, at the Qin household, Mom, my sister should be divorcing that good-for-nothing today, right? On the sofa, Qin Ryue's younger brother, Qin Feng, inquired while engrossed in a video game. Of course she is. The divorce certificate has already been issued. Zhou Shuqin, Qin Ryue's mother, replied with a smug expression. That good-for-nothing has been living off our family for 3 years. It was long overdue. If it weren't for your sister's soft heart, could it have dragged on this long? Exactly. That shameless scoundrel has clung to our family for 3 years. Now, once my sister marries He Xiao, I will finally have the sports car I desire. Zhou Shuqin remained noncommittal. After all, wasn't it the purpose of a sister's advantageous marriage to support her brother? At that moment, the front door swung open. Upon seeing the person who entered, Zhou Shuqin's composure shattered. You, what are you doing here after divorcing my daughter? Hearing this, Qin Feng hastily put away his phone. Let me tell you, you have no ties to my sister anymore. Do not think you can still linger in our home. In the face of their disdainful attitude, Zhang Lang merely offered a scornful smile. I merely returned to collect a few belongings. Collect belongings? Zhou Shuqin scrutinized Zhang Lang from head to toe. Noticing he seemed markedly different, Qin Feng, too, detected the change and sneered at Zhang Lang. What is this? Did you use the money my sister gave you to buy new clothes? How shameless. Spending my sister's money even after the divorce. Zhang Lang frowned slightly. I did not take her money. If you didn't take her money, then where did you acquire that suit? Can you afford clothes from this brand? Qin Feng sneered disdainfully. Indeed, with your incompetence, you will never be able to purchase such an item in your lifetime. Zhou Shuqin chimed in, crossing her arms with mockery. This outfit is mine. Is there a problem? At that moment, a clear, melodious voice resonated through the air. Ning Yiming entered the room, and upon seeing her, Qin Feng's eyes nearly bulged out of their sockets. Who are you? Zhou Shuqin fumed, pointing at Ning Yiming. This is my home. How dare you enter uninvited? I accompanied my husband to retrieve a few belongings. I shall leave once we are done. As she spoke, Ning Yiming stepped forward and linked her arm with Zhang Lang's. The sight left both mother and son momentarily dumbfounded, but Zhou Shuqin quickly regained her composure. How dare you, you useless wretch? Is that why you agreed to divorce my daughter? Have you found a new wealthy woman? She continued, of course. A good-for-nothing like you is destined to be supported by others. She then cast a look of disdain towards Ning Yiming, calling her a little vixen. Although it was true that Qin Ryue had been involved with He Xian first, Zhou Shuqin wasted no time in placing the blame squarely on Zhang Lang, with Ning Yiming receiving her share of scorn as well. However, Ning Yiming was no one to be trifled with. She swiftly approached Zhou Shuqin and delivered a resounding slap across her face. The impact left several distinct fingerprints on Zhou Shuqin's cheek, momentarily stunning her. You dare, she began. But before she could finish her profane outburst, Ning Yiming retaliated with several more sharp slaps, each echoing crisply in the air. Zhang Lang couldn't help but glance at her with renewed interest. Qin Feng, why are you still standing there? Someone is bullying your mother. Zhou Shuqin, feeling wronged, turned to Qin Feng for support. Yet, he wore a look of utter disbelief. Mom, that is the third young lady of the Ning family. He had once had the fortune to attend Ning Yiming's birthday celebration, during which he had come to grasp the vast chasm between himself and the ultra-wealthy. The moment Ning Yiming had entered, he recognized her instantly, but had not anticipated the conflict to unfold so swiftly. He hadn't even had the chance to warn Zhou Shuqin. What nonsense! Zhou Shuqin exclaimed, shock overtaking her as she turned to Ning Yiming. Which Ning family do you refer to? Is there a second Ning family in Jiang City? Ning Yiming crossed her arms and regarded the individuals before her. I just married my husband today and am in a good mood, so I won't argue with you. We will take what we came for and leave. She added. And let me warn you, your daughter should cease her entanglements with my husband. Zhang Lang is now mine. After making her statement, Ning Yiming turned to Zhang Lang with a sweet smile. Darling, please go fetch the items. Zhang Lang nodded and headed upstairs. Zhou Shuqin stood frozen, struggling to comprehend the situation. How could Zhang Lang, this good-for-nothing, be associated with a young lady from the esteemed Ning family? The Ning family was one of the elite in Jiang City. How could he possibly be worthy? Moreover, just moments ago, Miss Ning audaciously proclaimed that they were already wed. What a fine young lady. How could she be so blind? Beside her, Qin Feng clenched his jaw in silent fury. the third miss of the Ning family. She was the dream of countless men in Jiangqing, yet she had chosen this good-for-nothing. At that moment, Qin Feng felt as if a prized cabbage had been trampled by a swine. Within mere minutes, Jiang Lang descended, carrying a wooden box. The exterior was coated with a patina that suggested years of use, adorned with an ancient-looking lock. This was Jiang Lang's treasure. Throughout the years of enduring mistreatment in the Qin household, the one thing that remained untouched was this box. Once, out of curiosity, Qin Feng attempted to pry it open, nearly provoking a physical altercation with Jiang Lang. Thankfully, Qin Riyue returned just in time to avert a brawl, or a scuffle would have surely ensued. Chapter 4. The faux marriage agreement let us depart, Jiang Lang said to Ning Yimeng with a hint of indifference. Before leaving, he cast a glance at the Qin family. Such overwhelming wealth was beyond their grasp. Watching Jiang Lang and Ning Yimeng depart hand in hand, Qin Feng felt his teeth grind in frustration. What was amiss with the third miss of the Ning family? How could she possibly be enamored with such a worthless individual? Once in the vehicle, Jiang Lang reclined in his seat and closed his eyes. Where to? He inquired. Of course, you are coming with me. You are now mine. Where else would you wish to go? As he spoke, Ning Yimeng leaned closer, her warm breath brushing against his face, quickening his heartbeat. Upon opening his eyes, he found himself mere inches away from her flawless visage. Yet, Jiang Lang was undaunted, slowly inclining towards her. The latter, perhaps taken aback by his audacity, hastily retreated to her previous position. Miss Ning, I believe you have had your fun. Might we part ways now? Jiang Lang asked nonchalantly. This provoked Ning Yimeng's discontent. What do you mean by fun? Is marriage a trivial matter to you? She produced their marriage certificate, declaring, we are legally wed. From a legal standpoint, you are my husband. Merely from a legal perspective, Jiang Lang replied coolly, considering we have known each other for less than 2 hours. Does this marriage not seem rather hasty? Ning Yimeng's brow furrowed, her expression turning sour. Did I not mention? I have awaited this day for a long time. Is that so? Jiang Lang chuckled lightly. Is it not because your family has pressured you into marriage? Upon hearing this, Ning Yimeng's heart skipped a beat. How do you? She quickly covered her mouth, astonished by the man before her. How could he possibly know about her forced engagement? Her family insisted she marry that Chu Tianqi, yet she held no interest in him whatsoever. However, for the sake of a family alliance, she felt powerless. Thus, upon learning that Jiang Lang was divorcing Qin Riyue, she eagerly rushed over. Regardless, she is now married, so let Chu Tianqi be as he may. Miss Ning I am. After all, a fortune teller. If I cannot perceive such trivial matters, would I not be a charlatan? Jiang Lang remarked nonchalantly. Ning Yimeng furrowed her brow and gazed at him with a serious expression. No matter what, you are now my lawful husband, and I assure you, I will treat you well. Upon hearing this, Jiang Lang's lips twitched uncontrollably. He couldn't shake the feeling that he had transformed from a son-in-law of the Qin family to a son-in-law of the Ning family. Miss Ning, please cease this jest. My aspirations do not lie in being a son-in-law. Does this person believe he has become addicted to living off others? He exuded an air of wanting to be pampered. I do not care. We are together now, and you have no choice. Ning Yimeng exuded an imposing aura, her eyes glinting with a self-assured ferocity. If you dare to flee, I will ensure your legs are broken. Jiang Lang found himself both amused and exasperated, looking at Ning Yimeng and asking, with so many men in Jiang City, why did you choose me? My grandfather indeed mentioned that you are my true soulmate, and I find you quite agreeable. Ning Yimeng shot him a glare. Regardless, you are now mine, and it is too late for regrets. In truth, for Jiang Lang, this did not seem to be a losing proposition. After all, Ning Yimeng was far more beautiful than Qin Riyue, and her family was wealthy. Willing to spend on him, what's not to enjoy? So, my dear wife, where shall we go next? To consummate our marriage at home? Jiang Lang inquired with a smile. To the company. Ning Yimeng replied with a stern countenance, thinking to herself, consummate that? You fool. Jiang Lang drove towards the Ning group, where Ning Yimeng instructed him to stop at the entrance. After disembarking, she linked her arm with Jiang Lang's, leaning on his shoulder as they entered together. Witnessing this scene, the company's staff nearly dropped their jaws in disbelief. Was this truly their general manager Ning? Good day, general manager. Good afternoon, general manager. The employees greeted her in unison, to which Ning Yimeng responded with smiles, yet she never released her hold on Jiang Lang's arm throughout the journey. Upon exiting the elevator, Ning Yimeng led him directly to her office. The top floor featured an exclusive elevator, and upon arrival, It was entirely her private domain, equipped for leisure and meetings alike. In one corner of the spacious hall stood a desk, behind which sat a woman who, upon spotting Ning Yiming and Jiang Lang, swiftly picked up some documents and followed them inside. Once in the office, Ning Yiming finally released her grip. Every item in the office was meticulously arranged, clearly the work of a skilled decorator. However, Jiang Lang shook his head, thinking the decorator's skills left much to be desired. Why are you shaking your head? Ning Yiming frowned. No one ever entered her office and shook their head. Jiang Lang was the first. Mr. Jiang. At that moment, the woman from earlier had already entered the room, handing a document to Jiang Lang. Surprised, he inquired, for me? Ning Yiming nodded, settling onto the sofa. Indeed. Take a close look. If everything appears satisfactory, please sign it. Upon opening the document, Jiang Lang's eyes were drawn to the words fake marriage agreement, piquing his interest. As he delved deeper, he comprehended that Ning Yiming was compelled by her family to enter into this sham marriage as a means of subterfuge. The terms were explicitly laid out. The agreement spanned 1 year, during which Jiang Lang was to assume the role of a devoted husband, providing meticulous care and attention to Ning Yiming. In return, she would compensate him with 50,000 each month, and upon the conclusion of the year, they would part ways amicably, with an additional 5 million as a reward for his cooperation. After perusing the document, Jiang Lang discreetly closed it, staring incredulously at the woman on the sofa. Miss Ning's generosity is quite remarkable. 50,000 a month is tantamount to what I might earn from calculating countless lives, he remarked with a grin, plopping down on the opposing sofa. Moreover, after the arrangement, I will grant you 5 million, provided you serve as my shield for the year. Ning Yiming nodded in agreement. For Jiang Lang, this was an unmitigated opportunity. He could hardly believe she thought he would refuse. Do you believe that money can maneuver all matters? Jiang Lang scoffed, tossing the document onto the table. Ning Yiming was taken aback by his refusal, gazing at him in astonishment. Was there something amiss with his reasoning? Chapter 5. Additional conditions in this day and age. What job offers a mere 50,000 a month with such ease? Furthermore, she would provide meals and accommodation, and with her striking beauty, Jiang Lang would gain prestige by being seen with her. Why would he decline? Mr. Jiang, 50,000 a month is no trivial sum, the secretary interjected. Jiang Lang chuckled derisively. Can money truly represent everything? Ning Yiming furrowed her brow, pondering whether this young man truly regarded wealth with such disdain. What would it take for you to agree? She pressed him. I have been at the mercy of the Qin family for 3 years. If I could be in charge now, I might consider it, Jiang Lang replied, crossing his arms and resting his legs casually. Ning Yiming bit her lips slightly. Jiang Lang, do not be unreasonable. The Ning family's vast estate cannot be dictated by your mere whim. What I seek is not control over the Ning family, but rather, Jiang Lang teased, gazing intently at Ning Yiming, your household. What do you mean? She asked coldly. In public, you are Miss Ning. In private, you shall be my cherished wife, obliged to heed my every command. How does that sound? Jiang Lang inquired with a smile. Ning Yiming gritted her teeth at his audacity. This young man had an overly optimistic view. Jiang Lang, we are merely contractual spouses, bound by title alone, devoid of any genuine marital obligations. Not permitted to share a bed? Then this arrangement is untenable. Jiang Lang stood up, prepared to depart, but was abruptly halted by Ning Yiming's firm grip. You have been with Qin Ria for 3 years without ever touching her, have you? While this statement held a kernel of truth, he had been passive then. Now, the reins of control were firmly in his grasp. However, if you obey my instructions, I may contemplate your request, Jiang Lang remarked with a playful blink. Ning Yiming's expression darkened. Jiang Lang, do not overstep your bounds. Then I shall take my leave, he stated. As Jiang Lang attempted to walk away, Ning Yiming quickly grasped his arm. Do not leave. I will comply with your wishes, but you must refrain from making unreasonable demands. At that moment, it seemed she had no other recourse. Jiang Lang snapped his fingers, addressing his secretary beside him. Add this clause to the contract. She must heed my every command. It cannot be excessive, Ning Yiming insisted. If this man proposed any outrageous demands, she would not acquiesce. She had initially thought that enduring 3 years at the Qin household would have dulled her temperament. Yet she found herself unwilling to concede even an inch. The secretary glanced at Ning Yiming before appending the final clause to the contract. Following this, both parties affixed their signatures and seals, thereby rendering the agreement effective. Jiang Lang, remember, The terms of this contract must remain confidential from a fourth party, Ning Yimeng declared through clenched teeth. Zhang Lang cast a sidelong glance at the secretary. This admonition is more pertinent for her, as she is the outsider. Ning Xiaolin has been by my side for many years. She would never betray me, Ning Yimeng asserted confidently. Zhang Lang chuckled nonchalantly, prompting the secretary to exit. He then turned his gaze upon Ning Yimeng. Now, I shall test your obedience. What do you intend to do? Ning Yimeng asked, her vigilance apparent. Go. Position that golden toad's head towards your computer and remove the coins from the door, Zhang Lang instructed blandly. Upon hearing this, Ning Yimeng scrutinized him. This fellow appeared to possess an uncanny proficiency in fortune-telling. Thus, it stood to reason that he might have some knowledge of feng shui. Since he had made such a request, she resolved to comply, trusting that if any adverse effects arose in the future, she could always seek a master to rectify them. Seeing Ning Yimeng dutifully follow his directions, Zhang Lang's spirits lifted. Never mind, I shall not trouble you further today. I shall take my leave, he declared, rising. Where are you going? Ning Yimeng inquired, suddenly anxious. Naturally, I have my own matters to attend to. Take the car keys and come to pick me up at 5 this afternoon. Ning Yimeng did not protest, handing him the keys. Zhang Lang, showing no hesitation, accepted the keys and departed. No sooner had he left than the secretary re-entered. Ms. Ning, are you not concerned that he might escape? This is Jiang City. Where do you think he could possibly flee? Ning Yimeng retorted, arms crossed. With the resources of the Ning family, as long as he remained within the bounds of Jiang City, she would be able to locate him. By the way, has the news of my marriage to Zhang Lang spread? It has indeed been disseminated. However, many remain skeptical and are awaiting your official response. Moreover, Zhang Lang's identity is rather difficult to command, as numerous individuals have remarked, though the secretary refrained from continuing her sentence. Ning Yimeng could surmise the insinuation. Do they think I am mentally unwell? Quite possibly. They claim you are blind to so many good men and have chosen to settle for the leftovers of the Qin family. The secretary spoke with caution. Ning Yimeng scoffed, dismissing their ignorance. Turning to the secretary, she stated, Sister Xiaolin, should a fourth person learn of my affair with Zhang Lang, I shall conduct a thorough investigation. Upon hearing this, the secretary shivered. Ning Zong, rest assured, even if it costs me my life, I will not divulge this information. She was no fool. Only the three of them were privy to this matter. As Zhang Lang had said, she was merely an outsider. If this secret were to be revealed, Ning Yimeng would certainly suspect her first. Leaving aside the Ning family's resources, the current president's capabilities were exceptional. Otherwise, how could he ascend to the presidency of the Ning Group at such a young age? You may carry on with your duties, Ning Yimeng said with a smile. After watching the secretary leave the office, she approached the window. From a distance, she spotted her car leaving the company premises, murmuring to herself, Zhang Lang, you better not disappoint me too much. Meanwhile, Zhang Lang drove straight to the outskirts of the city. Upon reaching a modest courtyard, he parked his car at the entrance. Zhang Lang has returned. The sound caught the attention of an elderly man, over 50, who appeared quite robust and greeted him with a warm smile. However, this unassuming rural elder was, in fact, a notorious international assassin. Yet, even Zhang Lang was unaware of this. He only knew that this man was Zhouan, a servant of his master who had followed him for decades, remaining loyal even after his master's passing. Over the past 3 years, apart from the Qin family and the Tianxiao, this had been Zhang Lang's most frequented location. Zhoubo, what are you busy with today? Zhang Lang inquired. With little to do, I am constructing a stove so we can roast meat when you arrive. At that moment, Zhouan's hands were covered in mud, beads of sweat glistening on his face, his smile radiant. Zhang Lang glanced at the half-constructed stove beside him, nodded, and carried his box into the central room. Chapter 6. Heritage. Upon entering, a rectangular table occupied the center, adorned with an ancestral tablet. Incense burned in the censer, filling the air with a fragrant aroma, while the fruit platter held the freshest offerings. Zhang Lang placed the box down and skillfully retrieved 3 incense sticks, igniting them and raising them above his head. Master, I have fulfilled the marriage contract with the Qin family. They initiated the divorce, which has nothing to do with me. As he spoke, Zhang Lang inserted the incense stick into the censer and subsequently retrieved a small key from beneath it. It had been 3 years since he last opened this box, a relic left to him by his master. His master had once stated that if the day ever came when he left the Qin family, he would be permitted to unlock this box, but he must not do so with intention. The box was not particularly heavy. It seemed to contain only a few scattered items. Hesitating momentarily, Jiang Lang placed the key in the lock and turned it. Upon opening, he discovered a letter, a cloth pouch, and a finely crafted dagger, alongside 2 bound ancient texts. Eagerly, he tore open the envelope, revealing his master's handwriting. Jiang Lang, by the time you open this letter, it signifies that your tranquil days have passed, and I shall likely no longer be present. The moment he read the first line, Jiang Lang could not help but feel tears welling in his eyes. Perhaps the smoke from the burning incense had clouded his vision. Your life should not have unfolded in such a manner. It was my own selfishness that led me to hope you could experience a life of ordinary existence, thus granting you these 3 years. If within this time you could bear children with the young lady of the Qin family, life would proceed smoothly. Yet, given your disposition, it is unlikely. Now, having departed from the Qin family alone, the path ahead is yours to tread. Regarding your origins, I have never broached the subject. Upon reaching this point, Jiang Lang felt a jolt in his heart. His master had always told him that he was found abandoned, never revealing the details of his lineage. He had simply stated that he awoke one day to find Jiang Lang in his care, and Jiang Lang never sought to inquire further about his parents. After all, according to his master, he was discarded. Thus, why seek out what was lost? Yet, he never anticipated that a monumental secret lay buried within his origins. Jiang Lang was originally a member of the Jiang family from the capital. 25 years prior, the Jiang family had suffered a calamity, leaving no survivors. Jiang Lang's grandfather, Jiang Linfeng, was an old friend of his master, Zhu Yuan. In a moment of crisis, Zhu Yuan led Jiang Lang to safety, taking him to the mountains for training. And he became the last remaining bloodline of the Jiang family. Those responsible for the Jiang family's annihilation were a group led by the 4 great families. Driven by a prophecy that foretold the Jiang family would give birth to a prodigy who would surpass all others. Fearing that this legendary figure might threaten their standing in the capital, the members of the 4 great families extinguished the Jiang lineage. Years ago, his master had taken him on the run to Jiang City, opting for seclusion to shield him from such conflicts. However, fate had already been sealed. Now, with a martial governance in place in the Great Xia and the presence of several grandmasters and various sects embroiled in both overt and covert strife, Jiang Lang was acutely aware of these matters over the years, yet he never imagined that he would one day find himself intertwined with them. From a young age, he has been gifted in martial arts and philosophical pursuits, as evidenced by his master's letter, which suggests he is indeed the chosen one. Jiang Lang gazed at the letter in his hand, momentarily at a loss for words. Could this be any more fantastical? Furthermore, his master had taken care to remind him at the end, there are always greater beings beyond oneself, and one must not succumb to excessive arrogance. Jiang Lang's gaze grew cold, yet his heart raced like a drum. Who would have imagined that his lineage was so extraordinary? His master had once cautioned him against attempting to divine his own fate. Otherwise, he would have unraveled the truth long ago. He picked up the dagger from the box, which his master had claimed was for his protection, crafted from a special material that could slice through iron as if it were mud. Observing the lock on the box, Jiang Lang felt a surge of inspiration, placing the blade against it, and, with a slight exertion, astonishingly severed the lock ring. Incredible! Such a miraculous artifact truly exists. Jiang Lang then lifted the 2 books. One was titled The Profound Scriptures of Heaven and Earth, detailing various principles and techniques from the Taoist path. The other, Nine Yang Golden Body, addressed human acupoints and bodily regulation. After a brief perusal, Jiang Lang concluded that one book pertained to immortality, while the other to cultivation. However, truth be told, both tomes struck him as rather bizarre. They seemed entirely incongruous. Could they possibly be authentic? Notably, the pages bore grease stains, and upon reflection, Jiang Lang realized they resembled the worn volumes used in the kitchen on the mountain to protect the table. Was this truly the precious legacy left for him by his master? It felt rather haphazard. While he couldn't ascertain whether practicing from these texts would lead to transcendence, he suspected it would likely result in his becoming an immortal. After all, death leads to ascension, ghostly immortals. Lastly, he opened the cloth pouch to find a bag of pills. His master had said these were for nourishing the body, with a maximum of 7 to be consumed daily. Jiang Lang looked at the assortment of items with a mix of amusement and exasperation. Aside from the letter and the dagger, everything else seemed utterly ludicrous. Yet, These were the tokens of affection left to him by that old man. Just then, a commotion at the door drew his attention. It was the voice of Zhou. "The items your master left for you. Take good care of them." "I know," Jiang Lang replied, as he stuffed everything into his pockets. At that moment, Zhou suddenly knelt before him, proclaiming, "Young master, I, Zhou of the Jiang family's secret guards, shall follow you for eternity." Taken aback, Jiang Lang looked at Zhou in astonishment. "What did you say you are?" "The Jiang family's secret guard." Zhou raised his gaze to Jiang Lang, his eyes filled with newfound determination. "Young master, I have awaited this day. The master said that once you opened the box, I could reveal my true identity." As he spoke, Zhou's eyes glistened with unshed tears. Jiang Lang furrowed his brow slightly. "You are of the Jiang family?" "Indeed." The Jiang family's dark guards numbered 11, all of whom tragically fell while escorting the young master. "I alone survived by a stroke of luck, healed by my master, and now I have the privilege of watching you grow, young master. My master stated that your life should afford you the opportunity to choose your own path, thus granting you 3 years. Now that you have severed ties with the Qin family, it is time for you to return and forge your own destiny. I have been anticipating this day. You are a child of destiny and ought to live as you are meant to be." As Zhou's words resonated, Jiang Lang inhaled deeply, momentarily unable to acclimate to this revelation. Chapter 7. The plight of Ning Yiming. Jiang Lang stepped forward to assist him. "Uncle Zhou, could you recount the history of the Jiang family?" "Young master, when the Jiang family was in its prime, the 4 great families could only look up to us. Do you understand my meaning? 25 years ago, the Jiang family was at the zenith of its power, a martial arts lineage that, although not involved in politics, held an extraordinary status in the capital. The Jiang family's abstention from politics stemmed from ancestral edicts, in an era governed by martial prowess. Should a member of the Jiang family enter politics, one could surmise that the 4 grandmasters would have to be chosen from among them. In essence, during that time, the Jiang family stood apart, commanding respect from both the underworld and the legitimate world alike. Furthermore, the Jiang family possessed a protective order known as the Tianji Hall, a coveted organization that all martial artists aspired to join. And Zhou is a member of this Tianji Hall. Does this Tianji Hall still exist?" Jiang Lang inquired with curiosity. Zhou sighed with a bitter smile. "Even if it still exists, it is no longer the Tianji Hall of old. Young master, as long as you are here, the Tianji Hall will eventually return to your grasp." Meanwhile, at the Ning Group in Jiang City, the office door was forcefully swung open by an individual, and the young secretary appeared visibly flustered. "President, they wish to see you, and I could not stop them. Why would you obstruct my meeting with my daughter?" The woman spoke as she pushed the young secretary aside and strode directly toward Ning Yiming. "Ning Yiming, you have gone too far. Mother, what is the meaning of this?" Ning Yiming crossed her arms defensively. The woman before her, He Shuyun, was Ning Yiming's mother and the last person she wished to encounter. The appearance of this woman invariably signaled trouble. However, due to familial ties and other considerations, Ning Yiming could not afford to sever their relationship outright. "What is the matter? You dare to ask me what the matter is? What is going on with Jiang Lang?" He Shuyun pointed angrily at Ning Yiming. "Do you realize that you are about to be engaged to young Master Chu? Securing a union with him could elevate our family's status. Yet here you are, turning around to marry this Jiang Lang. What is he? Does he deserve you? He is nothing but a discarded pawn of the Qin family. Is this not a stain on the Ning family's honor?" He Shuyun launched into a tirade directed at Ning Yiming, and the man beside her chimed in. "Indeed, sister, everything has been arranged for you at home. The Chu family holds a significant position throughout Jiang province. What more could you possibly desire?" Listening to their back and forth, Ning Yiming found their exchange utterly laughable. To put it bluntly, He Shuyun simply wished for her to marry off, consequently relinquishing control of the company to allow Ning Yuanzhou to manage it. The choice of the influential Chu family was evidently made to secure future assistance for him. Yet, when it reached her ears, it all transformed into hollow justifications for her supposed benefit. It was truly shameless. "Mother, I am already married. You may speak with the Chu family about it yourself." Ning Yiming replied dismissively. After all, she had already acquired the marriage certificate and could not retract it. Surely, Chu Tianqi would not wish to marry a woman with a prior marriage. "You must call Jiang Lang immediately and bring him here. While the Civil Affairs Bureau is still open, hurry and take him to finalize the divorce before this matter escalates further. I will find a way to help you clean up the mess." He Shuyun commanded, her tone one of authority, a manner she had employed throughout Ning Yiming's life. However, Ning Yiming had matured and was no longer the obedient child she once was. A divorce is out of the question. Tonight, I will be bringing Jiang Lang home. He is my lawful husband now, and naturally, he must live with me, Ning Yiming declared with a radiant smile. He Shuyun, infuriated, clutched her chest. Are you intent on driving me to my grave? Mother, I have made it clear before that I will not marry Chu Tianqi. If you believe my happiness is inconsequential and that marrying anyone will suffice, then marrying Jiang Lang is perfectly acceptable. I assent it. At this, Ning Yuanzhou stepped forward and slapped Ning Yiming, exclaiming, Ning Yiming, mind your tone when addressing our mother. You have truly overstepped. Do not take advantage of grandfather's affection for you. He is no longer with us. Faced with the menacing expressions of Ning Yuanzhou and the furious gaze of He Shuyun, Ning Yiming found the situation amusing. Nevertheless, she calmly addressed them. I will not be getting a divorce. If you have no further matters to discuss, you may leave my office at once. Otherwise, I shall summon security. Ning Yiming. He Shuyun shouted sharply. Dare to bring Jiang Lang back, and see what happens. With that, the two stormed out. Watching their retreating figures, Ning Yiming felt a chill wash over her. Family. Beyond her grandfather, it seemed she had no other kin in this world. The sting from the slap lingered. And with reddened eyes, she struggled to hold back her tears. To the world outside, she was the formidable Ice Queen CEO, yet within the confines of her home, she was merely a pawn to be manipulated. Reflecting on this, Ning Yiming found herself engulfed in a sense of sorrow. Some individuals possess the reins of their destinies firmly in their own grasp, while for others, what appears to be control is, in reality, a path meticulously orchestrated by others. Mother, could it be that Ning Yiming will actually bring that boy home? Ning Yuanzhou inquired with a hint of concern. Let her bring him back. I am keen to see what face that good-for-nothing has to remain in our household. He Shuyun responded, simultaneously applying makeup as the elevator descended. Mindful of her upcoming encounter with young Master Chu, maintaining her appearance was of utmost importance. When young Master Chu inquires, we shall simply say that Yiming was deceived by Jiang Lang, and that is why she obtained a marriage certificate. We must first secure young Master Chu's support. As for this Jiang Lang, He Shuyun scoffed. A discarded waste by the Qin family dares to seek entry into our Ning family? Such folly. Mother, we must expedite her marriage. It is rare for women to inherit the family business, and you know your son can hardly hold his head high outside. Ning Yuanzhou retorted with displeasure. Do you still possess some sense of shame? Who was it that failed to curry favor with your grandfather when he was alive? Now look where we are. He has departed, leaving everything to her. In grandfather's eyes, she was the sole heir. He would scold me relentlessly. How could I possibly win his favor? Ning Yuanzhou replied disdainfully. Raised by He Shuyun, he had grown up as a little tyrant, with her always smoothing over any trouble he encountered, leading him to never bow to anyone. Chapter 8. The Exemplary Filial Son Ding. The elevator doors opened to reveal a sharply dressed man, rather handsome, prompting He Shuyun to steal an extra glance. Yet, in her haste to meet Chu Tianqi, she merely cast a fleeting look before departing. Jiang Lang entered the elevator with poise, pressing the button for the top floor. After knocking on the office door, a cool voice soon beckoned from within. Come in. As Jiang Lang entered, he found Ning Yiming immersed in a mountain of documents, her head buried as she asked, What is it? Did you not request me to pick you up after work? Jiang Lang countered. Upon hearing his voice, Ning Yiming raised her head in surprise. Glancing at the time, she noted his punctuality. However, Jiang Lang immediately noticed the red marks on her face, his expression darkening. Who struck you? Ning Yiming gently touched her face, explaining, I must have pressed it while resting my head on the desk. These domestic troubles were of no concern to Jiang Lang. As they were merely contractual spouses, there was no need for her to divulge too much. Unexpectedly, Jiang Lang leaned over her desk, hands planted firmly. Miss Ning, do you take me for a fool? Did you press your face against your own fingers to create such distinct handprints? Ning Yiming found herself momentarily at a loss for words. At that moment, Jiang Lang crossed his arms and turned away. But if you prefer not to share, then so be it. I shall not meddle in your affairs. Just as Ning Yiming had been touched by his attentiveness a moment prior, she was now incensed by his words, gritting her teeth in frustration. However, she was too indifferent to engage in conversation with Jiang Lang, merely coldly instructing. Please take a seat for a moment. Once I finish this work, you can accompany me to an upcoming banquet. Being the president of the Ning Group was no simple task, Her days were scarcely free. During work hours, she was occupied with various official duties, and after hours, she had to attend numerous parties and social gatherings. Jiang Lang settled onto a nearby sofa, extracting his phone to research the Ning family. After all, she was his wife. It was essential to understand the circumstances surrounding the Ning family. The elder Ning, Ning Shuyi, had two sons, the eldest, Ning Wen, and the second, Ning Hongxi, along with a younger daughter, Ning Mani. Ning Yiming was Ning Wen's youngest daughter, and she had an older brother named Ning Yuanzhou, the eldest son of the Ning family, who, according to his findings, seemed to be quite the libertine. Ning Hongxi also had a son named Ning Zixuan, who was engaged in small business ventures. After the elders' passing, Ning Wen and Ning Hongxi separated their households. The Ning group was directly inherited by Ning Yiming, who now held a 35% stake and served as its executive president. It appeared that the Ning family's background was rather intricate. For instance, Ning Yuanzhou, despite being the eldest son, had not inherited the family fortune, leaving a young girl like Ning Yiming to preside over the Ning group. Any man would surely feel discomfort by this situation. Jiang Lang gazed up at the industrious Ning Yiming, pondering the challenges she must face. Silently, he stepped outside, unnoticed by her, and just as she was about to make a call to inquire about his whereabouts, he re-entered, presenting her with an ice pack. Applying this will bring some relief, he suggested. Ning Yiming was somewhat surprised. He was rather considerate. Were you this attentive to Qin Riyue as well? She asked while applying the ice, a playful smile gracing her lips. Indeed, I am a model husband, Jiang Lang replied, embracing her jest. However, Ning Yiming, initially intending to provoke him, felt an unexpected pang of bitterness. Why did it feel so unpleasant? From now on, you are not permitted to show kindness to any other woman. That is not feasible. We are merely contractual spouses, Jiang Lang replied earnestly. But rest assured, even if I were to stray, I would ensure you never catch me. At that moment, Ning Yiming's expression darkened considerably, and she hurled the ice pack at him. Jiang Lang caught it effortlessly, then leaned against her chair, their proximity so close that she could nearly hear the rhythm of her own heartbeat. What are you doing? She stammered. Are you feeling shy? Jiang Lang inquired with a smile, lifting his hand to gently touch her face. Ning Yiming's skin, freshly cooled by the ice pack, instinctively quivered at his touch. With the palm of his hand, he gently traced circles on her face, causing Ning Yiming to break into a nervous sweat. Though she wished to evade his touch, there was an undeniable comfort in it, making her reluctant to pull away. What are you doing? Coming back to her senses, Ning Yiming quickly turned her face away, while Jiang Lang withdrew his hand. Aren't we supposed to attend the banquet? Let's go? Her heart raced uncontrollably. Yet she unconsciously fell into step with Jiang Lang, affectionately linking her arm with his just before stepping out. After all, this was a performance for the onlookers, and she felt compelled to play her part fully. Strangely enough, the sting on her cheek from earlier seemed to have dulled, leaving her uncertain whether it was merely a psychological effect. Ning Yiming first took Jiang Lang to a styling salon. Upon entering, a group of women eagerly surrounded her. President Ning, you have finally arrived. Are the clothes ready? Ning Yiming inquired nonchalantly. Everything is prepared. Let us take you to change first, and then we shall proceed with the makeup, they responded. Nodding, she released Jiang Lang's hand and said, Darling, please wait patiently for me here. As she spoke, she playfully winked at him. The entire room nearly froze in shock. Did President Ning just call him darling? Renowned for her icy demeanor, she appeared almost tender in front of this man. The salon owner, quick to seize the moment, complimented, This gentleman is quite dapper, a perfect match for President Ning. Leading Jiang Lang to the lounge area, the owner asked, What would you like to drink? Tea or coffee? Jiang Lang casually nodded, Either will do. On the coffee table lay an assortment of pastries and fruits, and he picked up an apple to nibble on. Just a few bites in, he spotted two familiar figures, He Xian and Qin Riyue. What a coincidence. Fate had brought them face to face. Unfortunately, Qin Riyue also recognized him, her heart sinking. How did this man end up here, pursuing her again? She had suspected that their abrupt divorce was merely a facade. He Xian followed Qin Riyue's gaze and spotted Jiang Lang lounging on the sofa, a mocking glint surfacing in his eyes as he strode towards him alongside Qin Riyue. Oh, isn't this my ex-brother-in-law? He Xian's tone dripped with sarcasm. What's this? Do you think donning a new outfit elevates you to high society? Didn't you say all was well during the divorce? You were told to stop bothering Yaya. Yet here you are this afternoon? Jiang Lang continued munching on his apple, unfazed. What is the matter? Is this your establishment? Just because you can come, does that mean I can't? Qin Riyue frowned at Jiang Lang. Jiang Lang, I know you find it hard to let go, but there is no possibility for us anymore. At that moment, her hand bore the engagement ring that He Xian had given her, and their official engagement was imminent. She had expected Jiang Lang to be resolute, yet here he was, seemingly unwilling to part ways. Miss Qin, I did not follow you here. Since the two of you are already divorced, there is no need for Jiang Lang to continue being polite. Furthermore, you never frequented such places for styling in the past. Upon hearing this, Qin Riyue instinctively tightened her grip on He Xian's arm. Yet, Jiang Lang's words held truth. It was indeed because of He Xian that she found herself in such a place for styling. Here, the finest stylists in the entire Jiang city would curate the most exquisite looks for you. Young man, I advise you not to seek trouble unnecessarily. He Xian, deciphering the underlying meaning in Jiang Lang's words, retorted coldly, I am offering you a chance. If you leave now, I shall pretend I never saw you. Otherwise, I shall have my bodyguards throw you out, and they do not handle matters with gentleness. A threat, a blatant threat. Yet, this intimidation was of no consequence to Jiang Lang, who calmly discarded the apple core into the trash bin. Who is truly seeking trouble here? He Xian, my restraint does not equate to a lack of temper. As he spoke, Jiang Lang raised his gaze to He Xian, revealing a glimmer of dark intensity in his eyes. This was a look that Qin Riyue had never witnessed on Jiang Lang before, instilling a sense of fear within her. The Jiang Lang of the past had always greeted her with warmth. Even in the face of her reprimands, he would merely smile it off. Young man, are you deliberately courting disaster? Someone come. He Xian shouted towards the outside, and several robust bodyguards promptly entered. The manager, sensing the escalating situation, hurriedly followed. Young master He. What is happening here? Wu, this brat is simply an eyesore to me, and I intend to throw him out. Care to intervene? He Xian declared. Wu Jingyun hastily interjected. Young master He, this is Miss Ning's husband. At this revelation, Qin Riyue's heart sank. What nonsense was this? Was he truly with Ning Yimin? He Xian's expression darkened. Indeed, the Ning family was not one to provoke. This good for nothing? He is merely a discarded dog of my fiancée. How could he possibly be Miss Ning's husband? Wu, do not spread baseless rumors here. Young master He, I have personally seen Miss Ning refer to him as her husband, Wu Jingyan reminded. Upon hearing this, He Xian's teeth ground in frustration. Could it be that this brat truly married Ning Yimin? What a joke. What right did he have? He was lucky to have even entered the Qin family's doors, and now he had attached himself to Miss Ning? What kind of fate was this? The more He Xian pondered, the angrier he became, and he commanded the bodyguards, why are you still standing there? Throw him out. Jiang Lang remained seated on the sofa, unfazed, quietly awaiting their approach. He had just learned some things today and was brimming with pent-up frustration that needed an outlet. As the bodyguards prepared to advance, a voice resonated from behind the crowd. I dare anyone to lay a finger on him. Ning Yiming adorned herself in an exquisite haute couture gown, the diamonds embedded upon her chest dazzling to the point of distraction. Her fair skin was prominently exposed, with delicate ribbons strategically draping around her neck. Tied into a graceful bow, the hem of her dress, composed of an unknown material, shimmered under the illumination, casting a kaleidoscope of colors that rendered her utterly resplendent. Although her makeup had yet to be applied, she exuded an undeniable aura of confidence. Ning Yiming positioned herself directly in front of Jiang Lang, her cold gaze fixed upon Qin Riyue and He Xian. Miss Qin, I distinctly recall advising you this morning to refrain from pursuing my husband. Have my words fallen upon deaf ears? The brevity of her statement sent tremors through Qin Riyue's heart, causing her nose to tingle and her eyes to redden. Jiang Lang remained seated on the sofa, indifferent to the unfolding drama, which further unsettled Qin Riyue. She had once considered him a worthless man, yet the notion of another taking him away now filled her with discomfort, especially witnessing Ning Yiming's fierce protection of him, which stirred a peculiar sentiment within her. Meanwhile, He Xian whispered, Miss Ning, are you truly married to this man? I thought you were to wed young Master Chu. What manner of man I choose to marry is of no concern to you, Ning Yiming replied, casting a steely glance at He Xian. Do not forget, the Ning Corporation remains under my control. I advise you, young Master He, to keep this woman from obstructing my presence. Do not involve your family in matters that could prove detrimental. He Xian, sensing the threat in her words, quickly responded, My apologies, Miss Ning. We shall take our leave. Leave? After bullying my husband without an apology? Ning Yiming raised an eyebrow, her commanding presence intensifying. She then took Jiang Lang's arm and stood, addressing the two before her with a cold command, apologize. Jiang Lang regarded the pair with indifference. They were no longer relevant to him. Qin Riyue, her eyes glistening, stared at the man before her, feeling a pang of reluctance. She recalled the days when she had wielded power over him, and for the past 3 years, it had always been Jiang Lang who apologized to her. Do you refuse to apologize? Ning Yiming inquired coolly. He Xian clenched his teeth, thinking to himself that a wise man avoids immediate conflict. He then addressed Jiang Lang. I apologize for any offense, not realizing you were indeed Miss Ning's partner. Ning Yiming turned her attention to Qin Riyue. And you? Qin Riyue's hands trembled at her sides. The request to apologize to Jiang Lang felt akin to a death sentence. Jiang Lang, looking down at her, felt a twinge of reluctance and finally said, Enough, let them go. We shouldn't waste time on this. Ning Yiming shot him a glance, realizing that he still harbored feelings for Qin Riyue. The more he cared, the more determined she became to compel Qin Riyue to apologize. No. It was unacceptable for her to leave so easily after having wronged her husband. Apologize. Qin Riyue, feeling helpless, could only lower her head and tremble as she spoke. Jiang Lang, I am sorry. In that moment, she felt as though all her dignity was trampled beneath Jiang Lang's feet. Chapter 10. Arrival and Love. Miss Qin, Jiang Lang is no longer yours. He belongs to me. I kindly ask that you treat him with courtesy when you see him henceforth. He is my husband, Ning Yiming, and not someone you can bully at will. Ning Yiming coldly remarked as she scrutinized the blushing face of Qin Riyue, who wished desperately to vanish into the ground. This woman was clearly intent on humiliating her in front of Jiang Lang. For the past 3 years, who did not know how she had treated Jiang Lang? It was plainly an act of revenge against her. However, when she stole a glance at Jiang Lang, she discovered that his attention was not on her at all. Instead, he gazed at Ning Yiming with tenderness. In that instant, her heart felt hollow. Once, Jiang Lang had looked at her with such warmth. Xuan, take your woman and leave. Of course, Miss Ning, my apologies for the disturbance. Xuan replied with a forced smile, casting one last glance at Jiang Lang before departing. Once they were outside and in the car, he changed his demeanor and grasped Qin Riyue's hand, saying, Yeah, rest assured. I will settle the score with Jiang Lang sooner or later. That good-for-nothing is just relying on his connections to climb the social ladder. After all, she is a lady from the Ning family. How could she genuinely care for him? Moreover, let me remind you, Ning Yiming is already betrothed to young Master Chu. She wouldn't dare act recklessly. Otherwise, even if we do not deal with him, young Master Chu will. Inside the car, Qin Riyue clenched her fists tightly, her mind buzzing with thoughts of Jiang Lang's gaze. She did not absorb a single word of Xuan's remarks. In Jiang City, at the banquet venue. This was a gathering with a strong commercial nature. Although it was termed a banquet, it resembled more of a cocktail party. Upon entering, everyone began searching for acquaintances, engaging with each other's friends to broaden their business networks. The men donned elegant suits, while the women adorned themselves in a myriad of evening gowns, weaving through the crowd. Qin Riyue had often attended such soirees, but Jiang Lang had never accompanied her. He would typically wait outside until she finished, then take her home. For Qin Riyue, bringing someone like him to such an event was utterly embarrassing. Before they entered, Jiang Lang quietly inquired, Aren't you afraid of losing face by bringing me here? They all know I am the waste of the Qin family. That was in the past. Ning Yiming linked her arm with Jiang Lang's. You are now my man, and I challenge anyone to speak ill of you. Hearing Ning Yiming's assertive proclamation, Jiang Lang was momentarily taken aback, unconsciously following her into the grand hall of the banquet. As soon as they entered, they attracted considerable attention, for Ning Yiming was renowned for her beauty throughout Jiang City, and Jiang Lang was dressed handsomely that day. To an outsider's perspective, this pair truly embodies the notion of a perfect match, a harmonious blend of talent and beauty. Is that not the third young lady of the Ning family? Indeed, she is the daughter of Ning, and undoubtedly exquisite. Could the man beside her be none other than the illustrious young Master Chu? Young Master Chu, with his remarkable presence, and Miss Ning, possessing an innate grace. They are indeed a splendid match. Yet, hold on, something seems amiss. That young man does not resemble young Master Chu at all. He appears to be the son-in-law from the Qin family. The crowd buzzes with speculation, yet Ning Yiming remains oblivious to their chatter. She casually beckons a waiter, handing a glass of champagne to Jiang Lang. while she takes one for herself. Under the watchful eyes of many, Ning Yiming gently clinks her glass against Jiang Lang's, proclaiming, "Darling, cheers." Upon uttering these words, she effortlessly loops her arm through Jiang Lang's, and he instantly comprehends her intentions. In the presence of all, they share a toast. And the atmosphere erupts with excitement, with many unaware onlookers cheering in delight. Meanwhile, a man upstairs, with narrowed eyes, harbors a sinister glint. "Young Master Chu, shall I assist you in dealing with that fellow?" A companion beside him chuckles softly. Chu Tianqi grits his teeth slightly, his gaze fixated on the couple below. From a young age, he has been the favored scion, raised in an opulent environment, showered with affection by his family. Anything he desires is within his grasp, including people. "Go, bring Ning Yiming up here." Chu Tianqi commands coldly to his companion. "Understood." The man replies with a grin. Hastening down the stairs, a spectacle is about to unfold. This individual, named Zheng Yuan, is a childhood friend of Chu Tianqi, their bond as intimate as sharing a pair of trousers. The Zheng family's strength is well known, rivaling that of the Chu family. Meanwhile, having finished her drink, Ning Yiming catches sight of the figure above, whispering to Jiang Lang at her side, "Trouble is approaching." Jiang Lang follows her gaze, and, upon seeing the man, receives a malevolent smile in return. "Who is that? My rival?" he inquires. "He is Chu Tianqi from the Chu family, my fiancé," Ning Yiming responds with composure. "I see," Jiang Lang chuckles lightly, dismissing the threat entirely. He is not one to engage in petty disputes, yet when it comes to what is his, if he chooses not to relinquish it, no one shall take it from him. As they converse, Zheng Yuan approaches the couple, smiling at Ning Yiming. "Sister-in-law, my brother requests your presence upstairs." "Zheng Xiao, I am already married. Calling me sister-in-law seems inappropriate," Ning Yiming replies with a smile. "I recall notifying young Master Chu when I acquired my marriage certificate this morning." Zheng Yuan sizes up Jiang Lang, noting that he is quite handsome, which explains his connection with Ning Yiming. However, anything that catches Chu Tianqi's eye is invariably his to possess. "My friend, though I know not your background, I advise you to steer clear of young Master Chu. Otherwise, your fate may be dire," Zheng Yuan warns Jiang Lang. Jiang Lang, with a playful smile, wrapped his arm around Ning Yiming's waist and inquired, "How miserable is it?" Zheng Yuan, observing this scene, raised an eyebrow slightly. "It seems you are determined to oppose him." "Do not say that. I am already married to Yiming. She is now my lawful wife. As for me, anything that belongs to me cannot be taken away by anyone," Jiang Lang replied with a grin. Ning Yiming leaned closer into Jiang Lang's embrace and said, "Darling, let us go over there." Watching their intimate figures depart, Zheng Yuan glanced back upstairs and gestured helplessly to Chu Tianqi. Chu Tianqi, gripping the railing tightly, felt the veins on the back of his hand bulging. Throughout his life, he had never been so openly provoked. Earlier that afternoon, the Ning family had been explaining to him that Ning Yiming had been deceived by that young man, which led to their marriage. Now, it seemed the deception was rather profound. Chapter 11. Believe me, isn't this a blatant provocation towards young Master Chu? Are you not afraid of his retaliation? After walking a distance, Ning Yiming finally inquired. "I am afraid, yet I fear even more that he will take you away." As he spoke, Jiang Lang turned to gaze lovingly at Ning Yiming. In that moment, a blush crept silently up the nape of Ning Yiming's neck. "Miss Ning." At that moment, a familiar voice resonated. Ning Yiming quickly donned her signature smile and turned to greet several individuals enthusiastically. "Mr. Fong, Uncle Zhou. And this must be young Master Chu, indeed a striking figure." The middle-aged man opposite Jiang Lang nodded in acknowledgement. The others also wore smiles, greeting him warmly. "Gentlemen, this is my husband, Jiang Lang," Ning Yiming hurriedly clarified. Upon hearing this, everyone was taken aback. Was Ning Yiming not engaged to Chu Tianqi? Why had she suddenly changed her husband? What was going on? "Yiming, what is the meaning of this? Were you not betrothed to young Master Chu?" One of the guests cautiously inquired. "I have no relationship with young Master Chu. Jiang Lang and I are already legally married. We shall host a banquet soon and invite everyone." As she spoke, Ning Yiming affectionately linked her arm with Jiang Lang's. This scene left the onlookers utterly astonished. How had the situation shifted so unexpectedly? "Jiang Lang. Which family does he belong to? I have never heard of him," one person remarked with confusion. Among them, someone who recognized the name changed their expression, whispering to a companion, "He is the useless son-in-law of the Qin family." "What? It is him? Miss Ning has gone mad. Why choose to be with someone like that?" Indeed, The group murmured amongst themselves before hurriedly bidding farewell and departing. Observing this, Ning Yiming chuckled inwardly, realizing that these individuals were likely afraid of offending Chu Tianqi. "It seems my husband will indeed influence your business," Jiang Lang remarked with a smile. "It matters not. For these individuals do not wish to collaborate with me," Ning Yiming remarked with a hint of indifference. "No matter how powerful the Chu family may be, there are always those who are unafraid, are there not? Very well, you should attend to them. I find myself rather fatigued and will take a moment to rest over there," Jiang Lang suggested, gesturing towards a nearby sofa. He was acutely aware of the sensitivity of his own identity, understanding that accompanying Ning Yiming might cause her inconvenience. He had no desire to be the villain, for it would be unfortunate if his presence were to hinder her career. "All right, I shall seek you out shortly," Ning Yiming replied without hesitation, releasing his hand and swiftly blending into the crowd. Jiang Lang settled into a chair, casually placing his glass upon the table and indulging in a piece of cake. However, after only a few bites, a voice emerged from behind him. "Excuse me, that is my cake." Jiang Lang felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him, his face flushing as he quickly stood and apologized. "My sincerest apologies. I thought it was for everyone." Before him stood a young woman, seemingly in her early 20s, with a tray brimming with an assortment of delightful pastries. "No worries at all. I have plenty more," she assured, arranging the small cakes on the table. "Please help yourself. I brought them all. My father mentioned there were many delicious cakes here, which is why I came along." Her eyes sparkled with innocence, devoid of any airs typical of a privileged young lady. Observing her demeanor, it was evident that she was quite the foodie, and rather endearing at that. At that moment, she was shoving a piece of strawberry cream cake into her mouth, cream smudged on her lips, her cheeks puffed out like a chipmunk. Yet, Jiang Lang noticed something amiss. The girl seemed unwell, and gravely so. He reached out, grasping her wrist firmly. "Do not eat any more." Startled, the girl dropped her cake, her eyes welling with tears. On the brink of crying, Jiang Lang, taken aback by the sudden turn of events, quickly apologized. "I am terribly sorry. Please do not cry." "Young man, what is the meaning of this?" At that moment, a man accompanied by 7 or 8 others approached Jiang Lang, encircling him. "Daddy." The sight of the man only heightened the girl's distress as she rushed towards him. Jiang Lang felt increasingly awkward and hastily clarified, "My friend, please do not misunderstand. I noticed this young lady consuming cake, but she suffers from a severe heart condition and must refrain from such indulgences." Upon hearing this, the man's expression softened somewhat as he held the girl tighter, his own eyes glistening. "She is just a child, let her enjoy herself." This man was Zhou Wenlong, and the girl was his daughter, Zhou Xinrui, who had been born with a congenital heart defect. Over the years, he had tirelessly sought treatment for her, exploring various methods and changing hospitals, enduring numerous surgeries, yet with little success. This time, the doctor delivered the final verdict. Little Rui had but a month to live. Thus, he took the child from the hospital, yearning to grant her joy in her remaining days. Just then, the fragile figure in his arms suddenly went limp. Zhou Wenlong was taken aback, hastily cradling her. "Xiao Rui, what is wrong? Place her on the sofa. I can save her," Jiang Lang asserted confidently. Hearing this, Zhou Wenlong cast a skeptical glance at him, while a nearby bodyguard interjected, "We should rush her to the hospital. In her condition, even if she is revived, she won't last long. I can heal her, trust me," Jiang Lang insisted with unwavering conviction. "Is that truly the case?" Zhou Wenlong, with tears brimming in his eyes, fixed his gaze upon Jiang Lang. "If you can indeed save my daughter, I will grant you 10 million. But if you fail and delay her rescue, I will take your life. Trust me." Jiang Lang's eyes were resolute as he met Zhou Wenlong's gaze, uttering just those 2 words. After a moment of contemplation, Zhou Wenlong carefully laid her on the sofa. Jiang Lang then, almost as if by magic, produced silver needles and began to unfasten the buttons of the girl's blouse. Zhou Wenlong's anger flared at the sight, and he pushed Jiang Lang. "What the hell are you doing? Taking advantage of my daughter?" "Brother, I am a traditional Chinese medicine practitioner. Acupuncture requires the removal of clothing," Jiang Lang replied, exuding helplessness. A flicker of hesitation crossed Zhou Wenlong's face as he grasped Jiang Lang's collar. "You better be able to save her." With that, he instructed several bodyguards to form a protective barrier around them, turning his back. A single tear fell from Zhou Wenlong's cheek. He could only hope this young man could indeed save his daughter. Chapter 12. 2 choices after unfastening Zhou Xinrui's clothing. Jiang Lang expertly began to insert the silver needles into her acupoints. At that moment, Zhou Xinrui's complexion turned ashen, and she had lost consciousness. As several needles were placed, her eyelids fluttered slightly. Jiang Lang focused intently as he performed acupuncture. Once all the needles were inserted, he suspended one hand above them, channeling his energy. Although there was a distance between his hand and the needles, they began to quiver ever so slightly. Indeed, this was the legendary technique of using qi to control the needles. Through this method, the needles could vibrate hundreds, even thousands of times in an instant, stimulating the acupoints and achieving therapeutic effects. A sudden cough emanated from behind, igniting a spark of hope in Zhou Wenlong's heart. Had she been healed? Xiaorui. He quickly turned around, only to find his daughter's upper body exposed, and he hastily turned back. Zhou Xinrui took a deep breath, feeling an overwhelming sense of relief. The immense burden that had weighed upon her heart for the past 20 years seemed to have been lifted. Jiang Lang swiftly withdrew the needles and then turned to say, "I apologize for the earlier indiscretion. Please dress yourself." Zhou Xinrui's face instantly flushed, and she hurriedly fastened her clothes. "How is my daughter?" Zhou Wenlong could not help but inquire. "She is fine now, but her body remains quite weak. In a moment, I will prescribe some medicine for you to help her recuperate," came the response. Zhou Wenlong's heart quickened as he turned to Zhou Xinrui, asking, "Xiaorui, how do you feel now? Are you feeling better?" "Dad, I think I'm all right now. Breathing is no longer difficult, and my chest doesn't hurt anymore," Zhou Xinrui replied, furrowing her brows. "To be honest, I feel so light, like I have never felt in my entire life." "Is that so?" Zhou Wenlong exclaimed, gripping her shoulders. "You are well? Truly well?" Yet, he was not oblivious. He instructed the bodyguard beside him, "Immediately schedule an appointment with Dr. Zhao for a comprehensive examination for Xiaorui." "Understood." The bodyguard responded promptly. Zhou Wenlong then turned to Jiang Lang, saying, "Young man, allow me to introduce myself. I am Zhou Wenlong, and this is my daughter, Zhou Xinrui, who has a congenital heart condition. Over the years, I have sought numerous treatments for her, but to little avail. In truth, I have been spending money to sustain her life." He continued, "I will take her to the hospital for a thorough examination. If she truly is in good health, you will be a great benefactor to the Zhou family, and I will ensure you are generously rewarded." "Mr. Zhou, you are too kind. It was merely a small effort. What matters most is that she is well," Jiang Lang replied with a smile. Zhou Xinrui then turned to him, asking, "And you? What is your name?" "I am Jiang Lang." "Jiang Lang." Zhou Wenlong furrowed his brow slightly, finding the name somewhat familiar. "Sir, the car is ready," a voice murmured from beside him. Zhou Wenlong quickly led the way, hurrying to the hospital, as the health of his child was paramount. Jiang Lang stretched and prepared to visit the restroom. But just a few steps away, he was intercepted. "Young man, our young master invites you to join him for a drink," the 2 bodyguards said coldly. Though they used the word invite, Jiang Lang understood that if he declined, they would forcibly take him along. He glanced at the second floor and saw the man by the window. Who else but Chu Tianqi? He was curious to see what this young master wanted to discuss. "Very well," Jiang Lang agreed calmly, flanked by the 2 bodyguards as they ascended the stairs. Chu Tianqi appraised the young man before him, noting he was rather handsome. Yet he questioned whether mere looks were enough to be deemed worthy of Ning Yiming. "Young man, do you know who I am?" Chu Tianqi demanded, lounging on the sofa opposite Zheng Yuhan, who appeared relaxed, seemingly eager for the spectacle. Jiang Lang raised an eyebrow. "If young Master Chu has something to say, feel free to speak directly. There is no need for circumlocution." Chu Tianqi was taken aback by Jiang Lang's audacity, a flicker of anger igniting in his eyes. "Do you not have any idea why I called you here? Are you not aware that Ning Yiming is my fiancée? Apologies, Chu Xiao, but she is presently my wife, and we possess a marriage certificate." As he spoke, Jiang Lang brandished the marriage certificate before Chu Tianqi. Chu Tianqi clenched his teeth in frustration. This brat was undoubtedly doing this on purpose. He retrieved a check from his pocket and tossed it onto the table. "Listen, kid, I offer you 2 choices. First, take this 5 million and divorce her. The further away the better. Second," Chu Tianqi's gaze turned menacing, "I will make you vanish from this world forever." Upon hearing this, Chu Tianqi let out a light chuckle, a true embodiment of Chu Xiao's imposing presence. "Why should I leave?" Jiang Lang retorted with a cold smile. "Chu Xiao, please understand. Yiming has no desire to marry you. Otherwise, how could she have wed me? As the saying goes, a forcibly twisted melon is not sweet. What are you clinging to? Whether the melon is sweet or not, I will still twist it off. Chu Tianqi's eyes darkened as he stared at Jiang Lang. I, Chu Tianqi, desire what I want, and I shall not be denied. Is that so? Then allow me to let you experience the bitterness of wanting yet being unable to obtain. With that, Jiang Lang turned to leave, but several bodyguards swiftly obstructed his path. On the sofa, Zheng Yuanan sipped a glass of watermelon juice, enjoying the spectacle with glee. This lad was certainly bold to openly oppose Chu Tianqi. Was he tired of living? In all of Jiang City, who was unaware of the Chu family's power? Who did not know that Chu Tianqi was ruthless, and that those who offended him faced dire consequences? This brat dared to steal his wife and further provoked him. Such blatant recklessness. Do you believe I will let you leave this door today? Chu Tianqi's voice echoed from behind. Yet, Jiang Lang remained unfazed. Give it a try. At Chu Tianqi's command, several bodyguards charged at Jiang Lang. A glint of cold light flashed in Jiang Lang's eyes as he seized the neck of the foremost bodyguard, hesitating only briefly before delivering a punch to the man's face. Over the years, he had learned lethal techniques on the mountain and nearly instinctively dealt a fatal blow. Fortunately, he restrained himself. After all, these men were merely bodyguards. In a matter of seconds, four bodyguards lay groaning on the ground. The two on the sofa exchanged astonished glances. They had not anticipated this supposed weakling possessed such skill. Chapter 13. Always honest, I did not expect you to be quite the fighter, Chu Tianqi scoffed, casting a dismissive glance at Jiang Lang. What does it matter if you can fight? In this society, status and connections prevail. Zheng Yuanan, however, watched with keen interest. Kid, are you a martial artist? Jiang Lang ignored him and calmly addressed Chu Tianqi on the sofa. Chu Xiao, Yimeng, and I are now married. If you have any sense of dignity, please refrain from disturbing us in the future. Upon concluding his words, Jiang Lang turned and departed. Witnessing the utter disregard from the other party, Chu Tianqi was incensed, slamming his palm on the table as he rose to his feet. Jiang Lang, you have 3 days to vacate Jiang City or prepare for your demise, he declared. I shall await your decision. Jiang Lang retorted loudly without looking back, striding purposefully out of the second floor. Once seated on the sofa, Chu Tianqi seethed with anger, forcefully shattering the wine glass at his feet, pointing at the bodyguards in fury. Useless. A bunch of inept fools. They appear so valiant, yet cannot even subdue one worthless individual. Nearby, Zheng Yuan advised, calm down. That brat, no matter how formidable, is merely a son-in-law. What could he possibly contest against you? This calmed Chu Tianqi somewhat. I hope he recognizes his place. Otherwise, he shall indeed await his doom. Meanwhile, Jiang Lang descended to the banquet hall, where he unexpectedly encountered Ning Yimeng, who was anxiously searching for him. Jiang Lang, he didn't trouble you, did he? Having just finished a drink, she intended to find Jiang Lang, but discovered his absence. Upon hearing he had been taken by Chu Tianqi's men, she panicked. However, the staircase to the second floor was guarded, rendering her unable to ascend. It's nothing. Chu Xiao merely exchanged a few words with me. What did he say? Ning Yimeng inquired with concern. He offered me 5 million to leave you, Jiang Lang replied with a smile. 5 million is indeed a substantial sum for an ordinary person. Enough to ensure Jiang Lang's financial security for the rest of his life. Ning Yimeng looked at him anxiously. Did you accept? Do you wish for me to agree? Jiang Lang countered. Ning Yimeng furrowed her brow. Jiang Lang, I am discussing serious matters. Of course not. I told him my wife offers even more. Jiang Lang chuckled. Upon hearing this, Ning Yimeng breathed a sigh of relief. 5 million was not an insignificant amount for her either. All right, I will reimburse you later. Although she was the president of the Ning Group, she was cautious about spending the company's money. However, by the end of the year, her dividends would surely exceed 5 million. At worst, she could give Jiang Lang that amount, provided he would remain a compliant shield for her. So generous? Jiang Lang asked with a grin. Ning Yimeng, with a serious expression, addressed him. Jiang Lang, you are now mine. I do not expect you to earn money for me, nor do I ask for anything else. I merely hope you remain obedient and fulfill your responsibilities. Rest assured, I have always been honest. This was indeed true. During his 3 years with Qin Ruyue, Jiang Lang had been exceedingly proper. With Ning Yimeng, it had only been a year, and he could certainly manage it. Meanwhile, at the Ning residence, what? He truly brought that good-for-nothing to the banquet? Is there any doubt? A friend of mine sent me photos from the event. She even toasted with that worthless fellow in front of everyone. Ning Yuanzhou gritted his teeth and exclaimed, "This wretched girl intends to bring ruin upon us all." "Is that Xiao Xiao also coming?" He Shuyun inquired cautiously. This afternoon, she had just told Qiao Tianqi that Ning Yiming had been deceived by Zhang Lang, which led to their marriage. If Qiao Xiao were to witness this, how could she possibly explain it? Indeed, Ning Yuanzhou pondered aloud, "Mother, she wouldn't actually dare to bring that good-for-nothing back, would she?" On the sofa, Ning Wan, who had been reading the newspaper, felt a twitch in his eyelids. He had intended to say something, but swallowed his words upon glancing at He Shuyun. With her arms crossed and a cold smirk, He Shuyun remarked, "Let her bring that good-for-nothing back. I am curious to see how long he can endure in our household." Upon hearing this, Ning Yuanzhou echoed a disdainful snort. His mother was not to be trifled with. Over the years, they had gone through dozens of housekeepers, none of whom had escaped unscathed from He Shuyun's sharp tongue. If that boy wished to become the son-in-law of the Ning family, he must be prepared to fulfill the duties of a son-in-law. Before long, the roar of an automobile echoed from outside. Recognizing the sound, the two hastily prepared themselves. Ning Wen silently set down the newspaper and retreated to his room, a sight they had long since grown accustomed to. For Ning Yuanzhou, his father was a spineless figure, and family matters relied heavily on his mother. He typically refrained from involvement, retreating to his room whenever trouble arose. Soon, the grand entrance of the villa swung open, and Ning Yiming entered with Zhang Lang. Upon noticing the two on the sofa, she greeted them with an air of indifference before ascending the staircase with Zhang Lang in tow. "Halt!" Ning Yuanzhou called out, striding towards Zhang Lang and scrutinizing him from head to toe. "You are Zhang Lang?" "Indeed," Zhang Lang replied with a smile. From the sofa, He Shuyun, holding a teacup, interjected, "Do you not consider your own status? How dare you presume to enter the Ning family uninvited, and without even a proper greeting?" Hearing this, Ning Yiming frowned slightly, aware that they were deliberately trying to create difficulty. "What? Is there a requirement for status to enter the Ning family?" Zhang Lang retorted, producing their marriage certificate with a smile. "I am Yiming's husband. Is that not sufficient status?" As Ning Yuanzhou gazed at the red booklet in Zhang Lang's hand, he felt an overwhelming urge to snatch it away and tear it to shreds. He Shuyun could no longer remain seated, rising with a sense of indignation as the marriage certificate's crimson hue seemed to burn her eyes. "Yiming, just look at the man you've chosen. He lacks any sense of decorum. Not only did he fail to greet us upon entering, but now he dares to speak to me in such a manner. After all, he is merely a professional gigolo. Do not think that just because our Yiming has taken a liking to you, you can act with impunity. I am the one in charge of this household," He Shuyun declared, arms crossed as she glared at Zhang Lang. Ning Yiming tightened her grip on Zhang Lang's hand. Fully anticipating such an encounter, she whispered, "You should head upstairs first." However, Zhang Lang gently grasped her hand, then turned to He Shuyun with a smile and called out, "Mom." He then glanced at Ning Yuanzhou and added, "Elder brother, if there is nothing else, we shall return to our room." After saying this, Zhang Lang took Ning Yiming's hand and strode upstairs, leaving the two in stunned silence. Chapter 14. A penalty of 100 million. Why is this lad so remarkably composed? He Shuyun had anticipated that Zhang Lang would erupt in anger and confront them, providing her with a valid reason to expel him. To her surprise, he was unexpectedly agreeable. This boy has truly indulged in too much comfort. His spine has softened. Ning Yuanzhou gritted his teeth. He Shuyun also clenched her jaw slightly. It appeared that this young man truly intended to linger around their Yiming. This cannot stand. I must devise a plan to drive him away. Mother, we must act quickly. The Chu family has given us only 3 days. Ning Yuanzhou expressed his concern. The Chu family and the Ning family exist worlds apart. If they were to offend him, Chu Tianqi could easily crush them with a mere finger. Once back in their room, Ning Yiming looked at Zhang Lang in astonishment. "Aren't you angry?" "What is there to be angry about?" Zhang Lang replied nonchalantly. "I have heard such remarks from the Qin family for years. I am immune to them now. Zhou Shuqin's tongue is not much kinder, nor is Qin Feng's speech any more pleasant. If I truly cared about their words, I would have been infuriated countless times by now. For me, as long as they do not cross the line, they can say whatever they wish. You had better be genuinely unconcerned. My mother is not so easy to deal with. In the future, if her words become harsh and you find them displeasing, you should avoid her presence. Do not return home when I'm not around. However, I hope you refrain from confronting her," Ning Yiming said cautiously, gazing at Zhang Lang. "Not a problem." As he spoke, Zhang Lang casually lay down on the bed. Ning Yiming's eyes widened in shock, and she hurriedly pulled him up. What are you doing? Get up. Why? Do you have a cleanliness obsession? Zhang Lang asked, perplexed. Ning Yiming shot him a glare. Have you forgotten what we agreed upon? I will not share a bed with you. If I were to sleep in the guest room, wouldn't your mother become suspicious? Zhang Lang inquired with a playful smile. Ning Yiming opened the wardrobe and pulled out 2 blankets. You will sleep on the floor. In that moment, Zhang Lang felt utterly despondent. He had endured 3 years of sleeping on the floor at the Qin residence, and now he had to do the same at the Ning household? Your contract did not stipulate that I must sleep on the floor. I made it clear, we are not sharing a bed. Ning Yiming gritted her teeth slightly. Then I shall resign. With that, Zhang Lang turned to leave, but Ning Yiming swiftly grabbed his arm. The penalty for breach of contract is 100 million. How can there be a penalty? Zhang Lang exclaimed in disbelief. He had not noticed any mention of a penalty when he signed the contract today. Ning Yiming retrieved the agreement, and indeed, at the bottom, there was a faint line of small print clearly stating that if Party B were to breach the contract, they must pay Party A penalty of 100 million. Zhang Lang's lips twitched violently. Was this directed at him? He thought. Even if you demanded this sum from me, I wouldn't be able to produce it. If you were to sue me, what could they possibly do? Whether I eat your soft food or the food in prison, it seems it makes no difference. Zhang Lang, with his hands clasped behind his head, wore a look of feigned helplessness. Ning Yiming gazed at him in astonishment. How could this man be so utterly devoid of ambition, like a puddle of mud? Impossible to lift? So what do you want? Ning Yiming asked through gritted teeth. I want to sleep on the bed, Zhang Lang declared as he plopped onto the bed. Ning Yiming's eyes brimmed with conflict. Once he was on the bed, there was little chance of him behaving properly. No way. I guarantee I won't touch you, Zhang Lang asserted confidently. Huh, do you think I would believe your nonsense? I'd rather sleep on the floor. Ultimately, Ning Yiming made her choice, laboriously setting up her bedding beside him. Zhang Lang looked exasperated. How unwilling was this woman to share the bed with him? Just the other day, she had claimed he was her destined partner, yet she refused to sleep alongside him. After Ning Yiming arranged her makeshift bed, Zhang Lang silently switched positions with her. The floor was more comfortable. This was Ning Yiming's first experience sleeping alone in a room with a man. Thus her heart raced with anxiety. Throughout the night, she envisioned countless scenarios and even donned an exceedingly modest set of pajamas after her shower, fearful of any ill intentions Zhang Lang might harbor. Meanwhile, as she spiraled into her vivid imaginings, a soft snoring sound emanated from beside her. Ning Yiming was taken aback. Was he truly sleeping so soundly? After enduring for a while, by 1 o'clock in the morning, she could no longer hold out. Fortunately, the night passed without incident. However, when she opened her eyes in the morning, Zhang Lang had vanished. To her surprise, even his bedding had been neatly put away. Ning Yiming's heart sank. Could he have fled? Yet, when she descended the stairs, she was astonished by the sight before her. Zhang Lang was clad in an apron, serving bowls of congee onto the table. Not only was Ning Yiming speechless, but even Ning Yuanzhou and He Shuyun were at a loss for words. Initially, He Shuyun had intended to make things difficult for Zhang Lang, hoping to drive him away. But she never anticipated he would take the initiative to rise early and prepare breakfast for the entire family. Kid, don't think that cooking breakfast makes you a part of our family. He Shuyun scoffed, yet still took a seat at the table. Let me tell you, my daughter is destined to marry young Master Chu, and you are worlds apart from him. His status is 1,000 times more noble than yours. Moreover, the wealth of young Master Chu's family is something you could never hope to attain in a lifetime. Mom, Ning Yiming furrowed her brow and called out, then pulled Zhang Lang to sit down. You need not concern yourself with these matters. We have a housekeeper. The housekeeper had me dismiss her yesterday, He Shuyun replied coolly. What do you mean, not do anything? Are we to let him dine at our home for free? I tell you, from now on, all household chores are your responsibility. Not only cooking, but also washing clothes and mopping the floors. Zhang Lang had been accustomed to managing all these tasks during his time at the Qin family, so he accepted it without protest. He placed a steamed dumpling onto Ning Yiming's plate. Give it a try. I made them myself. Ning Yiming looked at Zhang Lang in surprise. The dumplings were crafted as beautifully as those sold in restaurants, with even pleats and a perfect balance. She had thought he had bought them outside. After taking a bite, her eyes widened even more. They were far tastier than those from any restaurant. How can you cook so well? Practice, Zhang Lang replied with a smile. It was not solely for Qin Riyue that he had honed his culinary skills during his childhood. While living on the mountain with his master, he had done most of the cooking, and his master had a discerning palate. As time passed, Zhang Lang naturally became an adept cook. After tasting his food, He Shuyun and Ning Yuanzhou were similarly astonished. Yet He Shuyun remarked, "Humph. What's so impressive about cooking? The wealth of young Master Chu is boundless." "Mother, that's enough," Ning Yiming said coldly. "I will call the housekeeping company again to arrange for a new housekeeper. If you continue to drive them away, you can handle the chores yourself. Jiang Lang is my husband, not a servant." Upon hearing this, a smile tugged at the corners of Jiang Lang's mouth. During his time at the Qin family, Qin Riyue had taken all his efforts for granted and had never uttered such words. "What is this attitude? You are my daughter," He Shuyun asserted, invoking her maternal authority. Ning Yiming retorted with a cold laugh. "You do not resemble a mother. You appear more like a trafficker, solely focused on selling me for a good price." "You," He Shuyun pointed an accusatory finger at Ning Yiming, trembling with indignation. "Isn't this all for your own good? Isn't marrying young Master Chu far better than marrying this good-for-nothing? Please refrain from calling him a good-for-nothing. At least Jiang Lang can cook. Some people are nearing 30 and remain mama-s boys. Who, then, is truly the useless one?" Ning Yiming crossed her arms, laughing coldly. Beside them, Ning Yuanzhou's face flushed with anger. "You insolent girl. Say that again. Had it not been for you seizing the company from me, would I be unable to do anything now?" Ning Yuanzhou was inherently a slacker, biding his time to inherit the Ning group. He had never expected that the old man would hand the inheritance to Ning Yiming, who had dismissed him from the company on her very first day. Otherwise, would he be as idle as he was now? Indeed, if you hadn't forced your brother out of the company, he would surely be achieving great things now. He Shuyun chimed in, supporting Ning Yuanzhou. Hearing these words, Ning Yiming could only find them laughable. This man had previously engaged in fraudulent activities within the company's after-sales department, cooking the books, embezzling funds, and accepting bribes. Any one of these transgressions would be sufficient to land him behind bars. Out of a sense of familial duty, Ning Yiming chose not to hold his misdeeds against him. Moreover, nearly all of her monthly salary was sent home, and the majority of those funds were squandered on Ning Yuanzhou. Thus, even though he contributed nothing, Ning Yiming felt no sense of injustice toward him. It was simply that this man, accustomed to a life of idleness, had forgotten who had afforded him such a comfortable existence. "I do not wish to engage with you," she declared. "Jiang Lang, let us leave." After uttering these words, Ning Yiming took Jiang Lang by the hand and exited. He Shuyun's voice echoed behind them. "I advise you to hurry and divorce this good-for-nothing. I have already negotiated the betrothal gifts with the Chu family." Ning Yiming feigned ignorance and ushered Jiang Lang into the car. With one hand gripping the steering wheel and the other pressing the accelerator, Jiang Lang swiftly drove away. "Since living with them is so distressing, why did you not consider moving out?" Jiang Lang inquired, curiosity etched on his face. Ning Yiming took a deep breath, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. She had longed to escape this stifling existence more than once. Yet, how could it be so simple? They would never allow her to leave. If she did, her family would rely solely on her father's income, which could scarcely support Ning Yuanzhou. With a bitter smile, she replied, "It's not that easy." Hearing her words, Jiang Lang furrowed his brow. These two mother and son were indeed comparable to the pair from the Qin family. However, the difference lay in Ning Yiming's independent thoughts. Whereas Qin Riyue was more inclined to follow her mother's directives, Jiang Lang chose not to press further, yet a resolute thought began to burgeon within him. One day, he would liberate Ning Yiming from her current life. The car halted at the gates of Ning Corporation. Before alighting, Ning Yiming cautioned, "Come to pick me up after work. You need not return during the day, lest they cause you trouble." As she spoke, she rummaged through her bag and handed Jiang Lang a card. "This is my supplementary card. You may use it. It has a monthly limit of 50,000. Consider it your salary from me." "Thank you, boss." Jiang Lang accepted the card with a smile. Watching Ning Yiming enter the building, he then drove to Zhou and small courtyard. He first offered incense to his master, then retrieved a yellow cloth pouch, slinging it over his shoulder as he stepped outside. After parking the car upon entering the city, Jiang Lang made his way to a bridge. This location was bustling with vendors selling fruits and vegetables, with a steady stream of passers-by. "Dr. Jiang, Master Jiang." The crowd addressed him with various titles, all laced with respect, to which Jiang Lang responded with a warm smile. Subsequently, he found a suitable spot, skillfully unfurling a yellow cloth adorned with a Taiji diagram on the ground before sitting upon it. He then produced an ancient book and a few copper coins. Placing them beside him, Afterward, he took out the book of the heavenly and earthly profound scriptures and began to read. The contents of this tome might be somewhat esoteric for the average person, yet Zhang Lang had been exposed to such texts since childhood, thus he understood them with ease. Some of the principles within intrigued him. As he read, he silently circulated his internal energy within his body. Within mere minutes, he sensed a change in his physique, and a look of astonishment crossed his face as he gazed at the book in his hands. He had thought the old man was merely boasting, but to his surprise, it was indeed genuine. If he continued to cultivate according to this, could he truly attain immortality? Just then, a few ruffians approached them from a distance. Observing this, the nearby vendors hastily gathered their belongings, preparing to flee, but the ruffians rushed in and forced them back. "Why are you running?" The leader, a young man with dyed white hair and dual dragons entwined on his arm, twirled a butterfly knife in his hand, looking arrogantly at the crowd. "I'm in a good mood today, so I want to make it hard for you. 500 each will suffice." Zhang Lang narrowed his eyes slightly. It appeared they had encountered extortionists. He had not set up his stall in the same spot consistently, and the last time he had been here was over a month ago. To his astonishment, in just that short span, someone had begun collecting protection money. "Hey, you must be new around here." The white-haired man squatted before Zhang Lang, amusement dancing in his eyes as he flicked at the book in front of him. "Looks rather pretentious, doesn't it? Just this shabby thing? It's only good for deceiving old folks. If you were truly skilled, wouldn't you have foreseen running into me today?" As he spoke, the white-haired man pressed the knife against Zhang Lang's chest. "Pay up." Zhang Lang cast a glance at him. "My friend, the darkness in your brow foretells impending misfortune." "What? Are you cursing me?" the man retorted, raising his fist to strike Zhang Lang. However, in the next moment, Zhang Lang deftly caught his punch without difficulty. The ruffian's eyes widened in surprise. He had put considerable force into that blow, yet this young man had effortlessly intercepted it. Before the ruffian could react, an enigmatic smile flickered across Zhang Lang's face. "I told you, the darkness in your brow heralds calamity." With that, Zhang Lang delivered a punch squarely to the white-haired man's nose. Although he did not exert much force, the ruffian felt a sharp sting in his nose, tears springing forth as blood streamed from his nostrils. His companions, witnessing this, grew irate and advanced towards Zhang Lang. "Do you know who we are? Seeking death, are you?" One of them swung a fist at Zhang Lang. With a chilling gaze, Zhang Lang responded by delivering a powerful kick that sent the assailant flying. As the other vendors seized the opportunity to hastily pack up and flee, most of them were elderly individuals whose frail bodies could not withstand such turmoil. Thus, their instinctive reaction to such a predicament was to escape. However, this worked in Zhang Lang's favor, allowing him to unleash his prowess unhindered. With a resounding thud, Zhang Lang sent one man flying with a punch, while he dispatched another to the ground with a swift kick. In mere seconds, his adversaries lay incapacitated upon the ground. The white-haired figure, witnessing the scene, clutched his nose and pointed an accusatory finger at Zhang Lang, exclaiming, You've gotten yourself into quite a mess. A serious one. If you have any courage, stand your ground. Don't run." As he spoke, he began to retreat, and after a few steps, he bolted away. The others, seeing this, scrambled to their feet and fled in a panic, realizing that this young man was not someone they could provoke. Zhang Lang, however, remained composed as he returned to his yellow cloth and picked up his book, engrossed in its contents. Not long after, the elderly men and women who had fled cautiously returned. "Zhang, you should really consider leaving. These individuals are not to be trifled with," one elder warned. "Yes, they seem to belong to some gang. Their leader is quite notorious in our city. Crossing them will not end well for you." Another added, "Indeed, Zhang, you should hasten your departure. We can always find another place to set up our stalls." The crowd urged Zhang Lang to escape, but he remained unfazed. To him, they were merely a rabble. Even if they summoned reinforcements, what of it? He was more than capable of handling himself. "You need not worry about me. If you fear for your safety, I suggest you return home," Zhang Lang replied with a smile. Seeing that Zhang Lang was resolute, even an elderly woman attempted to forcibly pull him away. Zhang Lang felt somewhat exasperated by their fervent concern. Just then, a grand procession of vehicles approached, causing panic among the onlookers. "Zhang, we must leave at once." The elderly woman tugged at his arm insistently. Zhang Lang calmly closed his book and addressed the crowd. "You all should leave. I will manage this situation." "Zhang, we understand you mean well, but these people are not to be trifled with," they protested. "Indeed. Run." As the crowd surged forward to pull him away, Jiang Lang remained steadfast. As the convoy came to a halt, a group of sharply dressed men disembarked, sending the crowd into a frenzy as they abandoned Jiang Lang. He shook his head, realizing that perhaps today was not the ideal time for street vending. Soon, a pair of polished shoes appeared before him. Are you the one who struck my man? That voice sounded oddly familiar. Brother Long, it's him. The white-haired man pointed at Jiang Lang, his tone laced with a mix of anger and satisfaction, as if to say that this young man had invited disaster upon himself. Jiang Lang looked up and recognized a familiar face. Ah, young brother. It's you. Zhou Wenlong was taken aback and quickly extended his hands to assist Jiang Lang, who, however, stood up effortlessly from the ground with a smile, exclaiming, Ah, it's you. He had discerned last night that Zhou Wenlong was no ordinary man. Brother Long, this brat has injured several of our brothers, Bai Mao remarked, furrowing his brow. With a swift motion, Zhou Wenlong struck Bai Mao across the face, retorting, This is my daughter's savior. Afterward, he turned to Jiang Lang with an apologetic smile, saying, Brother Jiang, I took Xiaowei for a checkup last night, and the doctor confirmed she is completely healed. You truly are a miracle worker. It was merely a trivial effort, Jiang Lang replied with calmness. Bai Mao, still dazed from the blow, questioned this kid, a miracle worker? Brother Long, have you mistaken him for someone else? He.S. just a street vendor peddling fortune-telling and swindling people. How could he possibly be the savior of the young lady? With a swift kick, Zhou Wenlong sent Bai Mao flying, then signaled to those beside him. Several burly men immediately rushed forward, delivering a flurry of punches and kicks to Bai Mao. I sincerely apologize. My lack of discipline has allowed my subordinate to offend you. Please allow me to make amends, Zhou Wenlong said with a smile, offering Jiang Lang a cigarette. As Jiang Lang took it and placed it between his lips, Zhou Wenlong produced a lighter, shielding the flame with his hand to personally ignite it for him. Witnessing this, Zhou Wenlong's entourage was left dumbfounded. What a jest! This was Brother Long, the most formidable local power in the entire Jiang city. How could he be lighting a cigarette for a mere lad in his 20s? What merit did this young man possess? I left in such haste last night that I didn't get your contact information. I even sent someone to the hotel to look for you today, only to unexpectedly run into you here, Zhou Wenlong invited. I wonder if Brother Jiang has the time to join me for a meal. I would like to express my gratitude properly. Of course, Jiang Lang replied with a smile. Given that the other party had lowered himself so much, it would indeed be impolite to refuse. Tell them to stop. If they continue, this kid will be finished, Jiang Lang said, glancing at Bai Mao, who was being surrounded. Stop, Zhou Wenlong commanded, and only then did the crowd relent. At this moment, Bai Mao lay on the ground, barely conscious. Jiang Lang assessed the situation and remarked, He is not gravely harmed, just a few broken bones. Let us get him to the hospital. What are you standing around for? Do as the miracle worker says. The crowd hurriedly lifted Bai Mao into a vehicle, and Zhou Wenlong then led Jiang Lang to his own car. Goodness, a little golden man, Jiang Lang remarked, not one to be coy, as he plopped down into the seat. Once inside, Zhou Wenlong promptly made a phone call to arrange the meal and instructed someone to bring out Zhou Xinrui. After all, as her savior, it was only fitting that she express her gratitude to Jiang Lang in person. Chapter 17, 99 Yuan. Dr. Jiang, I never expected you to be so young, yet your medical skills are so remarkable. Last night, the doctor asked me what kind of divine being we had encountered. Zhou Wenlong wore a radiant smile, for the ailment of Xiaorui had long been a burden on his heart, and he never anticipated that this burden would truly be lifted. He had spent countless days in tears, even preparing a coffin for the child, yet a miracle had occurred. It was merely a trivial effort on my part. There is no need for such gratitude, Jiang Lang replied coolly. Perhaps it was trivial for you, but for me, you have saved Xiaorui and, in turn, saved me. From this day forth, you shall be my benefactor, Zhou Wenlong. No matter what challenges you face in the future, you may always seek my assistance, Zhou Wenlong declared with generous fervor. Jiang Lang chuckled lightly, then turned to Zhou Wenlong and inquired, Mr. Zhou, do you happen to have many enemies? Zhou Wenlong paused, momentarily taken aback, before responding with a laugh. In our line of work, how could we not have adversaries? Why has the esteemed Dr. Jiang suddenly brought this up? You bear a slight dark mark on your brow. It is likely that you will encounter trouble soon, particularly concerning matters of life and death. If you are to meet with any enemies in the near future, I would advise against it. Zhou Wenlong's heart sank at these words. his gaze towards Jiang Lang filled with astonishment. Indeed, he was scheduled to meet an enemy that very evening. But how could Jiang Lang possibly know this? Dr. Jiang, are you truly capable of divination? Zhou Wenlong asked, glancing at the yellow cloth bundle with curiosity. A little, Jiang Lang modestly replied, though he knew that his skill in fortune-telling was far superior, while medicine merely served as a supplementary talent. Is there any way to avoid this predicament? Zhou Wenlong hastily inquired, for individuals like him often held a deep belief in such matters. Jiang Lang placed one hand on his knee, performing a brief calculation before stating, yes, when you leave tonight, carry a piece of iron in your breast pocket. The harder, the better. Zhou Wenlong frowned slightly at this suggestion, questioning the efficacy of such a remedy. Is that truly all? Usually, one would burn incense or offer money for protection, right? He asked, intrigued. Is there any other option? Jiang Lang raised an eyebrow and extended his hand towards Zhou Wenlong. You are my first client of the day. Payment is required. Zhou Wenlong was momentarily stunned, then quickly retrieved a check, only to be stopped by Jiang Lang. $99 is acceptable. I can accept a transfer. As he spoke, he produced his payment code. Dr. Jiang, I didn't quite catch that. Do you mean 99,000? Zhou Wenlong asked, confused. $99, neither a cent more nor less. Zhou Wenlong regarded Jiang Lang with suspicion. The masters he typically consulted charged him thousands for a mere talisman. Why was Jiang Lang's fortune-telling so inexpensive? Could it be inaccurate? Nonetheless, Zhou Wenlong did not dare to delay and promptly made the transfer. He intended to exchange contact information. But Jiang Lang declined. Upon opening his WeChat, Jiang Lang revealed an astonishing fact. He had no contacts at all. Dr. Jiang, at that moment, Zhou Wenlong contemplated inquiring whether he had no friends, but the words caught in his throat quickly dissipated. I am not fond of futile socializing. Simply provide me with your number, he stated. Zhou Wenlong promptly recited his number, and Jiang Lang merely nodded in response, indicating that he would reach out if necessary. Subsequently, he shared his own number with Zhou Wenlong, adding that if his calculations were inaccurate, Zhou was welcome to seek his troubles. Zhou Wenlong merely chuckled, dismissing the comment. For he was treating Jiang Lang to dinner today due to his successful treatment of his daughter, which had no connection to fortune-telling. Moreover, how accurate could a fortune read for a mere few dozen yuan be? The vehicle soon came to a halt before an upscale private dining establishment. However, upon entering, Jiang Lang immediately spotted two familiar figures. He Xian, who had been laughing and chatting with Qin Riyue, sprang up from his seat like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. You worthless fool. Why are you here again? Are you stalking Yaya? He Xian's confrontation elicited only amusement from Jiang Lang. Did he really have any need for such behavior? A glance at Qin Riyue revealed her slight frown, likely echoing He Xian's sentiments. Just as He Xian prepared to advance, Zhou Wenlong interposed his hand to halt him. Who do you think you are? He Xian queried coldly. A flicker of icy resolve crossed Zhou Wenlong's eyes, and before he could respond, his two subordinates had already seized He Xian and dragged him away. What are you doing? I am the young master of the He family. In a moment of panic, Qin Riyue rushed to Jiang Lang's side, pleading, Jiang Lang, you must make them release him. Jiang Lang remained unfazed. He brought this upon himself by provoking the wrong person. What concern is it of mine? If He Xian had not insulted Zhou Wenlong directly, would Zhou have resorted to violence? He, a prominent figure in Jiang City, had never endured such indignities. Jiang Lang, I understand our divorce has greatly impacted you, but must you retaliate against us in this manner? Do not presume that now, having allied with the young lady of the Ning family, you will soar to great heights. She may merely be indulging a whim, and have no genuine interest in you. Listening to these words, Zhou Wenlong cast a surprised glance at Jiang Lang. So, this was his ex-wife? Dr. Jiang, Zhou Wenlong cautiously addressed him, let us enjoy our meal in peace. Jiang Lang replied calmly, disinterested in engaging with such individuals. After all, it was all in the past. Stop. Zhou Wenlong finally called out towards the exterior. He Xian lay crumpled on the ground, and Qin Riyue rushed over in distress, quickly cradling him. Young master He, are you all right? At her words, Jiang Lang nearly burst into laughter. Given his condition, did she truly believe he was unscathed? However, he paid no heed and followed Zhou Wenlong upstairs. Behind him, He Xian gritted his teeth, his gaze fixed intently on Jiang Lang's retreating figure. This marked the third time this inept fool had trampled on his dignity. He must ensure this imbecile faced repercussions. At that moment, Qin Ryue felt a wave of coldness wash over her. The expressionless gaze Jiang Lang had cast upon her was devoid of any warmth, icy, and utterly devoid of emotion. The more she pondered, the more she felt as if Jiang Lang had transformed into an entirely different person, as though he regarded her with disdain. Chapter 18. Sister. In the spacious private room, only Jiang Lang and Zhou Wenlong occupied the space, while the remaining bodyguards were stationed outside. Jiang, the esteemed physician. Did that he fellow bear a grudge against you? Zhou Wenlong inquired. Not at all. He merely proposed to my ex-wife on the day of my divorce, Jiang Lang replied, his expression unwavering. Upon hearing this, Zhou Wenlong's eyes nearly bulged. He could hardly fathom the audacity of Jiang Lang's circumstances. Yet even so, Jiang Lang appeared utterly indifferent when discussing the matter. Wait, Jiang Lang, Zhou Wenlong mused, suddenly recalling the name. Jiang, the esteemed physician. You wouldn't be the son-in-law of the Qin family, would you? Zhou Wenlong abruptly realized, cutting his words short. What? Am I renowned in Jiang City? Jiang Lang asked with a smile. Zhou Wenlong's astonishment deepened. Was it not said that the Qin family's son-in-law was a worthless individual? He had spent 3 years in the Qin household without ever sharing a bed with Qin Ryue, serving as little more than a caretaker, too timid to voice his opinions. A mere parasite. However, the Jiang Lang he encountered bore no resemblance to the tales he had heard. Rather, he was entirely different. Not only was Jiang Lang skilled in medicine, but he had also single-handedly incapacitated 7 or 8 men. Moreover, he radiated a distinctive aura, as if he were out of place in this world, yet transcended the ordinary. How could such a person be deemed worthless? If he were a waste, then surely all men in the world would be considered the same. I merely overheard some discussions, Zhou Wenlong admitted, feeling rather embarrassed. Jiang Lang chuckled. What did they say about me? That I am the Qin family's wastrel? That I stumbled into the Qin household by sheer luck? Jiang Lang had long since grown accustomed to such remarks, having often heard that mother-son duo speak of him during his time with the Qin family. The Qin family truly lacks vision. If I am a worthless individual, then every man in this world must be as well, Zhou Wenlong stated candidly. Jiang Lang laughed, finding truth in his words. At that moment, the door to the private room swung open, and Zhou Xinrui entered. Upon seeing Jiang Lang, she beamed with a radiant smile. Brother Jiang Lang. Despite having grown up in such an environment, she had been well protected by Zhou Wenlong, as evidenced by the innocence reflected in her eyes. This could be said to be the most innocent woman Jiang Lang has encountered since descending the mountain. Brother Jiang Lang, the doctor has declared my illness cured. Thank you for saving me. As she spoke, Zhou Xinrui approached Jiang Lang and performed a formal bow. Jiang Lang quickly helped her up, saying, No need for such formality. As long as you are well, that is sufficient. It is only right, she replied. Zhou Wenlong, smiling, invited Zhou Xinrui to take a seat. At that moment, he was already contemplating how to foster a friendship with Jiang Lang. Not to mention his remarkable medical skills, it was evident that his future path would be promising. Moreover, having saved his daughter, Zhou Wenlong felt an even greater obligation to befriend him. Initially, Zhou Wenlong intended to share a drink with Jiang Lang, but Jiang Lang declined, citing that he would be driving later. When a man refrains from drinking at the table, it becomes somewhat difficult to broach certain subjects. After they had nearly finished their meal, Zhou Wenlong seized the opportunity to present a check. Jiang Shenshi, this is the fee for curing my daughter. Jiang Lang was somewhat taken aback by the sight of the check Zhou Wenlong offered, 20 million. Indeed, it was no small amount. Since Mr. Zhou wishes to be my friend, let the money go, Jiang Lang replied, pushing the check back. It was not that he was particularly high-minded. He did charge for his medical services. Although it seemed he had not earned much over the years, he had indeed made a considerable income, receiving numerous checks of such magnitude. However, all that money had gone towards repaying debts owed to his master. It was only after the old man passed away that Jiang Lang realized he had accrued quite a substantial debt over the years, amounting to over 10 billion. Thus, despite his diligent efforts, he still had tens of billions left to repay. Were it not for this burden, he would not be so financially strained. His refusal of Zhou Wenlong's money stemmed from his recognition of their profound connection, suggesting that they would have further interactions in the future. Since they were destined to be friends, he felt it appropriate to forego the payment. That won't he do? This is what I promised you last night. Zhou Wenlong grew anxious upon hearing this. Did Jiang Lang's refusal imply he did not wish to befriend him? Mr. Zhou, our bond is still in its infancy. We are not lacking this sum. We can discuss it later. What if I need your assistance in the future? Jiang Lang replied calmly. Rest assured, I, Zhou Wenlong, am a man of my word. You are a benefactor to the Zhou family. From now on, whatever you require, I will not refuse, even if it costs me my life. Hearing this, Jiang Lang furrowed his brow and regarded Zhou Wenlong intently. Zhou Wenlong's heart skipped a beat. Had he possibly misspoken? Mr. Zhou, such words should not be uttered lightly, Jiang Lang said, his tone suddenly serious. Should Zhou Wenlong ever lose his life due to him, the consequences of their relationship would be substantial. I speak only the truth, Zhou Wenlong hastily replied. Beside him, Zhou Xinrui chimed in, Brother Jiang Lang, please accept the money. My father has plenty. This is what he ought to give you. Jiang Lang, caught between laughter and tears, found her simplicity endearing yet reminiscent of a naive girl from a wealthy family. I shall not take your money. Instead, would you consider me as your brother? Jiang Lang asked, playfully pinching Zhou Xinrui's cheek. Although they were of similar age, Jiang Lang perceived her as irresistibly adorable, stirring a protective instinct within him. All right. Zhou Xinrui readily agreed. Can you also help my friend recover from her illness? Jiang Lang furrowed his brow slightly, prompting Zhou Wenlong to swiftly clarify. She met a little girl while hospitalized, who also suffers from a heart condition. The girl is still in the hospital. They share a close bond. And that child is scheduled for her third surgery soon. We are unsure if she will survive. If it is convenient for you, Zhou Wenlong's voice trailed off. But Jiang Lang responded with assurance. Since she's a friend of Xiao Rui, I will certainly help. Without hesitation, Jiang Lang instructed Zhou Wenlong to take him to the hospital. For Jiang Lang, healing the sick was a form of cultivation. Regarding fees, he would charge more to those who could afford it and less to those who could not, leaving it all to fate. Despite his humble appearance as a fortune teller beneath the overpass, he had managed to cure many individuals over the years. Chapter 19. Is there no hope? In the hospital room, the little girl lay pale, her breaths so faint that her chest barely rose and fell. Doctor, after this surgery, will our Han Hui be all right? Zhang Qinghui, the girl's father, asked cautiously. Mr. Zhang, you are aware of your child's condition. Even after the surgery, it will merely prolong her time, the doctor replied. Given her physical state, this will be her last surgery she can endure. You should prepare yourselves. Upon hearing these words, Zhang Qinghui's heart sank into despair. After years of struggle, he still could not cure his daughter's ailment. From the moment she was born, she had suffered greatly. Had he known, he would never have brought her into this world, sparing her from such torment. In that moment, Zhang Qinghui felt as though his heart had plummeted to the depths of despair. After all this time, they were still facing the prospect of goodbye. Tears welled in his eyes as he thought of this. Is there truly no other way? I would pay any amount, as long as it could heal Han Hui, he implored. His voice choked with emotion. The doctor sighed and shook his head, turning to leave. Zhang Qinghui cast a glance at the child on the bed, bowed his head, and exited the room, feeling as if he had aged a decade in an instant. What did the doctor say? At that moment, his wife, Jean Jilly, rushed in carrying a thermos, handing it to Zhang Qinghui. Zhang Qinghui, however, found himself devoid of appetite. A man of stature, tears seemed poised to cascade at any moment. Is there no hope left for Han Hui? Noticing Zhang Qinghui's distress, Jean Jilly seated herself beside him and inquired softly. Zhang Qinghui nodded, his voice tinged with a quiver. The doctor has said that even after this surgery, she might only have a little over a month to live. This pronouncement struck Jean Jilly like a thunderclap, shattering her composure. She could no longer contain her sorrow, bursting into tears as she clutched Zhang Qinghui's collar. Her face etched with despair. Wasn't it you who said that once the surgery was completed, the child could be discharged? Indeed, those were his words. Yet they had merely reflected Zhang Qinghui's own fervent hopes. Over the years, his wife had teetered on the brink of collapse for their child's sake, prompting him to speak comforting words to her. Now, however, as events had unfolded to this tragic extent, he was compelled to reveal the stark reality. What sin have I committed? How did I end up with a man like you? You must return her to me. My daughter. Jean Jilly wept inconsolably, disregarding her appearance. In the confines of the hospital, such scenes were commonplace. Passers-by merely shook their heads in pity. Once her tears subsided, Jean Jilly, her eyes reddened, turned to him. Do you not have wealth and connections? Seek a miracle worker. Find a healer for Han Hui. Haven't we exhausted every option with Shun Yi over the years? If there were a cure, would I still be? The words faltered, leaving Zhang Qinghui with a visage of helplessness. In this world, only the inevitability of life, aging, illness, and death remains beyond the reach of wealth. At that moment, a group of doctors clad in white coats approached, with the head of the hospital's cardiology department. Director Lin Xian, among them. Director Lin. Upon seeing the newcomer, Zhang Chenghui hurried forward. Mr. Zhang. Lin Xian, nearing retirement age, remained devoted to his patients, steadfastly serving at the hospital. Director Lin, please save my daughter, I beg you. As he spoke, Zhang Chenghui prepared to kneel, but Lin Xian swiftly supported him. Mr. Zhang, what are you doing? It is not that I do not wish to help. It is that Han Hui's condition is beyond the current capabilities of medical science. Director Lin, please do something for her. She is our only child. Mr. Zhang, I empathize deeply with your plight, but my skills are insufficient to cure her. You now face two choices. One is to arrange for surgery, and if she recovers well, Han Hui may live for another month or two. Alternatively, you may choose to forego treatment, allowing the child to pass her final days without suffering. Lin Xian conveyed the truth to Zhang Chenghui. Upon hearing this, Jean Jieli immediately interjected. Perform the surgery. We must have the surgery for our child, no matter the cost. At that moment, Zhang Qinghui's heart was a tumult of conflicting emotions. Although the surgery has granted Zhang Muhan a reprieve, she endures daily torment from her affliction. Even if she survives, it merely prolongs her suffering. Contemplating this, he grasped Jean Jieli's hand firmly and addressed Lin Xian. Director Lin, let us deliberate further. What is there to discuss? Without the surgery, Han Hui's life is at stake. Jean Jieli exclaimed, her anxiety palpable. To her, the essence of parenthood lies in ensuring the survival of one's child. Wouldn't any reasonable parent opt to continue treatment for their offspring? Han Hui's condition is dire. Even with surgery, recovery seems improbable. Zhang Chenghui, observing Jean Jieli's distress, gently advised. Perhaps we should reconsider. With a swift motion, Jean Jieli slapped Zhang Chenghui across the face. Zhang Chenghui, she is your own daughter. Of course, he was acutely aware of this fact. It was precisely because of this bond that he wished to spare her from further anguish. Old Zhang. At that moment, a voice pierced through the tension. Zhou Wenlong approached Zhang Chenghui, flanked by several individuals, including Zhou Xinrui and Jiang Lang. Old Zhou, what brings you here? Zhang Chenghui hastily wiped away his tears, striving to maintain his composure in the presence of others. I am here to resolve your predicament. Zhou Wenlong promptly introduced. This is Jiang Lang, the divine physician. He can cure Han Hui's ailment. Taken aback, Zhang Chenghui scrutinized Jiang Lang, questioning the capabilities of such a youthful figure. Old Zhou, are you jesting? My daughter is on the brink of death. The frustration that had been simmering beneath the surface erupted. As he perceived Zhou Wenlong's words as a cruel joke, noting Zhang Chenghui's agitated expression, Zhou Wenlong remained unfazed and insisted, I assure you, I am not deceiving you. Although young, Jiang Lang possesses extraordinary medical skills. He is the one who healed my daughter. Uncle Zhou, please allow Brother Jiang Lang to treat Han Hui. After he administered acupuncture to me, I was completely cured. Look, I am perfectly fine now. Zhou Xinrui interjected, demonstrating her recovery with a few leaps, movements that would have been perilous for her in the past. Lin Xian observed Jiang Lang critically, a flicker of disdain crossing his eyes. In this era, anyone seemed capable of practicing medicine. Mr. Zhou, healing is no trifling matter, especially within our hospital. Lin Xian expressed his dissatisfaction. Does this young man truly believe he can cure a life-threatening congenital heart condition? What a farce. Director Lin, your limitations do not define the abilities of others. You are aware of my daughter's prior condition. It was Jiang Lang who restored her health. Zhou Wenlong asserted confidently. Without hesitation, Jean Jieli seized Jiang Lang's arm and propelled him towards the ward, declaring, Young man, if you can heal my daughter, I will reward you with 50 million. 50 million. Indeed, that is quite a substantial sum. Lin Xian, frowning, followed them inside. Madame Zhang, please do not act recklessly. This young man is far too inexperienced to possess such exceptional medical skills. He must be a charlatan. Do not allow yourselves to be deceived. Others echoed his sentiments, insisting, in this day and age, anyone dares to proclaim themselves a miracle healer. Expel this impudent fellow. Hearing these remarks, Zhou Wenlong's expression darkened. The young doctor is someone I have personally invited. Should anything go awry, I shall take full responsibility. Zhou Wenlong, who was well versed in the ways of the world, commanded respect from the gathered physicians, and upon witnessing his anger, they fell silent. Only Lin Xian cast a cold glance at Zhou Wenlong. Mr. Zhou, Can you truly bear the weight of life and death in your hands? Old Zhang, if you trust me, allow the young doctor to treat Hanhui. If any issues arise, place the blame squarely on my shoulders, Zhou Wenlong articulated clearly to Zhang Chenghui. Having developed a friendship, and noting that Zhou Xinyu appeared significantly better, Zhang Chenghui nodded in agreement. Old Zhou, I believe in you. At that moment, Lin Xian felt his authority as director profoundly challenged and approached Jiang Lang. Young man, which hospital do you represent? Do you possess a medical license? No, Jiang Lang answered curtly. Mr. Zhou, are you truly willing to let someone without a medical license treat Hanhui? Should anything happen to her, you will regret it for the rest of your life. How is it that you can guarantee her recovery? Jiang Lang retorted, rendering Lin Xian speechless. After a brief examination of Zhang Muhan, he declared to the others, please wait outside for 20 minutes. 20 minutes? Lin Xian's eyes widened in disbelief. This young man has been in our hospital for 3 years. I have exhausted every method available. How could you possibly cure her in just 20 minutes? That only indicates your incompetence. 3 years without success means that further attempts by you could very well lead to her demise. Perhaps you should reconsider your medical career. Your practice is a danger to life. Jiang Lang asserted without hesitation. You, Lin Xian, irate, trembled as he pointed at Jiang Lang. What if you fail to treat Hanhui today? If I cannot, I shall submit to your judgment. Should you fail to heal her, I will charge you with practicing medicine without a license, leading to her death, and ensure you face imprisonment. Hearing this, Jiang Lang scoffed. There is no ailment in this world that I cannot remedy. And if you succeed, if you can truly restore Hanhui to health, I shall publicly kneel before you in apology and even take you as my mentor. Lin Xian declared defiantly. Agreed. Zhou Xinyu encouraged Jiang Lang with a supportive gesture. Brother, you must heal Hanhui. Jiang Lang responded with a gentle smile. Very well, please step outside and wait. As the group exited the hospital room, Lin Xian's countenance darkened to an extreme degree. The young man disrupted his presence, and today he must impart a lesson. Once everyone had exited, Jiang Lang removed the respirator from Zhang Muhan's face and unfastened her buttons. The child's condition was similar to that of Zhou Xinrui. Yet due to having undergone multiple surgeries, her cardiac situation was even more complex. Fortunately, he was there. Otherwise, this young girl would not have survived much longer. Jiang Lang focused intently, inserting silver needles into Zhang Muhan's body. As the needles penetrated, her complexion began to change gradually. Outside, the onlookers grew increasingly anxious. Xiaorui, has he truly cured you? Jean Jilly inquired uncertainly. Jiang Lang was exceedingly young, and it was hard for most to place faith in his medical skills. Earlier, she had felt hopeless, as Zhang Qinghui had already contemplated giving up on treatment, leaving her no choice but to try a desperate remedy. Of course, Auntie, you needn't worry. My brother is remarkable. Zhou Wenlong recounted to Zhang Chenghui the process of how Jiang Lang treated Zhou Xinrui, leaving Zhang Chenghui utterly astonished. Is this not too extraordinary? This Jiang Lang's medical prowess is truly impressive. Just a few needles, and he resolved the issue? Lin Xian, standing nearby, asserted skeptically, it's impossible. We employed the most advanced medical techniques and could not achieve results. How could a few needles suffice? Mr. Zhou, you must have been deceived by that young man. Director Lin, I have already conducted a comprehensive examination of Xiaorui. There are no abnormalities in her health now. Please explain to me how he could have misled me? Zhou Wenlong asked darkly. Lin Xian was also baffled. Zhou Xinrui's previous condition had been akin to Zhang Muhan's. How could she suddenly be well? Yet, even with his contemplation, he could not fathom that Jiang Lang possessed such extraordinary skill. Just then, the door before them swung open. How is she? Zhang Chenghui inquired hastily. She has regained consciousness. Jiang Lang replied with a smile. There's nothing serious. The crowd was collectively astonished. It had barely been 10 minutes. No, impossible. Lin Xian hurriedly entered the room with several doctors, only to find Zhang Muhan, who had moments ago been barely breathing, now sitting up in bed, cradling a cup of water and drinking. Her face bore color, and she appeared nothing like a patient. Hanhui. Zhang Chenghui rushed forward. Hanhui, are you all right? Do you feel any discomfort? Jean Jelly immediately enveloped her daughter in an embrace. Hanhui, my dear child, does it still hurt? Mom, it doesn't hurt anymore. That brother earlier was very skilled. After he inserted a few needles, my breathing improved significantly, Zhang Muhan whispered. At that moment, Lin Xian's expression resembled one who had swallowed a fly. How could this be possible? He hurriedly approached and personally examined Zhang Muhan. ensuring her well-being before turning in astonishment to Jiang Lang. Chapter 21. Intimidating Presence. Truly, he is a miraculous physician. At that moment, Lin Xian was utterly convinced and swayed. Young miracle doctor, how did you achieve this? In traditional Chinese medicine, unlike Western medicine, there are no ailments deemed insurmountable, such as cancer. We believe that pain arises from blockages, and relief comes from unblocking. I merely used silver needles to facilitate the flow of her blood. The young physician, despite his tender years, possesses remarkable medical prowess. I, an old man, am humbled. As he spoke, Lin Xian was about to kneel before Jiang Lang, prompting those beside him to quickly reach out to assist. What a jest! Lin Xian is the most authoritative doctor in their cardiology department. Yet, in Lin Xian's eyes, he had failed to recognize greatness, and he was prepared to accept the consequences of his wager. He should indeed kneel. At that moment, a hand grasped his arm. Director Lin, given your age, you could be my grandfather. It is inappropriate for you to kneel before me. Hearing Jiang Lang's words, Lin Xian looked up in surprise. This young miracle doctor not only possesses exceptional medical skills, but also exudes such magnanimity, revealing that he had underestimated him. Younger physician, I apologize for my previous transgressions. Please do not hold it against me. I, Lin Xian, am willing to take you as my mentor and serve you faithfully from now on, Lin Xian said, cupping his hands in respect. Jiang Lang chuckled lightly. Director Lin, I was merely jesting with you. Don't take it to heart. You are a Western doctor, and it is quite natural for you not to understand. Younger physician, you have healed my daughter. Please accept this small token of our appreciation, Zhang Chenghui said, presenting a check with both hands. Without so much as a glance, Jiang Lang tucked it into his pocket. Allow me to prescribe a remedy for you. Administer it to your child for a while to bolster her health. A nearby doctor quickly handed over paper and pen, and Jiang Lang swiftly scribbled a prescription and handed it to Zhang Chenghui. Zhang Chenghui accepted it gratefully. Thank you, young miracle doctor. You are our family's savior. Should you ever require assistance from the Zhang family, do not hesitate to ask. After exchanging a few pleasantries with the Zhang family, Jiang Lang hurriedly left the hospital. The Zhang family was elated and, after conducting a thorough examination to confirm that Zhang Muhan was in good health, they proceeded with the discharge. Old Zhou, I must sincerely thank you today. Let us celebrate with a hearty drink at the Jiangqing Grand Hotel later. Sure, no problem. In Jiangqing, Ning Group, President Ning, young Master Chu has arrived. The office door swung open, revealing Secretary followed by Chu Tianqi, who bore a troubled expression. You may leave now, Ning Yiming dismissed the secretary. Then turned to Chu Tianqi. Young Master Chu, what brings you here? Ning Yiming. Chu Tianqi's demeanor turned grave. You have quite an attitude. I had my people invite you, yet you did not come. I called, but you did not answer, leaving me no choice but to seek you out here. Ning Yiming rose and stepped toward the sofa. Young Master Chu, please take a seat. Kuti Yankee sat across from her. Surely you do not intend to call off the engagement? Mr. Chu, I am already married. You are aware of this, are you not? They had met several times before, yet Kuti Yankee always maintained an air of superiority, a demeanor that Ning Yiming found distasteful. But you are my fiancé, Kuti Yankee reminded her. Yet I am now someone else's wife, Ning Yiming replied coldly, gazing at him. Her words ignited his fury, veins popping on his forehead as he fixed a dark glare upon her. Ning Yiming, do you believe I would hesitate to act against the Ning family? Mr. Chu, I simply do not wish to become a mere instrument of a business alliance. Moreover, do you not also harbor disdain for me? Why must you make this difficult? Ning Yiming asked bluntly. If I did not care for you, the Ning family would have already perished. Would I need to seek you out personally? Kuti Yankee retorted, maintaining his haughty tone. Well, I sincerely appreciate your affections, Mr. Chu. But alas, I am already married. Ning Yiming suggested, why don't we part amicably? You truly believe that the Ning family's small enterprise can withstand my whims? Kuti Yankee scoffed, his temper flaring as he issued a threat. You had best divorce that man swiftly, otherwise, I will ensure that the Ning group vanishes entirely from Jiangqing. By then, you will regret your choices. Listening to Kuti Yankee's words, Ning Yiming clenched her fists silently. Mr. Chu, why must you be so aggressive? Kuti Yankee let out a cold laugh. What is mine, even if I do not desire it, shall not be given to another. With that, he rose and adjusted his attire, declaring, I will tolerate you for no more than 2 days. As she watched Kuti Yankee's departing figure, Ning Yiming felt her heart race. It appeared he had no intention of letting her go. Yet, She was resolute in her unwillingness to marry this man, given his manner of speaking. No matter how wealthy or powerful he was, life as his wife would not be bearable. A glimmer of despair flickered in her eyes, blaming her mother and that scoundrel Ning Yuanzhou for entangling her with Kudianki. If Kudianki were to take action, the Ning group could indeed be decimated. While she herself could endure, this was her grandfather's legacy. Ning Yiming glanced at the golden toad on the table, recently moved by Jiang Lang, and closed her eyes. Inhaling deeply, could she truly place her hopes in him? Jiang Lang was no ordinary man. It was regrettable that the Qin family had gotten to him first. Dreaming. Should there come a day when Jiang Lang truly divorces that girl from the Qin family, do not let this man slip through your fingers. With him, the Ning group shall surely thrive. Her grandfather's words echoed in her mind as she retrieved her phone, locating Jiang Lang's number and dialing. The call was quickly answered, and Jiang Lang's voice came through. I will arrive in 10 minutes. Have you left work early? No, Kudianki just visited. Tell me everything. The other party hung up the phone decisively, prompting Ning Yiming to hastily gather her belongings and descend the stairs. By the time she reached the ground floor, Jiang Lang was already waiting in the car. Once inside, Jiang Lang yawned and inquired, do we have a dinner engagement today? No, let us find a place. I'll treat you to a meal. Treat me to a meal? Jiang Lang looked at Ning Yiming in surprise. What is the matter, dear? Is there a problem with me treating my own husband to dinner? Ning Yiming blinked and gazed at Jiang Lang. Jiang Lang merely smiled before asking, did Chu Tianqi threaten you? Ning Yiming recounted Chu Tianqi's words verbatim, to which Jiang Lang nodded slightly upon hearing. I understand. Those simple 4 words left Ning Yiming feeling somewhat unsettled. What does he mean by I understand? He should be solving the problem. Can this man be relied upon? Chapter 22. The trees planted by our forebears provide shade for future generations. The Chu family's influence far surpasses that of the Ning family. If Chu Tianqi truly intends to target the Ning Corporation, I shall have no choice. Ning Yiming cautiously tugged at Jiang Lang's clothing, her tone tinged with a hint of playful affection. If you trust me, just leave this matter and this person to me. Jiang Lang's lips curled into a slight smile, while Ning Yiming playfully shook his arm, saying, you must handle it well, otherwise, I will have no choice but to divorce you. Upon hearing this, Jiang Lang's smile grew even more radiant. This woman is rather intriguing. While her thoughts may seem straightforward, they are not entirely so. Yet, if one were to claim she is not straightforward, her intentions are plainly written on her face. The car continued on its journey, soon stopping in front of a bustling eatery. Ning Yiming was somewhat taken aback. We're eating here? You haven't been here before, have you? Jiang Lang asked, observing her. It is quite common for many young ladies, raised in privilege, to have never visited such a place. Ning Yiming nodded. It's my first time. Jiang Lang led her inside, where the owner was busy cooking. There were barbecue grills outside the entrance and several tables inside, with more set up beneath a plastic awning outside. Have a seat. Jiang Lang attentively wiped down a chair for Ning Yiming before speaking. Ning Yiming glanced at him in surprise, noting his attention to detail. However, recalling that he had once been married to Qin Ruyu, she felt an uncomfortable pang, imagining that he had treated Qin Ruyu in the same manner. Jiang Lang waved to the owner, who promptly approached with a menu. Jiang Shini, is this your girlfriend? The owner asked with a smile. This is my wife, Jiang Lang replied openly without hesitation. Upon hearing this, the owner's smile widened further. Well, it's been a while since you last visited. I didn't realize you were married. Order whatever you like. This meal is on me. As a celebration of your everlasting union, the owner generously proclaimed. Ning Yiming cast a dubious glance at Jiang Lang. Jiang the Divine Doctor? What is this title? Jiang Lang skillfully selected several dishes before returning the menu to the proprietor, then turned to Ning Yiming and remarked, you promised to treat me to a meal. You cannot renege on that. Ning Yiming rolled her eyes at him. I have enough money for such a trivial expense. After all, she was the president of a corporation. How could she lack the means for a single meal? Why did he refer to you as Jiang the Divine Doctor? Ning Yiming inquired curiously, gazing at Jiang Lang. Want to know? Jiang Lang smiled mischievously, gesturing to his cheek. Kiss me, and I shall reveal the secret. Ning Yiming, aware of his playful intent, felt her face flush with embarrassment and retorted, forget it. When she pouted in irritation, she resembled an adorable pufferfish. The proprietor had a leg issue, and during one of my visits, I casually treated him, Jiang Lang explained while pouring Ning Yiming a glass of water. Hearing this, Ning Yiming regarded Jiang Lang with even greater skepticism. You can heal? A little, Zhang Ling humbly replied. Ning Yiming dismissed the notion, attributing it to mere coincidence. Soon, a table full of dishes arrived, featuring various local delicacies such as barbecued lobster. Zhang Ling, rather than focusing on his own meal, continuously served Ning Yiming, even thoughtfully peeling the lobster and placing it in her bowl. Yet, each of Zhang Lang's considerate gestures inadvertently reminded Ning Yiming of Qin Riyue. After Zhang Lang refilled her glass, she could not help but ask, "Did you treat your ex-wife this way?" Of course. One must plant trees for future generations to enjoy their shade, Zhang Lang replied without hesitation. Ning Yiming's expression darkened, but she said nothing, merely lowering her head to eat, suddenly finding the food tasteless. At that moment, a group of intimidating figures strode into the eatery, making a beeline for Zhang Lang and her. "You there? Are you Zhang Lang?" It was evident that they were seeking trouble. The remaining patrons quickly fled upon witnessing the commotion. The proprietor, disregarding the payment, hurried forward to mediate. "Gentlemen, let us discuss this calmly." As his words fell, the leader of the group seized the proprietor by his collar, lifting him off the ground. Ning Yiming gasped in shock but still glared at the intruders, demanding, "What are you doing? Do you have no respect for the law?" "Respect for the law?" The man scoffed. "Little girl, where is the law when faced with a strong fist?" Before the man could act, Zhang Lang grasped his wrist, applying pressure that caused the man's expression to darken. Ultimately, he could not withstand it and released his grip, nearly causing the proprietor to stumble. Zhang Lang swiftly supported him and then addressed the aggressors. "Let us discuss this outside. Do not damage their property. You really are quite arrogant," the man exclaimed. The man clenched his teeth in anger, declaring that after years of navigating the streets, he had never encountered such audacity. Fortunately, Zhang Lang, while speaking, casually retrieved a cigarette and placed it between his lips, a blatant provocation to his adversary. "Damn it! Charge!" With a commanding shout, the man signaled, and those behind him lunged toward Zhang Lang. The calm demeanor Zhang Lang once exhibited transformed into seriousness in an instant. Seizing a long bench, he swung it at the approaching crowd, simultaneously kicking one individual away. The solid wooden bench shattered upon impact, leaving 3 or 4 men with grievous injuries. Zhang Lang showed no mercy, landing a powerful blow to one man's face, sending several teeth flying. Ning Yiming, witnessing the scene, was left dumbfounded. Could this man truly be so formidable? Meanwhile, the shopkeeper, clutching a plastic stool, positioned himself protectively in front of Ning Yiming, declaring, "Don't be afraid. I shall protect you." Only due to Zhang Lang's previous kindness did he refrain from fleeing. Had it been anyone else, he would have already run away. Initially contemplating calling the police, Ning Yiming now saw no need for such measures. Within just a few minutes, Zhang Lang had dispatched the assailants beyond the plastic canopy. Although some tables and benches were damaged, the losses were minimal. With a swift kick, he sent the leading man flying several meters, his body crashing into a nearby tree, which shook violently in response. The crowd now regarded Zhang Lang with fear, the leader finally realizing, "You are a martial artist? If you know, then scram." Zhang Lang replied calmly, casting a glance at him. The man gritted his teeth, initially intending to collect a fee for teaching this young man a lesson, only to find himself on the receiving end instead. Chapter 23. Escaping a calamity. Had he known Zhang Lang was a martial artist, he would never have taken this job. "Let us go." The man struggled to rise from the ground, stating, "Wait." Zhang Lang called after him, "Tell your backers not to seek their own demise." As he spoke, a chill emanated from him. Over the past 3 years, he had tempered his demeanor, adhering to the principle of not provoking others unless provoked. However, if these individuals insisted on courting danger, Zhang Lang would not hesitate to oblige them. Returning to the food stall, the shopkeeper was busy setting the overturned tables and chairs upright, while Ning Yiming remained at the table, still in shock. This man was undeniably handsome. She could not comprehend why, despite his evident prowess, Zhang Lang had lived like a mere shadow of himself within the Qin family for 3 years. "Boss, the damages should be charged to me. Calculate the cost, and let her pay," Zhang Lang said with a smile, nodding toward Ning Yiming. "No need, divine Dr. Jiang. How could I accept your money? If it weren't for you, they would have certainly destroyed my shop." As they spoke, Ning Yiming completed a transaction, and upon hearing the notification of 100,000, the shopkeeper was taken aback, his eyes widening as he stared at her. "Girl, this is too much." "It's all right, you deserve it," she reassured him. Ning Yiming spoke softly, her tone unconsciously imbued with a touch of nobility. Just based on the trembling figure of her boss standing before her, clearly terrified, she felt he was worth the price. In Jiangcheng, at the Nightshade Bar, Zheng Yuanan raised an eyebrow and inquired about the next course of action, cradling a provocatively dressed woman in his arms. The woman's gaze was hazy, her hands restlessly exploring Zheng Yuanan's body, her attire in a disheveled state due to her own recklessness. What I, Chu Tianqi, desire has yet to elude my grasp. Chu Tianqi, flanked by two companions, flashed a cold smirk. Zheng Yuanan could not help but scrutinize him further. Do you harbor feelings for Ning Yimin? She possesses a certain charm, her family background is respectable, making her a suitable marriage candidate, and her figure is quite appealing, Chu Tianqi remarked with a smile. This was a man's most candid assessment of a woman. However, from this appraisal, Zheng Yuanan discerned that Chu Tianqi did not genuinely like Ning Yimin. He merely deemed her a fitting match in terms of social standing. Having known Chu Tianqi for many years, Zheng Yuanan understood that for him, women were merely playthings to be toyed with. Regardless of my feelings, whatever I set my sights on cannot be taken by another, Chu Tianqi huffed disdainfully. Moreover, what is Zhang Lang? A mere waste. Does he think himself worthy of competing for a woman with me? At the mention of Zhang Lang, Zheng Yuanan's interest piqued. He had investigated this individual, learning that Zhang Lang was said to be orphaned, without relatives, and had mysteriously married into the Qin family 3 years prior. During his time with the Qins, he acted like a mere servant, obediently catering to Qin Riyue. Notably, Qin Riyue had a childhood friend named He Xian, with whom she frequently met, despite being married. The unspoken truth of Zhang Lang's cuckoldry was evident to all. Nevertheless, Zhang Lang maintained a docile demeanor, contentedly living off the fortune of others. He often set up stalls under overpasses, offering fortune-telling services, the accuracy of which was questionable. As such practices typically preyed on the elderly, with respectable individuals rarely indulging in them. Subsequently, when Qin Riyue proposed divorce, Zhang Lang obtained a marriage certificate with Ning Yiming on the very day they parted ways, a feat facilitated by Ning Yiming's connections. Clearly, Ning Yiming did not wish to wed Chu Tianqi, thus hastily securing a union with a man like Zhang Lang. Ironically, Zhang Lang seemed fortunate, having swiftly transitioned from one benefactor to another. Initially, Zheng Yuanan perceived this fellow as merely a simpleton living off others, but after witnessing Zhang Lang in action one day, he began to suspect that matters were more complex than they appeared. This man was undoubtedly skilled, perhaps even a martial artist. How could such a man be deemed a waste? To speak of a person who is suddenly transformed in such a manner, Zheng Yuan finds it hard to believe. He is more inclined to think that Zhang Lang is merely concealing his true abilities. This notion, however, casts Chu Tianqi in a rather ridiculous light. As an outsider, he can simply observe the unfolding drama in silence. In the city of Jiang, at the Yusheng Club, Long Gu remarked, "Since it is thus, we shall take our leave." The man across from him rose, adjusting his suit with a casual elegance. Zhou Wenlong also stood, saying, "Brother Cheng, safe travels." This man was none other than Cheng Gang, a formidable figure in Jiang City's shadowy underworld. Barely in his 30s, yet having carved a niche for himself through ruthless determination and audacity. It is noteworthy that he ascended to this position only after eliminating his own superior. As Zhou Wenlong watched Cheng Gang's retreating figure, he exhaled a sigh of relief. Earlier that day, Zhang Lang had warned him of impending peril, and he had spent the entire day in worry, thankful now that nothing had transpired. He had insisted, after all, that such trivial matters, mere trifles worth a few dozen yuan, were best taken lightly and not to be taken seriously. After exiting the club, Zhou Wenlong entered his vehicle, the driver expertly starting the engine, though the route did not seem to lead home. "Have we taken a wrong turn?" Zhou inquired. The driver, seated in the front, remained unfazed, merely finding a spot to pull over. Zhou sensed something amiss and instinctively reached beneath his seat, grasping the knife hidden there, which gave him a semblance of courage. This driver was not his usual chauffeur, but rather a subordinate. Suddenly, the person in the front seat brandished a gun, turning to aim it at Zhou's chest and fired. The moment the shot rang out, Zhou thrust his spring-loaded knife towards the assailant. Cursing vehemently, he felt a jolt of shock as he swiftly slashed the man's throat. As the warm blood gushed forth, Zhou was momentarily dazed. He sank heavily into his seat, swallowing hard before retrieving the now mangled bagua iron plate from his pocket. In that instant, Zhou's mind was a tumultuous whirlpool. He yearned to call Jiang Lang and express his gratitude for saving his life. He could never have anticipated that Jiang Lang's calculations were so precise, nor that he would successfully assist in averting this crisis. Hastily, Zhou dialed his subordinates to instruct them to handle the body. Chapter 24. Every family has its difficult scriptures. Glimpsing the time, which was already late, he refrained from disturbing Jiang Lang. Yet from that moment onward, Jiang Lang's significance in Zhou Wenlong's mind had only intensified. Meanwhile, in the Ning household, "You worthless fool, you actually know how to come back? Where have you been all day?" As Jiang Lang stepped through the threshold, he was immediately met with a torrent of scolding from his mother-in-law. "Where on earth have you left the household chores I asked you to complete? Hurry up and tidy the table, mop the floor, and don't forget the laundry in the washing machine." Faced with He Shuyun's demands, Jiang Lang instinctively reached to comply, only to be halted by Ning Yiming. "Mother, let me reiterate, Jiang Lang is my husband, not a servant I've hired. I called the housekeeping service this morning to send someone over, but you insisted on sending them away. If you are unwilling to allow the maid to assist, then you should handle it yourself." After saying this, Ning Yiming tugged Jiang Lang towards the stairs, but He Shuyun seized her arm. As she raised her hand, ready to strike, Ning Yiming instinctively shut her eyes, yet the anticipated slap never came. "Mother, it's just a bit of work. I can manage it," Jiang Lang said with a smile, gripping He Shuyun's wrist. However, for reasons unbeknownst to him, his smile sent a chill down He Shuyun's spine, raising goosebumps across her body. "Imbecile! How dare you lay a hand on my mother? Are you seeking death?" Ning Yuanzhou, lounging on the sofa, seized the opportunity to confront Jiang Lang, rushing toward him to deliver a reprimand. Jiang Lang released He Shuyun's wrist and swiftly grasped Ning Yuanzhou by the neck, lifting him off the ground with one hand. Ning Yuanzhou flailed helplessly in midair, his face turning crimson with disbelief as he stared at Jiang Lang. Despite his desperate struggles, he found it futile. Grasping Jiang Lang's hand with all his might yielded no result. In Jiang Lang's eyes, Ning Yuanzhou glimpsed a deadly intent. "You fool! What are you doing? He is Mingming's brother. Let him go." He Shuyun rushed forward to assist, yet Jiang Lang's murderous glare intensified. As Ning Yuanzhou's face began to turn a shade of purple, Ning Yimeng, alarmed, quickly tugged at Jiang Lang's arm, exclaiming, "Jiang Lang, stop." Only then did Jiang Lang release his grip, causing Ning Yuanzhou to collapse to the floor, coughing and clutching his throat. On the sofa, Ning Wen silently rose and retreated to his room, adopting an attitude of indifference. "You imbecile! How dare you strike my son?" He Shuyun shouted, unleashing a flurry of punches and kicks at Jiang Lang, which had no effect on him whatsoever. "Mother!" Ning Yiming exclaimed in exasperation. "Could you please stop this ruckus? Ning Yiming, have you grown up and developed a backbone?" He Shuyun trembled with rage, pointing an accusatory finger at her daughter. "You make decisions about your lifelong commitments as you please, and now you allow this imbecile to assault your brother. I see you wish to take charge of this household, as if there is no room for me anymore." With that, He Shuyun plopped down on the floor, throwing a tantrum akin to that of a market vendor, utterly devoid of any semblance of a dignified family background. "Mother, if you find yourself with nothing to do, I suggest you indulge in a game of mahjong. My days at work leave me utterly exhausted." After uttering these words, Ning Yimeng pulled Jiang Lang upstairs. Once in the room, she sat on the bed in silence, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Jiang Lang quietly settled beside her, acutely aware that despite her outwardly glamorous facade, Ning Yimeng endured considerable torment at home. He Shuyun's incessant crying, tantrums, and threats of self-harm were utterly vexing, not to mention Ning Yuanzhou, who, apart from his biting sarcasm, contributed nothing. And her father, a complete absentee, would likely remain indifferent even if the sky were to collapse. In this vast household, Ning Yimeng bore the weight alone. It seemed that the others, in their pursuit of the benefits bestowed by the Chu family, had compelled her into an engagement with Chu Tianqi. Just contemplating these matters gave Jiang Lang a headache. It was no wonder Ning Yimeng preferred to casually obtain a marriage certificate with him. He gently enveloped her in his embrace, whispering softly, "If you wish to cry, let it all out." At that moment, Ning Yimeng trembled, instinctively wanting to push him away, yet the warmth of his body and the familiar scent enveloped her, making her reluctant to part. Every family has its burdens, yet Ning Yimeng refrained from voicing her grievances, and Jiang Lang chose to hold her in silence. They remained in that stillness until the rhythm of her breathing signaled her slumber. After a day at work and enduring such turmoil at home, her fatigue was entirely understandable. Zhang Lang carefully laid her on the bed, gently covering her with a blanket, and attentively adjusted the air conditioning to a comfortable temperature. He then stepped onto the balcony and lit a cigarette, exhaling a soft sigh as the smoke curled upward. Once a carefree slacker, he had occasionally ventured out to sell fortune-telling services, living off his wife's kindness. But now, he bore the weight of a significant mission, to seek vengeance against the 4 great families and reclaim the heavenly extreme palace. Each of these tasks sounded almost fantastical. While martial artists could be found in various families, the rogue cultivators bore no connection to the heavenly extreme palace. Consequently, Zhang Lang felt utterly lost regarding these matters. Glancing at the sleeping figure in the room, he sighed once more. Although his marriage to Ning Yimeng was contractual, as her husband, it was his duty to assist her in resolving her troubles. He retrieved his phone, hesitating briefly before sending a message to a contact. The content was simple, a meeting location and time. The following morning, Zhang Lang awoke early to tidy up the remnants of the previous day and prepared breakfast for everyone. However, to avoid any confrontations, Ning Yimeng washed up and took Zhang Lang out the door. That morning, Ning Yuanzhou regarded Zhang Lang with an unmistakable look of trepidation. Last night, he truly perceived a murderous intent in Zhang Lang's eyes, feeling as though this man could take his life at any moment. As soon as Zhang Lang departed, Ning Yuanzhou could no longer contain himself. "Mother, you must devise a plan. This good-for-nothing is far too arrogant. I nearly lost my life at his hands last night." Even after a night's rest, the marks on Ning Yuanzhou's neck remained conspicuous. If he were to walk outside, the unknowing would surely assume that the esteemed young master of the Ning family harbored some unspeakable proclivities. The mere recollection of last night's events filled He Shuyuan with resentment. How dare a mere parasite be so audacious? Chapter 25. You decide. Do you think young Master Chu will let this scoundrel off the hook? I have inquired, and it appears that this fool struck young Master Chu's bodyguard at the banquet. He Shuyuan replied calmly, in Jiang City. How many who have offended young Master Chu have lived to tell the tale? Let us simply await the spectacle. She did not forget to caution. Do not provoke that scoundrel again. Who would have thought he appeared so inept, yet possessed such strength? Ning Yuanzhou clenched his teeth. He could not let this grievance go unaddressed. Zhang Lang, I shall ensure you pay for what transpired last night. Meanwhile, as Ning Yimeng alighted from the car, Zhang Lang sneezed. Who could be speaking of him? He gave it little thought and drove toward a traditional tea house. This establishment, an old-fashioned tea garden, had both the first and second floors dedicated to tea drinking, with a small stage on the first floor where someone was singing. Zhang Lang headed straight for the second floor. After surveying the surroundings, he spotted an elderly gentleman dressed in traditional attire seated in a corner. The elder noticed Zhang Lang and began to rise, but Zhang Lang gestured for him to remain seated, prompting the old man to promptly settle back down. Upon entering, Zhang Lang casually drew the curtains of the private room. Despite the proximity of the bustling environment, one would scarcely hear the conversation next door unless one listened intently. Dr. Jiang, you summoned me for a specific purpose? The elderly gentleman inquired respectfully, pouring a cup of tea for Zhang Lang. Nothing too pressing, Zhang Lang replied. Taking a sip of tea, are you familiar with the Chu family? The elder nodded and directly asked, are you planning to confront Chu Tianqi? It is not I who seeks confrontation. Rather, he wishes to target my wife, Zhang Lang stated matter-of-factly. He had always been amiable, avoiding unnecessary conflict. But repeated threats against him and his wife could not be overlooked. Recently, there have been rumors in Jiang City that you have married Miss Ning. Is that true? The elder asked cautiously. Although the matter had been largely confirmed, with Ning Yimeng making an official announcement, hearing it from Zhang Lang himself made the truth more palpable. After all, not long ago, Zhang Lang had still been a son-in-law of the Qin family. How could he have so swiftly become entwined with the young lady of the Ning family? Indeed, Zhang Lang graciously acknowledged. It is precisely because of this that Chu Tianqi has threatened my wife, stating his intention to target the Ning group. Can you handle this matter? Of course. The elderly gentleman opposite him quickly replied, I was unaware of such a grand event as the wedding of Jiang Shini. I apologize for my negligence. I shall arrange for a modest gift to be sent to your residence shortly. There's no need for that, Zhang Lang replied, casting a discerning glance at the man across from him, aware of his intentions to curry favor. However, he was not inclined to lead a life of ostentation at present. We are not holding a wedding ceremony, so if gifts are to be exchanged, Let us do so at the time of the wedding. Jiang Lang continued, for now, I merely require your assistance in dealing with Chu Tianqi. The Chu family is considered a significant clan in Jiang City. How does Jiang Shini wish to address this? Shall the Chu family vanish entirely, or should they face bankruptcy? The old man's eyes glinted with a hint of coldness as he spoke. Despite the Chu family's influence, they were merely backed by connections and ill-gotten wealth. With such meager foundations, how dare they oppose Jiang Shini? They must be deluded. In recent years, Chu Tianqi had grown excessively arrogant, and now, having provoked Jiang Shini, he had undoubtedly met his match. Handle it as you see fit. But there is no need for excessive commotion. After all, the other members of the Chu family are innocent. Just ensure he ceases to harass my wife and me. Jiang Lang said indifferently. Indeed, Jiang Shini possesses a kind heart. I shall know how to proceed. The elderly man responded with a respectful gesture, yet he hesitated, as if words lingered on his lips. Speak freely. There is no need for hesitation, Jiang Lang remarked, glancing at the stage below. Jiang Shini, I have been feeling rather unsettled lately, as if something ominous is about to transpire. Might you assist me in discerning the cause? The man inquired cautiously. Jiang Lang scrutinized him briefly and replied, there is nothing of great concern. Simply ensure that you burn more paper money for your late wife. The old man felt a sudden jolt upon hearing this, for he had dreamt of his deceased wife just the night prior. Jiang Shini was indeed extraordinary, capable of perceiving the underlying issue at a glance. Thank you, Jiang Shini. In that case, I shall take my leave, he said, and Jiang Lang nodded, allowing the man to depart in haste. Upon descending the stairs, the elderly gentleman stepped into a silver Maybach, the sole vehicle of its kind in Jiang City, belonging to the city's wealthiest individual, Su Mingyuan. With no pressing matters of his own, Jiang Lang chose to stay and enjoy the performance before finally taking his leave. As he exited the tea house, he received a call from Zhou Wenlong. Jiang Shini, you are truly remarkable. Thanks to your reminder to place a piece of iron in my clothing last night, I narrowly escaped death. It was a trivial matter, Jiang Lang replied nonchalantly. He had merely sensed Zhou Wenlong's impending calamity and offered a timely precaution. Jiang Shini, do you have some time? I would like to invite you for tea. With nothing else to occupy his time, Jiang Lang accepted the invitation. If one were to return to that time, it would inevitably lead to a conflict with He Shuyun and her son, and he feared he might lose control and resort to violence. Last night, he had no intention of acting so harshly, but the demeanor of those two indicated their disdain for Ning Yiming. This brought to Jiang Lang's mind the slap mark on her face, likely inflicted by He Shuyun. Yet, he could not strike He Shuyun with such force. Instead, he redirected his frustration towards Ning Yuanzhou. The car soon halted before a tea house, where a few bodyguards stood watch, vigilantly surveying the surroundings. As Jiang Lang approached, he was intercepted. This establishment is not open to the public. Please go elsewhere for tea. Zhou Wenlong sent me, Jiang Lang replied coolly. You are the renowned Jiang Shindi? The guard immediately responded, quickly gesturing for him to enter. My apologies, Jiang Shindi. Our boss is waiting for you inside. Upon entering, Jiang Lang spotted Zhou Wenlong seated on a sofa, while a woman knelt at his feet, clutching a child and weeping pitifully. Dragon brother, I truly know nothing about this matter. I beg you please spare us. Zhou Wenlong, holding a spring knife and peeling an apple, displayed an unruffled demeanor. Here, have an apple. The moment Jiang Lang witnessed Zhou Wenlong handing the perfectly peeled apple to the child, he involuntarily shivered. Chapter 26. The warrior. Every movement Zhou Wenlong made exuded an undeniable air of intimidation. The woman, tears streaming down her face, clutched the child even tighter. Jiang Lang approached and seated himself beside Zhou Wenlong. Jiang Shindi. Zhou Wenlong finally offered a smile upon seeing Jiang Lang, casually placing the apple on the table. What is the matter? Jiang Lang inquired, gesturing towards the mother and child on the floor. Last night, my driver was her husband. That scoundrel betrayed me and nearly shot me. Zhou Wenlong scoffed, casting a sidelong glance at the woman. Dragon brother, we truly had no knowledge of this. He only mentioned working outside, and we were unaware of his dealings, the woman cried, pleading, please, spare us, a mother and her child. Zhou Wenlong remained unmoved, instead questioning the woman. If you know nothing, how dare you marry him and bear his child? At his words, the woman trembled. Just then, a man entered, holding several documents. Dragon brother, that scoundrel indeed has issues. Here are his chat records and transaction logs with Cheng Yang. He received 800,000 to do you in. Zhou Wenlong took the papers, perused them briefly, then tossed them to the woman. What? Did you not receive any share of that 800,000? In front of Zhang Lang, Zhou Wenlong usually wore a benign expression, yet at this moment, he radiated an indescribable pressure. Though his tone was gentle, the aura he exuded was anything but mild. Take them away, Zhou Wenlong commanded with a wave of his hand. Upon hearing these words, the woman became even more frantic. She abandoned her child and rushed forward to grasp Zhou Wenlong's thigh, pleading, Brother Long, he is already dead. Please spare us. We are but a widow and her orphan, posing no threat to you. I beg of you, show us mercy. Witnessing this, Zhang Lang furrowed his brow slightly and spoke up, Mr. Zhou, this frail woman and her child do not pose any real threat to you. There is no need for such ruthless measures. While it is true that those in your line of work may act without scruples to eliminate potential dangers, this child appears to be no more than 2 or 3 years old, and is indeed quite pitiful. Let us take them away. Zhou Wenlong waved his hand dismissively. He then turned to the woman, warning her, do not let me see you in Jiang City again. Go. We shall leave shortly. The woman nodded eagerly. Realizing how difficult it was to preserve her life in the presence of a man like Zhou Wenlong, she was grateful to Zhang Lang for speaking on her behalf. Young brother, thank you. She expressed her gratitude towards Zhang Lang. He did not say much in response, suddenly recognizing the stark disparity between himself and Zhou Wenlong. After all, this man belonged to a different world, one in which Zhang Lang was not a part. Did Boss Zhou summon me to witness a spectacle or to enjoy tea? Zhang Lang inquired. Of course, it was for tea. I simply did not anticipate that you would arrive just in time to witness this, Zhou Wenlong replied with a smile. Beckoning to someone behind him, you there, brew a pot of the finest tea. Dr. Jiang, I owe you a great debt. Were it not for you, I would not have the opportunity to sit here and converse with you now, Zhou Wenlong remarked as he offered Zhang Lang a cigarette and personally lit it for him. Zhang Lang merely nodded slightly. There's no need for such formality, Boss Zhou. We are friends now. It was a small favor, and you have already compensated me. Dr. Jiang, I have a question that confounds me, Zhou Wenlong said, regarding Zhang Lang with a slight frown. I wonder if it is appropriate to ask. Please, speak freely, Boss Zhou. Given your remarkable abilities, why would you willingly choose to be a son-in-law? Dr. Jiang, if you so desire, I can readily offer you half of my enterprises, Zhou Wenlong declared straightforwardly. He recognized that Zhang Lang was no ordinary individual, and if he could recruit him, his own faction would undoubtedly grow stronger. Boss Zhou, you might as well abandon that notion. I have no interest in such matters, Zhang Lang replied, flicking the ash from his cigarette nonchalantly. Zhou Wenlong found this rather intriguing, as he had turned his ambitions towards another. I was merely speaking offhandedly. If you are not interested, so be it. Zhou Wenlong chuckled. Regardless, from now on, you are my savior, and your affairs are my affairs. Should you require assistance, do not hesitate to ask. Actually, there is something. Zhang Lang pondered for a moment before speaking. What is it? Zhou Wenlong inquired without hesitation. He owed Zhang Lang 2 lives now and felt compelled to repay the favor. I wish to learn more about martial artists, particularly those connected to the Tianji Temple, Zhang Lang stated candidly. He must ascertain the current state of the Heavenly Extreme Palace. Why has he suddenly inquired about this? Zhou Wenlong asked with a smile. He indeed possessed some knowledge about the matters concerning the Heavenly Extreme Palace. As they spoke, a subordinate poured tea for the two of them. Zhou Wenlong lifted his cup and drank it in one gulp before continuing. The Heavenly Extreme Palace is essentially an organization tasked with overseeing the martial artists of the Great Xia. With the increasing number of martial artists in recent years, regulations have proliferated. The martial artists are classified into 4 tiers: Heaven, Earth, Mysterious, and Yellow, with the Yellow tier being the lowest. These practitioners are not subjected to oversight, as they do not pose a significant threat. However, those of the Mysterious tier and above are under the strict governance of the Heavenly Extreme Palace and must adhere to its regulations. The foremost rule stipulates that martial artists of the Mysterious tier and above must not engage in conflicts with ordinary individuals. The disparity between martial artists and common folk is substantial. A single blow from a Mysterious tier martial artist could easily claim an ordinary person's life. In recent years, due to the frequency of such incidents, the Heavenly Extreme Palace established these regulations to prevent further occurrences. Any martial artist of the Mysterious tier or higher who engages in violence against ordinary people will face sanctions from the palace. After hearing this, Zhang Lang found some sense in it. Indeed, martial artists are inherently different from ordinary individuals. Are you aware of the origins of the four Grand Masters? He inquired. The four Grand Masters are even more formidable. The eldest among them is over 100 years old, yet remains vigorous, having attained the innate realm. However, I am not entirely sure what the innate realm entails, as a common person like myself cannot truly grasp such concepts. Among the remaining three, the youngest is in his 40s. Are all four Grand Masters affiliated with the Heavenly Extreme Palace? Zhang Lang asked curiously. Certainly. It is precisely because the four Grand Masters are stationed there that martial artists are subjected to the palace's regulation, Zhou Wenlong replied. Zhang Lang nodded, his mind beginning to comprehend certain aspects. He had heard of these four Grand Masters, but had never truly encountered them. Innate realm? ISNT that just the entry into the heavenly tier? The heavenly tier martial artists are divided into three realms: innate, mysterious heavenly, and post-heavenly. So the leader among these four Grand Masters is nothing extraordinary. Initially, he had presumed these individuals would be exceptionally formidable. Yet now it seems they are not as troublesome as he thought. Dr. Jiang, what prompts your inquiries? Zhou Wenlong asked with curiosity. Just asking casually, Zhang Lang replied, stroking his chin. Is there a base of the Heavenly Extreme Palace in Jiang City? It seems there isn't, but there are individuals affiliated with the palace. However, I am unaware of their whereabouts. Hearing this, Zhang Lang nodded slightly. All right, I understand now. Thank you, Mr. Zhou. Dr. Jiang, there's no need to be so formal. I am older than you. If you don't mind, just call me Brother Zhou, Zhou Wenlong said with a cheerful smile. That would be inappropriate. Zhang Lang chuckled and said, since I wish to acknowledge Xiao Rui as my sister, might I address you as Uncle Zhou? Would that not be taking advantage of you? Zhou Wenlong erupted into hearty laughter. Father. At that moment, a clear and melodious call resonated. Zhou Xinrui entered, accompanied by Zhang Muhan. Both children now appeared indistinguishable from ordinary youngsters. Upon seeing her savior, Zhang Muhan was somewhat overwhelmed. Dr. Jiang. Brother. Zhou Xinrui approached Zhang Lang, sweetly calling out to him. Zhang Lang greeted the two with a smile, and Zhou Xinrui eagerly insisted that he accompany them on a shopping excursion. Unable to refuse, Zhang Lang acquiesced. They boarded Zhou Wenlong's vehicle and headed towards the mall. These two children had spent most of their lives in hospitals, rarely venturing to such places. Thus, upon entering the mall, their excitement was palpable. Zhang Lang generously declared, take whatever you like. I'll take care of the bill. Upon hearing this, the two little girls cheered and raced towards the clothing store. This establishment was renowned for its luxury goods, with each item starting in the 5-figure range. Zhang Lang, unfazed, had recently accepted 50 million from Zhang Muhan's father, so purchasing a few garments posed no issue. However, as the trio entered, the nearby sales associate glanced at them with disdain. Zhou Xinrui and Zhang Muhan were dressed in anything but luxury attire. Zhang Lang's casual ensemble of a simple t-shirt and shorts further contributed to the impression that he was not a customer capable of affording the store's offerings, justifying the unkind looks they received. I adore this dress, Zhou Xinrui exclaimed, her eyes lighting up at the sight of a long gown. Having had most of her clothes purchased by her father since childhood, she seldom had the chance to select her own attire, making this rare find all the more special. Then let us give it a try, Zhang Lang responded with a smile, his gaze filled with affection. Yet, before Zhou Xinrui could touch the garment, the sales associate, wielding a hanger, struck her hand. Don't touch. Do you think you can afford to ruin it? Having never faced such indignity, Zhou Xinrui's eyes brimmed with tears. Zhang Muhan, standing nearby, defended her. How can you treat her like that? The sales associate arrogantly retorted. Do you even know where you are? Each of these garments costs at least 5 figures. This is no place for you common folk. Zhang Lang's expression hardened. Is this how you treat your customers? Customers? Only those who can afford the clothes are considered customers. What are you? The sales associate rolled her eyes at Zhang Lang, dismissing him as a mere pauper, unworthy of the store's offerings. They say the customer is always right. If I could afford your clothes, would you serve me as you would a deity? Upon hearing this, the other sales associates gathered around, incredulous at the audacity of his words. Given your rather destitute appearance, I dare say you couldn't afford even the most modest garment in our establishment with half a year's salary. What an audacious display. This dress is a limited edition, priced at 380,000. Selling all 3 of you wouldn't suffice to purchase it. I thought it was of significant value. Zhang Lang scoffed, promptly producing his bank card. Charge it. Brother, let us not. We shouldn't be purchasing clothing in such a place. Zhou Xinrui protested, her face a mask of indignation. Having just endured a slight here, she was reluctant to spend her money in this establishment. However, Jiang Lang had his own intentions and gently patted her head. Stay here and watch. Do you have funds on your card? Don't try to fool us. Indeed, if the transaction fails, you'll be the one embarrassed. The brash salesperson who had been mocking Jiang Lang earlier chimed in. Just then, a colleague approached with the POS machine. But as the crisp sound of the successful transaction rang out, their smiles faltered. The salesperson stared in shock at the printed receipt, swallowing hard. What a joke. A 380,000 dress, and he bought it just like that? The crowd quickly shifted their demeanor, surrounding the trio. Sir, I sincerely apologize. Here is your card back. Is this dress the lady's preference? Allow me to assist you in trying it on. Would you like one as well, miss? The earlier mocker found himself in an awkward position, seemingly unsure of how to proceed. Jiang Lang approached the salesperson and inquired with a smile, Is the customer always right? The man cautiously nodded, but to his astonishment, Jiang Lang raised his hand and delivered 2 sharp slaps to her face. Consider this a lesson from your customer. You have no objections, I trust? Onlookers were left in stunned silence, as none anticipated Jiang Lang would resort to striking a woman. Zhou Xinrui ceased her tears, observing the scene quietly. What are you doing? At that moment, a rotund man entered, glaring at Jiang Lang. The salesperson who had been struck hurriedly approached him, clutching his arm. Brother Wang, he hit me. Kid, do you realize where you are? Do you dare cause a scene here? Are you courting death? The staff in your store claimed I could not afford your garments. Now that I've settled the payment, what is wrong with enjoying the treatment befitting a customer? The man eyed Jiang Lang with suspicion, finally asking, what did he purchase? This dress. The bystanders promptly presented the receipt. Upon glancing at the amount, the man chuckled lightly. Sizing Jiang Lang up, this young man hardly resembled a wealthy individual. Surely, this dress must have consumed a lifetime of savings. Chapter 28. Encourage your son to exercise restraint. Kid, at such a young age, you aspire to inflate your image, do you? Do not presume that purchasing a dress grants you the authority to intimidate the staff in our establishment. As he spoke, the man extracted his phone and dialed a number, stating into the device, Come up here, there is a disturbance. Shortly thereafter, 4 security guards entered the scene. Manager Wang, what is happening? One inquired. These individuals are causing a ruckus, and this one even struck one of my employees. The man pointed at Jiang Lang, utterly oblivious to the gravity of the situation. This is sheer bullying. Meanwhile, Zhou Xinrui took out her phone and called Zhou Wenlong. Dad, someone is bullying me. What good will it do to summon your father? The man retorted arrogantly, gesturing toward Jiang Lang. Listen here, if you kneel and apologize to my employee, I will allow you to leave. Kneel and apologize? How audacious. Jiang Lang retorted coldly, and what if I refuse? I am offering you a way out. Do not be so ungrateful. Our boss is not someone you can afford to provoke. The man sneered at Jiang Lang, dismissively surveying the lackluster security guards beside him. Upon hearing this, the guards became incensed and brandished their batons. Brat, are you looking for a fight? Young man, I advise you to recognize the situation. I am merely asking for an apology. If our boss arrives, it will be far more than that. Jiang Lang shielded the 2 young women behind him, whispering, Do not be afraid. They nodded in unison, clutching his shirt tightly. Amused yet exasperated, Jiang Lang addressed the other party. Weren't you eager to brawl? Let us commence. How dare you? You think you can afford the damages if anything is broken in this store? The man gritted his teeth in rage. I couldn't even begin to repay for your worth. Aren't you the ones eager to engage? Why the hesitation? Jiang Lang provoked further. What are you waiting for? Drag this kid out and teach him a lesson. The security guards rushed forward, yet before they could approach, Jiang Lang sent one flying with a well-placed kick. The 4 guards fell to the ground, leaving the man stunned and retreating a few steps in fear. Kid, if you have the guts, do not flee. As he spoke, he once again reached for his phone. This call swiftly summoned a towering figure, accompanied by 4 formidable bodyguards. Boss, this kid is causing trouble, not only hitting our employee, but also injuring these guards. The individual, named Su Jianan, was the head of the Su family. In Jiang City, few dared to offend the Su family. Young brother, why the anger? Su Jianan inquired, removing his sunglasses to scrutinize Jiang Lang. Jiang Lang chuckled lightly. Why not inquire about the cause of this situation? Regardless of the cause, causing trouble on my family's territory is unacceptable, Su Jianan replied coldly. What is inappropriate? At that moment, a chilling voice echoed as Zhou Wenlong, accompanied by a dozen men clad in black, surged into the store. Father! Zhou Xinrui quickly cast a look of grievance in his direction. Zhou Wenlong approached her, gently inquiring, "How have they bullied you?" "She hit me with a hanger. And my brother slapped her twice, after which they called the security and these men," she explained. Upon hearing this, Zhou Wenlong turned his gaze towards the female sales associate, as if he could pierce her with his eyes. "How dare they bully my daughter? They seek their demise. Are you the owner of this establishment?" Zhou Wenlong asked Su Jianan. Su Jianan nodded and glanced at him. "And you are?" "I am Zhou Wenlong." Upon hearing this name, Su Jianan's eyebrows arched, for Zhou Wenlong held some notoriety in Jiangqing. "Ah, it's big brother Zhou," Su Jianan greeted with a smile. "Stop trying to ingratiate yourself with me. Just because you run a shabby store doesn't make you a person of significance. In all of Jiangqing, few dare to bully my daughter. Damn it, brothers. Smash everything in this store." With Zhou Wenlong's command, his subordinates began to roll up their sleeves. "Wait." Su Jianan halted him, casting a cold glance at Zhou Wenlong. "Big brother Zhou, will you extend the Su family's courtesy or not?" "Which Su family?" Zhou Wenlong asked with suspicion. "Is there another Su family in Jiangqing?" Su Jianan scoffed. Upon hearing this, Zhou Wenlong's brows knitted together. Indeed, offending the Su family of Jiangqing was a grave mistake. However, he could not allow his daughter to suffer indignities. So he inquired, "What is your relation to the Su family?" "I am the head of the Su family, Su Jianan," she replied. "Mr. Su, how do you intend to handle this?" Zhou Wenlong took a deep breath, striving to suppress his anger. "I don't see this as a significant issue. Let us just let it go. I will dismiss this employee," Su Jianan stated indifferently. Zhou Wenlong, despite his reputation, was merely a thug. His willingness to say such was already an act of courtesy. Zhou Wenlong clenched his fists. Truly, the Su family wields great influence. Such grandeur. At that moment, he yearned to strike Su Jianan, but he understood he could not, at least not overtly provoke the Su family. This resentment had to be swallowed down for now. Just then, Zhang Lang quietly dialed a number. Once connected, he spoke into the phone. "Tell your son to be more composed when he speaks to me." After this, Zhang Lang handed his phone to Su Jianan. "Answer the call." Su Jianan, eyeing Zhang Lang with suspicion, lifted the phone to his ear, calling out, "Hello?" "Su Jianan, what are you doing?" roared the voice on the other end. Su Jianan shivered, cautiously replying, "Dad?" At this moment, not only was Su Jianan taken aback, but Zhou Wenlong and others also gazed in astonishment at Zhang Lang, who remained remarkably composed. Observing Su Jianan's furrowed brow deepening, he could only chuckle as he repeatedly affirmed over the phone. After hanging up, Su Jianan returned the phone to Zhang Lang with both hands. "Jiang, esteemed physician, I sincerely apologize for my earlier rudeness. I hope you can overlook my transgressions," Su Jianan said cautiously. Zhang Lang accepted the phone, his gaze turning icy as he inquired, "Then tell me, how should we proceed?" Chapter 29. The tactics of Chu Tianqi. Moments ago, Su Jianan had displayed disdain, yet now he appeared utterly transformed. Bending slightly as he spoke to Zhang Lang, "You decide how to handle this," he muttered, his head bowed. The manager and sales staff nearby were left dumbfounded. What manner of person was this? The eldest son of the Su family was bowing before him. "You may handle it as you see fit. I merely brought my sister here to purchase a dress, yet your staff looked down upon us, and not only did they strike my sister, but your manager is quite unreasonable," Su Jianan retorted, directing his ire at the two individuals. "You two, pack your things and leave. There will be no place for you in the entirety of Jiang City from now on. As for the rest, this month's commissions are forfeited." He then turned to Zhou Xinrui, saying, "Little sister, take any clothing you desire from this store. We have no shortage of funds for such purchases." Zhou Xinrui replied coolly, "However, your staff's attitude is abominable." This remark further embarrassed Su Jianan, prompting him to bellow at the two employees, "What are you waiting for? Come over and apologize. If Miss Zhou does not forgive you, you shall not leave Jiang City alive." Upon hearing this, the two hurried to Zhou Xinrui's side. "Miss Zhou, I am truly sorry. I should not have laid hands on you. I beseech you to overlook my shortcomings," one implored. "I was indeed disrespectful. Please forgive me," the rotund manager added. Addressing Zhang Lang, Zhou Xinrui, frightened, had retreated behind Zhang Lang, both individuals casting desperate glances in his direction. Had Zhang Lang not interceded, they would not have exited through the door today. "Leave," Zhang Lang said, his expression devoid of emotion. Once the two departed, Su Jianan tentatively approached Jiang Lang and asked, "Esteemed physician, do you have any further instructions?" "None. Just ensure the clothing is packaged for us," Jiang Lang replied. Wishing to keep the situation from escalating and sparing Su Jianan any further distress, Su Jianan personally wrapped the dress for Jiang Lang and then presented him with a check, saying, "Esteemed physician, I am truly sorry for the trouble I've caused. This is a small token of my appreciation. I hope you will accept it." Jiang Lang glanced at the check before accepting it. If he declined, it would likely trouble both Su Jianan and Su Mingyuan throughout the night. Beside her, Zhou Wenlong was utterly astonished. Who exactly was Jiang Lang? Even the son of Jiangqing's wealthiest man had to bow before him. In Jiangsheng, at the Ning Group, Ning Yiming furrowed her brow as she held her phone, questioning, "Mr. Xiao, our collaboration has been going smoothly. Why has it suddenly come to an end?" At the other end of the line, the person hesitated and replied, "Director Ning, you must be aware of whom you've offended. I won't elaborate further." With that, the call abruptly ended, marking the third company today to terminate their partnership with them. Ning Yiming set her phone down with a resigned sigh. Chu Tianqi was indeed ruthless. Those severing ties were all prominent enterprises. Soon, her phone rang again, displaying Chu Tianqi's name. Taking a deep breath, she answered. On the other end, Chu Tianqi's voice resonated with a hint of arrogance. "Do you realize your mistake?" In that moment, Ning Yiming recalled the domineering CEO novels she had read, where the male protagonists often relished such confrontations. A smirk of derision crept onto her lips as she asked, "Mr. Chu, have you been reading too many CEO novels?" "Ning Yiming, I don't understand what you're still struggling with. This is merely the beginning. I can sever not only your clients, but also your connections and resources. I advise you to carefully consider what I mentioned yesterday for the sake of the Ning Group. After all, I still intend to marry you, and I wish to avoid making things too unpleasant. Once the Ning Group faces total bankruptcy, I may no longer find you appealing." Chu Tianqi declared arrogantly, viewing women merely as playthings in his palm. Ning Yiming clenched her teeth slightly. "Mr. Chu, your methods are truly impressive. To achieve your desires, you seem willing to employ any means necessary. Is a forcibly twisted fruit ever sweet? I prefer to twist it first and see." Chu Tianqi replied casually. "Do you believe this will compel me to submit?" Ning Yiming asserted firmly. "I am already married, and I have no intention of changing my affections in such a short time. If Mr. Chu has any other tactics, feel free to employ them." The other end of the line, Chu Tianqi was taken aback. "Ning Yiming, you truly are a tough nut to crack. I wonder how much turmoil the Ning Group can withstand. Why not test it and see?" Unyielding in the face of Chu Tianqi's pressure, Ning Yiming showed no signs of compromise. The person on the line grew impatient. "Ning Yiming, what cards are you hiding? Reveal them to me. I wish to see what gives you such confidence to speak with me in this manner." With that, Chu Tianqi hung up. Ning Yiming hesitated before dialing Jiang Lang's number, but ultimately refrained. He had already agreed to assist her yesterday. If he truly had a plan, he would have acted by now. She couldn't push him. Even with such thoughts swirling in her mind, Ning Yiming was on the brink of madness. The shareholders below had begun to stir. "President Ning, you cannot allow your personal matters to impede the company's progress. Indeed, you are already engaged to young Master Chu. Isn't this a breach of promise? President Ning, you are not a child. You must consider the greater picture. If you do not resolve this issue soon, we may have to contemplate your removal from the board." As she glanced at the flurry of messages, Ning Yiming rubbed her temples in frustration. Could Jiang Lang truly handle this? Perhaps it was best to wait a little longer. If he truly found himself at a loss, she could always leave the Ning family behind. Regardless, she would never marry someone like Chu Tianqi. At that moment, a call from He Shuyan came through. After a brief hesitation, Ning Yiming answered. "Is there something you need? I'm out of money. Send some." The sound of mahjong tiles clashing echoed from the other end. Ning Yiming, without further ado, transferred 100,000 to her. No sooner had she completed the transaction than a message from Ning Yuanzhou came in, also requesting funds. Though reluctant, she complied once again. As long as these two received their due, they were not overly demanding. However, if she failed to provide, a peaceful existence would be out of the question. Chapter 30. The flower is beautiful just as the money was sent. Ning Yuanzhou messaged again. "Let me show you something interesting." Shortly thereafter, she received a photograph. In it, Jiang Lang smiled tenderly at a girl who held an ice cream cone in one hand while playfully tugging at his sleeve with the other. The air of flirtation was almost palpable. In that moment, Ning Yiming's expression darkened significantly. She never anticipated that Jiang Lang, who appeared so earnest, could be so frivolous behind her back. This was the man she had chosen. Perhaps it was time for her to reflect on her decision. If she were in his shoes, she would promptly divorce him and marry young Master Chu. I advise you to resolve this waste of a man before young Master Chu's temper escalates. Ning Yuanzhou continued to send a barrage of messages, but Ning Yimeng had lost all interest in reading them. However, just as she prepared to call Jiang Lang for an explanation, a sudden clarity washed over her. Wait a moment. Their relationship was merely a contractual marriage. Thus, even if Jiang Lang were entangled with another woman, it was not her concern, was it? With that thought, Ning Yimeng set her phone down. Yet, in the ensuing hours, she found herself unable to concentrate on her work, her mind plagued by the images she had just witnessed. The thought of her own turmoil over Chu Tianqi while Jiang Lang frolicked with another woman filled her with a simmering rage. Ultimately, she had misjudged this man, believing him to be sincere. As the workday drew to a close, Ning Yimeng tidied her desk and departed. Jiang Lang was preoccupied with another woman, likely too distracted to care for her. As this thought crossed Ning Yimeng's mind, a self-deprecating smile graced her lips. Men, after all, were all quite similar. Yet, as she stepped out of the company's entrance, she was taken aback to see her car parked outside, with Jiang Lang seated in the driver's seat. Beaming at her with a radiant smile, Ning Yimeng furrowed her brows. Wasn't he supposed to be with another woman? How was he able to pick her up from work? At that moment, a Bugatti Veyron pulled up, positioning itself directly in front of Jiang Lang's vehicle. Dressed in an exquisite tailored suit, Chu Tianqi emerged from the car, holding a bouquet of delicate ice blue roses. He approached Ning Yimeng step by step, presenting her with the flowers. Ning Yimeng, I have never given flowers to any woman before. You are the first. This gesture certainly carried significant weight, a grand favor from the illustrious Chu family's young master. It remained to be seen whether this woman would appreciate it. Noticing Jiang Lang seated in the car nearby, Chu Tianqi smirked with disdain. That man is driving your car, isn't he? Ning Yimeng, perplexed, glanced from Jiang Lang to Chu Tianqi. Just as she hesitated on whether to leave with Chu Tianqi and provoke Jiang Lang, the latter exited the vehicle. Young Master Chu, Jiang Lang interjected, positioning himself protectively in front of Ning Yimeng. Is it appropriate to present flowers to my wife in my presence? You worthless fool, incapable of even purchasing a car. What gives you the right to compete with me for her? Chu Tianqi scoffed. With your kind of ineptitude, you could spend a lifetime earning enough money to match the value of this car, Jiang Lang replied, raising an eyebrow at the Bugatti. Instead of wasting time here amusing another man's wife, perhaps you should pay more attention to matters at home, he suggested kindly. You brat. I am here for Ning Yimeng. She is my woman, Chu Tianqi retorted. I don't care where you crawled out from. If you know what is good for you, I advise you not to challenge me. As he pushed Jiang Lang, the latter merely smiled faintly. I hope one day, young Master Chu will not find himself on his knees, begging me to spare the Chu family. The words stunned both Chu Tianqi and Ning Yimeng momentarily. Was this young man mad? What kind of person was Chu Tianqi? How could he possibly kneel and plead? Young man, if you're not finished with your dreams, perhaps you should return to sleep. Who do you think is more likely to be on their knees? Chu Tianqi said, adjusting his attire, his eyes filled with contempt. Just then, his phone rang. It was a call from his father. After a brief moment of hesitation, he answered, his expression growing grave. Understood, I'll return immediately. After ending the call, he turned to Jiang Lang, threateningly stating, Brat, I have matters to attend to today, so I won't waste time with you. Get out of Jiang City at once. After uttering those words, Chu Tianqi casually handed the flowers to Ning Yimeng, then drove away. As she watched the car recede into the distance, Ning Yimeng felt utterly bewildered. What was happening? She then turned her gaze to Jiang Lang. Could it be your doing? Has something happened with the Chu family? Jiang Lang winked at Ning Yimeng and remarked with a smile, while eyeing the flowers in her hand, they are rather lovely. Ning Yimeng had initially contemplated discarding them, but upon recalling Jiang Lang's intimate interactions with another woman earlier that day, she clenched the bouquet a little tighter. Indeed, they're quite nice. After saying this, she voluntarily settled into the passenger seat, still cradling the flowers. Jiang Lang, showing no signs of concern, replied, if you like them, then take them home. His nonchalance only served to amplify Ning Yimeng's sense of defeat. How to describe this feeling? It was akin to striking a heavy blow against a cushion. Once the car was in motion, Jiang Lang inquired, are we heading home? Let's go, she replied. With nothing pressing on her agenda, it seemed better to return and rest. Yet, The images from the photograph kept haunting Ning Yiming's mind, while Jiang Lang offered no explanations whatsoever. Unable to contain her curiosity any longer, she asked, "Where did you go today?" "Just out for a stroll and had a meal." Jiang Lang replied succinctly, conveniently omitting with whom he had spent that time. Instantly, Ning Yiming's expression darkened further. "Jiang Lang, while we may be a couple by agreement, I am also a public figure in Jiangxing. I have no objections to your escapades, as that is your prerogative. But could you at least refrain from doing so in public? If word gets out, it would tarnish my reputation," Ning Yiming warned through clenched teeth. Taken aback by her words, Jiang Lang responded, "Though I may not be particularly accomplished, I am certainly loyal. How could I engage in such behavior? Rest assured, since I have accepted your money, I will fulfill my duties as your husband. It is a matter of professional ethics." "Then how do you explain this photograph?" Seeing Jiang Lang stubbornly maintain his stance, Ning Yiming could no longer hold back and confronted him with the image. Chapter 31. Who have I offended? Jiang Lang was initially taken aback, then furrowed his brows. Where did this photograph come from? The person who took the picture clearly did not have good intentions. Otherwise, why would they send it to Ning Yiming? Never mind where it originated. Just tell me, was it you? Ning Yiming inhaled deeply, her voice cold. The man who had just spoken of professional ethics now hesitated to admit it. "That is me, but the girl," Jiang Lang began. But Ning Yiming interrupted. "Jiang Lang, I do not expect you to be exceedingly faithful, but at least during this year of our agreement, please refrain from allowing me to catch you with other women, or else I shall have to deduct your salary." Besides the salary deduction, Ning Yiming seemed to struggle to find any other means to threaten Jiang Lang. Meanwhile, Jiang Lang turned his head, smiling as he asked, "Are you feeling jealous?" Ning Yiming immediately clenched her teeth, bewildered by the audacity of the man who dared to pose such a question. Which woman could possibly refrain from feeling jealousy in such circumstances? Although they were contractual spouses, they were still, in essence, a married couple, were they not? "Jiang Lang, I am merely reminding you to adhere to the agreement," Ning Yiming declared coldly. "Very well, I assure you that I will not allow you to catch me next time," Jiang Lang replied with a bright smile. Throughout the journey, Ning Yiming felt as though a heavy weight had settled in her heart, leaving her in a state of unease. In Jiang City, at the Chu residence. "Father, why the urgent summons for my return?" Chu Tianqi inquired sternly as he entered, casually handing his coat to a nearby maid. Over the phone, Chu Hong had not divulged the reason for his summons, only urging him to return home promptly. "Speak up. Who have you offended out there?" Chu Hong asked gravely. "Father, what are you insinuating?" Chu Tianqi found the notion amusing. In Jiang City, it was others who offended him, not the other way around. Who in Jiang City had the audacity to cross the Chu family? He plopped down on the sofa, nonchalantly picking up a cigar from the table and lighting it. Suddenly, without warning, Chu Hong hurled the ashtray on the table at Chu Tianqi. Startled, Chu Tianqi flinched as the ashtray grazed his forehead, leaving a shallow cut that soon began to bleed. He inhaled sharply, his expression darkening. Throughout his life, regardless of the chaos he had caused, Chu Hong had never laid a finger on him. What had prompted such a reaction today? "Father, what is troubling you?" Chu Tianqi asked cautiously, suppressing his anger. "This afternoon, our family stocks plummeted by over 300 million, and several major companies have terminated their partnerships with us." Chu Hong glared at Chu Tianqi, his expression grim. "They claim it is because you have offended someone you should not have, and this is merely a small lesson for our family." Upon hearing this, Chu Tianqi frowned slightly. Losses in stocks were not uncommon, and 300 million was not overly concerning. For someone of his wealth, such a loss was merely a fleeting setback. He might recover it by tomorrow. As for those companies, tell me which ones they are, and I shall pay them a visit tomorrow. Chu Tianqi scoffed at the notion that anyone in the vast Jiang City would dare to disregard him. "You fool, did you not hear what I said?" Chu Hong questioned, his eyes reddening with anger. "Speak. Have you offended someone named Jiang Lang?" Upon hearing this name, Chu Tianqi's brow furrowed even deeper. How could the worthless Jiang Lang even merit being described as someone he had offended? Moreover, had it not been that fool who had first wronged him? "Father, Jiang Lang is the husband of Ning Yiming, the very one who has taken your daughter-in-law," Chu Tianqi reminded him. Chu Hong let out a cold snort. Although the Ning family cannot compare to the Chu family, they are still a significant household, and Ning Yiming is no ordinary person. Do you truly believe she would wed a good-for-nothing? Jiang Lang is not to be underestimated. He has demanded that you visit the Ning family to apologize by tomorrow, or else he will ensure the Chu family vanishes from Jiang City. What nonsense is this? Chu Tianqi suddenly stood upright. Father, who dares to be so audacious? How can they disregard our Chu family so openly? In the entirety of Jiang City, how many would dare speak to us in such a manner? To ask me to apologize to that good-for-nothing? What absurdity! Chu Hong glared at Zhang Lang, his frustration palpable. Since they have spoken so boldly, they must possess the strength to back it up. Our family's losses today alone amount to several billion. If this continues for another few days, I might as well be burying my own fortune. Starting today, you are not to pursue any notions regarding Ning Yiming. Tomorrow morning, accompany me to the Ning family to apologize. I refuse. Chu Tianqi retorted coldly. Father, you want me to apologize to that good-for-nothing? If word of this spreads, how will I hold my head high in Jiang City? Hold your head high? If you do not apologize, we shall all be left to haunt this world as ghosts. Chu Heng shouted. At that moment, Chu Tianqi's mother, Ding Xiaoran, entered the room. What is happening here? Seeing the tense atmosphere in the living room, she approached and gently held Chu Tianqi's face. What happened to you? Mother, Chu Tianqi grasped her arm. You know about Ning Yiming's new husband, right? I do. Upon hearing this, Ding Xiaoran's expression darkened. What a worthless individual, daring to compete with my son for a woman. The Ning family must be blind to have chosen such a man. It tarnishes my son's reputation. As she spoke, Ding Xiaoran affectionately stroked Chu Tianqi's face. Old Chu, you too. It's just the Ning family. If Xiaoqi likes her, why not bring the Ning family down and have Ning Yiming marry him instead? You understand nothing. Chu Heng snapped. This is not about us dealing with them. Someone is targeting us. They have stated that if we do not apologize tomorrow, the Chu group will be obliterated within 3 days. Ding Xiaoran remained unconcerned. I would like to see who possesses such capabilities. Does anyone truly think they can annihilate the Chu family at will? The Chu family ranks among the top in Jiang City. Which clan has the audacity to oppose us? Indeed, father insists that I apologize to that good-for-nothing. If I do, how will I ever hold my head high in Jiang City? As he spoke, Chu Tianqi lit a cigarette for his mother. Ding Xiaoran took a deep breath and slowly exhaled a smoke ring. Rest assured, my son, as long as I am here, no one shall make you suffer indignities. Even if the Chu family falls, there is still the Ding family. Chapter 32. Who wants to hear your explanation? You indulge him day in and day out, spoiling him completely. Chu Heng said coldly. Ding Xiaoran cast a glance at him and replied, That's enough. Tianqi has always been the favored one, raised under the adoration of many. He has shown remarkable brilliance since childhood. Has he not brought you pride throughout the years? Now, he stands capable and self-reliant at such a young age. What more could you possibly desire? I have long advised you that it is time to retire and let go. But you refuse to listen. It is precisely because of your presence that Tianqi has been hesitant in his endeavors over the years. If it weren't for you, before Ding Xiaoran could finish, she was interrupted by Chu Hong. If it weren't for me, he would have been crushed long ago. Indeed, while Chu Tianqi has demonstrated some acumen in business, it has largely been through dubious methods, often relying on financial might to intimidate others. Those who address him as General Manager Chu do so merely out of respect for Chu Hong's stature. Without the backing of the Chu family, given Tianqi's temperament and his actions, he would have met a far grimmer fate. Tianqi, don't heed your father. Ding Xiaoran scoffed. Your father is a businessman, perpetually timid and afraid to offend anyone. You are my son, Ding Xiaoran. There is no need to show deference to anyone. If anyone dares to bully you, return the favor tenfold. You have your mother to support you. If necessary, I shall call your grandfather and see who dares to provoke you. The Ding family is a lineage of martial artists. By an unexpected turn of fate, Ding Xiaoran married Chu Hong, and fortunately, he has treated her reasonably well over the years. Otherwise, given her character, she would never have borne him a son. Although the Ding family is not a prominent clan in Jiangxing, they are among the most distinguished in Jinling. Moreover, Jinling is teeming with martial artists, rendering it a place where ordinary individuals dare not tread. Crucially, Ding Xiaoran's father is one of the 4 Grand Masters. Anyone who dares to provoke her would be courting death. You only know how to pamper him. How can business affairs compare to martial arts? Chu Heng interjected, unable to contain his disapproval. What if we anger someone and they target our company? Let them target us then, Ding Xiaoran replied nonchalantly. I know Jiang Lang. He is merely a discarded waste that the Qin family no longer wants. Ning Yiming is blind to let go of such a fine man as our son, choosing instead to marry a useless individual. I have been quite gracious by not seeking trouble with her. Does she really think she can come after us? If needed, I shall call my father and have him come to Jiangqing. Seeing his mother so indulgent, Chu Tianxi's expression softened a bit. Indeed, father, given grandfather's status. Do we really need to bow to others? You continue to pamper him. I am curious to see how this will unfold. With that, Chu Heng turned and ascended the stairs, leaving the mother and son to their own devices, as he had no desire to intervene further. In Jiangqing, at the Ning family residence, oh, is that Jiang Lang? Today, the young girl you accompanied while shopping is quite charming. However, she is rather young. Is she of age? As Jiang Lang entered, Ning Yuanzhou on the sofa began to mock him, while Ning Wan, sensing a shift in the atmosphere, quietly retreated to his room. Meng Meng. This rascal dares to fool around behind your back. What are you waiting for to divorce him? He Shu Yun chimed in, adding fuel to the fire. Ning Yimeng furrowed her brow slightly, but simply took Jiang Lang's hand, saying, "This is a misunderstanding. He has already explained everything to me, so please refrain from meddling." After uttering those words, Ning Yimeng hurriedly pulled Jiang Lang back to her room. Once inside, she released his hand and firmly stated, regarding today's incident, "I hope there won't be a next time." Just as Ning Yimeng turned her back, Jiang Lang swiftly pulled her back. "How did I explain it to you? How could I possibly not know?" In the midst of speaking, he pressed Ning Yimeng against the door, encircling her with one arm. The distance between them was mere inches, and gazing at his handsome face, Ning Yimeng felt her heart race involuntarily. "What do you intend to do?" Jiang Lang's lips curled into a smirk. "I naturally wish to clarify things with you." Observing the smile on Jiang Lang's face, Ning Yimeng's heartbeat quickened even further. This man seemed less inclined to explain and more intent on devouring her. "Who wishes to hear your explanation?" In the midst of her words, Ning Yimeng pushed him away and sat on the bed, asserting, "You may do as you please, but you must not be caught. If you have the audacity to stray, you must also possess the ability to clean up after yourself." Jiang Lang leaned against the wardrobe, arms crossed. Looking down at her, "You have truly misunderstood. She is a sister I recognize, not the sort of relationship you are imagining. She is merely 18, just a child." "A sister? How dare you use such a cliched excuse?" Seeing the contemptuous smile on Ning Yimeng's face, Jiang Lang realized she did not believe him. So he recounted the circumstances of his acquaintance with Zhou Xian Rue. After listening, Ning Yimeng inquired in astonishment, "Are you referring to the renowned Zhou Wenlong from Jiangcheng? Who else could it be?" Jiang Lang raised an eyebrow in response. Ning Yimeng had indeed heard of Zhou Wenlong, a formidable figure, rumored to have a daughter with congenital heart disease, to whom he had devoted all his tenderness. However, one had to wonder, could Jiang Lang's medical skills truly be so remarkable as to cure congenital heart disease? Keep dreaming. Congenital heart disease cannot be cured. Ning Yimeng rose, declaring, "I've told you, I'm not concerned with these matters. I'm going to take a shower." With that, Ning Yimeng entered the bathroom, and Jiang Lang shook his head with a smile, pondering why this woman refused to heed the truth. The following morning, Ning Yimeng was roused from her slumber by the sound of a ringing phone. "Mr. Zhang, is there something urgent this early? How can you decide not to cooperate just like that?" "Haven tea we always." Before she could finish her sentence, the other party hung up abruptly, leaving Ning Yimeng's brows furrowed in confusion. The phone rang again, prompting her to answer hurriedly. "Mr. Li, Mr. Zhang." Throughout the morning, Ning Yimeng received several calls, all of which were from companies wishing to terminate their collaborations. Even the new business deals she had painstakingly secured were being rescinded. At that moment, she felt utterly drained, lying on the bed, uncertain about what to do next. "What has happened?" Jiang Lang, already roused by her commotion, finally inquired when Ning Yimeng had a moment of respite. "The Chu family has taken action against the Ning Corporation." This succinct statement darkened Jiang Lang's expression. The Chu family was courting disaster. He recalled having specifically sent a warning to them just yesterday. Immediately, he rose and moved towards the balcony, retrieving his phone to call Su Mingyuan. "Good morning. Little divine doctor. What brings you to call so early?" Su Mingyuan's voice on the other end retained its usual politeness. Jiang Lang spoke coldly into the phone. "How are you managing your affairs? Why is the Chu family still creating trouble for the Ning Corporation? Is that so?" Su Mingyuan's demeanor shifted to one of alarm. "I sincerely apologize, Jiang Shini. I warned them yesterday, but it seems the Chu family is obstinate. Give me an hour, and I will resolve this for you. I'll grant you 10 minutes to ensure those who wish to withdraw from their partnership with the Ning Corporation return to sign the contract." Jiang Lang stated before abruptly ending the call and returning to the room. "It's all right now," he said softly, looking at the person on the bed. Ning Yiming gazed up at him, her expression skeptical. She had seen Jiang Lang step out to make a phone call, yet the entire exchange lasted less than a minute. She found it hard to believe that a single call could rectify such a significant issue. Recalling how Jiang Lang had boasted to Chu Tianqi the day before about making him kneel in supplication, she found it rather amusing. It was evident to her that this man was likely unreliable. After gathering her composure, Ning Yiming rose to prepare for work, understanding that she needed to handle these matters herself. No sooner had she gotten out of bed than her phone rang again. The unfamiliar number displayed on the screen made her pause. "Mr. Li, have you changed your mind? An additional 30 million in orders? Very well, that's acceptable. Mr. Zhong, you wish to continue the collaboration? Mr. Wang." After concluding the calls, Ning Yiming's brows unfurled in relief. The individuals who had previously indicated a desire to withdraw from their partnership with the Ning Corporation were now calling back to reaffirm their commitment and even increase their order volume. Such drastic fluctuations within half an hour left her somewhat disoriented. She shot a questioning glance at Jiang Lang, who was folding the blankets. "Did you have a hand in this?" Jiang Lang casually tucked the duvet into the wardrobe. "Yes." Ning Yiming furrowed her brows, scrutinizing him. Jiang Lang didn't seem like someone with such substantial influence. Could it be that Chu Tianqi had softened? That seemed implausible. Meanwhile, at the Chu family residence. Early in the morning, Chu Tianqi received numerous phone calls, all bearing ill tidings. At that moment, Chu Hong was seated on the sofa, methodically smoking one cigarette after another. Just then, his phone rang, prompting him to answer it hastily. "Mr. Chu, it has been a while," came a chilling voice from the other end. Chu Hong glanced at the unfamiliar number from Jiangcheng and inquired, "Who is this?" "Su Mingyuan." Upon hearing that name, Chu Hong's eyes widened in astonishment. "Old Master Su, why are you personally calling me? Has the Chu family not considered the recent upheaval? Was it your doing?" Chu Hong cautiously asked over the phone. "I had previously warned you to avoid provoking Jiang Lang, yet you not only ignored my counsel but dared to escalate matters. I realize now that I have grown old, and perhaps you no longer regard me with any respect, Mr. Chu. However, it is fortuitous that you shall witness the might of the Su family." "Old Master Su." Chu Hong was taken aback. This man was the wealthiest individual in Jiangxing. Moreover, in his youth, he had been a legendary figure, someone no one dared to provoke. Before Chu Hong could utter another word, Su Mingyuan abruptly ended the call. "Useless. A bunch of useless fools." Chu Tianqi, still on the phone, raged, feeling a chill run down his spine. Turning to look, he found Chu Hong's piercing gaze fixed upon him. "Father," Chu Tianqi said, lowering his phone, a hint of trepidation in his voice. "Wretched child. Now, immediately accompany me to apologize to Jiang Lang." Chu Hong ordered without a moment's hesitation. "I refuse. If I were to apologize to that good-for-nothing, I might as well abandon any hope of living in Jiangxing." Chu Tianqi retorted, unwilling to endure such humiliation. "Mother!" He shouted towards the upper floor. Within moments, Ding Xiaoran emerged, questioning, "What is all this commotion early in the morning?" "The Su family is behind the recent attack on us," Chu Hong replied coldly. "Old Master Su is not someone to be trifled with. If I take him to apologize to Jiang Lang, he might still spare the Chu family a chance at survival. How could the Su family be involved with that good-for-nothing?" Ding Xiaoran queried. "Ask me? Who should I ask?" Chu Hong turned to Chu Tianqi. "Regardless, you must accompany me to extend this apology today." Ding Xiaoran's expression flickered with uncertainty. Indeed, Old Master Su was not to be underestimated. She had not anticipated that a mere Jiang Lang could have such formidable backing. Yet, despite the Su family's power, they are merely merchants. She asserted, "Let us go. I wish to see what manner of person Jiang Lang truly is." "I will not apologize," Chu Tianqi stated coldly. Ding Xiaoran's lips curled into a frosty smile. "When I step in, the one apologizing shall not be you. Do not meddle," Chu Hong urged anxiously. The situation was already quite chaotic. If Ding Xiaoran meddled further, it would only complicate matters even more. What does it mean to meddle? I am curious to uncover the true identity of Jiang Lang. In Jiang City, at the Ning residence. As Ning Yiming and Jiang Lang were preparing to leave, the doorbell rang. Upon opening the door, they were greeted by the sight of Chu Tianqi and his family standing at the threshold. Chu Xiao. Upon seeing Chu Tianqi, He Shuyun was more welcoming than she would be with her own son, hastening forward to greet them. "Mr. Chu and Mrs. Chu are here. Why didn't you inform us in advance?" As she spoke, He Shuyun ushered the three into the house. Turning to Jiang Lang, she scolded, "Useless. Do you have no awareness? Can't you see we have guests? Hurry and make some tea." "So this is Jiang Lang?" Ding Xiaoran scrutinized Jiang Lang with an air of contempt, remarking, "He possesses a handsome exterior. No wonder he dares to compete for my son's wife." "Mrs. Chu, with all due respect, this useless fellow lacks such capability. Rest assured, I will have them divorced in the next few days. Yiming still belongs to Chu Xiao." He Shuyun quickly interjected. Ning Yiming felt somewhat bewildered. Why had Chu Tianqi come, and why had he brought his entire family along? That one tea be necessary. Ding Xiaoran retorted coldly. "Our Tianqi lacks for women. In Jiang City, there are plenty who would be eager to marry him." As she spoke, Ding Xiaoran nonchalantly settled onto the sofa, dismissing the others. Upon hearing this, He Shuyun hastily tugged at Ning Yiming's sleeve. Chapter 34, with one hand. "I could crush you at that moment." Ning Yiming felt an overwhelming sense of embarrassment. She never anticipated that Chu Tianqi would bring his parents. If she refused, wouldn't that be a blow to the Chu family's pride? Just then, Jiang Lang approached Ning Yiming, gently grasping her hand before turning his gaze to Chu Hong. "You are Chu Tianqi's father?" A thin sheen of sweat broke out on Chu Heng's forehead. Jiang Lang was no ordinary individual. Despite being a son-in-law in the Ning family, he exuded an intangible pressure that made Chu Hong feel somewhat uneasy. "Useless. How dare you speak to Mr. Chu like that?" He Shuyun, witnessing the scene, raised her hand to chastise Jiang Lang, but he swiftly seized her wrist, his expression growing icy. He Shuyun was taken aback. Yet she could not afford to lose face in front of outsiders, so she gritted her teeth and retorted, "Do you know who Mr. Chu is? Offending him will not end well for you." Jiang Lang released her and turned his attention back to Chu Hong. "You must be here today to apologize, right?" Upon hearing this, Chu Hong felt a twinge of guilt. Indeed, he had intended to apologize, but Ding Xiaoran had other ideas. "You insolent brat. Do you have any idea who I am?" Ding Xiaoran cast a disdainful glance at Jiang Lang from the sofa. "I don't care who you are associated with. Remember this. I am from the Ding family of Jinling, and my father is one of the 4 great masters, Ding Xiaoma. I advise you to ensure that your associates rein in their tactics. If you provoke me, there will be dire consequences for you." Upon hearing this, He Shuyun grew even more animated. "Useless. Did you hear that? You think you can compete with young Master Chu for someone? Young Master Chu is backed by a grandmaster. What are you really? With someone like you, it's unlikely you'll ever encounter a grandmaster in your lifetime. In a nation like Daxia, where martial prowess reigns supreme, the status of a grandmaster is beyond question. If they wish to eliminate a mere Jiang Lang, it would be as effortless as crushing an ant." Ning Yiming cast a surprised glance at Chu Tianqi, realizing why he remained so composed. It turned out he had such a formidable figure behind him. It seems the Chu family is indeed not to be trifled with. Should they be angered, the consequences would extend far beyond the loss of just a company. Listening to the exchange, Jiang Lang merely smiled indifferently. "Then let this grandmaster come and find me." "Useless. What makes you think you deserve a personal visit?" Ning Yuanzhou could no longer contain himself. "I warn you, stay away from my sister. Don't hinder her marriage to young Master Chu." At this, Ding Xiaoran, lounging on the sofa, scoffed. "Surely you don't believe my Chu family would accept a woman who has been married before?" Her gaze fell upon Ning Yiming, scrutinizing her before coldly remarking, "With your looks, you barely qualify for my son, yet in Jiang City, you are hardly unique. Moreover, in this vast Daxia, countless young women aspire to marry my son. It was he who chose you, but you failed to appreciate his favor. Now that you've attached yourself to another man, you still dare to dream of entering the Chu family?" "Mother, I still desire Ning Yiming," Chu Tianqi interjected from the sofa. This woman's assertive nature ignited his desire to conquer. Just the thought of her serving him submissively in bed made a smile involuntarily curl at the corners of his mouth. "Madam Chu, see, young Master Chu is indeed interested." He Shuyun hurriedly approached with tea for the two. "With just a word from you, we would even go so far as to abduct her to the Chu family. Indeed, it's such a trivial matter that requires your personal involvement. This useless fool has been clinging to my sister without letting go. Who knows what kind of enchantment he has cast upon her? Otherwise, she would have married young Master Chu long ago," Ning Yuanzhou added. The Chu family's prestigious status meant that if Ning Yiming could marry into their ranks, they too would rise to prominence. The crucial point was that once Ning Yiming married, the company would be his. Ning Yuanzhou had long awaited this day. However, he never anticipated that Ning Yiming would casually marry someone on the street and even invite him to live in their home as a son-in-law, leaving his hopes dashed. If it weren't for Jiang Lang's appearance, he might have already been the president of the company. With this thought in mind, Ning Yuanzhou shot Jiang Lang a fierce glare. Jiang Lang calmly embraced Ning Yimeng, declaring, "Meng Meng is mine. Since your Chu family possesses such formidable power, let someone kill me and then take her away. Before that, I suggest you focus on your own company." Upon hearing these words, Chu Hong could no longer remain composed. He had initially intended to apologize to Jiang Lang alongside Chu Tianqi, hoping to put the matter to rest. However, with Ding Xiaoran's involvement, the situation had grown increasingly complicated. "You are quite arrogant." Ding Xiaoran rose from the sofa, asserting, "Do you believe I could strike you down with a single hand?" Jiang Lang released Ning Yimeng and stepped directly in front of Ding Xiaoran, challenging her, "Care to try?" Without hesitation, Ding Xiaoran aimed a slap at Jiang Lang's head. It is worth noting that she hailed from a martial arts family and was a profound-level martial artist before marrying Chu Hong. For someone of her caliber, eliminating an ordinary person would be a trivial matter. Besides, with her father being a grandmaster, even the people of the Heavenly Extreme Hall could not sanction her actions. Thus, she unleashed her full strength, determined to eradicate any future threat. The atmosphere in the room shifted palpably, and as Ding Xiaoran's palm descended, a gust of wind accompanied her strike. Ning Yuanzhou watched in astonishment, realizing this was the stark difference between martial artists and ordinary individuals. Simultaneously, a flicker of excitement crossed his face. If Jiang Lang were to perish, all troubles would dissipate. However, Ning Yimeng, filled with concern, rushed towards Jiang Lang. Just as Ding Xiaoran's hand was about to make contact with Jiang Lang's head, she was suddenly propelled backward. Jiang Lang's movement was so swift that no one could discern how he had acted. Bam! Ding Xiaoran's body crashed heavily onto the floor, a metallic sweetness flooding her senses. As she attempted to speak, blood poured from her mouth. "Madam Chu." He Shuyun gasped in horror, rushing forward to support her. "Madam Chu, are you all right?" "Useless. How dare you lay a hand on Madam Chu? You seek death." Ning Yuanzhou bellowed in fury. "You dare strike my mother?" Chu Tianqi, who had been seated on the sofa, could no longer remain passive and seized a fruit knife from the table, lunging at Jiang Lang. With a cold glare, Jiang Lang grasped Chu Tianqi's wrist, twisting his arm into a torturous position. Chapter 35. Within 3 days, I demand your demise. "Ah!" Chu Tianqi shrieked in agony. Yet Jiang Lang had no intention of relenting. He delivered a brutal kick between Chu Tianqi's legs. The young man's pupils constricted sharply, disbelief flooding his eyes as they turned crimson. The excruciating pain radiating from below rendered him speechless, and he collapsed to the ground, writhing in agony while clutching his groin. Beside them, Chu Hong had just helped Ding Xiaoran to her feet before hastily rushing to assist Chu Tianqi. Initially, he had intended to resolve the matter amicably, but it seemed that such hopes had been dashed. "Jiang Lang, you are exceedingly arrogant," Chu Hong lamented, gazing sorrowfully at his convulsing son as he directed his indignation at Jiang Lang. Jiang Lang looked down upon him, a disdainful smirk playing on his lips. "I recall having instructed my associates to warn you. It was you who sought your own demise. Incompetent fool. Why don't you kneel and apologize to young Master Chu and Madam Chu?" He Shuyun stormed towards Jiang Lang, her fury evident. It was clear that engaging in conflict with the Chu family would yield irreparable consequences. Ning Yimeng also implored, "Jiang Lang, apologize at once." Yet, deep down, she understood that even an apology might prove futile. Observing Chu Tianqi's condition, it appeared as though Jiang Lang had rendered him incapacitated. Ding Xiaoran wiped the blood from her lips, her teeth clenched as she glared at Jiang Lang. "Are you also a martial artist?" In a sense, Jiang Lang replied nonchalantly. Ning Yuanzhou cast a surprised glance at Jiang Lang, realizing that the young man's formidable prowess stemmed from his martial arts training. However, rumors had previously circulated that he was merely a good-for-nothing dependent. How had he transformed into a martial artist now? "Very well," Ding Xiaoran declared emphatically, repeating the phrase thrice. "Since you are a martial artist, this matter can be resolved. You wait for me. Within 3 days, I shall have your life." After uttering these words, she bellowed towards the door. "Where are the others? Where have they all gone?" At last, the bodyguards outside, alerted by the commotion, rushed in, visibly shaken by the scene before them. "Lift the young master out." With Ding Xiaoran's command, 2 bodyguards promptly carried Chu Tianqi away. Chu Hong attempted to voice his concerns, but Ding Xiaoran pulled him away. "Mr. Chu, Madam Chu, This is all the fault of that good-for-nothing. It has nothing to do with us. He Shuyun hastily pursued them. The two halted at the entrance, and Ding Xiaoran squeezed through gritted teeth. If he does not leave the Ning family within 3 days, you shall all meet your demise. With that, the family returned to their vehicle. Madam Chu. He Shuyun rushed outside, but they ignored her entirely, flooring the accelerator and driving away. Ning Yuanzhou pointed an accusatory finger at Jiang Lang, seething, "You have caused a tremendous disaster." Upon entering, He Shuyun turned to Ning Yiming. "Gather your belongings at once. We must go to the Civil Affairs Bureau and divorce this good-for-nothing immediately. If we do not, the entire Ning family will suffer the consequences." Ning Yiming cast a conflicted glance at Jiang Lang. How could she abandon him in such a moment? Ultimately, this situation had arisen because of her. Had she not insisted on marrying Jiang Lang, he would never have encountered Chu Tianqi. Nevertheless, Jiang Lang's earlier actions had indeed been somewhat reckless. "Mother, I cannot divorce him." Ning Yiming stepped forward, linking her arm with Jiang Lang's, her gaze resolute as she addressed He Shuyun. "What exactly do you intend to let this useless person bring upon us? He has just provoked someone from the Chu family. Madam Chu has also stated that if this matter is not resolved within 3 days, she will take action against our entire family. Even if you do not consider your own well-being, you should at least think of us, right?" Ning Yuanzhou could not contain his anger. Ning Yiming glanced at Jiang Lang. "Why don't you just run away?" Upon hearing this, Jiang Lang chuckled lightly. This female CEO had her moments of charm. "Useless. How can you still manage to laugh?" He Shuyun seethed from the side. "It's all your fault for dragging our entire family into this mess. Rest assured, I will handle this matter thoroughly, and it will not affect you," Jiang Lang assured them. "You will handle it? How do you plan to do that? What do you possess to deal with it?" Ning Yuanzhou scoffed. "Even if you are a martial artist, what does that matter? Madam Chu's father is a grandmaster. He could squash you with a single blow. Useless. If you truly care for Ming Ming, you should hastily divorce her." "Exactly. Do not involve us in this." Jiang Lang looked down at Ning Yiming, who was firmly gripping his arm, showing no intention of divorce. "As long as Yiming does not wish to separate, no one shall come between us," Jiang Lang declared resolutely. "As for the Chu family, I will naturally address that. You need not worry." With that, Jiang Lang took Ning Yiming out the door. Once in the car, Ning Yiming took a deep breath and turned to Jiang Lang with a serious expression. "Jiang Lang, I am aware that you are a martial artist and quite extraordinary, but a grandmaster is not someone you can confront. Take this money. Go directly to the airport and buy a ticket abroad. I refuse to believe they will chase you overseas for revenge." Seeing Ning Yiming's earnest demeanor, Jiang Lang's lips curled into a slight smile. "If I were to leave, do you think they would let you off the hook? I might as well marry Chu Tianqi and serve him for a lifetime." Ning Yiming bit her lower lip as she spoke. Hearing this, Jiang Lang felt a surge of emotion and reminded her, "Miss Ning, have you forgotten that we are merely contract spouses?" His words awakened her from her reverie, and Ning Yiming looked at Jiang Lang in surprise. If he had not mentioned it, she might have entirely overlooked it. In her concern, she had forgotten that this man had no real connection to her beyond that piece of paper. Realizing this, Ning Yiming furrowed her brow and asked Jiang Lang, "What do you mean? As long as you divorce me, the Ning family will undoubtedly remain unharmed. Since you are willing to serve Chu Tianqi, why not agree to the divorce?" Jiang Lang inquired curiously. Ning Yiming was momentarily taken aback. Indeed, why? But now did not seem the time for such considerations. "Jiang Lang, I am speaking of serious matters. A grandmaster is not someone one can provoke without consequence. You must leave quickly. The sooner you escape before the Ding family arrives, the better." Jiang Lang firmly grasped Ning Yiming's hand, declaring, "I have no habit of shirking responsibility and leaving a woman to bear the burden for me. Besides, what is there to fear from merely a grandmaster?" His words were undeniably arrogant, leaving Ning Yiming at a loss for how to respond. Did he not comprehend the true nature of a grandmaster? Or was he simply too dazed by fear to think clearly? Chapter 36. Ruined in the hospital of Jiang City. "Doctor, how is my son?" As soon as the doctor emerged, Ding Xiaoran rushed forward with impatience. The doctor removed his mask and shook his head at the two of them. "His life has been saved, but what?" Hearing this, Ding Xiaoran clutched the doctor's white coat tightly. Seeing her distress, the doctor trembled slightly and quickly added, "But I fear he may no longer be able to engage in intimate relations. I assure you, we have ample funds. I do not care what methods you employ. You must restore my son's health," Ding Xiaoran asserted forcefully, glaring at the doctor. The doctor quaked in fear stammering, "Madam Chu, this is not a matter of money. Young Master Chu's has been rendered useless. It is currently not showing any signs of degeneration, but we still strongly recommend its removal to prevent future complications with other physiological organs." Ding Xiaoran abruptly shoved the doctor away, who staggered but managed to regain his balance. "Useless. A bunch of useless fools," Ding Xiaoran shouted at the doctor, her eyes brimming with fury. Beside her, Chu Hong was equally incensed. Jiang Lang has gone too far. He knows full well that this is the most vital aspect for a man. Yet he chose to strike with such malice. It's as if he wishes to obliterate the Chu lineage. "What good does it do to speak of this now?" Ding Xiaoran yelled at Jiang Lang, then turned to the doctor. "Is there truly no other way? Madam Chu, our hospital specialists have examined him thoroughly. There truly are no alternatives. Perhaps you could consider traditional Chinese medicine?" The doctor suggested cautiously. "Right. Don't you know that renowned physician Qi? Hurry and summon him," Ding Xiaoran instructed Chu Hong. Chu Hong nodded and withdrew to a secluded corner to pull out his phone. Ding Xiaoran's expression darkened further. Jiang Lang. She vowed to exact vengeance. Immediately, she dialed her father's number, and a familiar voice soon echoed on the other end. "What? Such a thing has occurred?" In the expansive courtyard, Ding Xiaomo held his phone, trembling slightly, his facial muscles twitching. "Wait, I am heading to Jiang City right now. I shall see what sort of person this Jiang Lang truly is." After hanging up the phone, Ding Xiaoran felt a wave of relief wash over her. A mere son-in-law dared to oppose the esteemed daughter of the Ding family. Was that not courting death? In Jiang City, at a small courtyard on the outskirts, "Young Master. What brings you here?" Upon hearing the sound of the approaching vehicle, Zhouan promptly stepped outside, his face illuminating with a radiant smile upon seeing Jiang Lang. "I came to see you and to gather some information," he remarked. As he spoke, Jiang Lang casually placed the items in his hands onto a nearby table. "Zhou Bo, let us uncork a jar of wine and indulge a little. But you need to drive back later," Zhouan frowned. "Drunk driving is illegal these days, and getting caught would certainly be troublesome. What is there to fear? Worst case, I'll just administer a few needles to dispel the effects of the alcohol." "All right then. I shall fetch it right away." With that, Zhouan cheerfully entered the house, retrieving a hoe, and began to dig beneath the grape trellis. After a while, he unearthed a small jar containing exquisite homemade wine. Though it appeared somewhat humble, its flavor far surpassed that of commercial varieties. Importantly, this was a treasured legacy left by Jiang Lang's master. Each jar consumed was one less to savor. During his master's lifetime, Jiang Lang had scarcely been able to indulge, and now without his mentor, the recipe was lost to him. Compelling him to be frugal, this marked only the second jar he had opened in 3 years. "Young master, have you encountered some trouble? What prompts you to drink today?" Zhouan inquired, deftly pouring the wine into 2 bowls. Gazing at the clear liquid, Jiang Lang momentarily lost his thoughts. When his master was alive, he could only indulge in sips, as the old man was notoriously stingy. "Young master?" Zhouan called out again, pulling Jiang Lang back to the present. "Zhou Bo, are you familiar with Ding Xiaomo among the 4 Grand Masters?" Jiang Lang asked directly, his gaze fixed on Zhouan. "I have heard of him. What is the matter?" Zhouan furrowed his brows. "Did he offend you?" A fleeting glimmer of malice flickered in Zhouan's eyes, but vanished almost instantly. "Not exactly." Jiang Lang recounted the conflict with the Chu family. After listening, Zhouan merely scoffed. Ding Xiaomo was merely a minor figure in the Heavenly Extreme Palace. Even if he has truly become a master now, he cannot possibly rival you, young master. Zhouan declared with conviction. "You have grown before my eyes, and your strength far surpasses that of the 4 Grand Masters. You need not fear them at all. Zhou Bo, you think too highly of me. It's not fear. I merely wish to know how to handle these individuals. If I were to kill him outright, would the Heavenly Extreme Palace come after me?" Jiang Lang asked with a smirk, his tone devoid of trepidation, instead tinged with a hint of anticipation. "Indeed, the 4 Grand Masters are significant figures within the Heavenly Extreme Palace. Then who currently oversees the Heavenly Extreme Palace?" Jiang Lang inquired curiously. "I am uncertain. It should be those high-ranking individuals from the capital, but their identities remain shrouded in mystery. I have been unable to uncover any details over the years," Zhouan replied. Tossing a peanut into his mouth, Jiang Lang nodded, raising his bowl to clink against Zhouan's, and after taking a sip of the wine, he fell into deep contemplation. Seeking vengeance against the prominent families of Kyoto and reclaiming the Tianji Hall stands as his foremost priority. Initially, he harbored concerns about finding a viable opportunity, But the emergence of the Ding family provided just that. Young master, pursue your desires without hesitation. Allow me to handle what you wish to avoid. As the wine flowed, Zhouan, with reddened eyes, addressed Jiang Lang, declaring, in this life, I am but a servant to you, young master. In death, I shall remain your ghost, dedicated to safeguarding you eternally. Jiang Lang patted his shoulder, replying, Zhoubo, you should find peace and enjoy your retirement here. In Jiang Lang's eyes, Zhouan had aged, and certain matters no longer warranted his involvement. After they had indulged sufficiently, Jiang Lang carried the somewhat inebriated Zhouan back to his room. Subsequently, he sobered himself up with a couple of injections before entering the central chamber. Old man, I have committed your words to memory. Fear not, I shall reclaim what is rightfully mine. As he spoke, Jiang Lang placed the fragrant incense into the burner. Listening to the roar of vehicles outside, Zhouan recognized Jiang Lang had left and calmly sat up from the bed. Chapter 37. The invitation from the ex-wife. The young master ultimately underestimated him. His capacity for alcohol exceeded mere trifles. Having spent years with Jiang Lang's mentor, his drinking prowess had long since developed. Zhouan retrieved his phone and dialed a number, stating into the receiver, the young master intends to make a move against the Tianji Hall. Everything that needs to be prepared, ensure it is ready. It won't be long before the Tianji Hall returns. In Jiang City, at the Ning Group, Ning Yimeng felt disoriented throughout the day. No news had come from the Chu family, leaving her uncertain about the fates of Chu Tianqi and Ding Xiaoran. Yet, she firmly believed that this matter could not be left unattended. Having inflicted such harm upon Jiang Lang, the Chu family would undoubtedly seek retribution. Resolving to visit the hospital, she hurriedly gathered her belongings as the workday ended. Upon seeing her car waiting downstairs, an inexplicable sense of comfort washed over her. In truth, Jiang Lang could have easily fled, but as he stated, if he did so, the wrath of the Chu family would inevitably be directed at the Ning family. This man showed no inclination to escape. He even placed a bouquet on the seat. Why the sudden purchase of flowers? Ning Yimeng mused while picking up the bouquet and cradling it in her arms. I simply bought it on a whim while passing the flower shop. It must be more beautiful than the one Chu Tianqi gave. Speaking of which, she recalled returning home that day with the flowers from Chu Tianqi, placing them at the entrance, but they had since vanished. Casting a skeptical glance at Jiang Lang, she wondered if he had discarded them. Why? Is he jealous? However, it seemed an inopportune moment for such reflections. Perfect timing. Let's go see Chu Tianqi at the hospital. Upon uttering those words, Jiang Lang gazed at her in astonishment. Have you lost your mind? His kick was no trifling matter. Chu Tianqi was likely rendered incapacitated. The Chu family harbored a profound animosity towards him, and visiting Chu Tianqi at this juncture would be tantamount to a provocation. Jiang Lang, I wish for you to accompany me to apologize to the Chu family. As you are aware, our great Xia is governed by martial prowess, and the status and power of the esteemed masters are formidable. To provoke the Chu family is to challenge the great master of the Ding family. Should we fail to extend our apologies, I fear. Ning Yimeng did not complete her thought, yet Jiang Lang comprehended her concerns. Rest assured, he cannot do anything to me. If you are frightened, I can refrain from returning home for the next couple of days, awaiting the resolution of this matter before going back. Jiang Lang remarked nonchalantly as he drove. If they seek trouble but cannot locate you, they will undoubtedly turn to your family. Ning Yimeng sighed, yet upon turning her head, she found Jiang Lang maintaining an air of calm composure. Was he not the least bit afraid of such a formidable master? At that moment, Jiang Lang's phone rang. One hand on the steering wheel, he answered the call. Dr. Jiang, the Ding family is applying pressure, came the cautious voice of Su Mingyuan from the other end. I understand. You handle your responsibilities, the rest is up to me. With that, Jiang Lang hung up the phone, not affording Su Mingyuan any opportunity for refusal. Intrigued by his commanding tone, Ning Yimeng inquired, whose call was that? Su Mingyuan, Jiang Lang replied candidly, revealing the name. Ning Yimeng was momentarily taken aback. Then her eyes widened in realization as she looked at Jiang Lang. Do you hear yourself? Su Mingyuan, the wealthiest man in Jiang City. You, a mere son-in-law. How dare you speak to him in such a manner? Are you out of your mind, perhaps in fear of the great master? Indeed, it is he. Jiang Lang replied with unruffled composure, nodding. His acquaintance with Su Mingyuan had arisen purely by chance. One day, while setting up his stall beneath a bridge, he happened upon Su Mingyuan passing by. Instinctively, He sensed impending misfortune looming over Su Mingyuan and casually offered him a word of caution. At the time, Su Mingyuan dismissed it as a jest, not taking the young man seriously. However, upon returning home and discovering that Jiang Lang's words were indeed prophetic, he frantically sought him out, ultimately searching for over a month beneath that bridge before locating Jiang Lang. After expressing his gratitude to Jiang Lang, the latter also managed to heal him of his ailment, offering a few more words of guidance. From that day forth, the Su family flourished, and Su Mingyuan's health gradually improved. Henceforth, he revered Jiang Lang as a deity, adhering to his every instruction. Earlier, while at the Qin family, Jiang Lang had also benevolently provided Qin Rue with opportunities, yet she failed to recognize their value. Had she heeded Jiang Lang's advice back then, the Qin family would not find themselves in their current predicament. Jiang Lang, could it be that you are so frightened that you have become muddled? Ning Yimeng inquired cautiously. To this, Jiang Lang merely smiled. Do I appear to be confused? Ning Yimeng nodded emphatically. Indeed, you seem quite mad. As the vehicle traversed the road, they soon arrived at the Ning residence. The moment they alighted, Jiang Lang spotted a familiar figure and immediately furrowed his brow. Ning Yimeng also recognized the approaching Qin Rue and instinctively linked her arm with Jiang Lang's, resting her head upon his shoulder. Witnessing this scene, a pang of bitterness surged within Qin Rue, leaving her with an unsettling feeling. Jiang, she called out, her voice tinged with emotion. Miss Qin, is there something you need? Jiang Lang responded formally. Qin Rue's eyes glistened with unshed tears. It's nothing of great importance. I merely came to deliver an invitation, hoping you would attend. As she spoke, she produced the invitation from her bag, extending it toward Jiang Lang with both hands. I don't see the necessity for that, Jiang Lang scoffed. Miss Qin, inviting your ex-husband to your wedding? You and your husband possess quite the audacity. Are you not concerned I might disrupt your nuptials? Would you? Qin Rue asked, a hint of anticipation in her tone. Certainly not, Jiang Lang replied decisively, drawing Ning Yimeng closer into his embrace. My wife would be displeased. How considerate of you. Ning Yimeng remarked with a cold snort, then seized the invitation from Qin Rue's hands. Since Miss Qin has so graciously invited us, we must certainly join in the festivities. Jiang Lang cast a bewildered glance at Ning Yimeng, contemplating her intentions. Was she truly suggesting they attend his ex-wife's wedding? Her boldness surpassed even that of Qin Rue. It was a chance for everyone to witness that it was not Jiang Lang who was unworthy, but rather Qin Rue, who fell short. As she tightened her grip on Jiang Lang's arm, he understood her motive. Ning Yimeng intended to create an opportunity for him. Chapter 38. Worthless, get out immediately. A smile involuntarily crept upon his lips as he addressed Qin Rue. Since my wife wishes to go, I shall accompany her. Observing their affectionate demeanor, Qin Rue felt an emptiness within her heart, as if something vital was missing. I shall take my leave then, she declared, casting a lingering glance at Jiang Lang, hoping he would call her back. However, he remained unresponsive. Ultimately, Qin Rue retreated to her car alone, watching as Jiang Lang and Ning Yimeng entered the villa hand in hand. It was worth noting that during her time with Jiang Lang, they had seldom held hands. Now, with He Xian, she had not been subjected to any grievances, yet she always sensed that the experience with He Xian was fundamentally different from that with Jiang Lang. At that time, she was entirely untroubled by the thought of Jiang Lang engaging in frivolous escapades. He would invariably be waiting for her at the company entrance after work, and she would awaken to the delightful aroma of breakfast he had prepared. Now, however, she found herself spending her days at home, largely in anticipation of He Xian's return. Most of the responsibilities at the company had been entrusted to Qin Feng, as He Xian wished to alleviate her burdens. Reflecting on this, she felt somewhat more fortunate than Ning Yimeng, for at least she was spared the necessity of venturing out to earn a living. As Jiang Lang and Ning Yimeng entered, He Xian stood resolutely at the doorway, casting a woven bag at Jiang Lang's feet. You useless wretch, get out of here, she exclaimed, abruptly yanking Ning Yimeng aside. You have offended the Chu family, and Mrs. Chu has already contacted the Ding family. Master Ding is on his way here. Do not drag us into the mess you've created. Go wherever you wish, He Xian declared sternly, fixing Jiang Lang with a serious gaze. Jiang Lang, bemused, retorted, what if they come looking for me and cannot find me? Will they not come after you then? This echoed Ning Yimeng's earlier words, perfectly suited for He Xian's ears. Upon hearing this, He Xian frowned. I do not care. You shall not set foot in our home again. From this moment forth, My daughter will sever all ties with you. And this." As she spoke, she placed a divorce agreement before Jiang Lang. "If you truly care for our Ming Ming, sign this." "Mother, what are you doing?" Ning Yiming exclaimed, shoving He Shuyun aside to snatch the divorce agreement, intent on tearing it up. But He Shuyun quickly intervened. "Ming Ming, this good-for-nothing is alone, while we are a family. You must think of us. He has offended the Chu family and will not face a favorable outcome. If he remains in our home, we will all suffer the consequences. Signing this divorce agreement is in our best interest. If he truly loves you, he will sign without hesitation. If he refuses, it signifies his lack of affection for you, making it even more imperative to part ways." He Shuyun asserted with conviction. Jiang Lang, unable to contain a smile amidst the absurdity, realized that his mother-in-law had evidently prepared to expel him from the household. He sighed at Ning Yiming. "Let us do this. Grant me 3 days. During this time, I will not return home. Once I resolve matters with the Chu family, I will come back." "Fine. Then you should leave at once." He Shuyun replied without hesitation. After all, should Jiang Lang be killed by the Ding family, Ning Yiming would be a widow, not delaying her divorce. "Where do you plan to go alone?" Ning Yiming inquired with concern. "Do not fret about that. Within 3 days, I shall ensure that the Chu family settles down." With that, Jiang Lang turned to depart, but He Shuyun called after him, "Take your worthless belongings with you." The bag contained Jiang Lang's clothes and other items. "Darling, please keep these safe for me. I shall see you in 3 days." Jiang Lang winked at Ning Yiming and casually placed the car keys on the shoe cabinet. Observing Jiang Lang's resolute departure, Ning Yiming instinctively felt the urge to chase after him, yet was firmly restrained by He Shuyun. "If you do not sever ties with this useless individual, we shall all face ruin. Yiming, heed your mother's advice. How could I ever wish you harm? All this trouble stems from him. Let him resolve it on his own. Are you not sending him to his demise?" Ning Yiming retorted angrily. Her words pierced through He Shuyun's intentions, yet He Shuyun maintained a facade of earnest concern. "Ming Ming, we cannot allow ourselves to be dragged down by such a worthless person. Consider your father and brother as well, if not for my sake." Ning Yiming found this laughable. In her household, there was not a single soul worthy of her consideration. Ning Wen always hid away at the first sign of trouble, and as for Ning Yuan, he was only concerned with demanding money and belittling her. As for He Shuyun, she would readily sell her daughter to the Chu family for the sake of her son's comfort. What merit was there in pondering over such people? Jiang Lang walked a considerable distance before retrieving his phone to call Su Mingyuan. After providing the address, he lit a cigarette while standing by the roadside. If the Chu family sought their own demise, he would not intervene. Before he finished his cigarette, a silver-gray Rolls-Royce came to a halt before him. "Dr. Jiang, please." Su Mingyuan quickly exited the back seat and opened the car door for Jiang Lang. Jiang Lang, unceremoniously, bent to enter the vehicle. Su Mingyuan then returned to his seat and instructed the driver to head home. This area consisted of a villa district, with the Su family's villa not far from the Ning family's, merely separated by the foot of a mountain and its peak. The distance mirrored the disparity between the two families, with the Ning family forced to look up to the Su family. The car soon entered a private road, leading to the Su family's territory at the mountain's summit. "Little doctor, how do you intend to handle the Chu family's affairs?" While exerting pressure on the Ding family, Su Mingyuan felt a twinge of fear, considering they were formidable masters. Nevertheless, after some contemplation, he resolved to side with Jiang Lang. Regardless of the circumstances, Jiang Lang had saved his life, and on multiple occasions, he had escaped peril thanks to Jiang Lang's counsel. In truth, the Su family's current success was, in part, attributable to Jiang Lang. He could not fathom that someone so capable would fear the Ding family. "I will personally confront them. You need not worry about that." Jiang Lang yawned as he spoke. "Prepare a vehicle for me, one with good safety features, but not overly ostentatious. I will need it for my daily use." "Absolutely," Su Mingyuan responded. "I will be staying at your place for the next few days." Of course, for Jiang Lang, Su Mingyuan was unyieldingly accommodating whenever he made a request. It was impossible for Su Mingyuan to refuse him. Chapter 39. Hormonal imbalance. The vehicle swiftly entered the Su family's estate, eventually coming to a halt before a villa resembling a grand castle. The gates stood wide open, and voices could be heard from within. "Welcome home, sir," exclaimed a servant at the entrance, prompting the occupants inside to cease their playful banter and make their way towards the door. Among the assembly of men and women, apart from Su Mingyuan, Jiang Lang had only previously encountered Su Jinan. Little divine doctor, Su Jinan promptly greeted him. After resolving the incident at the mall, Su Mingyuan had inquired and discovered the extensive connections Jiang Lang had with their family, leading him to regard Jiang Lang with newfound esteem. Dad, why does this kid dress like he hails from the countryside? Su Jinan's younger sister, Su Lingyun, scrutinized Jiang Lang and couldn't help but chuckle, her dimples adorably accentuating her features. But he is quite handsome. Linger, do not be rude. Su Jinan, taken aback by her words, quickly admonished Su Lingyun. He is a distinguished guest of our Su family. Uncle, have you lost your mind? This kid can be considered a distinguished guest? His entire outfit doesn't cost more than 300 yuan, scoffed Su Zhe, his expression dripping with disdain. A person like him stepping into our estate is already a blessing from 3 lifetimes of cultivation. Indeed, he doesn't even compare to our servants, added Su Han, the second young master of the Su family. As his words fell, the women behind Su Jinan stifled their laughter, their expressions akin to that of Jia Baoyu and his companions upon encountering Lu Laolao. Silence. Su Mingyuan's furious roar silenced the room, causing everyone to flinch. The youngest, Su Lingyun, approached her grandfather, asking, "Grandpa, why are you so angry? You scared me." The elderly patriarch of the Su family had always doted on this granddaughter, rarely raising his voice at her. Yet today, he wore a grim expression as he addressed her. Ling apologized to Dr. Jiang. Grandpa. Su Lingyun clung to Su Mingyuan's arm, trying to coax him. Yet her usual charm fell flat. Su Mingyuan maintained his stern demeanor. Apologize. Grandpa, why are you scolding Linger? Aren't we merely speaking the truth? Su Zhe protested, his tone defiant. Meanwhile, Su Han sensed the shift in the patriarch's aura and promptly adopted a serious demeanor. Grandpa, please do not be upset. We were merely joking. Let it go, Jiang Lang said calmly. Ignorance is no crime. It was natural for the younger generation of the Su family to regard him with indifference, for he appeared to be nothing more than an unremarkable handsome man. At that moment, Su Mingyuan's second son, Su Jinzhao, interjected. Father, I know a bit about this young man's background. He was once a son-in-law of the Qin family, and just after divorcing their daughter, he has become involved with a member of the Ning family. Why on earth did you bring him back tonight? Su Jinzhao's tone bore a hint of disdain. Upon witnessing the unfolding events, Su Jinan hastily tugged at the sleeve of the second son, signaling him to refrain from uttering any more indiscreet remarks. He then turned to Jiang Lang, offering an explanation. Esteemed young physician, they are unaware of your esteemed identity, and I hope you will not take offense. Identity? Merely a son-in-law. What significance could that hold? Mu Yun, Su Mingyuan's wife, scoffed. Old man, what could this young lad possibly know about being a divine healer? Do not let yourself be deceived by him. Over the years, Jiang Lang had consistently advised Su Mingyuan to maintain a low profile, which explained why Su Mingyuan had never disclosed his existence to the family. Thus, their reaction upon encountering Jiang Lang was hardly surprising. Indeed, in this day and age, anyone dares to claim the title of divine healer, without even considering their own worth. Su Zhe chimed in mockingly. Just as Su Mingyuan was preparing to express his anger, Jiang Lang scrutinized Mu Yun from head to toe. Madam, your complexion is sallow. Your lips are flushed, and there are blemishes on your forehead. Although makeup may conceal some of it, the signs remain evident. This indicates an imbalance in your endocrine system. Instead of spending your time deriding me, it would be more prudent to focus on how to enhance the intimacy in your marriage. Women of a certain age require a balance of yin and yang. Otherwise, they risk further complications. Was he not blatantly suggesting her unfulfilled desires? Though it was indeed the truth, stating it before such a crowd would make Mu Yun's future interactions quite difficult. Her countenance instantly soured, prompting Su Jinzhao to step forward, ready to confront Jiang Lang. You insolent brat. What nonsense are you spouting? Did you not break a leg in your youth, causing pain on rainy days? Jiang Lang inquired, gazing at Su Jinzhao. Taken aback, Su Jinzhao glanced at his father. Dad, did you tell him? I am a doctor. Such minor details are not beyond my perception. Not only can I discern them, but I can also remedy them. Moreover, have you not been suffering from insomnia, vivid dreams, night sweats, and a general lack of energy lately? Jiang Lang continued questioning. Su Jinzhao's eyes nearly bulged in disbelief. How could he know this? This is attributed to your late-night work habits, compounded by a lack of exercise, an unhealthy diet, and excessive strain in your youth, leading to kidney deficiency. Initially astonished, Su Jinzhao's expression shifted dramatically. You little brat. Are you seeking death? Having just remarked on his wife's unfulfilled desires, he now insinuated that he suffered from kidney deficiency. This must be intentional. Am I not merely speaking the truth? Jiang Lang countered. Enraged, Su Jinzhao swung his fist toward Jiang Lang. Su Jianan rushed forward to intervene, but before he could reach Su Jinzhao, the latter abruptly froze in place. Jiang Lang stood calmly half a meter away, a quivering silver needle embedded in Su Jinzhao's neck. What on earth is happening? Su Jianan exclaimed in astonishment. Just a pressure point technique, Jiang Lang replied nonchalantly. He then turned to Su Mingyuan and offered, if you do not mind, I could assist in treating your son as well. Certainly, I have no objections. Upon hearing this, Su Mingyuan was filled with joy. The skills of the young physician were indeed remarkable. Many had paid a handsome price for his services, often subject to his whims. Now, his willingness to treat Su Jinzhao was a stroke of fortune for the young man. At this moment, Su Jinzhao was rendered speechless and immobile, his eyes darting around in a futile attempt to resist. Yet, with the elder having spoken, any notion of defiance was futile. Grandfather, is this really appropriate? My father's health has been deteriorating. What if something goes awry? Su Han anxiously interjected. In that instant, Su Jinzhao felt a surge of emotion. Nearly moved to tears, his son had not been raised in vain. Chapter 40. Miraculous medical skills. The young physician has already saved me several times. You need not worry about his abilities. Su Mingyuan reassured the crowd. To have the young physician personally attend to him is already a blessing for your father. Hearing the elder's commendation of Jiang Lang, the Su family members exchanged glances of astonishment. Could this young man truly possess such extraordinary talents? Su Han, upon hearing this, retreated quietly to the side, while Jiang Lang approached, disapproving of Su Jinzhao's attire. In a swift motion, he inserted several silver needles around Su Jinzhao's abdomen. In that moment, Su Jinzhao felt as though death was imminent, questioning whether he was truly the elder's biological grandson, allowing such a young man to recklessly puncture his skin. The speed of Jiang Lang's technique appeared more akin to a vengeful assault than a medical procedure. However, it did not take long for Su Jinzhao to sense a change within his body. A gentle warmth began to flow through his lower abdomen. This sensation enveloped him in an indescribable comfort, spreading through his veins and revitalizing every corner of his being. The long-standing fatigue seemed to dissipate entirely, and he felt as vigorous as a young man once more. Is that all there is to it? Su Lingyun inquired curiously from the side. It's merely kidney deficiency. It's easily treatable, Jiang Lang replied nonchalantly, before removing the silver needles from Su Jinzhao's body. Suddenly, a tingling sensation coursed through him, and he was taken aback by his newfound mobility, almost collapsing to the ground, but for Su Han's timely support. Father, how do you feel now? Su Han asked, intrigued. That process lasted less than 5 minutes. Can it truly be effective? I feel an overwhelming surge of strength, Su Jinzhao stammered. Although it sounded almost fantastical, it was indeed his reality. Is it truly so miraculous? Suze scoffed, skepticism etched on his face. I can't believe such exceptional medical skills exist. It must be a scam. Father, perhaps he has stimulated certain acupoints in your body, inducing a state of exhilaration. This notion seemed plausible, and all eyes turned back to Jiang Lang. My lower back has been aching lately. Can you alleviate it, divine physician? Jiang Nishue, Su Jinzhao's wife, inquired cautiously. Jiang Lang cast a glance at her and remarked, your lumbar deformity is a result of prolonged hours spent playing mahjong. It is not difficult to discern. Hearing this, Jiang Ningxue was taken aback, as this was their first encounter. How could he possibly know about her daily mahjong sessions? Alas, being born into such a family meant that while women were not required to earn a living, they still had to socialize with affluent ladies. This would help Su Jinan cultivate valuable connections. If you can truly cure my aunt's chronic back pain, I shall believe you to be a miraculous physician. Suze interjected. Su Mingyuan's expression darkened slightly. The little divine doctor is my esteemed guest. And what are you two doing? Do you not regard me? Old master, it is of no consequence. A mere gesture, Jiang Lang replied calmly. Madam Su, please lie on the sofa. I shall alleviate your discomfort with just a few presses. Is it truly that miraculous? Just a couple of presses, and it's resolved? Jiang Ningxue obediently laid down on the sofa. Due to her back pain, she often sought chiropractic massages, but the results were usually mediocre. Jiang Lang lifted her garment and placed his hands on either side of her spine, probing with his thumbs for a moment. Then, With a sudden force, a resounding crack echoed through the room, startling everyone present. "Ah, how relieving!" Jiang Ningxue exclaimed from the sofa, overwhelmed by an indescribable sensation, like a weight that had been pressing upon her was suddenly lifted. Subsequently, Zhang Lang began to knead her back with his hands. His technique was straightforward, yet what was remarkable was the unmistakable warmth radiating from his palms, perfectly tempered. It felt as though something was coursing through his hands into her body, enveloping her in an exquisite sense of comfort. In mere minutes, a light sheen of sweat appeared on Jiang Ningxue, and Zhang Lang withdrew his hands. "Not only is your back problematic, but you also exhibit some internal coldness. I have coincidentally helped expel the damp and cold energy from your body." Su Lingyun, observing in astonishment, dutifully offered a wet tissue for Zhang Lang to wipe his hands. Zhang Lang turned to her, flashing a smile. "Thank you." In that moment, Su Lingyun felt her heart race. How had this man suddenly grown more handsome? The little divine doctor's skills are indeed extraordinary. I now feel completely revitalized. Jiang Ningxue stood up from the sofa, her complexion noticeably flushed. "Thank you, little divine doctor. You are truly remarkable." In that moment, Su Jinan finally understood why his father held this young man in such high regard. He was genuinely gifted. "Little divine doctor, the meal is ready. Shall we dine first?" Su Jinan proposed. "Certainly." Zhang Lang graciously accepted and followed them to the dining table, while Jiang Ningxue hurried off to take a shower. Everyone was present, except for Su Jinxian's eldest son, Su Ziqian. "It is indeed an honor for this humble abode to host you, esteemed little healer. I raise this cup in your honor," Su Mingyuan proclaimed, lifting his glass with both hands. "Recently, I have encountered some troubles, hence my stay here for a couple of days. There is no need for such formality. You may continue with your affairs as usual." Upon concluding his words, Zhang Lang downed the contents of his cup, thereby granting Su Mingyuan a modicum of respect. "Are you referring to the Ding family matter?" Upon mentioning this, Su Mingyuan grew anxious. The Ding family is no trifling matter, should they truly come to visit. He was uncertain how to respond. "Indeed, but you need not fret. I shall resolve this issue. Just arrange for me a place to stay," Zhang Lang replied nonchalantly. "If the esteemed healer does not mind, you may stay here for the night. I have a villa over in Nanshan. I shall send someone to tidy it up tomorrow and handle the transfer paperwork as a small gift for you," Su Mingyuan hastily offered. He rarely found opportunities to curry favor with Zhang Lang, and this was a chance he could not let slip by. Very well, Zhang Lang accepted without hesitation, for he would eventually need to vacate his current dwelling with Ning Yiming. This way, should she have a quarrel with her family, they would have a refuge. The table was filled with guests continuously toasting Zhang Lang, their tones laced with a measure of respect, save for Su Zhe, who could not help but feel irked by the sight. Chapter 41. What compensation shall I receive? Being of similar age, why should this young man be the honored guest of the Su family? To put it plainly, aside from his medical skills, what else does he possess? Merely a pauper who treats ailments. He, on the other hand, was a scion of the Su family born with a silver spoon in his mouth. A stark contrast to this fellow, he was the cloud, while Zhang Lang was but the mud. After the meal, seizing the opportunity while they tidied the room, Su Mingyuan led Zhang Lang into his study. True to the Su family's reputation, this study was as spacious as an entire home. The Wang Wallywood bookshelves exuded a subtle fragrance, adorned with many rare editions and ancient tomes. The opposing wall had been hollowed out to create numerous small cabinets, housing porcelain vases and antiquities, all elegantly encased in glass. The freshly brewed Dahong Pao wafted a rich aroma, prompting Su Mingyuan to invite Zhang Lang to sit. "Esteemed healer, please have a seat." However, Zhang Lang lingered before the wall displaying the antiques. Understanding the unspoken invitation, Su Mingyuan promptly offered, "If there is anything you fancy, esteemed healer, do let me know. I shall have it delivered to the villa tomorrow." "Did you purchase all these items?" Zhang Lang raised an eyebrow in inquiry. "Some were gifts from others, merely trinkets," Su Mingyuan replied. "How much did you pay for this white porcelain vase?" Zhang Lang inquired. "Ah, that? It is a Song Dynasty white jade clean vase, with a total price of 30 million. 30 million for a counterfeit?" Zhang Lang chuckled upon hearing this. The wealthy truly have no better use for their money. Hearing this, Su Mingyuan could not remain composed. How could that possibly be a counterfeit? He approached the wall, opened the cabinet, and extracted a porcelain vase. "Little divine doctor, could you take another careful look? No need to examine it further. Simply reach in and feel. came the reply. Su Mingyuan, somewhat skeptical, extended his fingers inside and encountered a slight protrusion at the vase's opening, his eyes widening in astonishment. How can this be? I purchased this vase at an auction. Numerous experts examined it and found no flaws. Yet you, little divine doctor, discerned the issue at a glance. Jiang Lang chuckled as he settled onto the sofa. Does it feel like a character to you? Su Mingyuan's expression grew serious as he meticulously explored with his fingers, realizing it resembled the character for Jiang. His eyes widened as he turned to Jiang Lang, who sipped from his teacup. That was something I crafted in my youth for amusement. I never imagined it would circulate in the market. Goodness. So this was made by Jiang Lang. In that instant, Su Mingyuan felt that the 30 million he spent was indeed worthwhile. He carefully placed the vase back and turned to Jiang Lang, inquiring, I had no idea you possessed such talents. Earlier, upon entering, I noticed some peculiar arrangements in your living room. Tomorrow, have someone relocate the fish tank from the southwest corner to the northeast corner, and regarding that monstera plant. Jiang Lang casually suggested a few adjustments, which Su Mingyuan promptly committed to memory. His trust in Jiang Lang had grown immensely. He believed every word he spoke without doubt. In Jiangcheng, at the Ning residence, Ning Yiming lay in bed, tossing and turning, unable to find sleep. She pulled out her phone to message Jiang Lang, but hesitated and set it down again. This matter had escalated significantly, and if the Ding family truly sent someone, she was uncertain how Jiang Lang intended to handle it. After much contemplation, Ning Yiming resolved to personally plead with Chu Tianqi the following day. At dawn, she purchased some supplements and headed to the hospital. Standing outside Chu Tianqi's ward were two imposing bodyguards, who immediately blocked her path. I am here to see General Manager Chu. My name is Ning Yiming. Is he awake? She inquired politely. Inside, Chu Tianqi heard the commotion outside and called out, Let her in. The bodyguards then opened the door, allowing Ning Yiming to enter. She placed her items aside and addressed the figure in the bed. General Manager Chu, are you feeling any better? Chu Tianqi regarded her with a chilling gaze. What? That good-for-nothing didn't accompany you? Jiang Lang had indeed been a bit heavy-handed. I have already admonished him. I came today to offer my apologies to General Manager Chu, hoping you might overlook this minor transgression and refrain from holding it against Jiang Lang, Ning Yiming said, her hands clasped nervously around her handbag's handle. Chu Tianqi let out a cold snort, his left hand concealed beneath the blanket, already clenched into a fist. At this moment, Chu Tianqi had a plaster cast hanging from his chest, and there was no response from him. The doctor had stated that the chances of his recovery were nearly non-existent. The entire family had now placed their last hope in the hands of the renowned healer, Qi, who was still away and had yet to return. Ning Yiming, do you believe this matter can be resolved with just a few words? Chu Tianqi retorted. If Mr. Chu requires compensation, please feel free to state your terms. She had come prepared for this encounter, willing to accept any resolution, whether it involved monetary compensation or humiliation. Compensation? What do you intend to offer me? Yourself? Ning Yiming furrowed her brow slightly. Mr. Chu, we are truly incompatible. Isn't it your desire for my forgiveness? Very well. Call that worthless man over and have him kneel before me to apologize, and we shall consider this matter resolved. Chu Tianqi said with a cold smirk. Ning Yiming hesitated for a moment before retrieving her phone. She understood the significance of a man's knees, yet merely apologizing wouldn't cost Jiang Lang his life. If Master Ding were to arrive, however, it would indeed be perilous for him. Upon learning that Ning Yiming was seeking out Chu Tianqi, Jiang Lang rushed out without finishing his breakfast. Ning Yiming, what do you see in that boy? Chu Tianqi inquired curiously. Ning Yiming would not disclose that her marriage to Jiang Lang was simply a means to avoid marrying him. Jiang Lang possessed his own merits. Hearing this, Chu Tianqi merely snorted in response, offering no further comment. Her grandfather had already arrived at the airport, and her father was on his way to pick them up. For now, he needed to keep Ning Yiming calm until Jiang Lang arrived, at which point he could deal with them both. Throughout his life, Chu Tianqi had never relinquished what he desired to others. Now that he was incapacitated, a condition brought about by Jiang Lang, Ning Yiming, as Jiang Lang's wife, had a duty to tend to his needs. Observing the smile on Chu Tianqi's face, Ning Yiming felt a sense of unease, though she could not pinpoint why. Nevertheless, she hoped that Chu Tianqi would indeed keep his word, and that once Jiang Lang apologized, this matter would be settled. Chapter 42. Naturally sturdy, would you like some water? Ning Yiming asked, sensing the awkward atmosphere. Yes, but my hand is not convenient. Chu Tianqi replied with a smile. Ning Yiming immediately understood his implication and took the water cup, bringing it to his lips. To her surprise, as soon as he took a sip, he grasped her wrist with his left hand, which had been hidden under the blanket. A momentary panic washed over her. "Mr. Chu, what are you doing?" "I just want to take a good look at you. I haven't seen you up close before," Chu Tianqi said, lifting his gaze to meet that of the woman before him. Her exquisitely sculpted face was mere inches away. Today, Ning Yimeng wore no makeup. Yet her complexion bore no blemish whatsoever. The woman exuded a faint, almost ethereal fragrance that made it difficult for Chu Tianqi to let her go. Unfortunately, he had become a mere shadow of his former self. Despite Ning Yimeng being so close, his body remained unresponsive. Anger surged within him, prompting him to push her away forcefully. Ning Yimeng lost her footing and fell to the ground, water from her cup splashing over her, rendering her somewhat disheveled. At that moment, a group entered the ward. Upon seeing the figure on the floor, Ding Xiaoran's expression darkened. "What are you doing here?" "Mrs. Chu, I am here to apologize," Ning Yimeng hastily replied as she scrambled to her feet, barely taking the time to dry herself off, and respectfully addressed Ding Xiaoran. Beside Ding Xiaoran stood an elderly man with gray hair, flanked by two young individuals. This must be the legendary Master Ding Xiaomo. It was surprising how swiftly the Chu family acted. It was fortunate she came to apologize, for otherwise, Zhang Lang would have faced serious trouble. "Grandfather," Chu Tianqi exclaimed, seeing Ding Xiaomo as if he had found hope, tears brimming in his eyes. "My dear grandson, you have suffered," Ding Xiaomo said, quickly approaching the bedside and calling out to the entrance. "Lao Lu, come in quickly." An elderly man carrying a medical kit hurried into the room. Dressed in a white tang suit, although advanced in age, he appeared remarkably robust. "Hurry, examine my grandson and see if there is still hope," Ding Xiaomo urged. "Tianqi, this is the renowned physician I summoned from Jinling to assess your condition. We must ascertain if we can preserve the lineage." Ning Yimeng was taken aback by this revelation. Had Chu Tianqi truly been rendered incapacitated? This was beyond her expectations. If he were indeed irreparably harmed, a mere apology would not suffice. "Father, it is her. This woman is the reason our Tianqi is in this state." Ding Xiaoran pointed accusingly at Ning Yimeng. Ding Xiaomo cast a sharp glance in her direction, causing her to shudder in fear. Truly, he was a master. His gaze sent chills down her spine. Ning Yimeng swallowed hard. "Please, let me explain. I did not intend for things to turn out this way. I came solely to apologize." Ding Xiaoran snorted disdainfully. "Now you wish to apologize? It is too late for that. Where is Zhang Lang? Call him here. I want to see if he dares to act so arrogantly in front of my father." With the backing of her family, Ding Xiaoran's arrogance soared. Ning Yimeng inhaled sharply, realizing that the situation was spiraling out of control. Had she known, she would never have contacted Zhang Lang. If he arrived now, the Ding family would undoubtedly not let him off easily. Instinctively, she reached for her phone, hoping to prevent Zhang Lang from coming. Just then, a voice rang out from the doorway. What a grand display of power from the Ding family. A group of people bullying my wife, a mere woman. Recognizing that familiar voice, Ning Yimeng turned in surprise towards the entrance. Zhang Lang approached her step by step, shielding her behind him. "Are you the martial artist who injured my grandson?" Ding Xiaomo cast a disdainful glance at Zhang Lang, his tone laced with contempt. "Such a mere boy, at best a Xian-level martial artist. How could he possibly compare to me? Engaging him in combat would only diminish my own stature. It was I who struck him. This matter has nothing to do with my wife. Let her leave while I resolve this," Zhang Lang proclaimed assertively, positioning himself protectively in front of Ning Yimeng. "You insolent youth, do you even comprehend whom you are addressing?" Ding Xiaomo inquired in a low voice, his irritation palpable. This young man seemed utterly oblivious to the gravity of the situation. Any ordinary person would have knelt in his presence. Yet this boy not only showed no reverence, but was audaciously reckless. Such audacity was an affront to his status as a grandmaster. In his long life, he had encountered many arrogant individuals, but none had dared to be so brazen in his presence as Zhang Lang. "What? Are you, a grandmaster, truly going to harass a young girl?" Zhang Lang retorted flippantly. At that moment, Ding Xiaoran observed that Zhang Lang displayed not an ounce of fear while conversing with her father. It was important to note that her father was a grandmaster of innate realm. Upon entering this level, one's aura transformed significantly, and especially for martial artists. It was palpable that their presence overshadowed that of others. Under such circumstances, Zhang Lang ought to have been trembling in terror. He is merely pretending. This boy is certainly feigning composure. You seek to let her go? You may, but first, you must kneel and plead with me, Ding Xiaomo declared arrogantly. Behind him, Ning Yiming gently tugged at his sleeve, urging, Jiang Lang, he is a grandmaster, you cannot defeat him. Please, beg for mercy. Beg for mercy? Such words do not exist in my lexicon. My apologies, but I am inherently unyielding and shall not bow. If this grandmaster cannot abide by this, he is welcome to assist me. Jiang Lang's tone dripped with provocation, causing Ding Xiaomo's expression to shift slightly. Grandfather, this boy is insufferably arrogant. Teach him a proper lesson. Chu Tianqi on the bed shouted. With a single slap, you shall meet your end. Ding Xiaomo looked down at Jiang Lang with disdain. Very well, allow my young disciple to engage you, lest it be said that I take advantage of my age to bully a child. As he spoke, a relatively young man stepped forward from beside Ding Xiaomo. This individual appeared to have just reached adulthood, yet exuded the aura of a Xian-level martial artist. He was Chu Yan, Ding Xiaomo's prized disciple, a prodigy of exceptional talent. Having trained under Ding Xiaomo since the age of 8, he had now surpassed many who would struggle throughout their lives to break through such formidable barriers. It was a rarity for someone to reach the Xian level by 18. Most would remain mere Huang-level martial artists throughout their lives. Such a character as Chu Yan can undoubtedly be deemed a genius. Chapter 43. See you on the arena. Kid, you are the first to dare speak to my master in such a manner. Come, allow me to witness your prowess. Chu Yan beckoned to Jiang Lang with a flick of his finger. Ning Yiming felt a surge of panic. If a fight truly broke out, Jiang Lang would undoubtedly suffer. She quickly stepped forward, exclaiming, Great master, all the blame lies with me. Do as you will, but please spare Jiang Lang. He only wished to protect me. Intriguingly, Ding Xiaomo cast a glance at Ning Yiming, noting her spirited courage. It was no wonder that Tianqi favored her. Bring this girl away, he commanded. Once I deal with this waste, she shall be wed to Tianqi, serving him for the rest of her days like a devoted servant. Although he had summoned a physician, Ding Xiaomo was well aware that the lineage of Chu Tianqi was largely beyond remedy. The likelihood of finding a normal wife for him was slim. Thus, he thought it prudent to hand Ning Yiming over to the Chu family as a mere plaything for his grandson, a means to vent his frustrations. As two bodyguards moved to apprehend her, Jiang Lang suddenly shifted, appearing before Ning Yiming and swiftly dispatching the guards. He then launched a punch at Chu Yan. Come on. Chu Yan, oblivious to the gravity of the situation, met Jiang Lang's strike head-on. In the next moment, the sound of bones cracking reverberated through the air, and Chu Yan's expression shifted to one of dismay. Ding Xiaomo, however, wore a smirk. He had never believed that this young man could inflict harm upon Chu Yan. It was not until Chu Yan emitted a cry of agony and staggered back several paces that Ding Xiaomo realized the injured party was not Jiang Lang. Chu Yan. As his prized disciple, Ding Xiaomo felt a pang of concern. He rushed forward to inspect the damage. How are you faring? Master, I think my arm is broken. Chu Yan grimaced, his right arm hanging limply as he gazed in disbelief at his opponent. How could this be possible? He was a peerless genius. Yet that single blow felt as though he had struck a solid block of mysterious iron, the pain almost causing him to bite his own tongue. Jiang Lang was astonishingly formidable. He appeared only a few years older than Chu Yan, yet he could crush a profound-level martial artist with a single punch. Kid, how dare you harm my disciple? In the midst of his words, Ding Xiaomo removed his suit jacket and handed it to a nearby individual. Meanwhile, Ning Yiming stood agape behind Jiang Lang, astonished that he had injured the esteemed Master Ding's disciple. Just how powerful was he? Old man, if you seek death, I can certainly accommodate you. Even in the face of a grand master, Jiang Lang remained undaunted, flashing a confident smile as he turned to Ning Yiming, gently urging, Stand back, do not be afraid. The glimmer of murderous intent was unmistakably evident in Ding Xiaomo's eyes. A companion at his side could not help but interject, Master, you are a grand master. Engaging in conflict with such a minor character would tarnish your esteemed reputation. In that moment, Ding Xiaomo was nearly overwhelmed by rage. Almost disregarding this reminder, Jiang Lang had harmed his daughter, crippled his grandson, and now, in his presence, was bullying his cherished disciple. This grievance demanded retribution. Young man, if you dare, let us engage in a fair fight. This place is not suitable for such a confrontation. Ding Xiaomo inhaled deeply, striving to regain his composure. Should he inflict harm upon Jiang Lang here, it would be perceived as bullying. However, on the arena, It would be a matter of Jiang Lang's own recklessness. And where do you propose we fight? Jiang Lang countered. In 3 days, at the Jiang City Martial Artists Life and Death Arena. If you have the courage, come, Ding Xiaomo declared solemnly. This arena was specifically designated for martial artists to settle their disputes, akin to an octagonal cage. Participants varied in skill level, allowing them to choose their adversaries. Whenever unresolved tensions arose, martial artists would opt for the arena, for once there, fate determined life and death. And even a demise within its bounds would only reflect one's inadequate cultivation. Ding Xiaomo calculated wisely, for the arena did not differentiate levels, it merely determined superiority. Nevertheless, Jiang Lang found this arrangement agreeable and promptly acquiesced. Very well. We shall meet in the arena in 3 days. Have you lost your mind? Ning Yiming gasped in astonishment from behind. To challenge a grandmaster in the arena was akin to courting death. Everyone else in the room regarded Jiang Lang with a mocking expression. Truly, the audacity of youth knew no bounds. There remained individuals brave enough to contest against a grandmaster. Then it's settled. In 3 days, we shall meet in the arena. Don't back down when the time comes. Ding Xiaoren scoffed. This young man had thoroughly provoked his father. Once they entered the arena, survival would be a distant hope. See you in 3 days, Jiang Lang yawned. Then, before the gaze of all present, took Ning Yiming's hand and prepared to leave. Good dogs don't obstruct the way, he taunted as he passed by the crowd. Ding Xiaomo's other disciple intended to intervene, but was restrained by Ding Xiaomo himself. In his eyes, Jiang Lang was already akin to a dead man. Once they entered the elevator, Ning Yiming was seized by panic. Jiang Lang, do you realize what you are doing? In the next instant, Jiang Lang turned and pressed her against the wall, his gaze filled with tenderness. Ming, trust me, I will be fine. Once I resolve this matter, I will return to you. The Chu family should be too preoccupied to trouble your company in the meantime. Should anything arise, feel free to call me. As she gazed at Jiang Lang's gentle expression, Ning Yiming felt a tremor in her heart. The distance between them was less than 5 centimeters, and her breath quickened involuntarily. She swallowed hard and, as if compelled by some unseen force, rose on her toes to peck swiftly at Jiang Lang's lips. In that fleeting moment, Jiang Lang felt a jolt coursing through his body, paralyzing him momentarily. Just as he prepared to reciprocate the kiss, the elevator emitted a chime. The moment the doors opened, Ning Yiming hastily slipped out, with Jiang Lang following closely behind. Jiang Lang, it's certain death to challenge the Grandmaster. Perhaps you should consider fleeing instead, she urged insistently after they exited the hospital. To her, the odds of victory were non-existent, and the only chance for survival lay in a hasty retreat. At that moment, she disregarded her own safety. If Jiang Lang decided to escape, she would willingly offer herself to the Chu family as compensation. Chapter 44. Can you afford to live off others? After all, Chu Tianqi's initial intention was to target her, and she believed that even if Jiang Lang fled, they would not harm her. Hearing her words, Jiang Lang couldn't help but chuckle. Are you so certain that I will not prevail? What nonsense. He is, after all, the Grandmaster. Ning Yiming gazed at Jiang Lang with a serious expression. Do not assume that defeating his disciple means you can best him. That disciple may appear juvenile, but it is entirely normal for you to triumph over him. However, the Grandmaster's prowess is on a completely different level. Legend has it that his roar can send a person flying. Jiang Lang, living is the most important thing, Ning Yiming said earnestly. Jiang Lang was almost amused by her words as he pinched her cheek. Why are you so adorable? Ning Yiming brushed his hand away. I am speaking seriously. I will not lose. Jiang Lang looked at her with unwavering determination. In 3 days, once I have resolved these troubles, I will return to find you. With that, he made his way toward the nearby Black G-Class, the car keys casually given to him by the Su family that morning. Upon seeing the license plate, Ning Yiming paused momentarily. Jiang G 888. The plate was exceedingly conspicuous, and before she could take a closer look, Jiang Lang had already driven off. She quickly opened her phone to search, discovering that it belonged to Su Jinan, the chairman of the Su group. Goodness, how did Jiang Lang end up driving a car from the Su family? Ning Yiming recalled Jiang Lang mentioning a call from Su Mingyuan a few days prior, which she had doubted at the time. Could it be true? Jiang Lang drove straight to the nearest 4S dealership. Although Su Mingyuan had assured him that everything from the Su family was at his disposal, Jiang Lang still hoped to acquire a vehicle of his own. After parking in a nearby lot, he walked towards the dealership, only to be met with disdainful glances from several salespeople as he entered. Great. Another one just here to enjoy the air conditioning, one woman remarked with a sneer, fanning herself. The man opposite her scoffed. Indeed, this fellow is dressed so poorly. It is evident he cannot afford a car. Only a young girl, seemingly fresh to the world, approached with a stack of documents in hand and graciously poured a glass of water for Jiang Lang. Sir, are you here to look at cars? Is this girl out of her mind? Serving everyone? Remarked another. She's new. Don't mind her. In a few days, she will discern the good from the bad. She hasn't closed a single deal in a month. She will likely be dismissed soon. They chuckled. Their conversation was loud enough for Jiang Lang to overhear from several meters away. He glanced at the name tag on the girl's chest. Are you Zheng Hao? Yes. She nodded, her eyes reflecting a naive clarity of someone just entering the workforce. May I ask your name, sir? I am Jiang Lang. Mr. Jiang, may I inquire about your budget? Zheng Hao began to engage Jiang Lang as per the company training. I have no set budget. I will purchase whichever appeals to me. Preferably one with a higher safety rating, perhaps even bulletproof glass, Jiang Lang mused. I see. In that case, I recommend you consider this model, the Range Rover. It is one of our newly arrived vehicles and is specifically designed to be bulletproof, meeting the American A9B6 standard. Zheng Hao earnestly introduced the car to Jiang Lang, while the other salespeople found it amusing. This girl is quite serious. The starting price of this vehicle is $6 million, and our model is top tier, priced over $10 million. If this fellow can afford it, then I must be the wealthiest in Jiang City. Ignore her. The girl is clearly desperate to make a sale. Just as they were discussing, two figures entered. Upon seeing them, several salespeople rushed over. Young Master Su. What brings you here? Third young master. Long time no see. Is this your girlfriend? She is quite lovely. Suze removed his glasses, a hint of pride on his face. This is my sister. Do not speak nonsense. Su Lingyun spotted Jiang Lang from a distance and was taken aback. Why is he here? Third brother, look. Following her finger, Suze saw Jiang Lang examining cars, and a smirk crept onto his lips. This fellow truly dares to come here. Does he not realize where he is? Any car in this dealership costs over $1 million. Enough to buy his life. Or perhaps he plans to have his grandfather pay for it after browsing. With this thought, Suze approached Jiang Lang with Su Lingyun. Oh, isn't this the little divine doctor? Jiang Lang found their presence somewhat surprising, but offered a polite greeting. Hello. Young Master Su, do you know this gentleman? Moments ago, those salespeople who had looked down upon Jiang Lang now regarded him with newfound respect. After all, he was the third young master of the Su family, and those acquainted with him were invariably of high status. Not familiar, Suze remarked indifferently. This single statement not only denied any connection between him and Jiang Lang, but also deterred the salespeople from attempting to curry favor with Jiang. Young Master Su, are you here to purchase a car today? What model are you interested in? We recently received several stunning supercars, including 2 limited editions, a female salesperson suggested. Her demeanor flirtatious. However, Suze feigned indifference, instead watching Jiang Lang, who was inspecting 2 Range Rovers with keen interest. What is the price of this vehicle? Suze inquired, pointing at the Range Rover before him. This one is priced at $15 million. One of the salespeople interjected eagerly. Assuming the Su family had ample wealth and that a few extra million would be inconsequential to them. $15 million. Quite steep indeed, Suze remarked, turning his gaze to Jiang Lang. Dr. Jiang, can one truly afford such an expensive car by living off others? His words elicited disdainful glances from the surrounding salespeople towards Jiang Lang. What? A man living off a woman? He may look decent, but he pales in comparison to someone like young Master Su. How dare one even think to place him alongside Su? They scoffed. To spend his wife's money on a car is quite audacious. Listening to the derision, Suze unconsciously raised his chin, reveling in the spectacle. Yet, Jiang Lang remained unfazed, returning Suze's gaze with a calm smile. Are you quite idle, young Master Su? Jiang Lang asked with a hint of detachment. Not particularly idle. I came to buy a car. I've grown weary of the ones I have at home, Suze replied, his words enough to captivate all the women present. After all, he was the third young master of the Su family, changing cars with the frequency of changing clothes. Then why are you lingering here instead of viewing cars? Jiang Lang inquired with composure. Suze frowned, scrutinizing him. Jiang Lang, don't think for a moment that I am unaware of your intentions. You don't mean to pick out a model and have my grandfather buy it for you later, do you? Although I'm unsure of the spell you've cast on the old man, you're merely a penniless fellow with some medical skills. Just getting into our Su family is already a stroke of luck from a past life. You would do well not to overreach. Beside him, Su Lingyun shot Suze a disapproving look. Third brother, that's enough. Regardless of personal feelings, Jiang Lang is a guest of the Su family. It is unbecoming to humiliate him in front of so many. However, Jiang Lang paid little heed to Su Zhe's insult, responding instead, "You've misunderstood. I have sufficient funds to purchase a vehicle myself. You have money? Where did it come from? Surely it must be from your wife?" Upon the utterance of those words, the crowd erupted into laughter. It is indeed quite absurd for a grown man to rely on a woman's financial support while venturing out into the world. What relevance does this have to you? Jiang Lang's gaze turned icy. He had no intention of engaging with Su Zhe, yet the latter's aggressive demeanor compelled him to respond. "It is of no consequence. It merely evokes pity," Su Zhe retorted, his tongue clicking in disdain. "To spend a woman's money with such audacity, are you indulging in the luxury of a parasitic existence? You rely solely on your handsome visage. First, you feasted off the Qin family, and just after divorcing their daughter, you swiftly pursued the young lady of the Ning family. What a remarkable tactic you possess. Perhaps you could impart this skill to me. Should I be in a generous mood, I might just purchase this vehicle as a gift for you." Su Zhe's unabashed ridicule rang out, causing Su Lingyun to interject, unable to bear it any longer. "Third brother, that's enough. There should be limits to jesting, and frankly, this is simply cruel. Linger, I am your brother. You should not turn against me." Su Zhe chuckled before directing his attention to a nearby salesperson. "I have taken a liking to this car, priced at 15 million. I shall take it." He then glanced back at Jiang Lang. "Apologies, but I have bought this vehicle. Perhaps you should explore other options." Jiang Lang recognized the deliberate provocation but refused to yield to this young master. "I bid 16 million, Jiang Lang declared loudly. At this proclamation, Su Zhe burst into laughter. "You must be mad. Are you truly attempting to outspend me? Is Su Xiao no longer able to play this game?" Jiang Lang challenged, his gaze taunting. Su Zhe scoffed. "Young man, do you think you can engage me in a bidding war? You are still too inexperienced. I shall pass. 16 million. Let's see if you can produce that amount. While the Ning family is wealthy, surely Ning Yimin could not be foolish enough to provide such a sum for a mere car, if his memory served him correctly. The Ning family's affairs were complex, especially concerning Ning Yimin, who, reportedly, contributed most of her earnings to her family, leaving her with little. He doubted Jiang Lang could indeed muster such a substantial amount. "Su Xiao, are you jesting? He does not possess such wealth." A female salesperson flirtatiously chimed in beside Su Zhe, her ample bosom almost pressed against him. "Please, no need for that." Su Zhe smiled, turning his gaze toward Jiang Lang. "Now, let us see what Jiang Shini can offer." Su Lingyun, intrigued, looked toward Jiang Lang, eager to discover if he could indeed produce the funds. Jiang Lang promptly retrieved a bank card and handed it to Zheng Hao. "Please process the transaction." Upon seeing the card, Su Zhe's brows knitted together. It was a supreme golden dragon card, of which only 10 existed worldwide. The card was predominantly black, adorned with a lifelike golden dragon intricately woven with gold thread at its center. This exquisite card was crafted by a master artisan abroad, each card bearing a unique number that signified its holder's status and prestige. This card, he had only seen online. How could it possibly be in Jiang Lang's possession? The Ning family is inferior to the Chu family. How could they possess such a card? The nearby salesperson chuckled. "Kid, are you joking? Do you think you can use just any card as a bank card? If that card has money on it, I will kneel and call you dad." Another chimed in, seriously. "If you're going to act pretentious, at least do it properly. Who do you think you're fooling with a toy card?" As the laughter of the crowd echoed, Su Zhe regained his senses. Indeed, how could he, a mere son-in-law, possess such a card? It must be a forgery. "Jiang Shini, if you truly lack funds, just beg me now. It's merely a car. I would gift it to you," Su Zhe declared generously. The nearby salespeople were envious. They too yearned for such an opportunity. To simply ask for a favor and receive a luxury car worth over 10 million, that was an unimaginable stroke of luck. "Kid, if I were you, I would kneel right now. Su Xiao is offering you a chance. Don't be ungrateful. Hurry and beg. This card hasn't been swiped yet. How do you know there's no money inside?" Jiang Lang turned to Zheng Hao and instructed, "Go, bring the POS machine." Without hesitation, Zheng Hao obediently fetched the POS machine. The crowd erupted in laughter. The girl was quite earnest. However, when they heard the successful payment notification, everyone lost their composure. "What nonsense is this? How much did you swipe?" Someone immediately grew suspicious and snatched the POS machine. When they saw the number displayed, they were left in a stupor. The toy card actually contains 16 million. What kind of card is this? I've never seen one before. Zheng Hao explained. This is the Supreme Golden Dragon card issued by an international bank. Only 10 exist worldwide. Only clients with deposits exceeding 10 billion and distinguished identities can possess it. Upon hearing this, the crowd looked at Jiang Lang with astonishment. Suze too found it hard to believe. What nonsense was this? This boy was merely a good-for-nothing. How could he possibly have such a status? Moreover, how could he have deposits of over 10 billion? Su Lingyun also looked curiously at Jiang Lang, realizing that he was indeed a person of hidden depths. Chapter 46. Can you give me all your money? Su Xiao, do you have a favorite car? If so, I can buy it for you, Jiang Lang said to Su Zhe with a smile, as long as you beg me for it. This was a direct echo of Su Zhe's earlier words, now returned to him unchanged. Su Zhe clenched his fists, his face flushed with embarrassment. It felt as though he had lifted a stone only to have it crash down upon his own foot. Good for nothing. That card can't possibly be stolen, can it? Su Zhe asked, unwilling to accept the truth. Stolen? If Su Xiao possessed such remarkable abilities, he could easily procure one for himself. Jiang Lang smiled gently. Yet his words pierced Su Zhe's heart like an invisible blade. In that moment, Su Zhe felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him, prompting him to turn to the person beside him and say, Ling, let us depart. Su Lingyun glanced back at Jiang Lang with curiosity, but was promptly tugged away by Su Zhe. Once they had left, the sales representatives hurriedly approached Jiang Lang, eager to curry favor. Mr. Jiang, we never anticipated that you are a discreet magnate. We sincerely apologize for our earlier remarks. We were merely acting in deference to Su Xiao. Indeed. Su Zhe is hardly significant in your presence. Mr. Jiang, here is my business card. Should you require anything, please feel free to reach out to me at any time. The woman who had been flirting shamelessly in front of Su Zhe presented her business card with both hands, her ample bosom nearly toppling Jiang Lang. It was evident that such salespeople relied less on their professional acumen and more on their alluring appearances to engage with clients. Jiang Lang paid her no mind. Instead, he turned his gaze to Zheng Hao in the corner. Please hand me your business card. Zheng Hao promptly offered her card, which Jiang Lang accepted and tucked away in his pocket. He then instructed her, let us finalize the paperwork. Inform your manager that the commission for this deal is entirely yours. I won't accept a single penny less for this vehicle. Upon entering, Jiang Lang had noted that Zheng Hao was the only one who did not regard him with disdain, leaving a favorable impression of the young woman. Very well. I shall prepare the paperwork immediately. Zheng Hao slightly bowed and went to gather the necessary materials. A few salespeople, unwilling to relent, clustered around Jiang Lang as if he were a celestial being and escorted him to the VIP room. Once inside, the most brazen female salesperson audaciously perched herself on Jiang Lang's lap, feigning casualness as she exclaimed, "Oh dear, my apologies, Mr. Jiang." Yet, Jiang Lang remained unfazed. No worries. If you enjoy it, feel free to remain seated. After all, the one at a loss is not me, and you won't receive any commission from this. Realizing that her intentions had been laid bare, the female salesperson flushed, yet the thought of the coveted Supreme Golden Dragon card spurred her on. Gritting her teeth, she lunged at Jiang Lang, wrapping her arms around his neck. Mr. Jiang, as long as you desire, I am willing to offer you anything. The woman's breath was warm against Jiang Lang's ear, and it seemed she yearned to engage with him publicly. Is that so? Then will you relinquish all your money to me? Jiang Lang's words extinguished her enthusiasm. She had encountered many unromantic men, but none as utterly devoid of charm as he. What? Does your dealership offer special services with car purchases? Jiang Lang's loud query sent ripples of laughter throughout the room. Even the woman, regardless of her shamelessness, felt utterly humiliated and wished to vanish into thin air. She swiftly rose, covering her face as she fled the room. Jiang Lang then addressed the remaining individuals. You needn't waste your efforts here. You may leave now. Though disappointed, the crowd had no choice but to depart begrudgingly. The procedures were swiftly completed, and Zheng Hao escorted Mr. Jiang to the entrance. Should you encounter any issues in the future, feel free to reach out to me, she said. It was only after the vehicle had driven away that Zheng Hao turned back to re-enter the room. The gazes of those present shifted significantly, particularly that of the woman who had previously fawned over Jiang Lang, who now directed a disdainful remark at Zheng Hao, exclaiming, "Vixen." Zheng Hao, with her usual composure, returned to her seat, placed the documents down, and unfazed, took out her phone to send a message. Zheng Hao, the original price of this car exceeds 11 million. Sister Jiahui suggested you sell it for several million more. Shouldn't you share some of that with her? A voice piped in, laced with envy. Zheng Hao remained silent, her gaze fixed steadily on the woman named Shun Jiahui, as she articulated each word with clarity. You are terminated. Our company has no need for a salesperson like you. Upon hearing this, Shun Jiahui looked at Zheng Hao in disbelief, then scoffed. Are you out of your mind? I am the top salesperson in the store. What are you even? You've sold one car in a month. What gives you the right to be so arrogant? Let me tell you, my relationship with Manager Wang is quite solid. With just a word from me, you could end up with nothing. How could I, having been here for several years, be bullied by a newcomer? Very well. Excellent. Zheng Hao replied with a smile and a nod. Zheng Hao, have you lost your senses? Someone whispered urgently from the side. Apologize to Sister Jiahui quickly. If you anger her, she'll have Manager Wang fire you, and you'll receive not a single cent of your commission. Others pressed her to concede, but Zheng Hao remained unfazed. At that moment, a figure hurriedly entered. Brother Wang. Upon seeing him, Shun Jiahui rushed forward, resembling someone who had found their savior. Brother Wang, this newcomer is bullying me. You have no idea what has transpired during your business trip. Step aside. Before Shun Jiahui could finish, Wang Shiqiang pushed her away. He swiftly approached Zheng Hao, respectfully addressing her Miss. The title left everyone present in a state of shock. What was happening? Wasn't she a newcomer? How had she suddenly become Miss? Manager Wang, you seem to have quite the influence. Just moments ago, Sister Jiahui claimed that her relationship with you was profound, and with a single word, you could have me dismissed. Is that true? Zheng Hao inquired with a smile. Wang Shiqiang, suddenly drenched in sweat, turned to Shun Jiahui and slapped her twice across the face, leaving her dazed. Before she could voice her grievances, Wang Shiqiang asserted sternly, you are fired. Pack your belongings and leave immediately. I will arrange for your salary to be transferred to your account shortly. Brother Wang. Shun Jiahui was left in shock, recalling how many nights she had spent in different men's beds to boost her sales performance. Not long ago, Wang Shiqiang had advised her to sell a few more cars, promising her a generous commission and a trip together. How could things have changed so drastically upon his return? She cast an unwilling glance at Zheng Hao. Chapter 47. I am also an owner. Are you involved with that vixen? Upon hearing this, Wang Shiqiang immediately turned around and struck Shun Jiahui harshly across the face. You wretched woman. You think you can disrespect me? Do you have any idea who this is? She is the esteemed young lady of our group. What are you, to dare challenge her? Get out of here at once. Otherwise, I will ensure you do not see the light of day tomorrow. Wang Shiqiang glared menacingly at Shun Jiahui, realizing that this insolent woman had not only offended the young lady, but nearly dragged him down with her. If she dared to speak about those disgraceful matters and jeopardize his future, he would not hesitate to eliminate her. His words left the entire room of salespeople in stunned silence. They could hardly fathom that this seemingly ordinary intern was, in fact, the young lady of the group. Shun Jiahui, now silenced, hurriedly turned to Zheng Hao, repeatedly apologizing. Young lady, I'm terribly sorry. I did not mean to offend you. You ought not to apologize to me, but rather to those customers you have insulted with your narrow-mindedness, Zheng Hao coldly replied, casting her a disdainful glance. Now leave at once. Our group has no need for individuals like you. She refrained from expressing her harshest thoughts, as her intention in coming to Jiangcheng was merely to experience life and undertake an internship, not to witness the deplorable conduct of her sales team. Clearly, upon her return, she would need to ensure these salespeople received proper training before resuming their roles. Otherwise, they would unknowingly offend countless customers. Upon exiting the 4S dealership, Jiang Lang headed towards the villa district that Su Mingyuan had gifted him. The car glided smoothly, swiftly entering the realm of Longton Bay Villa area. Given the luxury of his vehicle, the security personnel did not dare to impede his progress, allowing him to pass without question. After navigating through a stretch of the villas, Jiang Lang encountered another gate, one that was not so easily accessible. The security guard halted Jiang Lang's car and respectfully inquired, "Good day. Whom are you here to see?" Judging by Jiang Lang's attire and the car he drove, the guard had already formed an assumption about his status, likely perceiving him as merely a chauffeur. "I reside here," Jiang Lang responded. The guard, however, met this claim with a disdainful smile. "Come on, if you're driving for someone, just admit it. Who are you trying to impress?" "We all work for a living." Jiang Lang smiled and offered the guard a cigarette. "I just moved in today." The guard scoffed. "This neighborhood is home to the affluent of Jiangcheng. Have you ever seen a wealthy individual dressed like you, smoking a Tinuan cigarette? Just as Zhang Lang prepared to clarify his situation, a horn sounded from behind. Through the rearview mirror, he spotted a familiar silver sports car approaching. Upon witnessing the scene, the security guard hastily urged, "Hey, move your vehicle a bit to the side." He then jogged over to the rear of the car, bending slightly as he called out, "Young master He." Xian shot him a glance filled with disdain. "What are you doing? Don't you see I've arrived? Hurry and let me in." As he spoke, Xian glanced at the car in front, noting its impressive stature. "I'm talking to you. Quickly move your car aside. Don't obstruct young master He." The guard shouted towards Zhang Lang, who remained unfazed, leisurely lighting a cigarette and taking a slow drag. This infuriated Xian, who flung open the car door and stepped out. Upon seeing the occupant inside, he couldn't help but sneer. "Oh? Isn't this my ex-husband? Aren't you aware that good dogs don't block the way? Shouldn't there be a sense of priority here? Why should I move my car for you?" Zhang Lang replied calmly. The security guard grew anxious, exclaiming, "Kid, this is young master He, a legitimate owner of Longton Bay. Who do you think you are? Acting so arrogantly as a mere driver?" This young man was truly oblivious, failing to grasp the identity of the person before him. Did he really believe he could compare to young master He, driver? Xian laughed even louder at this. "What's the matter? Has the Ning family's young lady cast you aside? Or are you currently playing chauffeur for her? Indeed, a good-for-nothing like you, even if you manage to live off that pretty face, could only aspire to drive cars." Unfazed by Xian's derision, Zhang Lang remained composed. At that moment, Qin Ruyu also exited her car, approaching Xian. As she regarded Zhang Lang, a complex emotion flickered in her eyes. "Useless, get out of the way. You and I are here to view the property I just purchased." Xian wrapped an arm around Qin Ruyu's waist, casting a challenging glance at Zhang Lang. "With your caliber, you'll never afford a villa in Longton Bay. But then again, a parasite like you doesn't need to buy a house." "Zhang Lang, perhaps you should just step aside," Qin Ruyu sighed. "I've already stated, I am also an owner," Zhang Lang replied coolly, showing no intention of moving. The security guard was now agitated. "Kid, don't make this difficult for yourself. What gives you the right to act so high and mighty as a driver?" Scram. Zhang Lang pulled out his phone and called Su Ming Yuan. "I'm being blocked at the entrance of Longton Bay. Please hold on. I will have someone come for you shortly." After hanging up, Zhang Lang calmly resumed his cigarette. "Useless. Do you know what I admire most about you?" Xian mocked. "You're clearly a freeloader, yet you still act so tough." Xian's remark elicited laughter from the nearby security guard. "Exactly. Just a freeloader. How can he compare to young master He? He is the heir of the He family, born with a silver spoon. Even if this good-for-nothing worked his entire life, he wouldn't measure up." "Zhang Lang, are you really trying to block the way here?" Qin Ruyu frowned at him, perceiving his actions as deliberate. "I understand that my relationship with Xian may cause you discomfort, but is it truly necessary to react in such a manner? This is nothing short of self-inflicted humiliation." Zhang Lang scoffed. "Qin Ruyu, you overestimate yourself." Despite having showered Qin Ruyu with care and devotion over the past 3 years, he had long since let her go. His mentor had once imparted wisdom to him. A man must be capable of both holding on and letting go. At that moment, a car approached, and a woman hurriedly alighted. "Mr. Jiang, is it?" she inquired, dressed in professional attire, as she handed him a property deed. "I sincerely apologize. I was waiting inside and completely forgot that entry was restricted." She continued, "Here is your property certificate, and the paperwork is all completed. This is the key to your villa at Longton Bay No. 1. Please take it. The house has been thoroughly cleaned, and all essential amenities have been provided. You may move in at your convenience." "What? Longton Bay No. 1? At this moment, everyone present was taken aback. The Longton Bay Villa area is categorized by levels. The further along the numbering, the better the location and the more spacious the villa, naturally resulting in a higher price. Even Xian had only managed to purchase No. 89, barely entering the affluent district of Jiangqing. What merit does Zhang Lang possess to reside at Longton Bay No. 1? "Thank you," Zhang Lang said coolly as he accepted the items, tossing them onto the passenger seat. He turned to the security guard beside him and asked, "Am I permitted to enter now?" "Mr. Jiang, I sincerely apologize. I underestimated you earlier. I will grant you access immediately," the security guard quickly replied, pressing a button. The barrier before them lifted, and Zhang Lang cast a glance at the astonished Xian duo before accelerating out of the area. What a useless fellow, living off others and yet so arrogant. Just wait until Miss Ning no longer favors him. I wonder how bold he will be then. He Xian gritted his teeth and remarked. He then turned a cold gaze toward the security guard. What are you staring at? Get lost. The guard promptly nodded and stepped back, knowing that the residents of this place were not to be trifled with. Meanwhile, Su Zhe and Su Lingyun sat in a cafe. How could that worthless Jiang Lang possibly possess a supreme golden dragon card? Su Zhe seethed. There must be some trickery involved. Damn it. Amir's son-in-law dares to act so arrogantly in my presence. I will ensure he is dealt with properly. Third brother. Su Lingyun's expression grew serious. I think you are being a bit excessive. It is one thing to humiliate Jiang Lang, but seeking to have someone beat him up? Isn't that the very definition of bullying? Are you truly my sister? Why do you always side with him? Su Zhe cast a disapproving glance at Su Lingyun. After all, Jiang Lang has done nothing to provoke you. She furrowed her brow and replied. If Su Zhe had merely been jesting with Jiang Lang, it would have been one thing, yet observing Su Zhe's current demeanor, one could sense an overwhelming desire to utterly devour Jiang Lang. Su Lingyun found this disconcerting. After all, Jiang Lang was a distinguished guest invited by her grandfather, who had also healed the ailments of both her mother and Su Zhe's father. It was one thing not to express gratitude, but to provoke and threaten him was utterly unreasonable. Linger, are you truly my sister? Su Zhe furrowed his brow, his tone growing more serious. Su Lingyun shot him a glance, retorting, I do not have a brother who bullies others with his power. Having said this, she grabbed her bag and exited. Su Zhe remained seated, his fists clenched tightly on the table. Damn it, it's all that useless fool's fault. After stepping outside, Su Lingyun hailed a cab, heading towards the Longtan Bay Villa area. She felt that Su Zhe's behavior today was rather excessive, prompting her to apologize to Jiang Lang. The vehicle soon entered the villa district, and after confirming her identity, the security guard allowed her entry. The environment of the villa area was indeed pleasant. After passing through the gates, they drove for a distance before arriving at the entrance of Villa Number 1. The door stood ajar, and from the exterior, the spaciousness within was quite impressive, comparable to their own estate. Jiang Lang, are you home? Although the door was open, Su Lingyun still knocked politely. Jiang Lang emerged from a room on the second floor, somewhat surprised to see her. Miss Su, what brings you here? Su Lingyun stepped inside, saying, I am here to apologize. My third brother acted inappropriately this morning, and I wish to extend my sincerest apologies on his behalf. Hearing this, Jiang Lang smiled. To be honest, he had not taken it to heart. He descended the stairs and poured a glass of water for Su Lingyun. No worries, it's a trivial matter. Assessing the decor of the villa, Su Lingyun nodded frequently. The design style is quite nice, though it seems a bit large for you. Shall I arrange for a maid to clean for you? No need for trouble. I have already contacted a housekeeping service, Jiang Lang replied, looking at Su Lingyun with a smile. Did Miss Su come solely for this morning's incident? Not entirely, Su Lingyun casually remarked. I also wanted to see if you required anything else to help you get fully settled. Miss Su, you are quite thoughtful. Hearing Jiang Lang's somewhat distant tone, Su Lingyun felt a pang of discomfort. Politeness was one thing, but the formality felt overly formal. Jiang Lang, you need not address me as Miss Su. You are older than I and a valued guest in our home. Just call me Linger. Linger, Jiang Lang called out with a smile. Su Lingyun's face turned slightly pale. One hand pressed against her abdomen, her expression growing pained. May I use your restroom? Of course, Jiang Lang gestured toward the restroom. As Su Lingyun entered, cold sweat trickled down her forehead. This accursed menstrual cycle tormented her mercilessly every month. After a considerable pause, Su Lingyun finally stepped outside. Jiang Lang, seated on the sofa, broke the silence. Are you experiencing menstrual pain? Su Lingyun bit her lip and nodded. It happens every month. I've consulted numerous doctors, but they say it's something I was born with, and it's incurable. It can be treated. If you're willing, I can administer a few acupuncture needles, he offered. Really? Su Lingyun's spirits lifted at his words. Can it truly be cured? For a girl, being free from pain during her period would be sheer bliss. Of course. Just lie down and lift your shirt a bit, Jiang Lang replied calmly. A blush crept onto Su Lingyun's cheeks, yet she complied. She incessantly reminded herself. One should not shy away from medical treatment. Su Lingyun had an admirable physique, evidently a result of regular workouts. Her abdominal muscles were distinctly defined. As Jiang Lang pressed down gently, Su Lingyun let out a muffled groan. It hurts. With a flick of his wrist, Jiang Lang produced several silver needles and inserted them into her lower abdomen. Instantly, the pain seemed to diminish. although she wondered if it was merely a psychological effect. After inserting the needles, Jiang Lang took her hand and applied a few more. At that moment, the pain seemed to vanish entirely, leaving Su Lingyun in a state of wonder. It feels as if the pain has truly dissipated. This relief is only temporary. Remain still for now, Jiang Lang cautioned, placing his palm above the needles in her abdomen. Remarkably, the needles began to tremble slightly without direct contact, while Su Lingyun felt a warm sensation spreading from the needle sites throughout her body. Her previously tense muscles relaxed, and the flow of her blood felt remarkably smoother. A wave of indescribable comfort prompted Su Lingyun to emit a soft moan, but she quickly caught herself, biting her lip in embarrassment. After a few minutes, Jiang Lang withdrew his hand, and Su Lingyun felt a lingering warmth in her abdomen, completely free of pain. However, the waves of warmth coursing through her made her slightly anxious, fearing an unfortunate mishap. Once Jiang Lang removed the needles, she hastily stood up. I need to use the restroom. Upon her return, Su Lingyun felt rejuvenated, her entire being enveloped in comfort, with the prior pain completely vanished. At that moment, she truly appreciated the marvel of Jiang Lang's medical skills and understood why her grandfather held him in such high regard. With such expertise, his future was indeed boundless. How is it that your medical skills are so exceptional? Su Lingyun couldn't help but ask. The technique is merely a trivial skill, Jiang Lang replied with a smile. At that moment, Su Lingyun perceived the man before her as radiating brilliance. Are you truly a son-in-law of the Ning family? She inquired with curiosity. Jiang Lang nodded slightly. Although it was not his intention to be a son-in-law, it seemed he truly was one. With your remarkable abilities, why would you choose to be a son-in-law? To enjoy a life of leisure, Jiang Lang replied with utmost seriousness. Upon hearing this, Su Lingyun's lips twitched in disbelief. Such an exceptional man would contemplate living off others. It was no wonder they often claimed that there were no good men in this world. Meanwhile, outside Jiang Lang's villa, a group was peering inside. Is this Longtan Bay number 1? Jiang Lang. Zhou Shuqin's face revealed a hint of disdain. Don't joke with me. That good-for-nothing couldn't possibly reside in a place like this. Indeed, even if he truly lived here, it is likely just the Ning family's property. How could he be the owner? Qin Feng chimed in. But we saw him receive the property deed with our own eyes. Qin Riyue interjected, when He Xian was showing them around their new home. Zhou Shuqin remarked that she had never visited such an upscale villa community, expressing her desire to explore. As they wandered, they stumbled upon this location, and Qin Riyue informed her that this was Jiang Lang's villa. What a joke! He is merely a discarded waste in my daughter's eyes. How dare he reside in such a splendid place? This good-for-nothing has truly struck it lucky, having just been kicked to the curb and immediately getting involved with Miss Ning. Sister, perhaps this good-for-nothing and Ning Yimeng have been entangled for quite some time. Qin Feng exclaimed loudly. Inside, Jiang Lang and Su Lingyun overheard the commotion outside. It seems someone is speaking about you. Su Lingyun furrowed her brow, rising to confront the intruders. She was determined to see who had the audacity to stand at their doorstep and speak ill of them. Upon seeing the woman emerge from the villa, Qin Feng's eyes widened, and He Xian was momentarily taken aback. Isn't this good-for-nothing involved with Ning Yimeng? Then who is this woman? Jiang Lang followed suit, stepping outside and immediately grasping the situation upon seeing Zhou Shuqin and her family. You waste. How dare you engage in infidelity with another woman while hiding from Miss Ning? Qin Feng was the first to react, promptly accusing Jiang Lang. Su Lingyun frowned slightly, wondering why these individuals spoke so harshly. Jiang Lang, are you spending Miss Ning's money to support another woman? Does she know? As he spoke, He Xian took out his phone to capture photos. I will send this picture to Miss Ning shortly, so she can see how you betray her trust. Qin Riyue was astounded by Jiang Lang's audacity. Suddenly, she recalled what Qin Feng had just said. Perhaps while they were still together, Jiang Lang had already been involved with Ning Yimeng. He Xian, angered, thought that this good-for-nothing was merely relying on his looks and dared to commit such acts. What nonsense are you talking about? Su Lingyun approached the group. Her expression darkened to an extreme. As a young lady of the Su family, she had been raised in a sheltered environment and had never encountered such a lack of decorum. What? Are we not speaking the truth? He Xian looked at Su Lingyun before him and wondered how such a young girl could be so blind as to fall for a worthless man. Let me be frank with you. This good-for-nothing is a son-in-law of the Ning family, and all the money he spends comes from the Ning family's young lady. Don't let him deceive you. Hearing their words, Su Lingyun silently clenched her fists. I have nothing to do with him. Why do you speak so carelessly? In broad daylight, a lone man and woman sharing a room. Whether anything happens is not for us to decide. Qin Feng sneered from the side, saying, little girl, if you truly fancy someone wealthy, why not consider me? I am still single. Not to mention, Su Lingyun's beauty could rival Ning Yiming's. And her extraordinary aura was precisely the type Qin Feng admired. He Xian chimed in, indeed. If you're in need of a man, consider my little nephew. He is certainly much better than this good-for-nothing. Unable to endure it any longer, Su Lingyun delivered a resounding slap to He Xian's face. This strike stunned not only He Xian but also the people behind him, as they had not anticipated her sudden aggression and failed to evade it in time. Truth be told, this was the first time Su Lingyun had ever struck someone, and the harshness of their words had pushed her to it. Once he regained his composure, He Xian's expression turned fierce. You dare hit me? Ning Yiming isn't here today, and besides, this good-for-nothing is fooling around with other women. If Ning Yiming finds out, he won't escape unscathed, so I have nothing to fear. Just as He Xian prepared to retaliate, a figure swiftly appeared before Su Lingyun. Zhang Lang grasped his wrist, his gaze turning icy. He Xian, do you remember when I warned you about impending disaster? You fool. I refrained from acting before because Miss Ning was present. But do you truly believe you mean something? As he spoke, He Xian lifted his leg to kick Zhang Lang. Zhang Lang's eyes narrowed as he delivered a punch to He Xian's face, simultaneously seizing his ankle and yanking it fiercely. He Xian let out a heart-wrenching scream, landing in a split on the ground, completely incapacitated, his hands clutching his groin in immense pain. At that moment, the only thought in his mind was, it's over. I'm finished. Beside him, Su Lingyun couldn't help but feel a sense of satisfaction. Such a person deserved this treatment. Chapter 50. Mutual benefit. You dare strike my brother-in-law. Qin Feng roared as he swung his fist toward Zhang Lang. Zhang Lang extended his long leg and kicked him away, knocking down Zhou Shuqin and others behind him. Ouch! Zhou Shuqin cried out, pointing at Zhang Lang in fury. You worthless fool! How dare you strike us while sneaking around with Miss Ning? Su Lingyun, incensed by her words, immediately took out her phone to call security. Zhang Lang, you have gone too far. Qin Riyue stepped forward to assist He Xian, but did not forget to raise her head and reproach Zhang Lang. You accuse us of infidelity, yet who truly exceeds the bounds of propriety? Zhang Lang looked down at the individuals on the ground and questioned, have you and He Xian truly been innocent over these past 3 years? In the face of Zhang Lang's inquiry, Qin Riyue bit her lip and replied, we have done nothing wrong. Indeed, during the previous 3 years, she had maintained a close connection with He Xian, yet she had never committed any betrayal against Zhang Lang. Any indiscretions occurred only after their divorce. They had, in truth, engaged in nothing more than dining out and watching films together. Zhang Lang scoffed, you claim you've done nothing. Yet you've engaged in every activity imaginable except for intimacy. Su Lingyun could not help but glance at Zhang Lang, finding him oddly pitiable, as though he had been wearing a metaphorical green hat for 3 years. At that moment, security personnel rushed over. Zhou Shuqin, invigorated by their arrival, hastily pointed at Zhang Lang and the others, exclaiming, you've arrived just in time. Quickly apprehend this pair of adulterers. What are you doing? How dare you cause a ruckus here? Do you know where you are? Do you know who she is? The head of security glared at Zhou Shuqin and the others, rebuking, how dare you offend Miss Su? Do you even realize the gravity of your actions? Throw them all out. With a furious shout, the security team advanced to seize them. He Xian and the others were once again left bewildered. Miss Su? Which Miss Su? Is there another Su family in Jiang City? Su Lingyun coldly regarded the group before her. You would do well to apologize to Zhang Lang and me before departing. I may choose to overlook this matter. Otherwise, with a mere word from me, neither the Qin family nor the He family will hold any significance to the Su family. He Xian trembled at the mention of the Su family, the wealthiest in Jiang City. What merit did Zhang Lang have to attract such attention? First the Ning family, now the Su family. Were all these young ladies blind to associate with such a waste? Miss Su, I sincerely apologize. I was unaware it was you. Despite the pain still coursing through him, He Xian hastily offered his apologies to Su Lingyun. She was right. The Su family hardly regarded the He family as worthy of consideration, let alone the He and Qin families. Even the Chu and Ning families likely held no significance in the eyes of the Su family. Qin Riyue was further astonished after separating from her. Zhang Lang had first married a lady from the Ning family, and now seemed to have climbed the social ladder with the Su family. This made her feel rather ordinary as his ex-wife. She had once thought that knowing her and sharing 3 years of life together would be the most glorious moment of Jiang Lang's existence. Is it permissible to spread rumors simply because I am present? Su Lingyun snorted coldly. He Xian had indeed deserved the slap he received. A person like him was worthy of being struck. We apologize. It is entirely our fault, Zhou Shuqin quickly added. This is a formidable Buddha they cannot provoke. Whenever Su Lingyun feels displeased, it is merely a matter of a word from the Su family to cast them into the moat. Jiang Lang stood behind Su Lingyun, lighting a cigarette and observing the unfolding scene with cold indifference. As his gaze swept across, it met Qin Riyue's eyes, which reflected not only shock, but also a hint of sorrow. Yet, in Jiang Lang's eyes, there seemed to be only apathy. Expel them. Su Lingyun commanded the security captain beside her. Increase the number of patrols in this area. I do not wish to see these individuals lingering at the entrance of Longtan Bay No. 1 again. Understood. A group of security personnel escorted the individuals away, allowing Su Lingyun to turn her attention back to Jiang Lang. Your ex-wife is not a decent person. Jiang Lang smiled faintly. His engagement to Qin Riyue had merely been a decree from his master. However, during those 3 years, he had often contemplated a life with her. But it was she who refused. It's all in the past. Su Lingyun gazed into Jiang Lang's profound eyes, feeling an involuntary flutter in her heart. Such an admirable man. How unfortunate he is to be entangled with such a woman. What of Miss Ning from the Ning family? Is it mutual affection? She could not help but inquire. Images of Ning Yiming flitted through Jiang Lang's mind. Mutual affection? Hardly. He was merely her contractual husband, if one were to put it bluntly. They were simply fulfilling their respective needs. Ning Yiming used him as a shield, while he benefited from her salary. It doesn't count. We are merely utilizing each other. Upon hearing this, Su Lingyun frowned slightly. Indeed, men are all of the same ilk. In Jiangcheng, at the hospital. How is he? Ding Xiaomao asked as he looked toward Lu Yizhen at the bedside. Lu Yizhen was renowned as a miraculous doctor in Jinling, rumored to have once brought a dead man back to life with a single needle, earning him such a title. Currently, numerous silver needles were embedded in Chu Tianqi's body. Yet aside from the pain, he showed no signs of life. Lu Yizhen, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead, shook his head. The injury is severe and beyond remedy. It cannot be healed. Ding Xiaomao's heart sank at this revelation. Was his beloved grandson to be rendered useless just like that? Get out. All of you get out. Chu Tianqi bellowed, sweeping everything off the bed to the floor. As a man, if he were to lose his capabilities, could he still call himself a man? It was all Jiang Lang's fault. Damn it. He must be eliminated. Rest assured, my grandson, your grandfather will avenge you. Ding Xiaomao hastily assured him. Jiang Lang had severed the Chu family's lineage. He deserved to die. When the arena competition came in a few days, he would teach that arrogant boy a lesson, making him aware of the true power of a grandmaster. Grandfather, you must avenge me. Chu Tianqi said tearfully as he looked at Ding Xiaomao. Beside him, Chu Hong wore a solemn expression. Had it not been for the pressure exerted by the Su family, he would have long since dismantled the Ning family. Father, regarding the Su family, Chu Hong cautiously began, glancing at Ding Xiaomao. Ding Xiaomao snorted coldly. What is the Su family, anyway? Once I deal with Jiang Lang, I shall turn my attention to them. It was evident that the Su family, fully aware of the Chu family's backing, dared to act against them, which was a blatant display of their contempt. Chapter 51. What is honor? In Jiang City, at the Ning family residence. Meng, shall we visit the hospital again tomorrow morning? He Shuyun said to Ning Yimeng while seated on the sofa. That good-for-nothing Jiang Lang dares to challenge Master Ding to a contest. He is surely doomed. We should ingratiate ourselves with young Master Chu, and once he is discharged, perhaps there is still hope for you too. Upon hearing this, Ning Wan, who had been silent, suddenly spoke up. Isn't that Chu Tianqi a cripple? I heard today that he has lost his ability to bear children. So what? He Shuyun shot him a disapproving glance. Even if he is truly incapacitated, he is still a young master of the Chu family. His status alone matters. Ningwen couldn't help but frown at He Shuyun, realizing she intended to marry her daughter to a worthless man. Regardless, it is the Chu family's lineage that would be severed, not ours. Why are you so anxious? Besides, we still have Yuan Zhou. The future of our family's lineage will depend on him. He Shuyun spoke unabashedly in front of Ning Yimeng. On the sofa, Ning Yuan Zhou lounged with his legs crossed, puffing on a cigar and exhaling a smoke ring with a smile. Mother, You are always so good to me. Silly son, you are my only child. Who else should I be good to? He Shuyun replied with a smile, affectionately ruffling Ning Yuanzhou's hair. Sighing, Ning Wen merely shook his head before rising to head towards the bedroom. Ning Yimeng had grown accustomed to such scenes. In this family, she had always been treated as a mere tool. Throughout her upbringing, the most frequent words spoken by He Shuyun to her were, "You must yield to your brother. He is destined to carry on our family's lineage." Reflecting upon these words, Ning Yimeng found them laughable. Fortunately, she had spent ample time with her grandfather during her childhood, which shielded her from He Shuyun's influence, preventing such beliefs from taking root in her. Mother, I have told you many times, I will not marry Chu Tianqi. I am already Jiang Lang's, and as long as he lives, I am his wife. Ning Yimeng declared resolutely, her eyes filled with determination. At that moment, Jiang Lang's visage unconsciously flickered in her mind. She wondered where he had been these past few days and how he was faring. Ning Yuanzhou, overhearing her, scoffed. You can't possibly believe that good-for-nothing stands a chance against a master, can you? Even if he is a martial artist, he is merely a mediocre yellow-level practitioner, hardly worthy of respect. What can such a worthless individual possibly do against a grandmaster? I assure you, Jiang Lang is doomed in this upcoming tournament. As Ning Yuanzhou spoke these words, a smug expression adorned his face. Once he perishes, the Chu family will undoubtedly seek retribution against you. You will still have to become Chu Shao's wife. Thus, I advise you to accept your fate sooner rather than later and refrain from futile struggles. Use these days to organize the company's documents, preparing for the handover to me. From the day Ning Yimeng assumed her position, Ning Yuanzhou had been eagerly anticipating her marriage. Once she wed, the company would naturally belong to him, her son. After all, it is uncommon for a woman to inherit a company, and it is even more absurd for her to hand it over to outsiders after marriage. Ning Yimeng clenched her fists slightly, glaring fiercely at Ning Yuanzhou. Ning Yuanzhou, you truly have no shame. At that moment, Ning Yuanzhou beamed with a radiant smile. What is shame? Can it be consumed? Ning Yimeng, I have always told you, I am the eldest son of this family, and all of this rightfully belongs to me. I do not know what you said to Grandpa to have him grant you the company, but mark my words, what is rightfully mine will one day return to my hands. Beside them, He Shuyun chimed in. Your brother is correct. As a girl, your primary duty is to bear children at home. What business do you have being a boss in the outside world? At that moment, the doorbell rang. He Shuyun stood up to answer it, and was taken aback to find Ning Hongxi and his family at the door. She quickly called out, Second brother, they have arrived. Ning Yimeng and the others hurriedly greeted them. Second uncle. Ning Hongxi entered with Ning Manny, who wore a bright smile. Sister, I heard you are married? Such a significant event, and you did not inform us? Do you not consider us family? Not at all. We have yet to hold the wedding. So I did not have the chance to notify you, Ning Yimeng explained. The marriage with Jiang Lang had been exceedingly hasty, and they were currently in a contractual relationship, leaving her torn about whether to proceed with the wedding. Is brother-in-law home? Ning Manny called out towards the stairs. Brother-in-law? Do not call out. That worthless man is not here, Ning Yuanzhou interjected with a cold snort. Manny, I tell you, such a useless individual cannot be your brother-in-law. Your sister will inevitably marry Chu Shao. Chu Shao? Ning Manny feigned surprise, covering her mouth. But I heard he has been in the hospital recently, and it seems someone has rendered him incapacitated. He will be a useless man from now on. Second uncle, please have a seat. Ning Yimeng invited Ning Hongxi to sit on the sofa and poured him a cup of tea. Ning Hongxi nodded slightly. Yimeng, I have heard about your family's affairs. If there is anything you need help with, do not hesitate to let your second uncle know. As the conversation unfolded, Ning Hongxi's tone was imbued with warmth, prompting Ning Yimeng to fight back tears. The individuals who treated her best in this household were her grandfather, followed closely by Ning Hongxi and Ning Zixuan. Second uncle, I don't need anything, Ning Yimeng replied stubbornly, shaking her head with tears in her eyes. Sister, what on earth are you thinking? Why did you choose to marry a son-in-law rejected by the Qin family? Ning Manny interjected, sitting beside Ning Hongxi. This matter has created quite a stir outside. Even my classmates are inquiring about it. I was curious to see what sort of person this brother-in-law is, only to find he is not at home. That good-for-nothing is hardly worth mentioning. In a few days, he will no longer exist, He Shuyun chuckled. Second brother, once this matter is resolved, Yimeng will surely marry young Master Chu. I will call you all for the wedding. Upon hearing this, Ning Hongxi furrowed his brow, his expression grave. Sister-in-law, from Yiming's demeanor. It does not seem she has any affection for Chu Tianqi. This child should have the autonomy to make her own decisions regarding her life. You cannot dictate her marriage. Ning Hongxi implored, having come today to speak on Ning Yiming's behalf. Chapter 52. Hurry and run. Preserving one's life is paramount. Upon hearing this, He Shuyun was displeased. Second brother, what do you mean by that? I am her mother. Does my opinion not matter in her choice of husband? Besides, even if I were to allow her to choose, what kind of person would she pick? Moreover, Jiang Lang is merely courting death. This has nothing to do with us. Ning Yuanzhou eagerly recounted how Jiang Lang had offended the Chu family, and after hearing this, Ning Hongxi's expression grew even graver. Jiang Lang appeared to be somewhat different from the rumored good-for-nothing son-in-law. Which worthless fellow would dare to offend a grandmaster? He truly is seeking his own demise. A grandmaster could easily obliterate him with a mere slap, yet he dares to compete in a tournament? Father, we should go and see. I am curious to witness this brother-in-law's prowess, Ning Mani remarked, linking her arm with Ning Hongxi's. Yiming, what did Jiang Lang say to you? Ning Hongxi asked with concern. He told me not to worry, Ning Yiming replied, though she found it impossible to feel at ease. Nevertheless, she conveyed Jiang Lang's words. Not to worry. Does that mean he intends to meet his own end? Ning Yuanzhou laughed heartily. It matters not, considering he is your husband. I, your elder brother-in-law, shall cover his funeral expenses. Ning Hongxi's expression darkened at this remark. How can you say such things? Have you earned a single penny on your own in all these years? As a grown man, you idly depend on Yiming for sustenance. And you have the audacity to speak like this? Ning Yuanzhou's countenance soured. Second uncle, this is our family's affair. Aren't you meddling a bit too much? Indeed. He Shuyun crossed her arms and remarked, Second brother, I kindly invited you to attend the wedding of Yiming and young Master Chu. Yet you are meddling in our family's affairs instead. Ning Hongxi sighed softly, glancing at the half-closed door not far away, shaking his head. His elder brother was inherently too timid. Otherwise, he would not have been subdued by a woman to such an extent. It was one thing for He Shuyun to dominate the household matters, but it was quite another for the true head of the family to feel utterly insignificant within his own home. Never mind, Ning Hongxi said as he rose. Yiming, I shall take my leave. Should you require any assistance, do not hesitate to reach out to me. He then cast a glance at He Shuyun before addressing Ning Yiming. You are a young woman now. You must take charge of your own affairs. As long as you are unwilling, no one can compel you. If worst comes to worst, you can always call for your second uncle, do you understand? Hearing these words, Ning Yiming felt a warmth in her heart, her nose tinged with the thread of tears. I understand, second uncle. After seeing him off, she ascended the stairs, but Ning Yuanzhou called after her, Ning Yiming, do not think that your second uncle can truly assist you. You are a member of our family, born of our mother. At his words, Ning Yiming paused, taking a deep breath, tears brimming in her eyes. Heaven knows how she wished she were not He Shuyun's daughter. Upon returning to her room, Ning Yiming retrieved Jiang Lang's number, hesitating for a long while, yet she ultimately refrained from making the call. Jiang City, Longtan Bay, number 89. She never anticipated that this good-for-nothing would become so sought after, first by the Ning family's young lady, and now by the Su family's young lady. Simply because of his fair appearance, Zhou Shuqin sat on the sofa, gritting her teeth in indignation. Beside her, Qin Ruyue stared at her phone, showing no sign of reaction, her fingers sliding across the screen without opening anything. Mother, please do not be upset. This good-for-nothing will not be arrogant for much longer. He Xian handed Zhou Shuqin a glass of water, saying, I heard that this good-for-nothing injured the young master of the Chu family, offended the Ding family, and even challenged Master Ding to a duel. Just think, what could such a useless person possibly have to compete with a master? He would likely be knocked out with a single slap as soon as he stepped onto the stage. What? A duel with a master? Is this boy out of his mind? Zhou Shuqin exclaimed in astonishment. This good-for-nothing had spent 3 years in their Qin family, toiling under her command, not daring to utter a sound, and now he had the audacity to challenge a master after befriending a wealthy woman. At this, Qin Ruyue on the sofa trembled. Did he wish for his own demise? What on earth was Jiang Lang thinking? She scrolled through her phone until she found his number, which had always been saved under his name. Reflecting on it, he hadn't called her wife even once in the past 3 years. The thought made her heart ache for Jiang Lang. Seizing the moment when no one was paying attention, she swiftly typed out a message on her phone and sent it. In the city of Jiang, at Longtan Bay number 1, Jiang Lang emerged from his bath to find a new message on his phone, surprisingly from Qin Ryue. Upon opening it, he read a single sentence. "I heard you offended the Grandmaster? You should run quickly. Your life is paramount." A cold smile crept across Jiang Lang's lips as he deleted the message with a flick of his hand. A mere Grandmaster held no fear for him. However, he hoped that this incident might grant him a glimpse into matters related to the Heavenly Extreme Hall. He was eager to ascertain who currently held power over the Heavenly Extreme Hall, which Zhou Bo had claimed once belonged to the Jiang family. Having reached this juncture, as a member of the Jiang clan, he felt it was his duty to reclaim that which rightfully belonged to his family. The following morning, Jiang Lang was awakened by the ringing of his phone. "Hello, is this Mr. Jiang? May I ask who is calling?" "I am Zheng Hao, a sales representative from the 4S dealership. Do you remember me?" An hour later, the doorbell of the villa chimed. Jiang Lang opened the door to find Zheng Hao standing at the threshold in a professional outfit. Today, she appeared markedly different from their previous encounter. The obtrusive glasses were gone, and her once inexpensive suit had been replaced by a high-end ensemble. Even the brooch on her chest sparkled with the unmistakable luster of wealth. Had this young woman suddenly come into fortune due to her commission? "Please, come in." Jiang Lang gestured for her to enter. Zheng Hao offered him a warm smile. "Mr. Jiang, allow me to introduce myself. My name is Zheng Hao, and I hail from the Zheng family in Kyoto." "Greetings." Jiang Lang was unaware of the significance of the Kyoto Zheng family, only recognizing that she was from the capital. He invited her to sit on the sofa. "What brings you here today?" "This is a check for 800,000. I insist that you accept it." Zheng Hao produced a check and handed it to Jiang Lang, leaving him somewhat bewildered. Even if the commission from the car was substantial, it hardly warranted such a sum. "The vehicle you purchased was priced at just over 11 million, and the quote I provided was excessively high. The difference is my sincere apology." At her words, Jiang Lang raised an eyebrow in curiosity. "Where did you acquire such a sum?" "I am the daughter of the Zheng family. The 4S dealership is merely a small establishment under our family's name. I recently graduated from university and came here for an internship, as well as to survey the local situation. There were others present when you purchased the car, so I was unable to return the money then. I hope you do not take offense. I genuinely wish to cultivate a friendship with you." Gone was the initial shyness that had marked their first meeting. Zheng Hao now exuded confidence, her face adorned with a polite and gentle smile. Jiang Lang was taken aback. This woman was no ordinary individual. No wonder she had recognized his bank card at a glance. Her background was indeed remarkable. "Miss Zheng, I have accepted this money. Let us regard it as the cost of friendship. My master once said that women from the mountains are like tigers, and I fear you might consume me," Jiang Lang remarked as he set the check aside. Zheng Hao struck him as a woman of considerable cunning, especially since she had deceived him from their very first encounter. Thus, Jiang Lang was reluctant to forge a friendship with someone of her ilk. "Your master?" Zheng Hao inquired, her curiosity piqued by Jiang Lang, who possessed an intangible charm that seemed to draw her closer. "If Miss Zheng has no further matters to discuss, you may take your leave," Jiang Lang said coolly, dismissing her words. "Mr. Jiang, I truly did not intend to deceive you during our initial meeting. It was merely to conceal my identity and gain a better understanding of the operations of the stores under the company. However, I did mislead you, and I sincerely apologize. To demonstrate my contrition, might I invite you to dinner this evening?" Zheng Hao asked, her tone cautious as she regarded Jiang Lang. Jiang Lang, intrigued by her adaptability, reflected on the rarity of such humility in a woman of her stature, as most young ladies were typically quite proud. "Very well, where shall we dine?" "Allow me to treat you," he offered, feeling it inappropriate to quibble over such matters with a young lady. "That is out of the question. I insist on treating you," Zheng Hao asserted confidently, leading Jiang Lang out the door. Once in the car, she took the passenger seat, and Jiang Lang smiled, saying, "You are the first to occupy the front passenger seat of this vehicle. What an honor." As they spoke, Zheng Hao fastened her seatbelt, while not far away. A figure was fervently capturing photographs of the pair with a mobile camera. "What a lad. Changing partners daily, are we? I shall send these photos to Miss Ning. Let us see how you fare then." A gleam of satisfaction flickered in He Xian's eyes as he hurriedly found Ning Yiming's contact information and dispatched the photographs taken over the past 2 days. In Jiang City, at the Ning Group, Ning Yiming had not been troubled by the Chu family lately, yet her thoughts were consumed with concern for Jiang Lang, rendering her work unfocused. Just then, her phone chimed, prompting her to glance at the screen. Upon viewing the photos, she was rendered speechless. Once again, Jiang Lang was seen with another woman. And this time, It was a different one. In that moment, Ning Yiming felt a surge of indignation. What did this man take her for? No wonder he had not contacted her in days. He was out reveling with other women. The thought incited a fury within her. Yet, as she prepared to call him for an explanation, a sudden realization struck her. She and Zhang Lang were merely contractual spouses. What right did she have to confront him? Upon reflecting on this, Ning Yiming took a deep breath, managing to quell her rising anger somewhat. Before sending a message to Zhang Lang, it is your prerogative to be affectionate with other women, but do ensure that no one witnesses it. Otherwise, it is my reputation that suffers. After dispatching the message, Ning Yiming tossed her phone aside, overwhelmed by an intense headache. While she was preoccupied with concerns about the potential repercussions of losing the upcoming competition, that man was out there enjoying himself with another woman. Just then, Zhu Xiaolin entered. Mr. Zhang has arrived. Understood. Please escort him to the reception room. Ning Yiming replied, acknowledging that despite her displeasure, work must continue. She wiped her face and endeavored to steady her emotions, donning her signature smile as she made her way to the reception area. Mr. Zhang, it has been quite some time. Upon entering, Ning Yiming greeted him warmly, and the gentleman seated on the sofa rose to respond. Ning, it is good to see you well. This individual was one of their company's major clients, having collaborated with them for many years. However, today Mr. Zhang was accompanied by a young man around her age, prompting Ning Yiming to inquire, Mr. Zhang, is this your son, Zhang Jingfeng? Zhang Jingfeng was momentarily taken aback. His gaze fixated on Ning Yiming, struggling to comprehend that she was referring to him. Indeed, this is my son, Zhang Jingfeng. Mr. Zhang chuckled, nudging his son forward. Ning, this is a pleasure. Zhang Jingfeng then stood to shake hands with Ning Yiming, flashing a bright, perfect smile. He had heard tales of the Ning Corporation's president being extraordinarily beautiful, and upon meeting her, he realized the rumors were indeed true. Recently, the Ning Corporation had been embroiled in certain issues related to the Chu family, and Zhang Jingfeng saw this as an opportune moment to meet Ning Yiming through his father's introduction. Mr. Zhang, shall we discuss the contract? Ning Yiming inquired with a smile. Zhu Xiaolin promptly produced the contract and handed it to her. As they had previously arranged, a mere signature was required. This contract is quite standard, nothing of particular interest, Mr. Zhang stated generously. Just hand it over. I'll sign it. Ning Yiming quickly passed the contract to him, expressing, the growth of our group over the years has been greatly supported by clients like you. Do not flatter me. I am but a small client. While Ning Corporation has many significant patrons, Mr. Zhang replied modestly, signing his name on the document with ease. As he returned the contract to Ning Yiming, he suggested, since it is nearly mealtime, why don't we dine together? An excellent idea. Ning Yiming turned to direct her secretary to make arrangements, as it was customary to host a meal for long-standing clients. Chapter 54. Divorce him, and I will marry you. Ning, I've heard that you've encountered some difficulties with the Chu family recently, Mr. Zhang initiated as they stepped into the elevator. The Zhang family he refers to hails from Jiang Province, not Jiang City. Although they are prominent in Jiang Province, they possess sufficient influence to intimidate the Chu family. By coincidence, a formidable master stands behind him, rendering him unafraid of the Chu family's might. It is evident that Zhang Jingfeng harbors a keen interest in Ning Yiming. If he could seize this opportunity to solidify the bond between the two children, he, as a father, could rest assured, regardless of Ning Yiming's appearance or lineage. Her business acumen alone is enough to make him covetous. Having such a person as his daughter-in-law would undoubtedly bolster the Zhang Group's growth in the future. There is a minor issue, Ning Yiming acknowledged, addressing Zhang Qidong. However, rest assured, General Manager Zhang, this will not impede our collaboration. I will manage these concerns. So you need not worry. I can assure you that I will provide the goods you require. That is not what I meant, Zhang Qidong replied with a smile. I meant that as longtime friends, if General Manager Ning requires any assistance, please do not hesitate to ask. Just one word from you, and I, Zhang Qidong, will not decline. General Manager Zhang. Ning Yiming was momentarily taken aback. While Zhang Qidong is indeed a long-standing client of their company, she did not expect him to stand by her side during such a critical moment. After all, given the current predicament facing the Ning family, most people would steer clear. That he would choose to befriend the Ning family at this juncture speaks volumes about his sincerity and commitment. After all, she is still a young girl. Zhang Qidong chuckled, gently patting Ning Yiming on the shoulder. Beside him, Zhang Jingfeng added, a mere Chu family is hardly worth our concern. Should that good-for-nothing Chu Tianqi dare to bully you, Simply inform me, and I will handle him. Thank you, young Master Zhang. Ning Yiming expressed her gratitude. The trio swiftly arrived at the restaurant. However, upon disembarking, Ning Yiming hesitated slightly, struck by the familiarity of a figure in the distance. Boss, do you have a private room? The woman accompanying Jiang Lang inquired upon entering. The proprietor promptly welcomed the pair. Sorry, all our private rooms are fully booked, but we do have a private area on the second floor. Would you like to sit there? Ning Yiming gritted her teeth slightly. Jiang Lang, despite her prior warning, remained so arrogant. Do you have a reservation? After attending to Jiang Lang and his companion, the boss approached Ning Yiming and her party. Private room 3 on the second floor. Only then did Ning Yiming regain some composure. My surname is Ning. General Manager Ning, correct? Please follow me upstairs. The boss personally escorted the three to the upper floor, where the so-called private area consisted of a table separated by a screen, with a string of bead curtains outside. While not as secluded as a private room, it still offered more privacy than being exposed in a public space. By a twist of fate, Ning Yiming discovered that Jiang Lang and his companion were seated directly across from them. At this moment, the two were engaged in light-hearted banter. Yet Jiang Lang caught sight of Ning Yiming's figure, which left him somewhat astonished. He promptly lifted the curtain and stepped outside, exclaiming, "My dear wife, what brings you here?" The term wife momentarily stunned Zhang Jingfeng, who suddenly recalled hearing from his father that Ning Yiming had hastily married a man to avoid marrying Chu Tianqi. Rumor had it that this man was a mere leech, a useless individual unwanted by others. Ning Yiming furrowed her brow and glanced at Jiang Lang. But before she could speak, Zhang Jingfeng interjected. You must be Ning's son-in-law, right? He then directed his gaze towards the individuals seated in the elegant room across from them, a mocking smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Living off a woman and still daring to stray? Yiming, such a man is unworthy of you, truly. Zhang Jingfeng lowered his head, addressing Ning Yiming. If you desire, divorce him, and I shall marry you. Rest assured, the Chu family will not dare to cause any trouble. Jiang Lang, who had been somewhat bewildered, was now even more perplexed. Where had this young man emerged from? Ning Yiming was equally taken aback by Zhang Jingfeng's audacity, considering it was their first encounter. Zhang, Ning Yiming began to speak, but was interrupted by Zhang Jingfeng. There's no rush. Take your time to contemplate. With that, he positioned himself directly in front of Ning Yiming and asked Jiang Lang, Now, tell me, how much would it take for you to leave Yiming? Jiang Lang raised an eyebrow at the young man before him, realizing that this rival was far from insignificant. Just when he had dealt with one, another had appeared. A worthless man like you is only with Yiming to feed off her, he retorted. As he spoke, Zhang Jingfeng pulled out a check, signed a sum, and handed it to Jiang Lang. 5 million. Get as far away as you can. Do not let me see you again. Ning Yiming trembled at the figure. Zhang Jingfeng did not seem to be jesting. 5 million. Surely Jiang Lang would refuse? After all, she only earned 50,000 a month, even over a year. It would not amount to more than a few hundred thousand. Quite a generous offer, indeed. Jiang Lang scoffed, hands tucked into his pockets, showing no intention of accepting the check. Young man, I've encountered many like you. How dare you have the audacity to spend a woman's money while being so unambitious? Zhang Jingfeng waved the check. Hurry up, take the money and leave. If I don't accept it, Jiang Lang countered. What? Is it not enough? Zhang Jingfeng chuckled derisively. The only reason I'm giving you money is for Yiming's sake. Otherwise, dealing with a worthless insect like you would be easier than squashing an ant. I advise you to take the money and leave Yiming. Otherwise, do not blame me for being rude. Besides, you're out here straying and still have the audacity to act tough? At that moment, Zheng Hao could no longer remain seated and stepped outside. Sir, your words are rather ungracious, aren't they? Jiang and I are merely having a meal together. How does that become so disgraceful in your mouth? Zhang Jingfeng glanced at the person before him. This young man certainly has his fair share of luck. Although Zheng Hao may not compare to Ning Yiming, she is undoubtedly a stunning beauty. One cannot help but wonder how someone could be so blind as to fall for such a worthless individual. Or perhaps they are merely attracted to his wealth. Allow me to inform you that all his riches are courtesy of this young lady. He is merely a freeloader. If I were you, I would steer clear of such a man. At that moment, Ning Yiming noticed a clue, a brooch on Zheng Hao's chest that she had seen online not long ago. It was an antique brooch, one of a kind in the world, auctioned abroad 3 months prior for an astonishing 10 billion in currency by a mysterious buyer. Listening to the conversation, Zheng Hao furrowed her brow. Some individuals, merely relying on their family's wealth, feel entitled to judge others. I believe Mr. Jiang is not the type to live off others. I am only having a simple meal with him today. It is inappropriate for you to spread baseless rumors without discernment. My dear, I share these words for your own benefit. Zhang Jingfeng sneered as he glanced at Jiang Lang. Did you hear that? He hasn't even dared to refute a single word I said. Zhang Xiao, finally unable to contain herself, Ning Yiming stepped forward and said, Did we not come here to dine? Upon hearing this, Zhang Jingfeng cast a triumphant look at Jiang Lang. Seeing that Ning Yiming did not side with Jiang Lang filled Zhang Jingfeng with delight. This signified that she had no feelings for him, thus granting him an opportunity. Useless. Out of respect for Yimeng, I shall not hold this against you. Just take your money and leave. Zhang Jingfeng coldly tossed a check onto the ground. Is money all that matters? Zheng Hao's gaze turned icy as she regarded him. My family has never feared anyone in this matter. With that, she pulled out a check, wrote her name, and tossed it to Zhang Jingfeng. You can fill in any amount you desire. Take the money and vanish from my sight. Young lady, you are quite bold for your age, Zhang Qidong interjected. In the entire Jiang province, few dared to challenge the Zhang family. What can I say? My family has a bit of wealth, Zheng Hao replied with a smile. Zhang Qidong snorted disdainfully. In the whole Jiang province, few can claim to be wealthier than the Zhang family. I advise you not to speak such words in my presence. With just a phone call, I could bring your family to ruin. Is that so? Zheng Hao replied, her smile unwavering as she looked at Zhang Qidong. Then why not make that call? Let us see who possesses the power to bring the Zheng family to its knees with a mere phone call. The Zheng family? The one from Jiang City? Zhang Qidong asked, his skepticism evident. This Zheng family was not ordinary. Although based in Jiang City, they held considerable influence in Kyoto, seemingly connected to the prominent families there. Upon hearing Kyoto Zheng family, Zhang Qidong's eyes widened in shock as he realized he had offended someone formidable. Are you truly a member of the Zheng family from Kyoto? Zhang Qidong inquired, uncertainty evident in his voice. What? Are you afraid? Zheng Hao cast him a sidelong glance. Remember, I am Zheng Hao. If you doubt my words, feel free to send someone to investigate. Ning Yimeng, standing behind, instinctively inhaled sharply. The Zheng family of Kyoto was not a clan to be trifled with. The four great families held the very lifeblood of the nation within their grasp. Miss Zheng, I apologize for my ignorance and my disrespect towards you. Please do not hold it against me. Zhang Qidong hastily expressed his contrition. However, Zheng Hao failed to notice the subtle shift in Jiang Lang's gaze towards her. As a fleeting glimmer of murderous intent enveloped her. The four great families were his sworn enemies. Yet Jiang Lang did not overtly reveal his emotions. Despite possessing the power to easily crush most martial artists, he understood that if the members of the four families were to learn of his Jiang lineage, they would undoubtedly unite against him, bringing forth considerable turmoil. You are not the one who should be apologizing, Zheng Hao remarked, stepping aside to reveal Jiang Lang behind her. Although Zhang Qidong felt a surge of discomfort, he could only address Jiang Lang. Say, Mr. Jiang, I apologize. While the other party's demeanor was courteous, Zheng Hao was not inclined to let the matter rest. Instead, she turned her attention to Zhang Jingfeng. You are Zhang Xiao, correct? I cannot say whether your father could extinguish the Zheng family with a single phone call, but I can assure you that I could obliterate the Zhang family with just one call. I remember every word you spoke earlier. To be honest, I have never endured such humiliation in my life. As she spoke, Zheng Hao lowered her gaze to admire her freshly manicured nails, her aura radiating with intensity, causing Zhang Jingfeng to grow anxious. Miss Zheng, I sincerely apologize. I misspoke, unaware of your esteemed identity. I never anticipated that someone of your stature would associate with such a worthless individual. It is entirely my fault. In a show of contrition, Zhang Jingfeng even slapped himself a few times. Zheng Hao promptly linked her arm with Jiang Lang's, addressing the individuals before her. I have already stated that Jiang Lang is my friend. Upon hearing this, Zhang Jingfeng trembled in fear, not daring to meet the eyes of the two before him, incessantly offering apologies. Zhang Qidong, too, had lost his earlier bravado, nearly wishing to kneel before them in deference. If Miss Zheng were displeased, a mere word from her could render the Zhang family non-existent. Meanwhile, Ning Yiming's attention was drawn solely to Jiang Lang's arm entwined with Zheng Hao's, and she shot him a fierce glare. Jiang Lang simply regarded her with a knowing smile, his eyes glimmering with amusement. Could it be that this woman was feeling a twinge of jealousy? From now on, Be more courteous to Jiang Lang, and leave. Upon hearing this, the two felt as if a great weight had been lifted from their shoulders. They abandoned their meal and hurriedly exited. Ning Yiming stood awkwardly in place. And it was only then that Zheng Hao released Jiang Lang and stepped forward to link her arm with Ning Yiming's. I truly did not anticipate that Jiang Lang was already married, and to such a stunning beauty at that. Miss Zheng, you flatter me, Ning Yiming replied hastily, feeling that Zheng Hao was a person of profound thought. Just moments ago, she was acutely aware that Jiang Lang was her husband, yet she engaged in such intimate gestures with him. It was evidently intentional. Moreover, now that she had just dismissed him, she was able to act as though nothing had transpired while drawing closer to Ning Yiming. TSK, this woman was indeed extraordinary. Since we're here, let us dine together, Zheng Hao urged, guiding Ning Yiming to a seat. It was then that Ning Yiming turned to Jiang Lang and inquired, Jiang Lang, how did you come to know Miss Zheng? We've only recently met. Earlier, witnessing that individual insult Jiang Lang stirred my anger, which is why I acted a bit more intimately. Miss Ning wouldn't mind, would you? Not at all, Ning Yiming chuckled in response. In comparison to this woman, she felt rather insignificant. At that moment, Jiang Lang took the initiative to pull Ning Yiming to sit beside him. As my wife, of course you should sit next to me. With that succinct statement, Ning Yiming was liberated from the earlier awkwardness. Zheng Hao's expression soured slightly, for she could discern that Jiang Lang was being deliberately provocative. Well, it seems I am somewhat superfluous here, she remarked with a smile. Not at all. Miss Zheng still has to stay to settle the bill, doesn't she? Jiang Lang replied with a grin. The awkward atmosphere eased considerably, although the dinner party had transformed from 2 to 3, which rendered it somewhat uncomfortable. Nevertheless, Zheng Hao was considerate enough to bid farewell after the meal. Once outside the restaurant, Ning Yiming released Jiang Lang's hand and proceeded towards the roadside. Did you not drive? Shall I escort you home? Jiang Lang offered, stepping forward. Ning Yiming merely responded coldly, no need, I can just take a cab. Your reaction, surely you aren't feeling jealous? Jealous of what? Ning Yiming shot him a glare. Jiang Lang, I have told you, I do not concern myself with your interactions with other women, but you must be mindful of boundaries, especially in public. The entire city is aware that we are married. If they see you with another woman, it would be my reputation at stake. I have nothing going on with Zheng Hao, Jiang Lang replied with an innocent expression, recounting his car purchase at the dealership in detail. After hearing his account, Ning Yiming scrutinized him with suspicion. Where on earth did you acquire over 10 million? From my earnings, Jiang Lang answered without hesitation. Yet, Ning Yiming remained skeptical. If he were truly that affluent, how could he only earn 50,000 a month? To put it plainly, the amount he earned in a year was barely sufficient to buy a single wheel of a car. Never mind, do as you wish. Ning Yiming gazed at Jiang Lang and warned, let me reiterate, regardless of your dealings with them outside, ensure that there is no incriminating evidence captured. I swear, I truly have nothing to do with them. Hearing this, Ning Yiming merely snorted dismissively. Zheng Hao was merely a fleeting encounter today, and there was another individual she had yet to meet. However, she was too disinterested to dwell on such matters. Once she joined Jiang Lang in the car, she inquired, do you truly have confidence in the arena competition? She had already prepared for the worst, yet she hoped Jiang Lang would not recklessly risk his life. If he had no assurance at all, Ning Yiming would rather he flee promptly. After all, with such vastness in Daxia, there must be a place where he could conceal himself. Preserving one's life is paramount. There will always be opportunities thereafter. Rest assured, I will undoubtedly triumph. Jiang Lang replied with unwavering confidence. Although Ning Yiming was unsure of the source of his conviction, she sensed that if he could articulate it, he could indeed achieve it. Jiang Lang, though our union is merely a formality, I sincerely wish for your safety. If you lack confidence, it would be prudent to escape. Once on the stage, there will be no chance for regret. Observing Ning Yiming's earnest demeanor as she spoke, Jiang Lang chuckled lightly. Are you genuinely concerned for me? At such a time, how could this man be so flippant? This matter arose because of me. I do not wish to implicate you, Ning Yiming stated solemnly, hoping Jiang Lang would not misinterpret her words. And if I were to perish because of you, would you weep? Jiang Lang retorted. I would carry the guilt for a lifetime. I shall not allow you to bear such guilt. After dropping her off, Jiang Lang headed towards his villa. However, it wasn't long before he sensed a problem. Someone was tailing him. This was quite intriguing. It had been ages since he had been followed. Jiang Lang drove leisurely, taking advantage of the other party's inattention to veer onto a narrow path. When the pursuer's vehicle turned a corner, it became evident that Jiang Lang had halted. The following vehicle also came to a stop, confirming his suspicion that the occupants were indeed after him. He promptly opened the car door and stepped out. A man clad in a leather jacket, with long hair and a cigarette dangling from his lips, emerged from the rear vehicle, exuding a certain nonchalance. "Kid, are you Jiang Lang?" The man squinted at Jiang Lang, his eyes filled with disdain. Jiang Lang raised an eyebrow. "Who sent you? That is not your concern. Simply know that you have offended someone. I was offered 800,000 to break one of your arms. So, tell me, will you come willingly, or shall I take action?" The man spoke arrogantly, showing no regard for Jiang Lang. "That will depend on whether you possess the capability." Jiang Lang stood his ground, hands clasped behind his back, looking defiantly at his opponent. Although a considerable distance separated them, he could still sense the formidable aura emanating from his opponent. This was a practitioner of the Xian level, and furthermore, an upper Xian level warrior. The man squinted at Jiang Lang, exclaiming, "Seeking death." With that, he lunged toward Jiang Lang, delivering a flying kick aimed directly at his heart. Jiang Lang effortlessly sidestepped the attack, grasping the man's ankle in a swift motion. Just as he prepared to exert force, the man reacted, a surge of strength radiating from his leg, prompting Jiang Lang to instinctively release his grip. Upon landing, the man unleashed a punch toward Jiang Lang. A cold smirk played on Jiang Lang's lips as he boldly met the incoming fist with his own. The long-haired man wore a look of mockery. This kid was indeed courting disaster. As an upper Xian level warrior, he was certain that this punch would render Jiang Lang's right hand useless. With a thunderous impact, their fists collided, and the man felt a sudden numbness coursing through his right arm, swiftly followed by excruciating pain that left him gasping for breath. His arm drooped limply, while Jiang Lang stood as if unscathed, radiating an air of nonchalance. The man opposite him gazed at him in fear, questioning the origins of this mysterious adversary. How could he be so formidable? The key issue was that he could not discern Jiang Lang's cultivation level. He was certain that this young man was more than just a Xian-level warrior. He might very well be a formidable Earth-level fighter. Damn it, he had miscalculated. He initially presumed that this young man was, at most, a Huang-level warrior, but it seemed he had drastically underestimated Jiang Lang. "What level are you?" the man asked, his voice laced with reluctance. "A level you shall never attain," Jiang Lang replied, looking down at the man with an air of superiority. "I shall inquire once more. Who sent you?" "There is a person named Zhang Jingfeng. You ought to be familiar with him. He offered me 800,000 to cripple you." The man bit out, his breath hitching. The Great Xia has regulations stating that duels among warriors resulting in death are not illegal. Thus, even if the other party were to kill him, it would bear no consequences for him. However, it would be utterly unwise to lose his life over a mere 800,000. Chapter 57. The Invitation. Zhang Jingfeng. Jiang Lang narrowed his eyes, recalling that he had encountered that individual only a few hours prior. TSK, 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 he truly had a short memory. Even after Zheng Hao had warned him so explicitly, he still dared to send someone after Jiang Lang. Was this not a direct invitation to death? Meanwhile, within the hotel, Zhang Qidong admonished Zhang Jingfeng. "You are being recklessly bold. That boy is a friend of Miss Zheng. If she finds out, the Zhang family will be doomed. Father, you are being overly cautious." Zhang Jingfeng replied with a grin. "I have looked into that boy's background once more, and he has no significant connections. Previously, he was merely a son-in-law of the Qin family, but after being expelled, he ended up with Yimeng. In a dream, marrying him seems merely a means to avoid being with Chu Tianqi. You need not worry. I will ensure that boy receives his due lesson. Once he has tasted the bitterness, he will naturally distance himself from Yimeng." Zhang Jingfeng remains utterly unconcerned, for in his eyes, Jiang Lang is nothing but a leech. Thus there is nothing to fear. Zhang Qidong, however, harbors some trepidation. "Should this matter truly come to light, prepare for me to break your legs. That boy's connection with Miss Zheng is hardly commendable. How could a prominent family like the Zhengs associate with such a worthless individual?" Zhang Jingfeng lit a cigarette and took a satisfying puff, his face radiating satisfaction. "Yimeng will be mine eventually." Upon hearing this, Zhang Qidong regarded Zhang Jingfeng. Without the Zheng family's involvement, he would not regard the Chu family with any respect, and even the Ding family would feel his pressure. As for Ning Yimeng, he genuinely wished for Zhang Jingfeng to take her home as his bride. In Jiangcheng, at the Ning Group. The following morning, as Ning Yimeng arrived at the company, Zhu Xiaolin walked in shortly thereafter. "President Ning, Someone is here to see you. Who is it? So early? The visitor claimed to be Mrs. Chu and is already waiting in the reception room. Upon hearing this, Ning Yiming felt a surge of anxiety but composed herself and headed to the reception room. Upon entering, she spotted Ding Xiaoran sitting on the sofa, smoking. Although Ding Xiaoran was nearing 50, she retained the appearance of a woman in her 30s, exuding an air of elegance in her every gesture. Mrs. Chu, in Ding Xiaoran's presence, Ning Yiming felt a sense of inferiority, and her tone unconsciously dripped with respect. Miss Ning, please sit and let us converse. Ding Xiaoran cast a glance at Ning Yiming, her demeanor suggesting she was the host despite being the guest. The subtle aura of pressure emanating from her caused Ning Yiming's heart to race involuntarily. Is there something you wish to discuss, Mrs. Chu? Nothing particularly pressing. I am here merely to deliver an invitation. As she spoke, Ding Xiaoran produced an invitation from her bag and handed it to Ning Yiming. This is the invitation to tomorrow's tournament. I feared that without it, you might not gain entry to the venue. If I cannot witness that worthless individual be vanquished by my father, how dull it would be. As she continued, Ding Xiaoran carelessly flicked the ash from her cigarette into the teacup before her, a provocative gesture that made Ning Yiming's hands clench involuntarily. Yet she felt powerless to respond. Mrs. Chu, regarding this matter, Ning Yiming initially intended to inquire if there was room for negotiation. But Ding Xiaoran interrupted her. This is all that worthless boy is doing. He is doomed this time. Do not attempt to plead for him. If he survives, how could you possibly marry my son? Were it not for him, my son would not be in his current state. Debts must ultimately be repaid. Wouldn't you agree? Ding Xiaoran looked at Ning Yiming with a smile and said, rest assured, if you marry my son, I shall treat you well. Despite her words, Ning Yiming could already foresee the predicament she would face if she truly entered the Chu family. Zhang Lang had caused Chu Tianqi to lose his lineage. If she were to join the Chu family, who knows how they might torment her? Ning Yiming, oh Ning Yiming, if only you had obediently married my son from the very beginning, would we have encountered so many troubles today? Ding Xiaoran shook her head at Ning Yiming, bluntly stating that it was all her own doing. Ning Yiming's hands, resting by her side, clenched tighter, her nails nearly digging into her flesh. Yet, confronted with Ding Xiaoran's provocation, she found herself at a loss for words. Ding Xiaoran stood up, maintaining her condescending demeanor. Remember to come early tomorrow. I've prepared a prime spot for you, just so you can clearly witness how my father will dispose of that worthless wretch. With that, Ding Xiaoran exited. Ning Yiming let out a long sigh, her body suddenly feeling cold. It seemed Zhang Lang was truly facing an insurmountable challenge this time. Yet no matter how she inquired, Zhang Lang only had one response. He would not lose. Faced with such a formidable opponent as Master Ding, she wondered where his confidence stemmed from. Nevertheless, she was willing to take the gamble. News of someone daring to challenge Master Ding quickly spread throughout Jiang City, with many discussing the matter. What is this Zhang Lang's background? I heard he is just a leech. They scoffed. Does such a person truly dare to challenge a grandmaster? Isn't that a blatant invitation to death? Who knows what this lad is thinking? I suspect he is already a dead man. It was a pity that such an event was not something everyone could witness. Meanwhile, Zhang Lang, the subject of such discussions, was contentedly enjoying a rabbit roasted by Zhou and in a small courtyard. Zhou Bo, where did you catch this rabbit? It's so plump, Zhang Lang remarked, savoring his meal and taking a sip from a nearby wine bowl. If you like it, I'll make it for you again next time. Zhouan replied with a gentle smile, busy brushing sauce on the skewers. Great. Next time, make it dried. I'll take it home for my wife to taste. No problem. Zhouan readily agreed. Whatever the young master desired, even if it were stars from the sky, he would strive to retrieve them. Young master, tomorrow you are to duel with Ding Xiaomo, correct? Zhouan inquired, placing the skewers onto a plate while observing Zhang Lang. Zhang Lang nodded affirmatively. Indeed. Once I defeat him, the people from Tianji Hall will inevitably seek me out, and then I shall learn more about them. Young master, with your skills, there is no need for you to conceal your prowess. Just act boldly. With me around, no one shall harm you. Listening to Zhou's unwavering confidence, Zhang Lang merely smiled. Chapter 58. The second young master of the Ning family in this world. The number of individuals Zhang Lang could trust was limited. Zhouan was one, and the other was his master. Given the scarcity of trustworthy allies, Zhang Lang would never allow Zhouan to take unnecessary risks. Zhou Bo, you should simply enjoy your twilight years here. I shall take care of avenging our grievances. Upon hearing Jiang Lang's words, Zhou felt a surge of warmth in his heart. The young master was indeed concerned for his well-being. In Jiang City, inside a hotel. Father, wonderful news. Zhang Jingfeng exclaimed as he burst through the door, his face alight with excitement. Last night, he had dispatched someone to deal with Jiang Lang, only to find himself outmatched. Still feeling frustrated, he had awoken this morning to the news that Jiang Lang was to challenge the Grandmaster in a duel. Was this not the epitome of recklessness? What good news could warrant such enthusiasm? Zhang Qidong inquired, unhurriedly. That useless Jiang Lang dares to compete against the Grandmaster, and it's scheduled for tomorrow. Zhang Jingfeng plopped down onto the sofa, bubbling with excitement. I thought this kid would merely swagger about challenging the Ding family, but he has truly overstepped himself. He is likely to meet his end by tomorrow. Has he lost his mind? What does he weigh? To dare compete against Grandmaster Ding is tantamount to courting death. Are you certain this information is reliable? Absolutely. I even secured 2 invitation tickets through connections. We shall go tomorrow and revel in the spectacle. Perhaps we shall even encounter Ning Yiming again. Ever since their brief meeting the day prior, thoughts of Ning Yiming had consumed Zhang Jingfeng. If he failed to see her this time, he doubted he would find solace in sleep that night. Well, I am curious to witness this for myself. I wish to see what audacity fuels this young man, Zhang Qidong remarked with a cold huff. Zhang Jingfeng continued, brimming with enthusiasm. Such a contest will surely allow for betting on the outcome. We should place our wagers generously. We could stand to gain significantly. Do you genuinely believe anyone would bet on that fool winning? Zhang Qidong countered. That does seem improbable. Zhang Jingfeng conceded. However, I am indifferent to the amount we may earn. I merely wish to witness the spectacle and see how that fool meets his demise. The thought of Jiang Lang facing annihilation at the hands of the Grandmaster filled Zhang Jingfeng with a peculiar thrill. He longed to see this arrogant youth humbled, eager to witness whether he could maintain his bravado after his inevitable downfall. Early the next morning, Zhang Jingfeng and Zhang Qidong made their way to the venue of the duel. Such arenas existed in every city, serving to resolve disputes among martial artists. Typically, individuals would engage in combat here, akin to boxing within an octagonal cage. Wealthy patrons frequented these events, not only for entertainment, but also to place bets on the outcomes. However, today was different. The stakes were elevated as a Grandmaster was to take the stage, drawing an exceptionally large crowd eager to witness the unfolding drama. On ordinary days, one could enter with a membership card or a ticket costing a few hundred yuan, but today, entry necessitates an invitation. The gate is already manned by warriors from the Celestial Pavilion, meticulously checking the invitations of those arriving. Each invitation permits entry for one individual. Those without it are strictly denied access. Do you think we will be able to get in? Ning Yuanzhou asked, a hint of anxiety in his voice as they lingered near the entrance. They were eager to witness the spectacle of Jiang Lang being thoroughly beaten. Yet they lacked the coveted invitation. Acquiring such an invitation was no simple task. On the market, its price had soared to over 800,000 yuan. He Shuyun was unwilling to spend this exorbitant sum, believing that as the mother of Ning Yiming, she was entitled to witness the event. Thus, she had mustered the courage to bring Ning Yuanzhou early, hoping to assert their identity and gain entry. Surely we should be able to get in. We are family after all, He Shuyun said uncertainly. Amidst the crowd, Ning Yuanzhou quickly spotted Ning Yiming and pointed in her direction. Mom, Yiming. He Shuyun hastened toward her son's call, her initial apprehension about being denied entry dissipating in the presence of Ning Yiming, believing they could successfully blend in. Yiming. Upon seeing the two unexpectedly appear, Ning Yiming was startled. What are you doing here? With such a significant event, how could we not come? He Shuyun reproached Ning Yiming. You, girl, not only did you not come home last night, but you also ignored our calls. Your brother and I didn't even receive an invitation. Hurry, take us inside. Ning Yiming frowned at her parents. What are you making a fuss about? This is not a place for everyone to waltz in. Without an invitation, you cannot enter. Ning Yuanzhou chuckled. Of course, we are here to witness the commotion. I am really looking forward to seeing that useless fellow getting beaten to a pulp. Ning Yiming shot Ning Yuanzhou a disdainful glance. You really are good for nothing, always eager to watch the spectacle. Shouldn't you be the one to secure our invitation? He Shuyun snapped, gritting her teeth. Exactly. Mom called you, and you didn't answer. You didn't respond to any messages either. Just then, two figures approached them. Yiming. Ning Hongshi's voice carried a hint of affection. Upon seeing Ning Hongshi, Ning Yiming's expression softened slightly. Second uncle. Where's Zhonglang? Ning Yiming shook her head. I don't know. With such a significant matter, he has probably already gone inside to wait. Standing beside Ning Hongxi was a handsome young man clad in a silver-gray suit that accentuated his noble demeanor. Yiming, with such an important event as marriage. Why didn't you inform your brother? Ning Zixuan's voice was gentle, laced with a touch of endearment. Compared to Ning Yuanzhou, this elder brother exuded a more genuine brotherly warmth. Why are you everywhere? Ning Yuanzhou coldly huffed at Ning Zixian. The two young masters of the Ning family inevitably found themselves compared to one another. Few could articulate Ning Yuanzhou's merits, while none could speak ill of Ning Zixian. From a young age, Ning Yuanzhou had shown little inclination towards learning, whereas Ning Zixian was quite the opposite, possessing both knowledge and propriety. Although he was not the eldest grandson of the Ning family, he had nonetheless brought considerable honor to the clan. Before the elder Ning passed away, Ning Zixian voluntarily proposed to separate from the family, taking his own household out of the Ning family's company to establish a small firm, which he nurtured step by step. Though it could not compete with the enterprises of the prominent families, Ning Zixian's company had nonetheless achieved commendable progress within its industry. Thus, when he stood alongside Ning Yuanzhou, the disparity between the two was immediately evident. Chapter 59. Would he dare to come? Yiming is my sister. It is only proper that I inquire after her well-being, Ning Zixian remarked, casting a glance at Ning Yuanzhou. Unlike some, who at this age still leech off their own sister. Are you looking for a fight? Ning Yuanzhou retorted, visibly displeased. While he could tolerate criticism from others, he found Ning Zixian's words particularly irksome. If it weren't for him taking my company, would I be so bored every day? Bored? You switch girlfriends 3 times a day and still claim to be bored? Ning Zixian scoffed. The two were of similar age, yet had never quite gotten along. Primarily because Ning Zixian often found it beneath him to engage with Ning Yuanzhou. To him, Ning Yuanzhou was merely a good-for-nothing scion, and the embarrassment of sharing a family with such a person was palpable. Despite having access to greater resources than most, Ning Yuanzhou had shown no ambition, indulging instead in a life of leisure, evidently spoiled by his aunt. Ning Yuanzhou was about to lash out when he was restrained by He Shuyun. Enough. Why bother with him? She then turned to Ning Hongxi. Second brother, you ought to keep your son in check. Ning Hongxi, uninterested in her words, simply looked at Ning Yiming and said, let us go find Zhonglang. Ning Yiming nodded, uncertain if the man had arrived yet. He Shuyun and the others quickly followed, hoping to blend in with them. The group soon reached the entrance, where a cold voice inquired, where is your invitation? Ning Yiming and Ning Zixian presented their invitations and were allowed entry. However, when it came to He Shuyun and the others, they were stopped. Where is your invitation? We're together, He Shuyun quickly asserted. Without an invitation, you cannot enter. 1 invitation per person, the man replied coldly. My son-in-law is competing against the Grand Master today. Surely I have the right to see, He Shuyun insisted. Without an invitation, you can forget about getting in, the man retorted. However, regardless of her pleas, the guards at the entrance remained resolute and did not permit her entry. He Shuyun, in a state of desperation, quickly called out to Ning Yiming. Yiming, you must think of a way. Ning Yiming furrowed her brow. After all, she possessed only an invitation card herself. Moreover, at such a critical moment, where could she possibly seek assistance? If you lack an invitation, do not linger here and obstruct us. Move aside. One of the guards stated coldly, as another warrior stepped forward to push the 2 women aside. Yiming, I am your mother. You cannot abandon us out here. He Shuyun shouted after Ning Yiming's retreating figure, disregarding her own dignity. Ning Yiming wished she could vanish into the ground, but she felt she could not truly ignore their plight. Just then, Ning Zixuan approached and wrapped his arm around her shoulder. Let us proceed inside. With Ning Zixuan's support, Ning Yiming felt emboldened, following him into the venue while casting aside her mother's cries. This stubborn girl, He Shuyun, witnessing this, grew anxious and hastily pulled a warrior aside. I am the mother-in-law of Zhonglang. Please allow us entry. Indeed, we must retrieve his body shortly, Ning Yuanzhou added. Hearing this, the warrior chuckled. Are you hoping for his demise? Challenging a grandmaster in combat, wasn't he courting death? Ning Yuanzhou scoffed. The warrior smiled and replied, there are regulations in place. No one without an invitation may enter. Please leave and cease causing a disturbance. But we are family. Are we not allowed? He Shuyun pressed on. No one is permitted. The guard concluded, returning to his post. He Shuyun turned to Ning Yuanzhou. Son, what shall we do? Ning Yuanzhou was equally anxious. How could they enter to witness the spectacle? He was eager to see that young man bested by the Grandmaster. Just then, the crowd outside suddenly erupted in excitement. Ding Xiaomo and his entourage emerged from their vehicle, and the throng surged forward. After all, many had never had the opportunity to see a living Grandmaster. Ding Xiaomo, with a stern expression, advanced inside, flanked by 2 apprentices, one of whom had a plaster cast on his arm. Chu Heng and Ding Xiaoran followed closely behind, their presence commanding as they entered the venue. Upon seeing the newcomers, He Shuyun felt a glimmer of hope and quickly urged Ning Yuanzhou to squeeze through the crowd. Madam Chu, Madam Chu. In the midst of the throng, He Shuyun's sharp voice stood out, capturing Ding Xiaoran's attention. Ding Xiaoran shot her a cold glance, but halted before her. What is it? Madam Chu. We wish to enter, but we lack an invitation, He Shuyun boldly stated. Could you allow us to come in for a look? After all, we are eager to see Jiang Lang, that useless fellow, receive a thorough beating from your father. Originally, Ding Xiaoran had little interest in engaging with the 2 individuals. However, upon hearing their words, an inexplicable sense of joy enveloped her. She turned to them and said, You may accompany me. The 2 quickly squeezed into the crowd, following closely behind her as they made their way into the venue, eliciting envious glances from those around them who similarly lacked invitations. The vast hall, capable of accommodating thousands, naturally placed Ding Xiaoran and her companions at the forefront. This prime position afforded them a clear view of the stage, prompting He Shuyun and her companion to shamelessly edge closer. Just as they were about to take their seats, Ding Xiaoran cautioned, Our invitations are limited, since you lack one. You shall remain here to watch. Understood, He Shuyun readily acquiesced, aware of her place in Ding Xiaoran's presence. Ning Yuanzhou discreetly observed Ding Xiaomo, the legendary Grandmaster, who emanated an aura of coldness that deterred approach. The mere thought that he could effortlessly send Jiang Lang flying with a single strike stirred Ning Yuanzhou's excitement. Yet, as he scanned the entire venue, he could not spot Jiang Lang. Damn it, do you think that fool will show up? Ning Yuanzhou whispered from the front. Would he dare not? He Shuyun scoffed. If he fails to appear, Grandmaster Ding will undoubtedly see to it. I must capture this moment on my phone and upload the video online. Once that fool is gone, Yimeng can marry young Master Chu, and I shall become the president of the Ning group. Ning Yuanzhou exclaimed, unable to contain his elation at the prospect of possessing the entire Ning group. That would mean immense wealth. He envisioned hiring 10 beautiful young secretaries, each taking turns to serve him daily. Chapter 60. Are you not going to run away? Be discreet. He Shuyun's words belied the joy written across her face. Not far away, Zhang Jingfeng and his companion also wore expressions of excitement. Father, once that fool is gone, we shall directly approach the Ning family to propose. Absolutely. No issues there. Zhang Qidong expressed his satisfaction with Ning Yimeng as a prospective daughter-in-law. Thus, if the children were willing, bringing her home sooner rather than later was a favorable prospect, preventing others from harboring intentions. Meanwhile, in another section of the stands, Zheng Yuan lounged casually when he suddenly spotted a familiar figure sitting beside her. What are you doing here? Zheng Hao was startled by the voice beside her. Turning to see the person clearly, she was even more astonished. Brother? Good girl. Zheng Yuan reached out to pat Zheng Hao's head, but she furrowed her brow and dodged. I'm not a dog. Why are you patting my head? Zheng Yuan chuckled. I heard you've been in Jiang City for a while. Why haven't you reached out? I've been busy with my internship. When would I have the time? I have to memorize so much information, it's overwhelming. Zheng Hao explained, my internship just ended, and I was planning to call you after today. When did you develop an interest in these matters? Zheng Yuan gazed at the person beside him, questioning with a hint of suspicion. In his memory, Zheng Hao had never been fond of such bloody scenes. What could have prompted her to willingly witness such a spectacle today? You know Jiang Lang, right? Zheng Hao did not conceal the truth, letting out a sigh as she responded, I know him. You know Jiang Lang? Zheng Yuan looked at Zheng Hao with curiosity. How could this girl, who had only arrived in Jiang City a few days ago, possibly know that young man? Zheng Hao recounted the events of the past few days, and upon hearing her words, Zheng Yuan narrowed his eyes. Indeed, Jiang Lang was no ordinary individual. Do you think he can win this match? Zheng Hao asked, resting her chin in her hand, a flicker of concern crossing her face. She sensed that Jiang Lang possessed the capability, for he radiated an aura steeped in confidence. Yet, She was apprehensive, as Jiang Lang's opponent was not just any martial artist, but one of the 4 grandmasters. The impending clash between the two resembled a contest between a university student and a kindergarten child, nearly devoid of suspense. Nevertheless, for reasons unknown, a glimmer of hope lingered within her heart. She had resolved that if Jiang Lang faltered, she would step forward, invoking the Zheng family's name to ensure he was spared. "Why are you so worried about him?" Zheng Yuan discerned her unease and inquired with suspicion. "Zheng Hao jolted slightly, am I?" "Indeed." Zheng Yuan nodded, noting how her emotions were practically inscribed upon her face. Anyone could perceive it. He boldly surmised, "You must have some fondness for that young man, don't you?" "I do not." "Brother, please don't say such things." Zheng Hao hurriedly denied, though her cheeks subtly flushed with color. Their relationship was that of cousins. And having grown up in Kyoto, Zheng Yuan had watched Zheng Hao mature. He possessed a fair understanding of her character. Observing her demeanor, he surmised that she undoubtedly harbored special feelings for Jiang Lang. Well, it seems that young man has struck lucky, catching the eye of my own sister. If you like him, then so be it. You are a Zheng family heiress who would dare to voice disapproval. Zheng Yuan chuckled. I rather like that young man myself. I recall our first encounter when Jiang Lang swiftly incapacitated several of Chu Tianqi's bodyguards and subsequently injured both Chu Tianqi and his mother. Such audacity is rare, and I still remember the composed demeanor that Jiang Lang exuded. Afterward, I conducted an investigation into his background, though I found nothing. I still maintain that his origins are intriguing. Furthermore, he does not appear to be an ignorant fool. His willingness to challenge a grandmaster indicates a measure of confidence. The outcome of this tournament remains uncertain. In the distance, Qin Ryue observed the throng of people with growing anxiety. What could Jiang Lang possibly be thinking? What emboldened him? Beside her, He Xin thoughtfully offered her some sunflower seeds and popcorn, leaving Qin Ryu momentarily bewildered. What is the purpose of this? To enjoy the spectacle, of course. I fear you might find yourself bored, He Xin replied with a smile. Qin Ryu gazed at the smile gracing He Xin's face, her fondness for him diminishing slightly. If Jiang Lang, that useless fool, dares to show up today, he certainly will not exit this venue alive. Today, we shall witness this imbecile meet his demise at the hands of a grand master, providing us with a much-needed sense of vindication. He had painstakingly procured these 2 invitation letters just to witness this commotion. However, Qin Ryu held an opposing view, her anxious gaze fixated on the entrance, even hoping Jiang Lang would not appear. Grandfather, can Jiang Lang win? Su Lingyun inquired, clutching Su Mingyuan's arm. Beside them, Su Zhe scoffed. Competing against a grandmaster? That lad is simply courting death. What chance does he have of winning? If he possessed any sense, he would have packed his bags and fled by now. Enough. Su Mingyuan chided sternly, his tone laced with seriousness. What benefit would Jiang Lang's death bring you? Remember, we still bear the pressure from the Ding family. If Jiang Lang loses this match, we shall be their next target. Hearing this, Su Zhe stuck out his tongue. Grandfather, at worst, we can just apologize to the Chu family, as you advised me. A true man can be flexible. Su Mingyuan glared at Su Zhe, exasperated. Is this the time for such flexibility? Third brother, if you cannot speak wisely, then remain silent. Su Lingyun frowned at Su Zhe. Jiang Lang winning would only bring benefits to our family, and besides, he has not wronged you. Why speak so harshly? Upon hearing this, Su Zhe fell silent, pondering why this entire family favored that useless fellow. He secretly wished for that fool to perish on stage. Just as the crowd eagerly anticipated the commencement of the arena match, they noticed a pressing issue. Where was Jiang Lang? Most of them had heard of Jiang Lang, knowing him to be a son-in-law, yet few had ever witnessed his true appearance. Has Jiang Lang arrived? I don't know. He wouldn't have fled, would he? What nonsense. I paid 3 million for this invitation. He has taken too long. Could he really have run away? The crowd murmured, all eyes fixated on the entrance. At that moment, Jiang Lang, hands in his pockets and yawning, strolled in. Upon reaching the entrance, he was halted. Invitation letter. I am Jiang Lang. The 4 simple words left those at the door momentarily speechless as they looked up to scrutinize him. Dressed in the simplest of short sleeves and shorts, even sporting a pair of flip-flops, he bore no resemblance to a martial artist. Rather, he appeared akin to someone out shopping for groceries. The crux of the matter lies in the fact that the others failed to perceive the martial aura surrounding Jiang Lang, leading them to harbor a degree of skepticism toward the individual before them. Kid, are you truly Jiang Lang? Are you a martial artist? Jiang Lang yawned and replied. Sort of. Strictly speaking, he still considered himself a physician. You lack the aura of a martial artist as well. Do you even comprehend the significance of this occasion? Why impersonate Zhang Lang? Is this not a path to your own demise? One of them scoffed, dismissing Zhang Lang as an uninvited interloper attempting to blend in. With a hint of resignation, Zhang Lang relaxed his posture, allowing a modicum of his martial energy to seep forth. The onlookers immediately took note. Though it was but a slight emanation, it nonetheless caused them to shudder involuntarily, for they felt the palpable pressure radiating from Zhang Lang. This lad is indeed a martial artist. Moreover, his aura was peculiar, seemingly under his effortless control. Even a grandmaster would likely struggle to achieve such mastery. Who exactly is this young man? Am I permitted to enter now? Zhang Lang languidly inquired, yawning again amidst their astonished gazes. Truth be told, he was still somewhat drowsy. Please. The individuals on either side gestured for him to proceed, their demeanor notably more respectful. To put it mildly, Zhang Lang's martial prowess undoubtedly surpassed theirs. His mere appearance had incited a commotion, and from the stands, someone shouted, "Zhang Lang has arrived." Many craned their necks toward the entrance. And upon seeing Zhang Lang's disheveled appearance, a tinge of disappointment washed over them. Some had anticipated him to be a formidable figure, but his sleepy demeanor led them to believe he was likely lacking in capability. Upon spotting Zhang Lang, Ding Xiaomo approached him. "Kid, I thought you wouldn't dare show up." Ding snorted. "Given that you didn't flee, I shall ensure you remain in one piece." "Fine. I will make sure you are intact as well," Zhang Lang replied nonchalantly, casually retrieving a cigarette from his pocket, lighting it, and taking a deep drag. "When does this begin? I still need to return for some sleep." "Kid, do not be so arrogant," Chu Yin admonished from the side. "Since you've come today, do not expect to leave this door alive. Although I am no match for you, my master will ensure your demise with ease." Zhang Lang glanced at him. "What? Is your hand healed?" "You." Chu Yin, unable to restrain himself from the provocation, stepped forward but was halted by Ding Xiaomo. "Hold your horses. My master will avenge you on stage shortly." Hearing this, Chu Yin retreated. "Kid, we shall see if you can maintain your bravado." All eyes in the arena were fixed upon Zhang Lang, who remained nonchalantly smoking. This scene, viewed by the crowd, took on a different flavor. Was this lad still attempting to show off at such a moment? Indeed, I doubt he can maintain this facade for much longer. This match holds no suspense. That fellow is destined to lose. I shall wager heavily on the Grandmaster's victory. Any profit, however modest, is welcome. The crowd buzzed with speculation, while Zhang Lang, amidst the throng, spotted Ning Yimeng, who fortuitously met his gaze. Zhang Lang bestowed upon her a gentle smile. Observing this, Ning Yimeng furrowed her brow slightly. How can he still smile at a time like this? "Do you have faith in your brother-in-law?" Ning Zixuan inquired from beside her. Regardless of Ning Yimeng's insights, he possessed little confidence. After all, Zhang Lang's opponent was a grandmaster, a figure not easily provoked. Yet, even should he falter, as an elder brother, he would strive to safeguard Ning Yimeng's interests. Ning Yimeng shook her head. "I do not know." She then turned to Ning Zixuan. "Brother, I do not wish to marry Chu Tianqi. I am aware." Ning Zixuan affectionately patted her head. "I shall exert every effort to counter the Chu family on your behalf." Yet, he was acutely aware that the disparity between him and the Chu family was monumental. Even with relentless struggle, escape from their grasp was unlikely. At that moment, the speakers around them crackled to life, and a male voice resonated within the venue. "Ladies and gentlemen, the much-anticipated match is about to commence. Please return to your respective seats. I trust you all are familiar with the competitors today. A mere warrior daring to challenge a grandmaster is, quite frankly, a first in my years." On stage, a portly man grasped the microphone. "I suspect today's contest holds little suspense, yet we shall adhere to the customary proceedings. Now, you may open your phones to place your bets. Today's odds are 1,000 to 1 for Grandmaster Ding, and 100 to 1 for Zhang Lang. No limits on your wagers. Feel free to indulge," the enthusiastic announcer declared. This meant that if Ding Xiaomao triumphed, 1,000 yuan wager would yield a mere 1 yuan profit. The more one bet, the greater the gain. Conversely, betting on Zhang Lang would turn a 1 yuan wager into a 100 yuan reward. Yet, given the apparent lack of suspense, it was unlikely many fools would wager on Zhang Lang. Nevertheless, this prospect piqued Zhang Lang's interest, and he inquired of a nearby staff member, "May I place a bet myself?" Typically, participants in such competitions are prohibited from betting to prevent cheating, but in this context, it seemed inconsequential, as Jiang Lang had little chance of winning. Even if he were to bet on Ding Xiaomao and win, he would have no opportunity to enjoy the spoils. Consequently, Ding Xiaomao, overhearing, shouted, "You can place a bet too. When you meet your demise, I shall ensure your winnings are burned for you." Jiang Lang's lips curled into a disdainful smile as he promptly retrieved his phone. Not far away, a large screen displayed a preliminary bar graph, revealing that the total bets on Ding Xiaomao had already surpassed 10 billion. Only a few tens of thousands were wagered on Jiang Lang's victory, likely by gamblers hoping to strike it rich with a small investment. However, such a trifling sum was hardly worthy of the attention of the affluent. As the figures on Ding Xiaomao's side surged upward, Jiang Lang's prospects appeared to dwindle to a mere line. Chapter 62. Risking life for bravado, let us place a bet as well, merely to support my brother-in-law. Ning Zixuan remarked with a smile, producing his phone to wager 5 million on Jiang Lang. Ning Yiming hesitated momentarily before following suit. Yet, even with this additional 10 million, Jiang Lang's bar graph hardly registered a rise. At that moment, someone unexpectedly placed a 10 billion bet on Jiang Lang's victory, causing the bar graph to leap upward. Who could it be? Such audacity. Are they mad enough to bet on this loser? Indeed, this must be a jest. Do they have more money than sense? Who knows? Not far away, Su Mingyuan's gaze grew resolute. Regardless of the outcome, he would back Jiang Lang. With only a minute left to place bets, Ding Xiaomao's total had already surpassed 100 billion, while Jiang Lang's amount was merely a tenth of that. Suddenly, another 10 billion was wagered on Jiang Lang, provoking astonishment. Good heavens, there are fools aplenty today. With such a clear disparity in odds, why would anyone willingly throw money into the fray? Are you not afraid of ridicule? Zheng Hao cast a questioning glance at Zheng Yuhan, astonished by his confidence in Jiang Lang, as he boldly placed a 10 billion wager. Though 10 billion was not a significant sum for the Zheng family, it was still a considerable amount. This money might as well be tossed into the water if it doesn't yield a return, but should he prevail, we could earn 1,000 billion. Zheng Yuhan replied nonchalantly. Zheng Hao's lips twitched in disbelief. This was a classic example of gambler's mentality. In the final seconds, Jiang Lang's bar graph surged dramatically, nearly surpassing Ding Xiaomao's. What? 100 billion? Good grief. Who is insane enough to wager 100 billion on this kid's victory? Surely, wealth is not squandered in such a manner. Is the system malfunctioning? The crowd buzzed with disbelief as Jiang Lang calmly tucked away his phone. After all, if profit was to be made, why not seize the opportunity? Meanwhile, the rotund figure on stage was visibly anxious. He had not anticipated such support for this underdog. If Ding the Grandmaster were to lose today, they would face catastrophic losses. 100 billion multiplied is a staggering 10 trillion. They would be left with a gaping hole in their resources. As the numbers settled, the speaker once again raised the microphone. It appears we have some brave souls among us, daring enough to wager such a sum on Jiang Lang's victory. Though I know not who this benefactor is, I commend your courage. However, let us return to the matter at hand. A nameless individual challenging a grandmaster. The outcome seems all but predetermined. Your 100 billion is likely to be a sunk cost. Without further ado, let us invite the two contestants to the stage. Father, be careful. Ding Xiaoran took Ding Xiaomao's coat and nervously remarked as she observed his tension. However, Ding Xiaomao wore a look of disdain. Do you really think I would lose to this worthless fool? After saying this, he strode confidently towards the stage, while Jiang Lang discarded his cigarette and followed suit. Before ascending the stage, both men signed a life and death agreement, clearly stating, life and death are fated. Wealth and nobility lie in the hands of fate. From the stands, the two were nearly invisible, but the host attached microphones to their clothing, allowing their voices to resonate clearly in the ears of all present. Furthermore, with the switching of camera angles on the large screen, their states were vividly displayed for everyone to see. Kid, are you ready to meet your end? Ding Xiaomao coldly inquired. Let us get this over with. Spare me the trivial chatter, as I'm eager to return to my slumber. Jiang Lang casually rubbed his eyes, speaking as if this confrontation held no more significance than a mundane trip to the market. His audacious words sparked a commotion among the audience, many believing Jiang Lang was merely posturing. No, this was an audacious gamble with his life. Such bravado seemed excessive. Yet, given that such an opportunity occurs but once in a lifetime, perhaps a grand display was permissible. Since you're so eager to meet the King of Hell, I want to waste more words. As he spoke, Ding Xiaomao moved, launching a powerful punch aimed directly at Jiang Lang's face. The crowd erupted in excitement. many pulling out their phones to record the moment, while others began live streaming. Here it comes. Witness the Grandmaster's decisive blow. With this punch, this kid will most likely be finished. Everyone, tune into my live stream to witness the Grandmaster thrash this novice. This is a rare spectacle. Do not miss it. Yet in the next instant, an eerie silence enveloped the arena, so profound that the sound of a falling pin could be discerned. A crackling noise emanated from the loudspeakers as the audience watched in disbelief as Jiang Lang casually extended his hand, effortlessly blocking Ding Xiaomo's punch. This cannot be real. What a joke. How could this kid possibly withstand the Grandmaster's attack? Who is this young man? Is Ding Xiaomo deliberately staging this for dramatic effect? The murmurs in the crowd intensified, while Ding Xiaomo's expression darkened to an extreme. He had exerted 80% of his strength in that punch, enough to potentially mortally wound even a ground-level expert, yet it had been effortlessly thwarted by this young man before him. How could he feel anything but dismay? Ding Xiaomo couldn't help but gasp, while Jiang Lang's lips curled into a smile as he softly uttered, "Is it my turn now?" His voice was low, yet it echoed through the microphone, reaching the ears of everyone present. With a resounding crash, everyone watched in astonishment as Ding Xiaomo was propelled through the air. Jiang Lang's speed was so astonishing that none could quite comprehend his actions. They only witnessed Ding Xiaomo's flight. In an instant, the spectators leapt to their feet. Disbelief etched across their faces. Is this youth even human? That is a Grandmaster. How could this be possible? No, surely, I must be seeing things. Ding Xiaomo's body crashed heavily against the edge of the arena, a spurt of fresh blood erupting from his mouth. This scene sent a wave of anxiety through Ding Xiaoran, who gasped, "Father." She could hardly fathom that Jiang Lang was so formidable, incapacitating her father with a single move. Chu Hong wore a look of intense concern. This was utterly unfathomable. Summoning all his strength, Ding Xiaomo struggled to rise from the ground, gritting his teeth as he fixed a steely gaze upon Jiang Lang. Spitting out blood as he demanded, "What sort of martial artist are you?" "Just an ordinary martial artist," Jiang Lang replied with a smile, casting a derisive glance at his opponent. It seems this Grandmaster isn't all that impressive. His words dripped with sarcasm. For there were only 4 Grandmasters in the entire Great Xia, representing the pinnacle of martial prowess. Yet, Jiang Lang had effortlessly sent one of them flying. What level of strength must he possess? Chapter 63. The ant strikes the tree. Underestimating its own power, I was merely underestimating you before. Let us continue. Ding Xiaomo inhaled deeply, exuding his martial aura. The innate might of a Grandmaster was indeed extraordinary. His presence was palpable, even reaching the spectators in the stands. "Young man, after years of wandering this world, it is the first time I have been struck," Ding Xiaomo declared, his eyes glinting with murderous intent. "If I do not vanquish you today, my fury shall remain unsated." As he spoke, he advanced step by step towards Jiang Lang, his gaze filled with lethal determination. Noticing the murderous intent in his opponent's eyes, Jiang Lang's expression grew serious. "Grandmaster, I must remind you that we have signed a life and death agreement. So even if you perish here, the people of the Tiangong Temple cannot trouble me." "Child, you cannot truly believe yourself my equal," Ding Xiaomo retorted coldly, his eyes glimmering with a dangerous light. "Let us put that to the test." This time, Jiang Lang took the initiative. He lightly tapped his right foot on the ground and leapt 2 or 3 meters into the air, aiming a fierce kick at Ding Xiaomo. Ding Xiaomo quickly crossed his arms above his head to shield himself, but the force behind Jiang Lang's strike felt as if it bore the weight of 1,000 pounds, overwhelming him. Bang! Ding Xiaomo struggled to maintain his footing, dropping to one knee, a sweet taste filling his throat as he nearly spewed blood once more. The spectators gasped in shock. It appeared that this Grandmaster was genuinely no match for the young man. In that moment, those who had wagered on Ding Xiaomo's victory began to regret their choices. At that moment, Ding Xiaomo clenched his teeth tightly, channeling all his strength into his legs, and miraculously stood up from the ground. Jiang Lang, who had been pressing down on his arm, merely let out a cold laugh. His voice emanating from the microphone, an ant shaking a tree, utterly oblivious to its own limitations. These 8 words were imbued with unparalleled arrogance. If spoken by Ding Xiaomo himself, they would have been nothing remarkable. Yet, coming from Jiang Lang's lips, they took on a different weight. Just as Ding Xiaomo was about to rise, Jiang Lang raised his right leg and stomped down forcefully. Bang! This time, Ding Xiaomo truly could not hold on. and his entire body collapsed once more, with Zhang Lang landing gracefully beside him. The spectators behind him fell in unison, and blood spewed from his mouth as he trembled uncontrollably. Master, Dad, Grandmaster. A wave of tension rippled through the crowd, who began to gather closer to the arena. Zhang Lang stood tall, looking down at the fallen figure. Your meridians are severed. Your cultivation is entirely wasted. If you concede now, I shall spare your life. Ding Xiaomao lay on the ground, his eyes now a furious crimson, completely immobilized. He could not deny the truth of Zhang Lang's words. That blow had indeed rendered him a cripple. Yet, even in such a dire state, he could not concede. Thousands of eyes were upon him. And if he were to surrender now, he would never be able to hold his head high again. Resolute, Ding Xiaomao gritted his teeth, clenching his fists in an attempt to rise once more. Zhang Lang, standing opposite him, coldly remarked, "Why bother?" However, to Ding Xiaomao, this was nothing but mockery from Zhang Lang, igniting an even greater fury within him. No, he must stand today. Zhang Lang sighed softly, standing with his hands clasped behind his back. From a distance, he bore the semblance of a sage. Who exactly is this Zhang Lang? How could he so effortlessly incapacitate a grandmaster? Who knows where this young man emerged from? I invested all of the company's liquid assets in Grandmaster Ding. I never anticipated that Grandmaster Ding would be bested by such an obscure youth. Damn it, what a miscalculation. He Shuyun and the others were left dumbfounded. How could this so-called waste be so formidable? Mother, I'm not seeing things, am I? That fallen figure is indeed Zhang Lang, right? Ning Yuanzhou began to delude himself. Oh dear child, you're not seeing things. You're simply having a fit. Meanwhile, Ning Yiming felt her anxious heart beginning to settle, with the outcome now determined. Zhang Lang's life was temporarily secured. Ning Zixuan, observing this brother-in-law on stage with great interest, softly inquired, "Yiming, did you know he was this powerful?" Ning Yiming shook her head. Had she known earlier, she wouldn't have been so worried. However, upon reflection, it seems that Zhang Lang has never uttered a word of fear. It has always been her own disbelief in his words. From beginning to end, Zhang Lang confidently assured her of his victory, yet Ning Yiming consistently regarded his declarations as mere fantasies. In hindsight, this man indeed possesses remarkable abilities. No wonder her grandfather once advised her that if given the opportunity, she should certainly be with Zhang Lang. It appears he must have known something. On the other side of the stands, Zheng Yuan observed Zhang Lang with a hint of amusement. Turning to the person beside him, he remarked, "How about you pursue him? I believe a man like him would make a splendid brother-in-law." After this battle, Zhang Lang would no longer be the once derided son-in-law living off others. Everyone in Jiang City who had laid eyes on him would likely avoid provoking him, and it is probable that many affluent individuals would seek to curry favor with him. Not long after, the Heavenly Palace would undoubtedly extend an olive branch towards him. At this rate, should this young man become part of the Zheng family, it would be a tremendous windfall for them. "Brother, please don't speak foolishly. He is already married," Zheng Hao hastily interjected. It was true that she harbored feelings for Zhang Lang, but he was a married man, and she could not intrude upon their relationship. So what if he is married? As long as one wields a good hoe, no wall is insurmountable. "I support you," Zheng Yuan replied with sober seriousness. Meanwhile, on the Su family's side, Su Lingyun's eyes were almost glued to Zhang Lang. How could this man be so handsome, defeating a grandmaster with just 2 moves? He was truly the embodiment of her dreams. In contrast, Zhang Jingfeng and his son wore expressions of utmost gloom. "Dad, do you think this kid will come after us?" Zhang Jingfeng swallowed hard, his voice laced with anxiety. Losing some money was inconsequential, but this young man was so formidable that if he sought revenge, it could spell disaster for them. More importantly, you should be worried about what we will do next. I just staked all our liquid assets. Zhang Qidong trembled as he spoke. How long would it take to recoup such a substantial sum? The critical concern was that without this money, what would they do if the company needed funds for operations? At that moment, he couldn't help but wish he could slap himself for coming to watch this competition instead of attending to more pressing matters. Chapter 64. A reckless pursuit. After a prolonged struggle, Ding Xiaomo finally stood up, but he merely managed to rise. Zhang Lang regarded him coolly. This old fellow indeed possessed a measure of willpower, though it was likely he feared further embarrassment. "Young man, I underestimated you," Ding Xiaomo coldly declared. "You have forced my hand." As he spoke, Ding Xiaomo retrieved a small box from his pocket, opening it to reveal a dark, pill-like substance. In front of the gathered crowd, he tossed the pill into his mouth. Could it be a vitality pill reserved for grandmasters? It is said that consuming this substance can double one's combat prowess. However, once the battle concludes, the individual becomes utterly incapacitated. The prospect of a grandmaster's strength being amplified twofold is indeed extraordinary, akin to an elixir of vitality for warriors. Is this not a form of cheating? A murmur of discussion arose among the crowd. On a nearby platform, a solemn-faced man pondered, his expression tinged with dissatisfaction. Ding Xiaomao's fate was already sealed. In such circumstances, to waste a vitality pill was simply disgraceful. After ingesting the pill, Ding Xiaomao's condition evidently improved significantly. He stood firm, taking a deep breath, and unleashed his aura. In that instant, an invisible force seemed to envelop the entire venue. This kind of presence is something many may never experience in their lifetime. Indeed, this match was worth the anticipation. Are you determined to court disaster? Zhang Lang scoffed, standing calmly as he spoke. Young man, I am eager to see if you can withstand my strike. With that, Ding Xiaomao began to amass all his strength into his fists and charged towards Zhang Lang. His iron fists aimed at him with full force. This blow was delivered with all his might. There was no way this youth could endure it. In a fleeting moment, Zhang Lang's figure flickered, seemingly vanishing from sight. Ding Xiaomao was momentarily taken aback, only to feel a powerful gust of wind approaching from behind. Before he could react, he was propelled out of the ring, hurtling towards Ding Xiaoran and the others nearby. He Shuyun and her son, who were crouched down watching the spectacle, were startled by the incoming figure and hurriedly attempted to evade. However, they were unable to escape, and Ding Xiaomao crashed into them, sending them tumbling to the ground. Father! Master! Ding Xiaoran and Chu Yen rushed to his side, but by that time, Ding Xiaomao was already gasping for breath, his life force waning. His eyes were bloodshot, trembling uncontrollably, and blood gushed from his mouth. Ding Xiaoran cradled his head, weeping bitterly. Father! At that moment, Ding Xiaomao grasped her clothing tightly and, after a prolonged struggle, managed to utter a single phrase, "Do not seek revenge." With those words, his head tilted, and he succumbed right there. Witnessing this, Ding Xiaoran's cries grew even more heart-wrenching. Father! Her anguished wails echoed throughout the venue, leaving many in shock. A prestigious grandmaster, defeated by a mere youth? The members of the Tianji Hall were also taken aback. How could this boy dare to challenge their grandmaster? Yet, the rules of the arena dictated that life and death were the contender's own responsibilities, preventing them from rushing in to avenge Ding Xiaomao. Ding Xiaomao, aware of his inadequacy against Zhang Lang, had the presence of mind to implore Ding Xiaoran not to seek retribution before his demise. Zhang Lang was no ordinary individual. To offend him would spell doom for the entire Ding family. The previously rotund host, trembling under the pressure of the crowd, ascended the stage, an experience he had never encountered in his lifetime. The pivotal question lingered: how much would they have to compensate after this event? Ladies and gentlemen, I trust you have all witnessed the outcome of the competition. The host managed to muster a smile as he approached Zhang Lang. Gazing at him with a sycophantic expression, Zhang Lang is the victor of today's contest. Congratulations to him. A profound silence enveloped the stage and the audience. No one clapped. The lack of applause stemmed from their astonishment, particularly since many had wagered on Ding Xiaomao's victory, which had seemed a foregone conclusion. It was likely that shortly, someone would be taking a leap off the stage. However, Zhang Lang remained composed, scanning the crowd and recognizing several familiar faces. Ultimately, his gaze settled on the astonished Ning Yiming, to whom he offered a gentle smile. In a corner, Qin Riyue found herself at a loss for words. He Xian swallowed hard, incredulous. How could this seemingly inept individual be so formidable? In that moment, He Xian deeply regretted having crossed Zhang Lang, glancing at those around him, wondering if this young man still harbored feelings for Qin Riyue. If that were the case, perhaps letting him have her wouldn't be such a loss after all. Yeah. He Xian cautiously called out. This guy is astonishingly talented. How could you have been together for 3 years without realizing it? Qin Riyue shook her head. In the 3 years they had been together, Zhang Lang had only shown his domestic skills and made odd remarks, never revealing such prowess. Even when Zhou Shuqin would berate him, he never displayed an ounce of ferocity. Yet today, she had witnessed an entirely different Zhang Lang. On stage, the host handed the microphone to Zhang Lang. Mr. Jiang, do you have any words of victory? Zhang Lang smiled and replied, don't forget to transfer my winnings. He then gracefully descended from the stage. The host's lips twitched in dismay. Regulations prohibited betting on oneself, yet due to Zhang Lang's seemingly slim chances, an exception had been made. However, judging by his attire, it was doubtful he had wagered much. The significant concern lay with the mysterious individual who had bet 100 billion. How much would Tianjidian have to pay him? Yet, considering Tianjidian's operational style, they would likely contact him privately. As a mere host, he could not ponder such matters deeply and proceeded to announce the conclusion of the competition as per protocol. Zhang Lang approached Ding Xiaoran and others, looking down upon them and uttering 4 words, "Take care of yourselves." He could not be bothered to settle scores with the Ding family, yet if they insisted on courting disaster, he would not hesitate to deal with them. As she watched Zhang Lang's nonchalant retreat, Ding Xiaoran's expression darkened, nearly dripping with resentment. This young man was far too arrogant. Yet, she knew well that with her capabilities, avenging her father was beyond her reach. This matter would have to be addressed through Tianjidian. The father was a grandmaster of the Celestial Hall, and now he has perished at the hands of an obscure youth. She could hardly believe that the Celestial Hall would remain indifferent. If they truly did not intervene, what would become of the Hall's authority? In a world teeming with martial artists, what reason would there be for them to submit to the governance of the Celestial Hall in the future? Chapter 65. Someone wants to see you. After stepping off the stage, Zhang Lang hurried over to Ning Yiming. "Dear wife, did I perform well?" The term wife momentarily left Ning Yiming in a state of disbelief. She still felt as though she were ensnared in a dream. Zhang Lang had actually slain a grandmaster. And the astounding truth was that this man was now her husband. Surrounding onlookers turned their gazes toward them, and Ning Yiming found herself at a loss for how to respond. "Brother-in-law, quite impressive," Ning Zixuan exclaimed with a smile, extending his hand. "Allow me to introduce myself. I am Ning Zixuan. To celebrate your victory in the competition, how about we dine together later? My treat." In the eyes of this man, Zhang Lang detected no ulterior motives. "Sounds great." He readily agreed, stepping forward to take Ning Yiming's hand. "Since I've won this match as well, shall we head home?" Ning Yiming nodded and followed Zhang Lang's lead as they began to walk out. Not long after, a throng of people approached them. "Please, wait a moment." Zhang Lang was momentarily taken aback by the crowd. "Mr. Jiang, I am with the Xingfa Group. Here is my business card. My surname is Chao, and I would like to make your acquaintance. Mr. Jiang, your youth and accomplishments are commendable. I hope to connect with someone of your caliber." A flurry of introductions ensued, as it was evident they were keen to court Zhang Lang. After all, he was the one who had defeated a grandmaster, in an era where martial prowess dictated governance. Knowing such an individual would be immensely advantageous for them. Furthermore, since Zhang Lang had demonstrated the ability to vanquish a grandmaster, he could potentially ascend to become a new grandmaster himself, perhaps even attaining a higher status. Therefore, while he was still relatively unrecognized, they sought to seize the opportunity to be acquainted with him. At that moment, He Shuyun and Ning Yuanzhou brazenly approached. "Son-in-law, you were truly remarkable just now." He Shuyun's demeanor had shifted to one of warmth, repeatedly referring to him as son-in-law, eager to announce to all that he belonged to her family. "Indeed, brother-in-law, I never expected you to be so unassuming." Ning Yuanzhou chimed in, his tone laced with flattery. Ning Hongxi scoffed. "Eldest sister, your attitude was not so amiable before entering." "What do you mean, second son? Ning Yimeng is my daughter, and Zhang Lang is my son-in-law. Is there an issue with that?" Ning Hongxi huffed, dismissing any further debate. At that moment, 2 individuals clad in black uniforms from the Celestial Hall approached them. "Mr. Jiang, there are individuals who wish to meet with you for a meal. Would it be possible to facilitate this?" The individual before Zhang Lang slightly cupped his hands in greeting and then inquired. Naturally, Zhang Lang would not decline a visit from the members of the Heavenly Extreme Pavilion. His ostentatious demeanor served the very purpose of establishing contact with them. Without hesitation, he agreed and then addressed Ning Yiming and the others, stating, "I will first have a meal and return later. Brother, why don't we dine at home tonight? I shall take on the cooking." Zhang Lang harbored a certain fondness for Ning Zixuan. "Why would I require your help? I will arrange a feast and have it delivered to you this evening. Then we can enjoy a drink together." Ning Zixuan replied with a smile. Watching Zhang Lang depart with the members of the Heavenly Extreme Pavilion, He Shuyun began to ponder. The Heavenly Extreme Pavilion was no ordinary organization. To be affiliated with it was akin to securing a stable livelihood. Even the lowest-ranking errand runners earned a substantial monthly wage. Given Zhang Lang's prowess, he might very well secure a position and earn a considerable sum. Although his background could not rival that of the Chu family, the prestige associated with the Heavenly Extreme Pavilion was undeniable. In that moment, He Shuyun found herself at a crossroads, pondering whether to prioritize wealth or status. After exiting the venue, Jiang Lang boarded a sleek black business vehicle, flanked by two men who made him feel somewhat like a prisoner in transit. However, given that he had slain a grandmaster of the Heavenly Extreme Pavilion, he was, in their eyes, no different from a criminal. "May I smoke?" Jiang Lang inquired. One of the men opened the window, granting him permission. Jiang Lang lit a cigarette, inhaled deeply, and then asked, "Who is it that wishes to meet me?" "Such a grand display. You will know upon arrival," one of the men replied, sitting rigidly like a pair of robots. Realizing further inquiries would yield no answers, Jiang Lang ceased questioning. The vehicle soon halted before a private club, its entrance guarded by members of the Heavenly Extreme Pavilion, clearly their domain. Upon entering, the two men escorted Jiang Lang to the second floor, where they opened the door to a private room, and an invigorating aroma of tea wafted through the air. "Excellent tea," Jiang Lang remarked, inhaling deeply. A man in his 40s, seated with his back to Jiang Lang, spoke. "It seems you have some knowledge of the tea ceremony. Please, sit and enjoy a cup with me." Jiang Lang confidently approached and settled onto the sofa beside him. The man exuded an elusive yet palpable aura, which Jiang Lang sensed. He recalled that Zhou Wenlong had mentioned the youngest among the four grandmasters was in his 40s, and this man seemed to fit that description. The man focused intently on brewing the tea, not casting a glance at Jiang Lang. Leaning back on the sofa, Jiang Lang yawned, unperturbed. Once the second brew was ready, the man poured a cup for Jiang Lang and slid it towards him, saying, "Please." Jiang Lang lifted the cup and drank it in one go. The taste was crisp with a hint of bitterness, followed by a lingering sweetness and rich aroma. Truly remarkable, Longjing tea before the rain, brewed with mountain spring water, Jiang Lang remarked, savoring the flavor. The man lifted the tea before him and took a sip, nodding slightly. "Your name is Jiang Lang." "Indeed," he replied. "Allow me to introduce myself. I am Chao Tianqing." Jiang Lang raised an eyebrow and inquired, "Are you also one of the four great masters?" To this, Chao Tianqing did not deny, but instead looked at Jiang Lang and asked, "From where did you emerge?" He had never heard of this name before. Recently, he had come to Jiang City, having heard rumors of someone challenging Ding Xiaomo, so he thought to join the fray. Initially, he believed it would be unremarkable. Yet to his astonishment, Ding Xiaomo was utterly defeated by this young man. Jiang Lang had dispatched him in merely 3 moves. Such formidable prowess meant that even if he were to engage Jiang Lang, his chances of victory would be slim. "What do you mean by from where did you emerge? That sounds rather unflattering." "I have always been in Jiang City," Jiang Lang replied, looking directly at Chao Tianqing. "You did not summon me merely for a casual meeting, did you?" Chao Tianqing scrutinized Jiang Lang from head to toe, finding him even more arrogant than he had anticipated. However, such arrogance was not without merit, for he possessed the strength to back it up. Chapter 66. The Olive Branch of the Heavenly Pavilion. Are you interested in joining the Heavenly Pavilion? Chao Tianqing revealed his true intentions. This individual was indeed a talent, but also a double-edged sword. Should he choose to join the Heavenly Pavilion, he could be of great service. Conversely, if he declined, his existence would pose a significant threat to the pavilion. How could one who could effortlessly annihilate a Grand Master be allowed to live freely in this world? What benefits would joining the Heavenly Pavilion bring me? As he spoke, Jiang Lang nonchalantly retrieved a cigarette, placing it between his lips and lighting it. Chao Tianqing frowned slightly. The Heavenly Pavilion is the dream of all martial artists. By joining, your social status would elevate accordingly. I have already investigated your background prior to your arrival. Yet I am curious. How can someone as formidable as you willingly choose to be a son-in-law? The mere mention of son-in-law made Chao Tianqing feel a twinge of embarrassment. If Jiang Lang agreed to join the Heavenly Pavilion, his first action would be to reverse that status. Otherwise, such a reputation would tarnish the pavilion's image. I simply desire a peaceful and stable life. Isn't being a son-in-law acceptable? I can enjoy a comfortable living, Jiang Lang chuckled. Chao Tianqing felt as though he were speaking to a brick wall. Did this young man truly understand the extent of his own capabilities? With his talents, he could easily usurp Ding Xiaomo's position and become the next Grand Master. At that point, why would he need to be a son-in-law? Surely, in the future, countless women would vie for his hand. Moreover, once he attained the title of Grand Master, would he still require a comfortable living? merely by occupying a seat of power. He would have throngs of people eager to offer him wealth, more than he could ever spend. Young man, joining the heavenly pavilion will not disrupt your life. Rather, it will enrich it. Soon, you will find people lining up to present you with gifts, rendering the need for a comfortable living unnecessary. That's not an option. I was born to live off the kindness of others. Without such indulgence, I feel quite uncomfortable, Jiang Lang said with a cheerful smile. Chao Tianxing immediately realized that this young man was deliberately teasing him. Young man, are you making a fool of me? What's the rush, Master Chao? Jiang Lang leisurely poured himself a cup of tea. I never stated that I wouldn't join the Heavenly Extreme Hall. Upon hearing this, Chao Tianxing's expression softened somewhat. The purpose of inviting Jiang Lang today was solely to persuade him to join the Heavenly Extreme Hall. As long as he was willing, everything else would be negotiable. With your abilities, you could easily replace Ding Xiaomo's position. I believe word of your talents has already reached the Hall Master. I shall inform him accordingly. Now, the question arises, what exactly does the Heavenly Extreme Hall do? What will my responsibilities entail? Jiang Lang inquired, gazing at Chao Tianxing. The primary mission of the Heavenly Extreme Hall is to maintain peace among martial artists. As a Grand Master, you typically won't need to intervene in minor matters. However, your presence may be required in certain situations. Of course, being a Grand Master is not a simple feat beyond martial prowess. We must also investigate your identity and background to confirm your eligibility for such a position. As you are aware, the Great Xia governs by martial means, and Grand Masters often participate in significant national decisions. Before Chao Tianxing could finish his explanation, Jiang Lang interrupted, "Why does it sound busier than a national premiere?" "It's not that bad. You will mostly have your freedom," Chao Tianxing replied with a smile. "Young man, this position is the aspiration of all martial artists in Great Xia. Not everyone has the privilege to occupy it. What if I choose not to join the Heavenly Extreme Hall? Would you still accept me?" Jiang Lang asked earnestly, his gaze fixed on Chao Tianxing, speaking each word with deliberation. Chao Tianxing merely chuckled in response. "Since you are aware, I advise you to be a wise individual." Jiang Lang scoffed, recognizing that there was a reason why all martial artists were subjected to the authority of the Heavenly Extreme Hall. Most likely, those who resisted were eliminated. To solidify its position, the Heavenly Extreme Hall might resort to any number of actions, he mused. "I see." Jiang Lang nodded, then turned to Chao Tianxing and asked, "Weren't you going to treat me to a meal? Where's the food?" Chao Tianxing called out towards the door, and immediately someone entered. "The dishes are ready." "Excellent." Within minutes, a table laden with exquisite delicacies was set before them, and Jiang Lang wasted no time in devouring the feast. He was eager to see if the Heavenly Extreme Hall would indeed accept him. At Jiang City, Ning family residence. Ding dong. Just after bidding farewell to a group of visitors, the doorbell rang once more. He Shuyun, brimming with excitement, stepped forward to open the door. Standing at the entrance were several somewhat awkward-looking men, each carrying fine presents. "You all must be here to see Jiang Lang, right?" He Shuyun said with a radiant smile. "I apologize, but he has yet to return. Please come in and take a seat." Upon hearing her words, the men hesitated to enter, each producing their business cards to hand over. "Are you Mr. Zhang's mother-in-law? I kindly ask you to pass our business cards to him. If he has the time, I hope Mr. Zhang would grace us with his presence for a meal." As these words were exchanged, the guests handed their gifts and business cards to He Shuyun. "Why bring gifts at all?" As she spoke, He Shuyun accepted the items with both hands, her smile growing ever more radiant. That afternoon, the value of the gifts and checks presented by the guests exceeded 1 million. It seems we must indeed encourage Jiang Lang to join the Heavenly Extreme Hall. The number of people bringing gifts will only increase from then on. Upon returning, Ning Yiming remarked with a hint of exasperation, "Could you refrain from accepting gifts from others so casually?" To her, this was a favor owed to Jiang Lang, one that would need to be repaid in the future. However, He Shuyun was unconcerned with such matters. Her focus was solely on wealth. "Jiang Lang is my son-in-law. What's wrong with me, as his mother-in-law, collecting a few gifts for him?" He Shuyun asserted confidently. From the sofa, Ning Yuanzhou chimed in, "Exactly. We can't let him stay with us for free, can we?" Ning Yiming frowned deeper at their words. It was evident that these two were blinded by monetary allure, displaying the same greedy demeanor day after day. Their prior attitude towards Jiang Lang was not as favorable. Today, after witnessing his victory over the Grand Master, they seemed to have transformed entirely. Yet, perhaps this shift was for the best. At least they would no longer pressure her to marry Chu Tianqi. With this thought, Ning Yiming felt a sense of relief, though a nagging feeling lingered that future troubles might increase. Zhang Lang's newfound fame, she mused, could be either a blessing or a curse. Before He Shuyun could even settle onto the sofa, the doorbell rang once more, prompting her to cheerfully rush to open the door. The sight that greeted her momentarily froze her smile. "Why are you all here so early?" she asked, stepping aside to allow Ning Hongxi and the others to enter. After all, they were family, and it would be impolite to deny them entry, especially since they had previously agreed to dine together that evening. "Aunt, are you not welcoming us?" Ning Mani's voice, tinged with dissatisfaction, pierced the air. She had come to join the excitement upon hearing that Zhang Lang, that so-called waste, had defeated the Grand Master. Ning Hongxi, on the other hand, was unfazed. He was quite accustomed to his sister-in-law's demeanor. He had hastened to separate from his brother and their family precisely because he anticipated the complications that would arise from having someone like her around. "Weren't we supposed to have dinner together tonight? I reserved a table at the Jiangxin Grand Hotel. Someone will bring it over shortly," Ning Zixuan said as he walked directly to Ning Yiming. "Where's Zhang Lang?" "He hasn't returned yet," Ning Yiming sighed. "I wonder what he's up to. How could a meal take so long? He has triumphed over the Grand Master this time, and it seems that the Heavenly Extreme Palace intends to recruit him, so there is no need for concern." Noticing the worry in Ning Yiming's eyes, Ning Zixuan patiently explained. Only in Ning Zixuan's presence could she feel a hint of warmth that belonged to an older brother. Beside them, Ning Yuanzhou was displeased. "Ning Zixuan, why do you always pretend to be a good person in front of my sister? She is my sister. I share a quarter of blood with Yiming. She is also my sister. Besides, do you even consider her as your sister? What is there in your eyes besides money?" Ning Zixuan spoke without reservation. These words were directed not only at Ning Yuanzhou, but also at He Shuyun, for the two were cut from the same cloth. "Are you looking for trouble?" Ning Yuanzhou retorted, rising from the sofa. Ning Zixuan cast a cold glance at him. "Do you wish to fight?" Ning Yuanzhou silently sat back down, for Ning Zixuan had trained in martial arts and was not a match for him. At that moment, the doorbell rang once more. He Shuyun hurriedly approached the door and, upon seeing the person standing outside, was momentarily taken aback before exclaiming, "Mr. Chu has arrived? Please come in." "Mrs. Ning, is Zhang Lang here?" Chu Heng asked cautiously. Ding Xiaoran and the others had returned to Jinling with Ding Xiaomo's remains, and he had stayed behind under the pretext of company matters. As soon as they had left, Chu Heng came to the Ning family, hoping to see Zhang Lang. The matters between their two families should come to a conclusion. Although he had previously contemplated using Ding Xiaomo to avenge Chu Tianqi, he had not anticipated Ding Xiaomo's defeat. Now, Zhang Lang had gained fame through battle, and he also had the Su family backing him. He thought it prudent to visit and apologize. Perhaps Zhang Lang would forgive them. Otherwise, once Zhang Lang remembered the Chu family, there would be no escape for them. "He has not returned yet. Please come in and sit," He Shuyun replied. Upon hearing this, Chu Heng hesitated and inquired, "When will he be back?" "In the evening, there is a family dinner. If you don't mind, we can dine together," He Shuyun smiled. Zhang Lang had just killed his father-in-law, and now He Shuyun could suggest he stay for dinner. This woman truly had a big heart. "That won't be necessary. I shall come another day. If convenient, could you provide me with his contact information?" Chu Heng asked cautiously. At that moment, he bore none of the authority of the head of the Chu family. His demeanor was entirely humble. "Meng Meng, come here." He Shuyun quickly summoned Ning Yiming. As she seemed to lack Zhang Lang's contact information herself, Ning Yiming did not hesitate, providing the contact details to Chu Heng. Then biting her lip, she said, "My condolences." Chu Heng expressed his gratitude and departed, and as she watched his retreating figure, Ning Yiming felt a tinge of melancholy. In Jiangcheng, at the Su family estate, "Grandfather, what is that boy's background? How is he so formidable?" Upon returning home, Su Zhe found himself restless, as he could hardly fathom that Zhang Lang could actually defeat a grandmaster. The thought of his previous antagonism towards Jiang filled him with trepidation. What if this young man sought vengeance? "Oh, so now you're feeling apprehensive?" Su Mingyuan remarked with a cold snort. Su Zhe swallowed hard. "Grandfather, you never mentioned how formidable he truly is. Had I known of his prowess, I would not have troubled him." Su Mingyuan shot him a disapproving glance. "Young man, I have often advised you to maintain a low profile, yet you persist in disregarding my counsel." Su Zhe sighed in response, "But I cannot be blamed. He is merely an outsider, a wild card, and your deference towards him unsettles me. Do you believe your grandfather has lost his senses, showing respect to anyone?" At that moment, Su Zhe's primary concern was whether Jiang Lang would come seeking retribution. Observing his grandson's worried expression, Su Mingyuan reassured him, "Rest assured. Dr. Jiang is above such trivialities. If he truly intended to retaliate, he would have done so by now." It was indeed surprising that Dr. Jiang possessed not only medical and divinatory skills, but also remarkable martial prowess. "Third brother, the next time you encounter Jiang Lang, perhaps you could extend a few kind words. He might just overlook your previous transgressions. He seems like a decent fellow," suggested Su Lingyun from the opposite sofa. The memory of Jiang Lang's treatment lingered in her mind, conjuring an image of the man. Such a fine gentleman, yet he is already married. As this thought crossed her mind, a blush crept onto her cheeks. What was she thinking? He is a married man. Lingyu? This subtle change in her demeanor did not escape Su Mingyuan's notice. He promptly turned to Su Lingyun and inquired, "Speak honestly with your grandfather. Do you harbor feelings for Dr. Jiang?" Upon hearing this, Su Lingyun shivered and quickly replied, her face aflame, "Grandfather, please don't say such things." Recognizing her reaction, Su Mingyuan surmised he had struck a chord. Although there was a slight disparity between them, and Jiang Lang was already wed, if Su Lingyun truly held affection for him. Ahem, he cleared his throat, addressing Su Lingyun. "I may not fully comprehend matters of the heart, but I have heard that young people today advocate for pursuing those they like." Upon hearing this, Su Zhe's eyes widened in disbelief. Was his grandfather truly encouraging his sister to pursue another as husband? Was this the same conservative grandfather he knew? Chapter 68, Financial Difficulties. Grandfather, you. Just as Su Zhe prepared to speak, he was interrupted by Su Mingyuan, who stood up and declared, "Enough. I shall not meddle in the affairs of the young. You may proceed as you wish." Upon uttering these words, Su Mingyuan departed the living room, leaving Su Lingyun and Su Zhe exchanging bewildered glances. Was this truly their grandfather? When Jiang Lang returned home, the entire family had gathered, and the table was set with an array of dishes. "Ah, my son-in-law has returned." He Shuyun's demeanor had taken a complete turn, as she warmly presented Jiang Lang with a pair of slippers. "Mother, your kindness overwhelms me," Jiang Lang remarked while slipping on the slippers. During his previous visits, he had not been afforded such treatment. On those occasions, He Shuyun had brusquely ordered him to leave. "You are the husband of Yimeng. This is merely my duty," she said unabashedly. "Jiang Lang is back?" Ningwen, rarely one to initiate conversation, addressed him. Today, Jiang Lang had made quite a name for himself in Jiang City, and his exploits were the talk of the town. "Dad," Jiang Lang greeted with a smile. Ning Yimeng observed the now adored Jiang Lang, feeling a sense of disorientation. He approached her directly, confidently taking her hand, and softly inquired, "How was your day? I hope I didn't embarrass you." "Embarrass me? Quite the contrary. Today, you brought honor to the Ning family." At the dining table, even Ning Yuanzhou raised a toast to Jiang Lang, saying, "Jiang Lang, I apologize for my previous transgressions as an elder brother. Please don't hold it against me." Jiang Lang, naturally, bore no ill will, downing the contents of his glass in one go. "Jiang Lang, what is the situation with the young lady from the Qin family?" Ning Zixuan could not contain his curiosity. He had heard that Jiang Lang had divorced Qin Ruyue and then married Ning Yimeng in less than 20 minutes. He worried that Jiang Lang might still harbor feelings for Qin Ruyue and view Ning Yimeng as merely a fleeting romance. Jiang Lang recounted the details of his relationship with Qin Ruyue, and upon hearing this, the others understood, with Ning Zixuan feeling reassured that there were no lingering emotions. "Make sure to treat Yimeng well in the future," Ning Zixuan advised. Beside him, Ning Mani, with a tinge of jealousy, chimed in, "Brother, when I get married, you must support me too." "Of course," Ning Zixuan replied with a smile. Despite Ning Mani's less than pleasant disposition, she was still his beloved sister. By the time the meal concluded, it was well past midnight, and the Ning Hongxi family had departed. Just as Jiang Lang was preparing to tidy up, He Shuyan stopped him, saying, "You've had a long day, go rest in your room. I'll handle this." She then turned to Ning Yimeng and added, "Yimeng, let us find a housekeeper tomorrow. The household chores cannot go unattended." Ning Yimeng felt her lips twitch involuntarily, realizing the extent of the dramatic shift in attitude. This transformation was indeed quite remarkable. It was He Shuyun who had previously dismissed the housekeeper, insisting that Jiang Lang could manage the household chores. Now, it seemed that those tasks had become too burdensome to handle without assistance. Upon returning to the room, Ning Yimeng had scarcely settled onto the bed when Jiang Lang walked in. "Well, "My dear wife, how did I perform today?" he inquired. "You did splendidly. My mother and the others now regard you with newfound respect," Ning Yiming replied, gazing at Jiang Lang. "How could you possibly surpass a grandmaster? If you are so formidable, why is your reputation not more illustrious? Given my prowess, I must refrain from acting recklessly. Otherwise, I could easily cause serious harm," Jiang Lang stated with utmost seriousness. "However, it is indeed true that few have dared to provoke me in the past. This time, it was Ding Xiaoma who brought this upon himself. He has no one to blame but himself. Then, considering my impressive abilities, what reward do I receive?" Jiang Lang asked, his grin playful. The proximity between them made Ning Yiming's heart race, prompting her to respond hastily. "What reward do you desire?" "That depends on what you are willing to offer," Jiang Lang replied, a roguish smile adorning his face, making him appear even more handsome. "I could grant you a raise, 100, Ning Yiming exclaimed in a fluster, pushing Jiang Lang away. "I need to freshen up." With that, she hurried into the bathroom, leaving Jiang Lang with a smile as he watched her retreating figure. Gazing into the mirror, Ning Yiming felt her cheeks flush with embarrassment. Why was she blushing? Why did her heart race uncontrollably whenever he drew near? Could it be that she had developed feelings for him? Yet, upon reflection, setting aside the previous rumors, the Jiang Lang she had encountered thus far seemed impeccable. It was difficult not to feel a flutter of attraction towards such a man. The following morning, Jiang Lang received a phone call from the Tianji Hall of Jiangqing, seeking to discuss a matter with him. "What is it regarding?" he asked. "It concerns your previous wager. We wish to negotiate with you." The voice on the other end replied, "What is there to negotiate? The odds were set by you, and I wagered real money. The match has concluded. It is time for you to settle up," Jiang Lang calmly responded. Given that the Tianji Hall could manage the martial artists of the entire Great Xia, they ought to be able to produce the sum. However, this payout would significantly strain their resources, which explained their desire to negotiate. "Indeed, but the amount is quite substantial. We are unable to gather such a large sum immediately," the caller spoke cautiously, confirming Jiang Lang's suspicions. "You powerful individuals at the Tianji Hall can simply choose not to pay me. As an ordinary citizen, what can I possibly do?" Jiang Lang scoffed, speaking lightly into the phone. "The Tianji Hall wields considerable power, and with so many formidable martial artists at your disposal, ordinary folk cannot contend with you. We do not intend to default. We merely seek to negotiate a payment plan. We could transfer 100 billion to your account now, with the remainder paid annually at 100 billion, the caller suggested. The individual on the other end of the line proposed a solution. "A mere 100 billion is hardly a daunting task for the Tianji Temple. Do as you see fit, lest I fear you may be unable to procure the funds and, in your embarrassment, resort to drastic measures against me, only to later incinerate the money in front of me." With that, Jiang Lang promptly ended the call, uninterested in further dialogue. In truth, he had anticipated from the outset that Tianji Temple would struggle to produce such a substantial sum all at once. Thus he remained indifferent to the amount they could offer. Whatever it may be, it would suffice. Sitting on the balcony, Jiang Lang lit a cigarette and squinted at the sun that had just risen in the distance. Chapter 69. Have you bought a car? He pondered whether he would successfully join the Tianji Temple. Should he succeed, it would indeed be fortuitous, but if not, the temple could become a source of trouble. Inside the house, Ning Yiming awoke to find Jiang Lang seated on the balcony, sunlight casting a radiant glow upon him, making the man appear almost luminescent. At that moment, Jiang Lang stood and walked towards the interior, prompting Ning Yiming to quickly close her eyes and feign sleep. Hearing Jiang Lang tidy the bedding before stepping outside, she finally felt secure enough to open her eyes. By the time she descended the stairs, Jiang Lang had already prepared breakfast for the family. "You little rascal, can't you lend a hand? You let your sister's husband do all the work this early in the morning," He Shuyan exclaimed. A rare moment of exasperation directed at Ning Yuanzhou, who reluctantly entered the kitchen to retrieve some bowls. This scene appeared remarkably harmonious, leaving Ning Yiming momentarily entranced. Yet, she wondered how long such harmony could endure. At the dining table, He Shuyan could not resist glancing at Jiang Lang and inquired, "Jiang Lang, the people from Tianji Temple sought you out yesterday to invite you to join them, correct?" Jiang Lang nodded. "Indeed. Did you accept their offer?" He Shuyan asked anxiously. Ning Yuanzhou interjected with a scoff. "Mother, only a fool would decline such an opportunity. Joining Tianji Temple would elevate one's status, and generally, few would dare to provoke you." I agreed, but they mentioned a background check would be necessary. Jiang Lang replied candidly. Hearing this, Ning Yiming cast a worried glance at him, uncertain of his background. That's likely not an issue. What could possibly be wrong with your background? He Shuyun's face lit up with joy. Her thoughts racing towards finishing breakfast so she could boast to her affluent friends about Jiang Lang's newfound fame from yesterday's exploits. Jiang Lang, I noticed that car at the entrance is yours, isn't it? Ning Yuanzhou asked, rubbing his hands together. This morning, he had spotted a new Range Rover outside. A vehicle he found undeniably impressive. After a quick search, he discovered its price tag to be no less than 10 million. Although he was unsure of how Jiang Lang acquired the vehicle, the thought of driving it to impress the ladies filled him with a sense of pride. It is indeed mine. Upon hearing these words, He Shuyun furrowed her brows and glanced at Ning Yiming beside her. She was aware that Jiang Lang lacked financial resources. Thus the car was likely purchased by Ning Yiming for him. Ning Yuanzhou had informed her that the vehicle cost over 10 million. That amount could suffice to acquire a small villa. Although Jiang Lang now appeared to have achieved some success, such modest accomplishments could hardly sustain one's livelihood. What kind of family condition warranted spending over 10 million on a car for him? Ning Yiming, equally astonished, inquired, You bought a car? It's merely a means of transportation, Jiang Lang replied. He Shuyun, growing skeptical, asked, You were unaware? Ning Yiming shook her head, genuinely uninformed. If it wasn't you who bought it, then who did? He Shuyun became increasingly anxious. Jiang Lang, Yuanzhou has informed me that car costs over 10 million. Where did you acquire the funds? Over 10 million. Ning Yiming's gaze directed at Jiang Lang was filled with astonishment. Was he truly that wealthy? I saved a bit previously, Jiang Lang modestly responded. Ning Yuanzhou cast a lingering glance at Jiang Lang, impressed. How remarkable. He managed to save money while living off others. When would such fortune befall him? Yet, He Shuyun remained doubtful. Could the Qin family really provide Jiang Lang with over 10 million as pocket money? Ning Yuanzhou, however, was unconcerned with such matters and asked Jiang Lang, Brother-in-law, could you lend me your car for a couple of days? Jiang Lang generously handed over the car keys. It was merely a vehicle, and he was willing to let him use it. Ning Yuanzhou was taken aback by Jiang Lang's generosity, giving away a car worth over 10 million so readily. Once outside, Jiang Lang adeptly settled into the driver's seat of Ning Yiming's car. Has the Qin family truly provided you with over 10 million in recent years? If that were the case, then Qin Ryue had indeed been exceedingly generous. Who said it was the Qin family? Jiang Lang glanced at Ning Yiming and asserted, I have never spent a single penny from the Qin family. Then where did the money come from? You don't even have a job. Who said I lack employment? I spend several days each month setting up a stall under the overpass to tell fortunes. Jiang Lang declared earnestly. Ning Yiming's lips twitched uncontrollably at this revelation. Was this truly considered work? Rumor had it that the Qin family's son-in-law was neglecting serious endeavors, instead peddling fortunes to swindle the elderly. Yet, how many fortunes must he tell to amass such wealth? If you are so affluent, why do you still wish to sign an agreement with me? Ning Yiming asked, gripping her seatbelt anxiously. With one hand on the steering wheel, Jiang Lang smiled and replied, Who would ever complain about having too much money? While this statement held some validity, was he truly motivated solely by financial gain? After dropping Ning Yiming at her company, Jiang Lang departed, initially intending to seek out Zhouan, but received a call from Zhou Wenlong en route. Brother Zhou, is there something you need? Jiang Lang, I heard about yesterday's events. You truly are a man of hidden talents. You flatter me, Jiang Lang replied nonchalantly. Zhou Wenlong exclaimed excitedly on the other end of the line. Everyone in Jiangqing knows about your situation now. A few of my brothers, upon hearing that I know you, are particularly eager to meet you. Would you be willing to grace us with your presence for lunch? Absolutely. Jiang Lang replied promptly. Please bring Xiao Rue along as well. Great. I'll send you the location shortly. Just after the call ended, Jiang Lang was startled by the blaring sound of a horn. A black Audi sped towards a nearby mountainside. With a resounding crash, the front of the car crumpled, causing the rear to bounce upwards. Black smoke billowed from the vehicle. Jiang Lang surveyed his surroundings. This area was on the outskirts, sparsely populated with few cars. A handful of passing vehicles came to a halt, and he quickly pressed the accelerator. Upon parking, Jiang Lang hurriedly exited his vehicle, joining a group of people attempting to rescue the occupants. The driver in the front seat was covered in blood, his head severely injured, rendering him unrecognizable. However, a mother and her daughter in the back seat remained unconscious, seemingly still alive. Despite the collective efforts of several bystanders, they could not pry open the deformed door, which had become firmly jammed from the impact. The car's undercarriage began to leak oil, and smoke was rising from the front, posing an imminent explosion risk. "Step back. Let me handle this," Jiang Lang declared, striding forward to grasp both sides of the door, pulling with all his might to wrench it open. Onlookers gawked in astonishment. A mere 5 or 6 people had failed to budge the door moments earlier, yet this young man possessed incredible strength. However, there was no time to dwell on that. Once the door swung open, Jiang Lang first extracted the woman, followed closely by someone who removed the child. The vehicle could explode at any moment. "Everyone, keep your distance," someone shouted. Jiang Lang laid the woman flat beside his car. A gash on her forehead suggested she had struck something hard, causing blood to flow profusely. Yet, the more pressing issue was the palm-sized shard of glass that had pierced her chest, staining her clothes crimson. The child appeared to be merely knocked unconscious. As bystanders frantically dialed emergency services, Jiang Lang was unfazed and hastily tore at the woman's clothing. "What are you doing?" someone shouted, rushing forward to intervene. "In her condition, you can't take advantage of her vulnerability. I am a doctor. I need to save her," Jiang Lang quickly explained. But the crowd demanded to see his medical credentials. Jiang Lang had none to produce. Desperate, he asserted, "This glass has pierced her heart. If we do not act quickly, she will die? No. Without credentials, you cannot proceed." Another voice warned, "You better not do anything reckless, or we will call the police and have you arrested." "Young man, matters of life and death are not to be trifled with. The ambulance will arrive shortly." Several individuals restrained Jiang Lang, rendering him immobile, and he was reluctant to resort to violence against these ordinary citizens. Just as he was grappling with the situation, a convoy approached, and a group of individuals clad in black descended from their vehicles. "Clear the way. Make way." Leading the group was an elderly gentleman, aged around 50 or 60, donned in a suit and vest, his demeanor commanding respect as he strode forward with purpose. Even from a distance, Jiang Lang sensed this man was a martial artist, and a formidable one at that. Upon spotting a woman lying on the ground, the elder immediately instructed his bodyguards to assist her. Jiang Lang quickly intervened. "No, she cannot be taken away. A shard of glass has pierced her heart. If she is not treated immediately, she will perish. She cannot endure the journey to the hospital." "Who are you?" the elder inquired, turning to Jiang Lang. "I am a doctor, and I can save her," Jiang Lang asserted with unwavering conviction. The elder examined the injured woman and then scrutinized Jiang Lang, bending down to assess her injuries before posing another question. "Are you certain you can heal her?" He realized Jiang Lang spoke the truth. Without immediate treatment, the woman would likely not survive the trip to the hospital. "I am certain," Jiang Lang replied resolutely. "Young man, my lady holds a distinguished status. If anything happens to her, you will bear the consequences," the elder warned. Jiang Lang frowned at him. Thinking how shameless the old man was, he aimed to save a life, yet the elder was concerned about repercussions. However, gazing at the woman on the brink of death reminded him of his original intent to study medicine, and he responded to the elder, "Very well. If I cannot cure her, I will accept the consequences." Upon hearing this, the onlookers grew tense. The presence of so many bodyguards already indicated the woman's importance. Is this young man out of his mind? Does he dare to agree to such terms? The woman appeared to be on the verge of death. If he failed to save her, it was entirely plausible they would indeed hold him accountable. "Very well, then let us see what you can do," the elder spoke, as if having resolved to test Jiang Lang. Jiang Lang promptly leaned down to examine the woman when he began to remove her clothing. The elder did not intervene, but instructed his bodyguards to form a circle, shielding them from prying eyes. Jiang Lang tore open the woman's clothing at the chest and inserted silver needles into her acupoints to staunch the bleeding, subsequently sealing her heart meridian before extracting the glass shard. The woman emitted a muffled groan, causing the elder to shudder, his anxiety palpable. "Young man, we hail from the Sidhu family. If you can save Our Lady, the Sidhu family will reward you handsomely. If you cannot, you must bear the consequences." Jiang Lang paid no heed to the elder's words, focusing intently on administering the needles. After placing the needles, he suspended his hand above them, and though he remained still, the silver needles began to tremble. After approximately 10 minutes, Jiang Lang finally addressed the elderly gentleman, stating, "The individual is largely unharmed. Yet there remains some shattered glass embedded in the wound. Lacking specialized tools, I advise you to take her to the hospital for proper cleaning and suturing." The old man turned and was startled to see the woman lying on the ground, her chest bared, causing him to quickly shut his eyes. Zhang Lang gently adjusted the woman's clothing to cover her modesty and cautioned, under no circumstance should the silver needle be removed before reaching the hospital. Upon reopening his eyes, the elderly gentleman was astonished to see that the glass shards had been extracted from the woman's wound, and remarkably, not a single drop of blood was flowing from it. He instantly realized that this young man possessed extraordinary skills. Approaching the woman, he took her pulse and noted a significant stabilization in her heart rate. "Young man, what is your name?" the elder inquired incredulously. "Zhang Lang," he replied. "Zhang Lang. I shall remember you. Please provide your contact information. Should my lady emerge unscathed, the Sidhu family will reward you handsomely," the old man declared earnestly. "It was merely a small effort. No thanks are necessary," Zhang Lang responded before making his way to his vehicle and accelerating away from the scene, leaving the onlookers in astonished silence. They had initially presumed he sought to take advantage, yet it became evident he was indeed capable of healing. At the Grand Hotel of Jiang City, a spacious private room hosted 7 or 8 individuals, each exuding a menacing aura. "Boss Zhou, will Zhang Lang truly arrive?" one asked anxiously. "Of course," Zhou Wenlong replied calmly. He had faith in Zhang Lang. Having made a promise, he would not abandon them. "How do you know this Zhang Lang? Is he the same one from yesterday?" another inquired. "What if he shares the same name as someone else? That would be amusing." Laughter erupted among the group, but Zhou Wenlong remained unperturbed. "When he arrives, you will see for yourselves." Having reviewed the live stream from the previous day, he was certain that the individual on stage was indeed Zhang Lang. Otherwise, he would not have summoned so many people. "Brother Long, how impressive to be acquainted with such a remarkable figure. Yet, I wonder from where this Zhang Lang has emerged. I had never heard of him before," remarked a bald man, casting a derisive glance at Zhou Wenlong. Chapter 71. No pursuit allowed. The man's name was Huang Haoyan, a notable rival of Zhou Wenlong, with a close association with Cheng Gang. Following an altercation between Cheng Gang and Zhou Wenlong, the latter retaliated by targeting several of Huang Haoyan's interests, leaving him incarcerated. Consequently, Huang Haoyan harbored a deep-seated animosity towards Zhou Wenlong. He recognized that today's gathering was merely an exhibition of Zhou Wenlong's influence, intended to showcase the caliber of his connections. While Zhang Lang had indeed vanquished a grandmaster, this did not imply that Zhou Wenlong could leverage Zhang Lang's prowess. For martial artists were prohibited from engaging in private conflicts with ordinary individuals. "Brother Tian, is there a hidden meaning in your words?" Zhou Wenlong squinted at Huang Haoyan and inquired. "Of course not," Huang Haoyan replied with a cold smirk. "Brother Long introduced us to such a remarkable individual. I am grateful to him for that." At that moment, Zhang Lang pushed open the door to the private room and entered. The crowd was momentarily taken aback by his presence. "Brother." Only Zhou Xinrui stepped forward to affectionately link her arm with Zhang Lang's. "Brother, I watched the video from yesterday. You looked so dashing." "Not too shabby," Zhang Lang chuckled, affectionately ruffling her hair, and then naturally settled beside Zhou Wenlong. "Let me introduce everyone. This is Zhang Lang, the one who vanquished the Grandmaster yesterday," Zhou Wenlong proclaimed, placing his hands on Zhang Lang's shoulders. Zhang Lang merely smiled modestly, realizing that Zhou Wenlong was flaunting his connection with him. "Zhang Lang, these are my friends. They have all heard about your remarkable deeds from yesterday and wish to make your acquaintance. It is an honor to meet such heroes of Jiangqing," Zhang Lang acknowledged, bestowing due respect upon Zhou Wenlong. "Brother Zhang Lang, my name is Wang Ho." Someone stepped forward to toast Zhang Lang, and soon he found himself surrounded by admirers. Meanwhile, Huang Haoyan remained seated, his expression slightly grim. As one of the 3 titans of Jiangqing's gray area, he had never bowed to anyone in respect. "Brother Tian, come. Let us drink." Seeing Huang Haoyan unmoved, Zhou Wenlong proactively raised his glass towards him. Huang Haoyan offered a slight smile, lifted his glass, and drained it in one go. Then, casting a cold glance at Zhou Wenlong, he contemplated that Zhou Wenlong could no longer be spared. Otherwise, he would become a source of annoyance in the future. In Jinling, at the Ding family estate. "No, I must seek revenge on Zhang Lang at once," Ding Mingxi, the 3rd son of Ding Xiaomo, declared through clenched teeth as he attempted to stride out. "Revenge? With what means?" Ding Shuyang quickly seized him, urging caution. "That kid could easily kill even the old master. What could you possibly do?" As the eldest son of the family, Ding Shuyang asserted his authority. Ding Hongzhe, the 2nd son, adjusted his glasses and remarked, "Surely, The people from the Celestial Extremity Palace will not ignore this matter. After all, our father was a grandmaster there. It would be inconceivable for him to be murdered without consequence. Of course they will intervene. Ding Xiaoran sneered. As soon as the competition ended, the Celestial Extremity Palace took Jiang Lang away, and he remains unharmed. They likely intend for him to usurp our father's position. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the group varied. Ding Mingxi was the most furious. Damn it, these people are utterly despicable. I will confront the Celestial Extremity Palace and demand to know how they regard my father. What use is impulsiveness? Ding Shuyang retorted coldly. Our father died in the arena. According to the rules, life and death are self-accountable. The Celestial Extremity Palace has no obligation to address this issue. Moreover, Jiang Lang possesses considerable abilities, and it is only fitting that the Heavenly Extreme Hall has chosen him. Are we to merely endure this indignity and witness our father's demise? Ding Xiaoran questioned with palpable discontent. With a sharp crack, Ding Shuyang struck Ding Xiaoran across the face. I have long advised you to adopt a more modest demeanor. Your refusal to heed my counsel has now entangled our father in this mess. Elder brother, what purpose does striking your sister serve? The one responsible for this tragedy is Jiang Lang. If you possess any courage, confront him directly. Ding Hongzhe quickly interposed himself in front of Ding Xiaoran. Ding Shuyang's gaze turned icy. I am merely disciplining her. She has always behaved this way, coddled by you all. Had she exercised a modicum of restraint and not provoked others, our father would not have met such a fate. Elder brother, this is your fault. We must unite as a family in this critical moment. Resorting to violence against our own is hardly commendable, Ding Mingxi chimed in. Ding Shuyang frowned, addressing the group. Given the circumstances, we shall refrain from pursuing this matter further. Ding Xiaoran, displeased, retorted, Elder brother. Is it appropriate to utter such words while our father's body lies cold? He remains within the coffin, and you suggest we let this matter go? If we do not seek retribution, our father shall never find peace. I am the eldest, my word is final, Ding Shuyang declared, scanning the faces of those present. I shall reiterate, no one is to pursue this matter, nor to confront Jiang Lang. Elder brother, Ding Mingxi exclaimed in alarm. When has our family ever endured such humiliation? I understand your desire for vengeance, as do I yearn for it. However, our father perished in the arena, and Jiang Lang will soon become a member of the Heavenly Extreme Hall. Should we choose to provoke him then, we would be at odds with the hall itself. You are all aware of the consequences of opposing the Heavenly Extreme Hall, are you not? Must we wait until our family is utterly shattered before you are content? Ding Shuyang's words bore a semblance of reason, yet how could they simply swallow this affront? Elder brother is correct. We should lay low for the time being. Once this tempest has passed, we can reassess, Ding Hongzhe quickly advised the others. Ding Mingxi, ready to voice his thoughts, caught sight of Ding Hongzhe frantically signaling him from behind Ding Shuyang, prompting him to swallow his words. Understood, Ding Mingxi murmured sullenly. In the days to come, they must attend to their father's burial. Even if no guests come to mourn, they must ensure he receives a dignified farewell. Ding Shuyang instructed the group. As the saying goes, when a person departs, the warmth fades. With the old master's passing, those who previously scrambled to forge connections with the Ding family have vanished without a trace. Yet, this should not detract from the solemnity of the old master's funeral. Though he may be gone, the Ding family remains, upheld by the strength of its members. Ding Xiaoran's cheek still bore the mark of the slap, tears glistening in her eyes. She recognized her elder brother's words carried truth. Had it not been for her actions, how might the old master have met such an end? This matter arose solely due to her. Thus the grievance must be avenged, whether she can or cannot. Chapter 72. 30 million is not 3,000. In Jiang City, as Jiang Lang stepped out of the restaurant, he promptly received a call from He Shuyun. Jiang Lang, where are you? Your elder brother has been in a car accident. Hurry over. Upon hearing this, Jiang Lang furrowed his brow slightly. A car accident? It couldn't possibly be his vehicle, could it? After clarifying the address, he proceeded in that direction. Although he had not drunk excessively, he was well aware that one should not drive after consuming alcohol. So he parked his car a bit further away and walked over. At that moment, He Shuyun and Ning Yuanzhou were embroiled in a heated argument with a young couple. Damn it, what does it have to do with me if your car isn't sturdy? Ning Yuanzhou glared at the pair, slapping the hood of his Land Rover. See this? This is a luxury vehicle. You should consider yourselves lucky that I'm not demanding compensation. The man opposite merely scoffed, seemingly uninterested in engaging further. The woman beside him regarded Ning Yuanzhou with an expression of incredulity, while a crowd of onlookers gathered, eager to witness the unfolding drama. I have already called the insurance company. They will arrive shortly. You should contact the vehicle owner and discuss compensation, the man stated coolly. Ning Yuanzhou snorted derisively. With your little junk car? Selling it wouldn't even cover one wheel of mine. He wasn't particularly knowledgeable about cars, but he recognized that the emblem on the other vehicle was unfamiliar. Though it was a sports car, in this day and age, several $100,000 could buy a convertible, which shouldn't pose much of an issue. After all, Zhang Lang's car was new, and the insurance should cover the damages. What is going on? Zhang Lang made his way through the crowd and approached Ning Yuanzhou and He Shuyun. Zhang Lang, you finally made it. Just now, your elder brother accidentally bumped into their car while turning. I was in a hurry to play mahjong and already agreed to pay them 50,000. Yet they are still unsatisfied, insisting on involving the insurance. As she spoke, He Shuyun snatched the car keys from Zhang Lang's hand. This is Mengming's car, right? Where did you park it? I'll go play mahjong with your elder brother first. You handle this. With that, He Shuyun hurriedly departed the scene with Ning Yuanzhou, leaving the mess for Zhang Lang to resolve alone. After all, he had saved up money while at the Qin family, and since the car was his, why should they bear the cost? The young couple stood astounded at their audacity. These two were truly shameless. Buddy, Zhang Lang approached the man, producing a pack of yellow Crane Tower cigarettes, offering one to him. The man accepted it. Who are these two to you? My mother-in-law and brother-in-law, Zhang Lang replied nonchalantly, lighting a cigarette. I sincerely apologize. Tell me how much the repairs will cost, and I shall compensate you. My vehicle is not inexpensive. Perhaps it would be better to let the insurance personnel handle it. I see your car is new. You should be able to claim some reimbursement, the man suggested. This is a trivial matter. There's no need to call them. Just tell me how much. Zhang Lang replied generously. My car is globally limited, priced at 120 million. With the damage it has sustained, a factory repair would cost at least 30 million. Enough to purchase 2 or 3 of your vehicles. The man gazed at Zhang Lang with a smile, scrutinizing his attire, which hardly suggested that he could afford such an exorbitant sum. Give me your card number, he said. Zhang Lang showed no inclination to negotiate and directly addressed the man. The man widened his eyes in disbelief, exclaiming, It's 30 million, not 30,000. I am aware. Zhang Lang nodded while retrieving his phone. The man provided his card number, and Zhang Lang promptly edited the information before sending a message, followed by dialing a number. Transfer 30 million to this card number immediately. Understood, Mr. Jiang. The man across from him looked at Zhang Lang in astonishment, wondering if this young man truly possessed 30 million. Just then, his phone buzzed, a message from the bank. After verifying the transaction details 3 times, the man's gaze toward Zhang Lang grew increasingly complex. Dressed in a short-sleeved shirt, shorts, and flip-flops, he certainly did not resemble a man of wealth. The woman beside him gasped, her hand covering her mouth. How could someone so young possess such riches? Excuse me. May I ask which esteemed family you belong to? The Su family, perhaps? Or the Chu family? The man inquired. Neither, Zhang Lang yawned and asked. Am I free to leave now? Of course, the man readily replied. Having received the payment, he had no reason to detain him. Zhang Lang glanced at his car, a testament to its bulletproof quality, with hardly a scratch on the paint. Once inside, he pressed the accelerator and swiftly departed, leaving the couple bewildered in his wake. Brother Situ, who is this young man? His generosity suggests he is no ordinary person, the woman beside him remarked. Situ Jing pondered for a moment. I'm not certain. But the wealthy families I recall in Jiang City are only the Su and Chu families. Could he be from out of town? At Jiang City First Hospital. The woman gradually opened her eyes, greeted by an expanse of white, her senses overwhelmed, the overhead lights causing a slight dizziness. Zhao Zhao, she struggled to recall, suddenly jolting back to reality and calling out. The door to her room swung open, and a figure hurried toward her. Miss, you're awake. Zhao Guanjia. Where is Zhao Zhao? She grasped Zhao Jixiang's hand urgently. Miss, you're finally awake. Rest assured, the young lady is fine, playing with the master in the next room. I'll fetch her right away. Zhao Jixiang hurriedly dashed out. Upon returning, he was accompanied by a tall man holding a girl in his arms, who affectionately called out. Mama. Seeing her daughter safe, Situ Yue finally breathed a sigh of relief. Several doctors hurriedly approached to examine her condition, and after confirming that she was out of danger, they spoke to the man. Mr. Situ, Miss Situ is no longer in critical condition. With a few days of rest, She will be able to leave the hospital. Thank you for your efforts. Situ Lin nodded, his tone bearing a hint of authority. The doctor before him wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. It's nothing. This is our duty. We owe it all to the person who performed first aid on the young lady. Without him, she would not have made it to the hospital. Hearing this, Situ Lin merely nodded. You may leave now. The doctors quickly exited, and Situ Lin turned to Zhao Jixiang beside him. Have you found the person? We are searching for him. Rest assured, we will locate him as soon as possible. Zhao Jixiang replied hastily, for this was the savior of the young lady, and they could not afford to be negligent. Chapter 73. A simple favor, not worth mentioning. Situ Lin arrived at the bedside of the woman. Looking at his biological daughter, I have already dispatched people to investigate. The driver was bribed, but he was alone, and we cannot trace the person behind him. The person on the bed showed no reaction to his words. Rest assured, anyone who dares to harm a member of the Situ family will be thoroughly investigated. And I will provide you with an explanation. The woman on the bed let out a cold laugh. What do you see beyond the reputation of the Situ family? Mother. The child in Situ Lin's arms struggled to reach out, but the woman hastily extended her hands to embrace the child, only to have Situ Lin pull the child back. You are still injured. It's best not to hold the child for now. Spend these days in the hospital recuperating, and I will take care of the child. The woman furrowed her brow at his words. No need. I can care for her myself. If worse comes to worst, there's always the housekeeper. This is my own grandchild. What is wrong with me caring for her for a few days? Situ Lin refused to relinquish the child, a flicker of dissatisfaction crossing his gaze. I fear you will lead Zhao Zhao astray. The woman replied coldly. Situ Lin's expression darkened. Do not speak nonsense. Zhao Zhao will only thrive under my care. Had you been obedient to my wishes back then, your life would have been much better now. With that, Situ Lin carried the child and left. The woman on the bed, with reddened eyes, covered her face with her hands, tears slipping through her fingers. In Jiang City, within a small courtyard, Zhoubo, it's burnt. Jiang Lang rushed anxiously towards the earthen stove, where the fish was already charred. Zhouan, having just lifted his head from the vegetable patch, saw that Jiang Lang had already removed the fish. It's fine, young master, burnt food is good for the eyes. Zhouan said with a smile, handing the freshly pulled scallions to Jiang Lang. Jiang Lang, with a pained expression, placed the fish on a plate. Fortunately, I reacted quickly. Otherwise, we wouldn't have fish to eat today. A small table was laden with various barbecued dishes, alongside a jar of wine. Young master, why are you not being frugal with the wine now? Zhouan asked with a smile. Jiang Lang chuckled. The old fellow slipped me the brewing recipe hidden within his book. From now on, we can indulge in as much as we desire, can't we? Zhouan joined in the laughter, his gaze filled with affection as he watched Jiang Lang heartily devour meat and drink wine. This was the young master he had witnessed grow up, and over the span of 20 years, time had truly flown by. Young master, have you encountered any trouble from the Tianji Hall after you eliminated Ding Xiaomo? Zhouan could not help but inquire. Not really. They invited me to join the Tianji Hall, and I accepted, Jiang Lang replied, taking a bite of the sizzling pork belly. However, they mentioned a background check, though I failed to see what they could possibly scrutinize. Hearing this, Zhouan's heart sank. The Tianji Hall is notorious for digging into every aspect of a person's lineage. Your background check may not go smoothly. Perhaps not. They might just perceive me as a simple orphan, Jiang Lang responded nonchalantly. Besides, if it doesn't work out, I'm not overly eager to join the Tianji Hall. If the review fails, considering the Tianji Hall's methods, it could be quite detrimental for you, young master. Zhouan cautioned. I understand. They certainly wouldn't allow my existence, Jiang Lang nodded, a cold smile curling at his lips. But so what? If they have the capability, let them eliminate me. He was confident that the members of Tianji Hall lacked such prowess. That may be true, Zhouan nodded but still expressed concern. Young master, if they truly decide to take action against you, allow me to protect you in secret. Zhoubo, you are getting older. Simply tend to your farming here and occasionally prepare me some good food. There is no need for you to worry about anything else, Jiang Lang declined. Having known Zhouan for so many years, he surmised that his abilities were limited. He had come to view Zhouan as family, and the thought of anything happening to him would weigh heavily on his heart. Young master, although I am older, I am still capable of lending a hand, Zhouan said with a sincere smile. Jiang Lang patted his shoulder. Zhoubo, with my master gone, you are the closest person to me. I do not wish for you to put yourself in danger. Jiang Lang's words moved Zhouan deeply. Young master, please refrain from such sentiments. Do you really think they could harm me? Jiang Lang replied calmly, draining his cup of wine. At that moment, his phone rang. Jiang Lang pulled it out to find an unfamiliar number flashing on the screen. Is this Jiang Lang? A strange voice inquired once he answered. Who is this? Jiang Lang asked. Fantastic. We finally found you. The caller was a family member of the woman he had rescued earlier that day, requesting him to visit the hospital for a proper expression of gratitude. No need for thanks. It was merely a small effort on my part. Jiang Lang replied curtly before hanging up, not granting the other party a chance to express their gratitude. Young master, what was that? Zhouan asked. Zhouan stood by, perplexed and curious, and could not help but inquire. Jiang Lang recounted the events in a nutshell, and after listening, Zhouan gave Jiang Lang a thumbs up, truly worthy of being the young master. Observing the still somewhat innocent Jiang Lang, Zhouan felt a pang of discomfort in his heart. In this mundane world, even the purest souls become tainted after navigating its complexities. After satisfying their hunger, Jiang Lang drove towards the Ning group. With the support of the Su family, no one dared to trouble Ning Yiming anymore. Furthermore, following Jiang Lang's recent rise to fame after yesterday's battle, numerous individuals were eager to collaborate with Ning Yiming. While they spoke of partnership, in reality, it was akin to offering money without any return. Ning Yiming firmly believed that no reward comes without merit. She understood that accepting such funds would obligate Jiang Lang to repay the favors in the future, and thus she declined them one by one. Descending the stairs, Ning Yiming was momentarily taken aback upon not spotting her vehicle, wondering why Jiang Lang had not come to pick her up after work. At that moment, a horn honked, and upon turning in the direction of the sound, she saw Jiang Lang seated in a Land Rover. She approached in surprise. Why the change of car? Get in. It's hot outside, Jiang Lang said thoughtfully. Once she settled into the vehicle, Jiang Lang proceeded to recount the details of the car accident that had occurred earlier that day. And how was it resolved? Ning Yiming furrowed her brow and asked, feeling exasperated. This Ning Yuanzhou is utterly unreliable. Jiang Lang kindly lent him his car, yet he returned it damaged. Not only that, but he also expected Jiang Lang to deal with the aftermath. I had to cover a bit of the costs. Jiang Lang replied nonchalantly. Given his demeanor, it was evident that the financial loss was minimal, and Ning Yiming chose not to press further. Do not lend your car to Ning Yuanzhou again. Although he has been somewhat amiable towards you these past few days, he is not a good person. Ning Yiming stated with a serious expression. If I recall correctly, isn't he your biological brother? Jiang Lang chuckled upon hearing her words. It was apparent that Ning Yiming harbored a strong disdain for Ning Yuanzhou. I would rather not have such a brother, Ning Yiming candidly declared. In her eyes, Jiang Lang caught a fleeting glimpse of sorrow. Let us indulge in some delightful food, Jiang Lang suggested to Ning Yiming. It's my treat. Ning Yiming frowned and shot him a glance. No need. Whatever you wish to eat, I will treat you. While she was aware that Jiang Lang possessed some wealth, they had an agreement as husband and wife. Since she had requested him to enter her family, she felt responsible for his sustenance and care. Are you suggesting I should feast on your generosity? Jiang Lang asked with a smile. Ning Yiming was taken aback that her thoughts had been so easily discerned. Her ears flushed, and she turned her face toward the window, gently biting her lip. Is it possible that you can eat Qin Ryue's generosity, but not mine? Jiang Lang stated with utmost seriousness. Let me clarify. I have never partaken in her generosity. However, I certainly wouldn't mind sampling yours. Upon hearing those words, Ning Yiming's face flushed deeper, and her heartbeat became somewhat uncontrollable. Goodness, what was stirring within her? She had anticipated that Jiang Lang would take her to some casual dining establishment, yet to her surprise, he drove up the mountain instead. Where are we headed? Ning Yiming inquired with curiosity. Wanghua Tower. At the mention of this name, Ning Yiming momentarily lost her bearings. She had heard of this place, yet it was not accessible to just anyone. Even as the president of the Ning Corporation, she felt barely qualified. You must be joking. That place isn't for just anyone, she whispered in caution. What's wrong? Jiang Lang asked with a smile. Wanghua Tower is a venue reserved for individuals of status and influence within Jiangxing. Even the Ning family does not possess such privilege, though it was somewhat embarrassing to admit. Ning Yiming conveyed this reality to Jiang Lang. It doesn't matter that the Ning family lacks the qualification. You do, Jiang Lang replied nonchalantly, gripping the steering wheel. What nonsense are you spouting? Where would I acquire such qualification? This place operates on a membership basis, with a minimum dining expenditure exceeding 5 million. And not everyone is eligible for such membership. Let South choose another place. Any restaurant at the foot of the mountain will do, Ning Yiming urged, not wishing to endure embarrassment. The patrons here were powerful and influential. Should they be denied entry, it would be a tremendous humiliation. You are my wife. Of course you possess that qualification, Zhang Lang asserted calmly, promptly parking the car at the entrance of Wanhua Tower. The doorman swiftly approached. Zhang Lang exited the vehicle, and Ning Yiming felt so awkward that she could dig a hole to hide. At this moment, Zhang Lang graciously opened the door to invite her out, casually tossing the car keys to the nearby security guard. The guard adeptly took the keys and went off to park the car, while Zhang Lang pulled Ning Yiming inside. She quickly tugged him aside. What are you doing? Can't you see there's a guard at the entrance? How can we possibly enter such a place? What is stopping us? Zhang Lang chuckled softly, leaning closer to her ear to whisper, I have a membership. Ning Yiming gazed at Zhang Lang in astonishment. What a jest. How could he possibly possess a membership to Wanhua Tower? Is that you, President Ning? At that moment, a mocking female voice interrupted. Zhang Lang turned towards the voice and saw a flamboyantly dressed woman linked arm in arm with a portly middle-aged man approaching them. Oh, it's you. Ning Yiming replied with a slight nod. President Ning remembers me? The woman laughed flirtatiously, while the man beside her stared at Ning Yiming, his eyes wide with awe. Qianqian, who is this? He inquired with a beaming smile. Seeing the man's radiant expression, the woman furrowed her brow slightly. This is my university classmate, the president of the Ning Corporation, Ning Yiming. Hello, President Ning. I am Huang Yue, engaged in a small business in Jinghai. As the conversation unfolded, Huang Yue extended his hand, resembling a pig's trotter. Ning Yiming furrowed her brows even tighter, preparing to shake hands out of politeness when Zhang Lang proactively offered his hand. Hello, my name is Zhang Lang, he said, a smile gracing his face, yet the pressure of his grip unconsciously intensified. Hiss! Huang Yue involuntarily gasped, attempting to withdraw his hand, but Zhang Lang held on firmly. It hurts, Huang Yue finally exclaimed, prompting Zhang Lang to release his grip. Qin Xian immediately expressed her displeasure, pulling her husband's hand towards her, then glaring at Ning Yiming. Ning Yiming, this is your son-in-law, right? You ought to keep him in check. Look at how you've hurt my husband. Upon hearing the term husband, Ning Yiming's mouth twitched involuntarily. The world is truly full of surprises. Huang Yue was old enough to be her father. How could she so casually refer to him as her husband? I apologize, Mr. Huang. My husband tends to be a bit heavy-handed. As she spoke, Ning Yiming affectionately linked her arm with Zhang Lang's. Witnessing this scene, Huang Yue's expression turned icy. You're already married? Kid, do you know who I am? Do you know why I am here? He bellowed at Zhang Lang, daring to lay hands on me. Are you tired of living? In all honesty, I merely shook your hand. How could it hurt this much? Are you made of jelly? Zhang Lang calmly embraced Ning Yiming. Huang Yue's expression soured further, while Qin Qian shot a furious glare at Zhang Lang. You good for nothing. My husband is a guest of the Su family. How dare you act so recklessly towards him? Ning Yiming, back in college, you were quite formidable. How is it that you've ended up with a son-in-law? Not only that, but he also lacks any manners. Qin Qian crossed her arms, directing her gaze at Ning Yiming. Make him kneel and apologize to my husband. Considering our past as classmates, I want to hold this against you. Ning Yiming frowned slightly, pondering the Su family connection. She glanced back at Zhang Lang, who had previously mentioned knowing the patriarch of the Su family, though she was uncertain of the truth. Zhang Lang, perhaps, before Ning Yiming could finish her sentence. Zhang Lang interrupted. You're expressing distrust towards your husband. Hearing this, Ning Yiming swallowed the rest of her words. Chapter 75. Manage your woman, you good for nothing. Did you not hear what I just said? Qin Xian glared at Zhang Lang, raising her hand to strike him, only to have Zhang Lang seize her wrist. A flash of malice flickered in his eyes before he swiftly retaliated with a slap across Qin Xian's face. With a sharp crack, both Huang Yue and Ning Yiming were taken aback. Huang Yue did not expect Zhang Lang to dare strike someone affiliated with him, while Ning Yiming was astonished to see Zhang Lang hit a woman. Kid, you're courting death. As he spoke, Huang Yue swung a fist at Zhang Lang. But given his short stature, he barely had the chance to throw a punch before Zhang Lang sent him flying with a swift kick. With a thud, Huang Yue's body crashed heavily onto the ground, prompting Qin Qian to rush over. Darling, are you all right? The bodyguard nearby also witnessed the scene and approached. Wanhua Tower is not a place for your ruckus, the young man exclaimed. You'd better wait. I'm calling young Master Su right now. Huang Yue gritted his teeth, and, before Zhang Lang, took out his phone and dialed. After a brief exchange, he hung up. Young Master Su said he would be here shortly. You're going to regret this. Huang Yue sneered at Jiang Lang as Qin Qian helped him to his feet. In a moment, you will be begging for my forgiveness, Huang Yue declared with a cold smile. Qin Qian turned her gaze to Ning Yimeng and said icily, Ning Yimeng, do not blame me for disregarding our camaraderie. This is all of your own making. Nervously, Ning Yimeng tugged at Jiang Lang's arm and whispered, is it true that you know the old master of the Su family? What do you think? Jiang Lang chuckled. Rest assured, even if the king of heaven himself were to come, it wouldn't faze us. Seeing Jiang Lang's confidence, Ning Yimeng's anxiety eased. She believed in him. A few minutes later, a robust figure emerged, accompanied by a group. Leading the way was Su Ziqian, the eldest son of the Su family. Mr. Huang, what has transpired? Su Ziqian inquired as he approached Huang Yue. Young Master Su, it's this brat. He dared to strike me and my wife. Have your men deal with him. Huang Yue pointed aggressively at Jiang Lang. Su Ziqian frowned at Jiang Lang. Do you not recognize me, brother? Su Ziqian, is it? Jiang Lang replied, meeting his gaze. Su Ziqian nodded. It appears you have heard of me? How about you apologize to Mr. Huang for this incident, and we shall consider it as if nothing has occurred, Su Ziqian suggested, wishing to avoid escalating the situation. However, Huang Yue was relentless. Young Master Su, that won't do. My wife and I cannot endure this for nothing. This brat must kneel and kowtow to me, or this matter will not end today, Huang Yue asserted with an air of dominance. Su Ziqian furrowed his brow. With so many people around, it seemed inappropriate to have someone kneel publicly. Nevertheless, considering that the guest was invited by him, he felt it necessary to regard the guest's feelings. Brother, given my status, would you grant me this favor? Su Ziqian asked Jiang Lang. I could grant you that favor, but I fear your grandfather may take issue with it. Jiang Lang replied with a smirk. At this, Su Ziqian's brows knitted tightly. You know my grandfather? You could give him a call and ask if he knows Jiang Lang. Jiang Lang retorted. Jiang Lang, are you the renowned Dr. Jiang? Su Ziqian's tone shifted immediately. It seems your grandfather has mentioned me to you? Jiang Lang countered. Su Ziqian quickly approached with his entourage. Dr. Jiang, I sincerely apologize. I was unaware it was you. Having long heard of your esteemed reputation, I have often listened to my grandfather speak of you. Alas, I never had the opportunity to meet you until today. Indeed, Dr. Jiang, you are truly remarkable. Su Ziqian's words left Ning Yimeng astounded. It appeared Jiang Lang genuinely knew the elder of the Su family. Furthermore, it seemed he held considerable sway within their circle. Your compliments are excessive, Jiang Lang replied, casting a glance at Huang Yue and his companion, who stood dumbfounded. Huang Yue, in particular, was utterly bewildered. How had the reinforcements he summoned ended up in such close company with Jiang Lang? Su Xiao, I traveled a great distance from Jinghai, Huang Yue protested, expressing his dissatisfaction. And what of it? Su Ziqian turned to Huang Yue, asserting, Dr. Jiang is a distinguished guest of the Su family. No one is permitted to offend him. With that, Su Ziqian's gaze turned icy as he addressed the two men. Have you both dared to insult Dr. Jiang? At that moment, Su Ziqian seemed a different person, as if poised to cast them into the river as fish feed. That is not the case. It was I who offended Mr. Huang. He insists I kneel and apologize. Jiang Lang replied leisurely. Su Ziqian shot a glance at Huang Yue. Mr. Huang, I trust you know how to conduct yourself? The Su family does not lack for clients, and in Jiang City, they still hold a modicum of influence. Should Mr. Huang inadvertently meet his demise here, I would be willing to assist in returning your ashes to Jinghai, as a courtesy among friends. The chilling words caused Huang Yue to tremble. Although he could not believe Jiang Lang would actually go so far, the threat carried weight coming from Su Ziqian. Dr. Jiang, I sincerely apologize. It was entirely my fault. I should not have offended you. I hope you can overlook my transgressions and not hold it against me, Huang Yue stammered, slapping his own face in despair, on the verge of kneeling before Jiang Lang. However, Qin Qian seized him by the arm. What are you doing? If you act this way, how will I ever show my face again? She protested, knowing she stood before her university classmates, having just mocked Ning Yimeng. She could not bring herself to kneel. Get down and apologize, you foolish woman. Huang Yue paid little heed, forcibly dragging Qin Qian to kneel before Jiang Lang and Ning Yimeng. Mr. Ning, Dr. Jiang, it was our fault. We beg for your forgiveness. Huang Yue quivered as he spoke. Observing the spectacle, a cold smile crept across Jiang Lang's lips as he turned to Qin Qian. Control your woman. With that, he and Ning Yiming turned to leave, while Huang Yue hastily nodded in agreement. Su Ziqian led the way ahead, addressing the two. I did not expect to encounter Dr. Jiang here. Might I have the honor of inviting you to dine with us? Is Su Xiao not engaged in business discussions? Jiang Lang inquired indifferently. I had only one guest, who is no longer present. If Dr. Jiang would do us the honor, it would be most welcomed. However, if you decline, I shall not impose further. Su Ziqian said humbly. He had often heard his grandfather speak of Jiang Lang, a figure shrouded in mystery whom he had never encountered until today. Chapter 76. Eating from the bowl while thinking of the pot. Although he did not attend yesterday's arena competition, he was aware that Jiang Lang had triumphed over the Grandmaster. Offending the revered Jiang Shini for the sake of an out-of-town merchant was indeed a poor trade. I have always heard from your grandfather that among the numerous descendants, you are the most outstanding. Today, you certainly live up to that reputation, Jiang Lang remarked with a smile as he looked at Su Ziqian. In that case, let us share a meal together, he suggested. That sounds splendid, Jiang Shini, it's on you. Due to Su Ziqian's status, the individuals at the entrance dared not impede them. The dishes in the private room upstairs were still warm, yet Su Ziqian waved his hand decisively. Waiter, please replace all these dishes. These were prepared for Huang Yue, and it seemed inappropriate to serve them to Jiang Lang. Upon hearing this, Jiang Lang quickly interjected. No need to change, let us not waste food. Who eats ISNT eating? It's all clean anyway. All right then. Su Ziqian acquiesced to Jiang Lang's request and dismissed the waiter, personally pouring wine for Jiang Lang. Ning Yiming was somewhat taken aback. Su Xiao, this is not quite right. Perhaps I should do it? Ning miss, you may remain seated, Su Ziqian replied with a smile, lifting his glass. Jiang Shini, I toast to you, thanking you for your care over the years towards the Su family. Upon hearing this, Ning Yiming looked at Jiang Lang with suspicion. How had he cared for the Su family? It appeared that Jiang Lang not only knew the elder of the Su family, but seemed to have a debt of gratitude towards them. Su Xiao, since this is merely a casual meal, there is no need to bring out the formalities of the business world, Jiang Lang said, finishing the toast Su Ziqian had offered. Looking at him with a calm demeanor, his words implied that it was he who was hosting this meal. Ning Yiming furrowed her brow at Jiang Lang, questioning whether his demeanor towards the young master of the Su family was truly appropriate. She had heard rumors about Su Ziqian, a young man of remarkable talent, who was expected to inherit the Su family in the future. Shouldn't Jiang Lang display at least a modicum of courtesy when addressing him? She gently nudged Jiang Lang's arm, who then offered her a piece of rib. Wife, eat more. The flavor of this establishment is quite commendable. The chef of Wangyue Tower was a descendant of imperial cooks, serving the emperor for generations. Few could rival such culinary skill throughout the realm of Daxia. Observing Jiang Lang eat with such ease, Ning Yiming proactively engaged Su Ziqian in conversation. Having long heard of Su Ziqian's handsome demeanor and adept manner in handling affairs, she was eager to see for herself. However, before she could finish her thought, Jiang Lang interrupted. Wife, let us simply enjoy our meal and set aside the formalities of your business world. Subsequently, he wiped his mouth and turned to Su Ziqian, saying, if there are any advantageous resources, kindly introduce them to my wife. Of course. Su Ziqian promptly produced his business card and handed it to Ning Yiming with both hands. Miss Ning, should you require my assistance, do not hesitate to reach out. After exchanging business cards, the three of them managed to consume their meal in relative peace. However, among the trio, only Jiang Lang truly relished the meal. The other two were consumed with anxiety. Ning Yiming felt apprehensive in the presence of Su Ziqian, while Su Ziqian feared offending Jiang Lang with his words. Once back in the car, Jiang Lang yawned and remarked, next time we dine together, it might be best not to invite others. You don't seem at ease. Jiang Lang, what is your relationship with the Su family? Why do they treat you with such deference, calling you divine doctor? Ning Yiming inquired with curiosity. I saved the old master of the Su family and provided treatment to its members, Jiang Lang replied nonchalantly, omitting any mention of altering their fortunes. After hearing this, Ning Yiming couldn't help but feel a twinge of worry. Although you have done them a favor, you shouldn't adopt such an attitude towards them. The Su family is not ordinary. Even if Su Ziqian treats you kindly, that man's wrath is not something an average person can withstand. If you continue to be so arrogant, you might provoke. Before she could finish, Jiang Lang suddenly turned to her, grinning broadly. Are you concerned for my well-being? In the midst of discussing serious matters, how could this man be so frivolous? I worry that if you perish, I shall have no one to entertain me. Ning Yiming retorted through clenched teeth. That makes sense, Jiang Lang nodded thoughtfully, then asked, so, when shall we hold our wedding? What are you thinking? Ning Yiming shot him a glare. No wedding. Why not? We've already established that we are a contractual couple. If we hold a wedding, wouldn't that make it real? Jiang Lang responded with a smile. Ning Yiming crossed her arms and frowned slightly. Jiang Lang, do not push your luck. As they spoke, Jiang Lang suddenly turned, placing one hand on the back of her seat, reducing the distance between them to less than 5 centimeters. Ning Yiming's heart raced. Her face flushed as if she had a fever. What are you doing? Is there not a shred of affection for me? Jiang Lang inquired, gazing at her intently. The scent of tobacco lingered around him, mingled with an inexplicable fragrance. Do not misinterpret. Marrying you is merely to avoid marrying Chu Tianqi, Ning Yiming denied, eyes closed. Jiang Lang chuckled lightly. If that is the case, won't I be able to retire after a year? Yet, I wonder if I can still find a wealthy woman to support me then. As he spoke, Ning Yiming bit her lip in irritation. That scoundrel. Eating from one bowl while coveting another. Jiang Lang, catching a glimpse of her flustered expression from the corner of his eye, couldn't help but smile. Jiang City, Ning family. Mother, do you think Jiang Lang has repaired the car? Ning Yuanzhou inquired as he sat on the sofa. He had just taken the vehicle out today and had not even managed to drop He Shuyun off at the mahjong parlor before disaster struck. Early that morning, he had boasted to his friends about driving an extravagant car, yet none had seen it, prompting them to call him a braggart in the group chat. The car was not in dire straits. As long as he could return it home, all would be well. He Shuyun turned to Ning Yuanzhou and asked, do you truly like that car? Of course I do. How could I not like a car worth over 10 million? He replied, just wait. I'll ask him to let you drive it. He Shuyun said with a smile. A flicker of surprise crossed Ning Yuanzhou's face as he looked at her in astonishment. Are you serious? When have you ever deceived me, mother? Just wait. As they spoke, the roar of an approaching vehicle echoed outside, and the two quickly composed themselves on the sofa. Not long after, Ning Yiming and Jiang Lang entered. You're back? Have you eaten? If not, shall I order takeout for you? He Shuyun inquired warmly. We've already had our meal, Ning Yiming replied, reaching for Jiang Lang to ascend the stairs. She had sensed that He Shuyun's gaze towards Jiang Lang was excessively fervent. Given her understanding of He Shuyun, she suspected ulterior motives were at play. Wait, sure enough. As the two were about to head upstairs, He Shuyun quickly rose, her smile brightening as she approached Jiang Lang. Jiang Lang, how did you manage everything today? All is well, Jiang Lang replied nonchalantly, omitting any mention of the 30 million compensation. That's good to hear, He Shuyun said, rubbing her hands together. You see, you usually go out and return with Ming Ming. One car is sufficient for both of you. Why not let your car, mother? Ning Yiming interrupted, starting tomorrow. I will be driving myself to the office. Jiang Lang needs his car, and there won't be a spare for your son. As soon as He Shuyun began speaking, Ning Yiming anticipated her intentions, and indeed, it was not something favorable. My dear, you both have cars, surely. You cannot expect your brother to take a taxi every time. He Shuyun expressed her dissatisfaction. That's because he lost his car gambling. Surely you are aware of that? Ning Yiming retorted without hesitation. Ning Yiming, did you not promise to buy me a car? It has been ages, and you have yet to deliver. You two can each drive a car. What is so wrong with giving me one? Ning Yuanzhou could no longer remain silent and pointed an accusatory finger at Ning Yiming. Jiang Lang, witnessing the scene, was astounded by their audacity. Just as Ning Yiming was about to respond, Jiang Lang interjected, Mother, it's no problem. It's just a car. He can have mine. Upon hearing this, Ning Yiming stared at Jiang Lang wide-eyed, bewildered by his madness. Ning Yuanzhou stepped forward, offering Jiang Lang a cigarette. You're a good brother-in-law. Jiang Lang. Mother knows you have a kind heart, being so considerate to our family. He Shuyun smiled radiantly. If you become a grandmaster in the future, our family will surely prosper. Jiang Lang chuckled silently, realizing that He Shuyun was indeed harboring such intentions. Mom, I can lend the car to my elder brother. But I have a condition. What condition? He Shuyun furrowed her brow, curious about Jiang Lang's ulterior motives. Beside them, Ning Yiming also appeared somewhat puzzled, wondering what Jiang Lang was about to request. Ming Ming and I wish to move out, Jiang Lang stated, holding Ning Yiming's hand. Upon hearing this, He Shuyun was momentarily taken aback, and Ning Yiming was equally surprised. However, she quickly processed the situation. Previously, she had stayed at home because she was unmarried. But now that she was married, it was only natural to move out. Yet, She felt a pang of regret at the thought of wasting over 10 million. Moreover, even if they moved out, where could they go? Over the years, she had given most of her earnings to He Shuyun and Ning Yuanzhou, leaving herself with little, let alone the prospect of purchasing a house elsewhere. That's not an issue. Before He Shuyun could respond, Ning Yuanzhou eagerly interjected. As long as you can give me the car, you can move wherever you like. His mind was consumed by the thought of Jiang Lang's car, which would undoubtedly elevate his status. The mere thought excited him. Why not agree to such a wonderful opportunity? However, He Shuyun was concerned about other matters. She frowned at Jiang Lang. You know our family's situation. Most of the household expenses are covered by Meng Meng. If you two move out, what will we eat? It was rather embarrassing for He Shuyun to voice such concerns, considering that a whole family relied solely on Ning Yiming, a young girl, for sustenance. Although Ning Wen had a salary, it was entirely surrendered, barely enough for He Shuyun to indulge in a few rounds of mahjong. Rest assured, we will provide you and Dad with a monthly living allowance of 100,000, Jiang Lang declared generously. 100,000 was an amount that an average family would earn in a year. Previously, when she inquired about the funds from Ning Yimeng, the average monthly contribution had barely reached 10,000. Therefore, when He Shuyun heard this figure, her eyes sparkled with excitement. Meng Meng, is this true? She asked, her eyes wide with astonishment as she turned to Ning Yimeng. At that moment, Ning Yimeng was still in a state of confusion, instinctively glancing at Jiang Lang, who nodded in affirmation. Although she was unsure of Jiang Lang's intentions, she nodded in agreement. That's settled. If you are willing to give your brother the car and provide us with 100,000 for living expenses each month, you two can live wherever you desire. He Shuyun's face lit up with joy. Ning Yuanzhou quickly added, Mom, with that much money, you must share half with me. You unambitious child. He Shuyun shot him an exasperated look before addressing Ning Yimeng. Meng Meng, can you give your brother his share separately? Jiang Lang realized that this family intended to rely on Ning Yimeng indefinitely. No problem, but it will be deducted from the 100,000 you receive. Jiang Lang gazed at He Shuyun and remarked, Mother, it is our duty to provide for you, but it seems we are not obligated to support elder brother, are we? Upon hearing these words, Ning Yuanzhou's expression darkened momentarily, though it was fleeting. After all, Mother's finances were essentially his. If needed, he could always ask Ning Yimeng for more. She wouldn't refuse him. Let it be, Mother, let it be. At this moment, Ning Yuanzhou was solely preoccupied with Jiang Lang's car, hardly able to concern himself with anything else. Jiang Lang, however, was resolute. If you all believe this is acceptable, let us draft a written agreement. After we sign it tomorrow, I shall take elder brother to transfer ownership and present him with the car. No problem. Ning Yuanzhou readily acquiesced. He Shuyun was equally elated, showering Jiang Lang with praise. Jiang Lang then ascended the stairs with Ning Yimeng. As they entered the room, she turned to him and inquired, Have you lost your mind? Over 10 million for a car, and you're simply giving it away? It's just a car. It's within your means to buy, and it's a bargain, Jiang Lang replied with a smile. Ning Yimeng furrowed her brow. And about the monthly 10,000 you mentioned, where am I to find that amount for them? I will provide it. Jiang Lang stated with unwavering conviction. Jiang Lang, I can only give you 50,000 a month. But as your husband, it is my duty to ensure you live in comfort, he asserted earnestly. Upon hearing this, Ning Yimeng's heart raced with agitation. What did this man mean? Was he trying to convey his wealth to her? Yet, such words seemed to imply a sacrifice on her part. I am willing, Jiang Lang declared with a grin. For a moment, Ning Yimeng was at a loss for how to respond. Chapter 78. Making friends. This family is like a band of vampires. If you remain with them, you will surely be drained. It would be better to move out with me for some peace, Jiang Lang suggested nonchalantly. But I lack sufficient funds to purchase a house in Jiang City. Shall we consider renting for now? Ning Yimeng inquired cautiously. I have the means. Just prepare to leave with me when the time comes. Looking at Jiang Lang before her, Ning Yimeng felt somewhat dazed. How could this man be so generous towards her? Yet, she hesitated to voice her thoughts, fearing the answer might not align with her desires. That night, Ning Yimeng spent her time in anxious contemplation, while Ning Yuanzhou was exhilarated, revising the handwritten agreements repeatedly. Early the next morning, he presented them to Jiang Lang for signature. After reviewing them and confirming their accuracy, Jiang Lang affixed his name. He Shuyun and Ning Yuanzhou also signed, though she felt an unsettling instinct as she pressed her thumbprint, unable to articulate why. After breakfast, Jiang Lang instructed Ning Yimeng to head to her company alone while he drove the two of them to complete the transfer. in just over 20 minutes. All procedures were finalized, and as they emerged, Ning Yuanzhou wore a radiant smile. From this moment on, the car belonged to him. Although it had lost some paint on the front, it did not detract from his desire to flaunt it. As he watched Ning Yuan and her son depart with exuberance, Zhang Lang hailed a taxi and made his way directly to the 4S dealership. He returned to the same establishment as before, though this time the manager had changed. The employees who recognized Zhang Lang displayed an unusual level of respect upon seeing him. "Mr. Jiang, are you here to look at cars? Is Miss Zhang around?" Zhang Lang casually inquired. "I'm afraid our young lady hasn't been in recently," one employee cautiously replied. "If you're interested in viewing vehicles, we can certainly assist you." They were well aware of Zhang Lang's concealed prowess, prompting everyone to gravitate toward him. "Are there any other notable vehicles available?" Zhang Lang asked, stroking his chin. "Absolutely." The staff eagerly vied to present options to Zhang Lang. He casually gestured to one individual. "You assist me. The rest of you may attend to your other duties." The chosen male salesperson felt as though spring had arrived, brightening the world around him, and hurried to Zhang Lang's side. "Mr. Jiang, what type of model are you considering? Perhaps a bulletproof one? Preferably one that is bulletproof." Zhang Lang nodded in agreement. The salesman led him toward the interior showroom, while the others quickly retrieved their phones to inform Zheng Hao. After a thorough examination, Zhang Lang indeed found a vehicle that caught his eye, a Maybach, which appeared quite ordinary, yet boasted a ballistic rating that rivaled his previous purchase. However, its price was more than double that of the earlier model, causing the salesman to approach the matter with caution as he mentioned the cost. "Can I drive it away immediately?" Zhang Lang inquired after experiencing the vehicle. "Of course. You may take it for a test drive. That won't be necessary." Zhang Lang stepped out of the car and presented his Supreme Golden Dragon card to the salesman. "Charge it." The salesman accepted the card with both hands, nearly overwhelmed with emotion. Completing this transaction meant he could abandon his sales career, as the commission was sufficient for him to retire comfortably back home. At that moment, Zheng Hao entered the showroom, clad in a pristine white suit. The salesman, upon noticing her, promptly bowed and greeted, "Mississippi. Why didn't you call ahead before coming here?" As she spoke, Zheng Hao retrieved the card from the salesman's hands and returned it to Zhang Lang. "Whichever car you prefer, you may take it without payment." In that instant, the salespeople nearby were left astounded. The young lady, true to her status, had effortlessly gifted a vehicle, along with the commission, to Zhang Lang. Zhang Lang smiled at her and replied, "That simply won't do. I cannot accept something for nothing. I wish to cultivate a friendship with you," Zheng Hao generously stated. "However, the cost of befriending you is quite substantial." Zheng Hao flashed a smile at Zhang Lang, adding, "In return, all I ask is that you treat me to a meal." The nearby salesperson stood in disbelief, thinking, "What a deal. A single meal for a car worth over 30 million. How is it that such fortune never falls in my lap?" "Since that is the case, I shall humbly comply," Zhang Lang remarked with a smile. It appeared that Zheng Hao genuinely wished to befriend him. Thus, he decided to grant her this opportunity. "Please assist Mr. Jiang with the necessary procedures," Zheng Hao instructed the sales representative, whose face bore a despondent expression. "Rest assured, I will ensure that you receive your commission in full." Upon hearing this, the salesperson's eyes sparkled with renewed hope. "Thank you, miss. Right this way, Mr. Jiang. I have a few matters to attend to, so I shall not accompany you further. Please feel free to contact me regarding our meal when you have time," Zheng Hao said, smiling at Zhang Lang. "Very well, you may go ahead with your tasks," Zhang Lang acknowledged, fully aware that Zheng Hao was orchestrating their next encounter. However, he did not mind. Through this individual, he might glean insights into the 4 prominent families of Kyoto. After completing the necessary formalities, Zhang Lang drove away, pondering how Ning Yuanzhou would react upon seeing this car. Nonetheless, Zhang Lang was not inclined to seek trouble for himself. He had no intention of returning with this vehicle. At that moment, his phone rang, displaying yesterday's unfamiliar number. On the other end, a commanding male voice inquired, "You must be Zhang Lang? I am the father of the woman you rescued yesterday. I would like to express my gratitude in person. Do you have a moment?" Just as Zhang Lang was about to dismiss the need for such a meeting, the man continued, "My name is Situ Lin." Situ? If his memory served him correctly. This surname was exceedingly rare, and among the 4 prominent families, one individual bore the name Situ. "Where are you located?" Zhang Lang asked, and the other party provided an address. Zhang Lang turned his vehicle toward the hospital. Interesting. It seemed that these prominent figures were eager to make his acquaintance, and the timing was quite fortuitous, as they all appeared around the same time. It spared him the trouble of seeking them out individually. The car soon arrived at the hospital parking lot, and Zhang Lang made his way to the inpatient department. Upon exiting the elevator, he spotted 2 bodyguards stationed at the entrance of a particular room. This must be the place. Zhang Lang approached, only to be stopped at the door. "What is your purpose?" Zhao Jixiang emerged from within, instantly recognizing Zhang Lang. "Young man, you have finally arrived." He ushered Zhang Lang into the room, where the woman in the hospital bed gazed curiously at the young man. Having been unconscious at the time of her rescue, she had no knowledge of who had saved her. She looked at him in disbelief, considering him rather youthful for such a role. Chapter 79. Reluctance to make friends. Are you certain it is him? Situ Lin scrutinized Zhang Lang, finding it difficult to believe he possessed remarkable medical skills. "Indeed, I witnessed him save the young lady with my own eyes," Zhao Jixiang promptly affirmed. Situ Lin pondered for a moment and said, "Young man, you have saved my daughter's life. What do you desire? Speak freely." From the tone of his voice, Zhang Lang detected a hint of disdain. He chuckled coldly. "Is anything acceptable?" "Of course," Situ Lin replied generously, indicating that the Situ family was not lacking in wealth. "Then I desire your entire fortune." Zhang Lang, unreservedly, spoke to Situ Lin word by word. Hearing this, Situ Lin furrowed his brows and glared at him, saying, "Boy, do not overstep your bounds. While you did save my daughter, it does not grant you the liberty to speak to me in such a manner. Was it not you who inquired what I desired?" Zhang Lang feigned innocence, replying, "Is that so?" Situ Lin snorted coldly. "Very well." With that, he produced a check, inscribing a figure upon it before handing it to Zhang Lang, declaring, "Consider this a reward for saving my daughter." The woman on the bed scrutinized Zhang Lang, finding him rather intriguing. It was the first time in her life she had witnessed someone address Situ Lin in such a way. Zhang Lang accepted the check, stuffing it into his pocket without a glance. "I had no intention of accepting money, but if you insist, I shall not refuse. Is there anything else? Boy, can't you even utter a simple thank you?" Situ Lin retorted, his aura intensifying. Zhang Lang scoffed. "Shouldn't that gratitude be directed towards me? If it weren't for my intervention, she would now be a lifeless body." As he spoke, Zhang Lang gestured towards the woman in the hospital bed. She quickly turned to Zhang Lang and said, "Thank you." "You're welcome." Zhang Lang replied courteously, then approached the woman, assessing her condition with a glance. "Your recovery appears satisfactory, though the wound may leave a scar." As he spoke, Zhang Lang retrieved a small vial from his pocket and handed it to her. "Apply this on the wound, 3 times a day, with 4-hour intervals, and all will be well by tomorrow." The woman received the vial with both hands, gazing at Zhang Lang in surprise. He was quite considerate. "What is your name?" she inquired. "Zhang Lang," he answered. "I am Situ Yeyue. Thank you for saving me, little brother," she said earnestly. "It was merely a small effort on my part. If there is nothing further, I shall take my leave," Zhang Lang replied, preparing to exit. Just then, a figure clad in black hurriedly entered, whispering something to Situ Lin. Upon hearing, Situ Lin looked at Zhang Lang in astonishment and called out, "Wait, is there something else?" Zhang Lang turned to inquire, "Boy, are you Zhang Lang? The Zhang Lang who killed Master Ding?" Situ Lin asked in disbelief. Initially, he had thought it merely a case of a shared name, but the bodyguard had just informed him that this young man was indeed the one who had slain Ding Xiaoma. Thus, Situ Lin's perception of Zhang Lang shifted dramatically. He had heard that Ding Xiaoma was killed by a youth, but this was astonishingly young. How could such a fledgling have brought down a seasoned master? What a disgrace to the title of Grandmaster indeed. "It is I," Zhang Lang affirmed, nodding calmly. Situ Lin could not help but gasp in shock, asking, "What level of martial artist are you? I cannot sense any martial aura emanating from you." To him, Zhang Lang appeared to be an ordinary person, devoid of any trace of the essence that a martial artist should possess. Can such a person truly slay a grandmaster? What relevance does this have to you? Zhang Lang retorted, showing no intention of affording any respect to Situ Lin. Situ Yeyue, lying on the bed, was taken aback to realize that Zhang Lang was indeed the one who had killed Ding Xiaomo. Nevertheless, he was her savior, and her father should certainly treat him with more courtesy. "Father," Situ Yeyue could not restrain herself. "Must you continue this way? Zhang Lang saved my life. You need not interrogate him like a criminal." Upon hearing this, Situ Lin barked, "Silence." He then turned to Zhang Lang with a grave expression. "Have you eaten? Shall we share a meal?" "There is no need for a meal. If you have something to say, please speak plainly," Zhang Lang replied generously. This young man is indeed extraordinary. He possesses a certain audacity. He belongs to the Sidhu family, a name that typically commands respect, yet Jiang Lang remained unperturbed. Young man, I have a favorable impression of you and wish to befriend you, Situ Lin said with a smile, his demeanor shifting from before. However, it was evident that Situ Lin's intention was not merely friendship, but rather to win over loyalty. Jiang Lang understood that after achieving fame through battle, many would seek his companionship, but these so-called friends would come with ulterior motives. I am not one for forming friendships. Jiang Lang politely declined the overture and strode out of the hospital room. Situ Lin watched his retreating figure, scoffing quietly. What a clever lad, quite intriguing, though arrogant. He possesses the credentials to be so. At such a tender age, he is capable of defeating a grandmaster. This feat alone is sufficient for Jiang Lang to boast for a lifetime. Father, he did save my life. Could you not be a bit more courteous in your conversation with him? Situ Yue couldn't help but protest. Am I not courteous enough? Situ Lin's tone instantly reverted to its earlier sternness. Situ Yue's lips twitched in frustration. Indeed, for Situ Lin, that had already been considered polite. In Jiang City, at the Su family estate, grandfather, we have initiated a comprehensive assault against the Chu family. Within 3 days, they will surely fall. In the study, Su Ziqian was engaged in a game of chess with Su Mingyuan, his tone imbued with certainty. Ziqian, you have always been a composed individual. I trust you to handle matters well, Su Mingyuan remarked, placing a piece on the board. Grandfather, this Dr. Jiang truly possesses remarkable abilities. When I encountered him, he seemed an ordinary person, yet I had no idea he was so formidable. Of course, Su Mingyuan replied with utmost seriousness. Remember, do not offend anyone, especially not Dr. Jiang. You handled the last situation admirably. A mere businessman is inconsequential, but should you provoke Dr. Jiang, he could effortlessly plunge our Su family into irreversible ruin. Grandfather, is he truly as formidable as you say? Su Ziqian inquired cautiously, for when he had met Jiang Lang, he had not appeared particularly extraordinary. He merely appears to be a man living off a woman's fortune, a soft-spoken fellow who seems quite approachable during meals. In Chapter 80, the Chu family's plea, Su Mingyuan smiled and shook his head, saying, What do you know, young man? The Su family owes its current standing to the esteemed Dr. Jiang. At this moment, Su Mingyuan had already elevated Jiang Lang to the status of a deity, and indeed, Jiang Lang bore an uncanny resemblance to one. I shall faithfully adhere to my grandfather's teachings and show utmost respect to Dr. Jiang, Su Ziqian quickly interjected. While the atmosphere in the Su family was harmonious, the Chu family was engulfed in turmoil. Chu Heng felt as though his head might explode from the barrage of distressing phone calls he had received that morning. Secretary Wang. He could not help but shout towards the outside, prompting a man to rush in. President Chu, what is it? Wang Quan cautiously inquired, aware of Chu Heng's foul mood. His tone laced with trepidation, fearing he might provoke this formidable figure. Prepare the car, we are heading to the Ning group. Understood, Wang Quan replied promptly before hastily exiting. He knew that President Chu intended to plead with the Ning group. Recently, tensions between the Chu and Ning families had escalated significantly. Initially, everyone believed the Chu family could easily dominate the Nings, but the emergence of the Ning family's son-in-law had dramatically shifted the balance of power. The car soon arrived at the entrance of the Ning group, and upon learning of Chu Heng's visit, Ning Yiming did not turn him away. In the reception room, she proactively poured a glass of water for Chu Heng. Uncle Chu, what brings you here today? She inquired. President Ning, we were at fault previously, and I hope you can show leniency and spare the Chu family. The normally proud Chu Heng found himself humbled, speaking as if he might kneel before Ning Yiming. Alarmed, she quickly assisted him. Uncle, what are you doing? At that moment, she was somewhat bewildered, having done nothing to warrant such behavior. Please, do not act this way. I have never targeted the Chu family. Moreover, the Ning group lacks the power to do so. You may not have targeted the Chu family, but Jiang Lang has no intention of letting me off. Chu Heng replied with a bitter smile, his eyes glistening with unshed tears. The current standing of the Chu family is the result of generations of hard work. I acknowledge that we have offended you in the past, and I hope you can overlook our transgressions. My father-in-law has passed away, my son is still in the hospital, and we have already paid our dues. Therefore, President Ning, I implore you to grant the Chu family a chance at survival. As he spoke, it seemed as though he was on the verge of tears. Uncle Chu, I truly do not have any knowledge of this matter. Perhaps I could call Jiang Lang? Ning Yimeng quickly suggested. Chu Hong wiped his tears away, asking, would you inquire about how he might be spared? Before Chu Hong, Ning Yimeng dialed Jiang Lang's number. A familiar voice soon echoed from the other end of the line. What is it, dear? Stop joking. I need to ask you, what is going on with the Chu family? Ning Yimeng bit her lips slightly as she inquired. What do you mean, what's going on? Jiang Lang retorted on the other end of the line. Has something happened with the Chu family? Did you instigate this? Is that what you're referring to? Jiang Lang chuckled lightly. People must face the consequences of their actions. It was the Chu family that provoked me first. Upon hearing this, a hint of embarrassment flashed across Ning Yimeng's face as she glanced at Chu Hong before asking on the phone. What must be done for you to spare the Chu family? Jiang Lang quickly grasped the situation. Did someone from the Chu family come to see you? Yes, Ning Yimeng replied softly. Jiang Lang let out a cold snort. It's quite simple to let the Chu family off the hook. All they need to do is have Chu Tianqi personally apologize to you. If the Chu family refrains from provoking me in the future, then all will be well. However, should anyone from the Chu or Ding families seek revenge, they should prepare for their coffins. Listening to this, Ning Yimeng's brows furrowed deeper. How had she not noticed Jiang Lang's heavy hostility before? I understand, she said hurriedly before ending the call. Chu Hong quickly inquired, what did he say? It's nothing. I'll speak to him again tonight and ask him not to trouble you any further. Ning Yimeng, being a compassionate person, could not bear to see Chu Hong, at his age, reduced to tears before her. But Uncle Chu, please do not provoke Jiang Lang again, she cautioned him. It was evident that Jiang Lang was not joking. In the past, Ning Yimeng would not have perceived Jiang Lang as a threat to the Chu family, but he had undeniably changed. Rest assured, I shall never disturb you again, Chu Hong promised. After seeing him off, Ning Yimeng sighed softly, as if witnessing the cyclical nature of fortune. Little did she know that fortune would soon return to Jiang Lang's favor. Upon returning home that evening, Jiang Lang began to assist Ning Yimeng in packing her belongings, as they were set to move the following day, coinciding with the weekend. Where are we moving to? Do you really have a place? Ning Yimeng inquired while packing. You need not worry about that. I would never let you sleep on the streets, Jiang Lang replied with a smile. He then removed several garments that Ning Yimeng had just packed, saying, you can leave these out. I'll have the moving company transport them directly for you, ensuring your valuables are handled properly. Ning Yimeng gazed at the man before her, feeling a sense of disorientation. When they first met, he was merely her husband in name. Now, she felt as though she were being supported by him. Jiang Lang, Ning Yimeng called out cautiously. What is it? He asked. Once we move, will I have my own room? She inquired tentatively. Jiang Lang, understanding her implication, immediately rejected the idea. How could that be? We are married, of course. We shall reside together. Then I want to move, Ning Yimeng declared, plopping down onto the bed. What? Am I wrong? Jiang Lang sat beside her, smiling as he asked. Ning Yimeng, you are well aware of the nature of our relationship. We are merely contractual spouses. Nothing will transpire between us. Ning Yimeng replied, her cheeks flushed. What if I desire for us to be more than just contractual spouses? Jiang Lang countered. Hearing this, Ning Yimeng was momentarily taken aback, gazing at Jiang Lang in astonishment. Yet, he took a step back, saying, if it comes to that, I can always sleep on the floor after we move in together. Fine. Ning Yimeng, fearing that Jiang Lang might change his mind, quickly acquiesced, dismissing his previous remark from her thoughts. Jiang Lang, of course, did not wish to remain merely contractual spouses, especially since it was the first time a woman had so actively sought to marry him. As a man, he was determined to win her over. Chapter 81. Our home. The following morning, the moving company arrived. Observing the hustle and bustle of the movers, Shu Yun felt a sense of unease and approached Jiang Lang. Son-in-law, where are you moving to? Mom, you need not worry about that. We will make time to visit you often, Jiang Lang replied with a smile. If Shu Yun discovered they were relocating to Longdon Bay No. 1, she would undoubtedly try to prevent it. Child, shouldn't I, as your mother, know where you are living? Shu Yun lamented. Mom, I spent my savings on a car and still need to provide living expenses for you and Dad. So I bought a smaller house for Yimeng and me. It's rather cramped, so I want to invite you over, Jiang Lang explained, which eased Shu Yun's concerns somewhat. If they had enough money for a larger villa, she would have to find a way to reclaim that money and property, considering her son still lacked a home. All right, just live well and remember to send money. After sending them off, Shu Yun looked around her home contentedly and turned to her son, Ning Yuanzhou, lounging on the sofa. Son, This house will one day belong solely to you. That won't happen until you're gone. Ning Yuanzhou rolled his eyes. Mom, when they send the living expenses, remember to share some with me. I promised my friends a meal. With that, he stood up and left the house, eager to flaunt his newly acquired car. In Jiang City, Longtenbei. As the car ascended the hill, Ning Yiming's eyes widened in disbelief. Jiang Lang, do you even know where this road leads? Home, Jiang Lang replied nonchalantly. Are you joking? This is the Longtenbei Villa area. Is this a place for ordinary people? Did you purchase a house here? Ning Yiming asked, astonished. Not exactly bought. It was a gift from a friend, Jiang Lang yawned, responding casually. What kind of friend is so generous as to gift a villa? A woman? Ning Yiming's demeanor shifted, and she immediately inquired. What are you imagining? Jiang Lang let out a derisive laugh. Could this woman possibly think he was indulging in the company of other women? This residence was gifted by the old master of the Su family. He had mentioned that the house lay vacant, and since I needed a place to stay. It was a perfect arrangement, Jiang Lang explained. What exactly is your relationship with the old master of the Su family? Ning Yiming inquired, her suspicion evident. It appeared that the Su family was providing substantial support to Jiang Lang, leading Ning Yiming to harbor doubts about whether he might be the illegitimate child of the old master. I would consider him a friend, Jiang Lang replied nonchalantly. Ning Yiming chose not to press further, though her heart was a tumult of emotions. Moving out was ostensibly a positive development, yet she couldn't shake the feeling that she would soon find herself dependent on a man. The car halted at the entrance of Longtenbei No. 1, and Ning Yiming was momentarily rendered speechless by the sight before her. Longtenbei No. 1 seemed to be a residence that the Su family could afford, yet here it was, bestowed upon Jiang Lang. Jiang Lang opened the door, allowing the movers to bring in the belongings, while he guided Ning Yiming on a tour of their new abode. I have hired a maid to come daily for cleaning, so you needn't worry about hygiene. Just settle in. This will be our home from now on, Jiang Lang stated after the tour. Our home, Ning Yiming murmured, a sense of disbelief washing over her. How had she suddenly transformed into the mistress of Longtenbei No. 1? However, she quickly comprehended why Jiang Lang had refrained from disclosing their new address to He Shuyun. Had she learned of it, she would undoubtedly attempt to claim the property for Ning Yuanzhou. Jiang Lang, Ning Yiming looked at him with concern. What if my mother shows up one day? As long as we keep the address confidential and pay on time, she won't inquire further, Jiang Lang responded calmly. He had a fair understanding of He Shuyun. Her priorities lay more with wealth than with Ning Yiming. As long as Jiang Lang's finances were sufficient, He Shuyun would not cause trouble. Before long, the movers had arranged the upstairs rooms. Mr. Jiang, everything is set up as per the original layout, they reported. Thank you for your hard work, Jiang Lang said, ushering them out while Ning Yiming ascended the stairs. Upon opening the door, she was astonished to find that the furnishings in the room were almost identical to those in her previous quarters. Even the arrangement of clothes in the wardrobe was the same. The bed linens had been freshly changed, adorned with her favorite anime patterns. These were items she had hesitated to use at home for fear of being deemed childish. How did Jiang Lang know her preferences? At that moment, a voice from behind startled her. I noticed a charm on your car key that resembled this pattern and thought you might like it. Ning Yiming's heart fluttered at his words. Was this man truly so considerate? Just then, the doorbell rang downstairs. Jiang Lang, taken aback, wondered who it could be. Upon opening the door, he found Su Lingyun standing at the threshold, smiling as she greeted him. I happened to be passing by and thought I would stop by to see you. As they conversed, Su Lingyun handed over a package to Jiang Lang, saying, I bought you a suit as a token of gratitude for your help with my health. Please come in, Jiang Lang said, stepping aside to welcome her, somewhat surprised by her sudden visit. My dear, we have a guest, he called out. Su Lingyun, who had initially been making her way toward the sofa, stumbled slightly at the sound of his words. She then beheld the legendary Ice Queen, CEO Ning Yiming, gracefully descending the staircase. Ning's gaze held a mixture of appraisal and depth. Originally, Su Lingyun had assumed Jiang Lang was alone at home. She had not anticipated Ning Yiming's presence, which made the atmosphere rather awkward. This must be Ms. Ning, Su Lingyun said, forcing a smile as she stepped forward to greet her. Hello, Ms. Ning. I am Su Lingyun, a friend of Dr. Jiang. Although she and Jiang Lang had only met a few times, whether they could be considered friends was not hers to decide. Nevertheless, the mere mention of her name caused Ning Yiming's eyelids to twitch slightly. You are the daughter of the Su family? Indeed, my grandfather is Su Mingyuan. Dr. Jiang has rendered great kindness to the Su family, Su Lingyun replied, brushing her hair back. With such words, she hoped Ning Yiming would harbor no doubts about her intentions. However, Ning Yiming's mind was racing, recalling Jiang Lang's assertion that this villa had been gifted to him by the elder of the Su family, and that the granddaughter's age was quite similar to his own. Could it be that the Su family regarded Jiang Lang as a potential future son-in-law? A sense of crisis welled up within her. Ning Yiming stepped closer, linking her arm with Jiang Lang's, and addressed Su Lingyun. Thank you, Miss Su, for taking such good care of Jiang Lang. I shall certainly pay a visit when the opportunity arises. That is too kind of you. Doctor, Jiang has always looked after the Su family, even treating my menstrual discomfort just a few days ago, Su Lingyun replied. At this, Ning Yiming cast a suspicious glance at Jiang Lang. Could he truly heal? But what was this about curing menstrual pain? Was he a gynecologist? It's a trivial matter. Nothing to be concerned about, Jiang Lang said, smiling at Su Lingyun. Please convey to your grandfather that he should refrain from acting against the Chu family for now. Let them have a chance to breathe. Have the Chu family not offended Dr. Jiang? Shouldn't they face some consequences? Su Lingyun inquired, bewildered. They have already received the lesson they deserved. For the time being, we shall let them be. Should circumstances arise in the future, we can address them then. Jiang Lang replied calmly. Su Lingyun nodded. Rest assured, I will pass on your message. Since that is the case, I shall not intrude any longer. She had come seeking an opportunity with Jiang Lang, yet upon seeing Ning Yiming, she felt her cheeks flush. After all, Jiang Lang was a married man. What was she thinking? Although her grandfather encouraged her to pursue Jiang Lang, how could she engage in such a morally questionable endeavor? Why leave so soon? Now that you are here, why not join us for a meal? Ning Yiming suggested, extending an invitation. Forget about the meal. I have other matters to attend to. I was merely passing by, Su Lingyun hastily declared before departing. Once outside, she felt her cheeks flush with warmth. After her departure, Ning Yiming turned her curious gaze towards Jiang Lang, inquiring, a gynecologist? I am not a gynecologist. I simply happen to possess a wide array of medical knowledge. Jiang Lang replied earnestly, then raised an eyebrow at Ning Yiming. Are you feeling jealous? How absurd. We are merely contractual partners. How could I possibly feel envious of another woman? Ning Yiming retorted. Jiang Lang, let us adhere to our original agreement. After 1 year, I will grant you your freedom. But during this year, I expect you to refrain from embarrassing me. Jiang Lang regarded her with amusement. If I were to pursue you, would that extend our contract? Her face flushed crimson at his remark, yet she could not discern whether he was jesting or speaking seriously due to the smile on his face. I must head to work, she said, knitting her brows. Isn't today a day off? Can one not work on a day off? Where would clients come from if I do not work? Ning Yiming shot him a glare. Over the years, she had scarcely taken a break and had forgotten what rest felt like. My wife is so remarkable that clients must be lining up to place orders with you. Jiang Lang mused, stroking his chin. Ning Yiming frowned at him, realizing his implication. Jiang Lang, while you have indeed gained fame, you must exercise some restraint. Those seeking you now are merely hoping you will assist them with future problems. These are obligations that must be repaid. Upon hearing her words, Jiang Lang felt a mix of emotions. This woman truly had his interests at heart. At that moment, his phone rang, illuminating the screen with Chao Tianqing's number. Without hesitation, he answered the call in front of Ning Yiming, whereupon Chao Tianqing's authoritative voice resonated. Do you have time to meet? Sure, Jiang Lang replied readily. Assuming the matter pertained to Tianji Hall. Once outside, Ning Yiming handed her car keys to Jiang Lang. Please take me to the company first, and then you can attend to your business. No need. I have my own car. You go ahead to the company, and I will pick you up in the afternoon. As he spoke, Jiang Lang pressed the button to open the garage, prompting Ning Yiming to widen her eyes at the sight of the vehicle inside. Although she was not well versed in cars, it was evident that this one was quite expensive. Where did you acquire the funds for this? She asked, regarding him with skepticism. It was a gift from someone, Jiang Lang shrugged, appearing somewhat innocent. Yes, the same person you met last time, Zheng Hao. Why would Miss Zheng gift you such an extravagant car? Ning Yiming asked incredulously. She expressed a desire to befriend me, Jiang Lang replied nonchalantly. What kind of friendship comes with such a hefty price tag? Why must such a splendid vehicle be offered for mere exchange? Ning Yiming's lips twitched significantly. The world of the affluent is indeed vastly different from her own, where gifts of cars and houses are commonplace. Nevertheless, she refrained from further comment and departed in her own vehicle. An hour later, Jiang Lang encountered Chao Tianqing at the Tianji Pavilion Club. This time, Chao's demeanor was notably grave. Jiang Lang, be forthright with me. Who exactly are you? Why the sudden inquiry? Jiang Lang replied with a smile, casually producing a cigarette, igniting it with a nonchalant air. We are unable to trace your identity or background. All we know is that you appeared in Jiangxing 3 years ago, and prior to that, there is no record to be found. Chao Tianxing stated, his expression stern as he scrutinized Jiang Lang. I have lived in seclusion with my master in the mountains, so it is only natural that you cannot uncover anything about me. Jiang Lang responded with an air of tranquility. And your place of origin? What are your parents like? What did your master do? Chao Tianxing inquired, narrowing his eyes as he sought further information. Chao Dazongshi, if I were aware of my parents' identities, would I be left alone and destitute in this world? Jiang Lang replied calmly. As for my master, he passed away 3 years ago. What was your master's name? Was he the one who taught you martial arts? How could I possibly know my master's name? I have always referred to him simply as master, Jiang Lang said earnestly. Chao Tianxing regarded him with suspicion. Could it be that Jiang Lang genuinely knew nothing of his origins? In terms of age, he bore a striking resemblance to someone from the past. Young man, it would be prudent for you to answer all my questions honestly. Your admission into Tianji Pavilion hinges on this. You are well aware of the dire consequences should someone of your caliber fail to gain entry. Chao Tianxing's tone carried an implicit threat. Jiang Lang found this notion laughable. So, the reason for Tianji Pavilion's continued existence is to eliminate those stronger than yourselves? Young man, the mere act of killing a grandmaster is sufficient to sentence you to death. Chao Tianxing's gaze remained fixed on Jiang Lang, yet he could detect no trace of fear upon his visage. Chapter 83. The mayor's request, is it the case that the rules established by Tianji Pavilion make exceptions for its own members? I signed a death contract with him, and he was the one who provoked me. What happens in the arena is of no concern to me. Jiang Lang discerned that Tianji Pavilion was indeed shameless. Young man, this world is not as simplistic as you might imagine. Even if we appear not to pursue you openly, we will find ways to eliminate you in the shadows. Moreover, Grandmaster Ding has numerous disciples who will undoubtedly seek vengeance, Chao Tianxing warned. Joining Tianji Pavilion is your sole opportunity for survival, so I advise you to disclose everything candidly. I admire your talents, and that is why I am offering you this chance. Chao Tianxing regarded Jiang Lang with utmost seriousness, casually offering him a cigarette. Jiang Lang found it rather amusing. How could a renowned grandmaster resort to such subterfuge? Chao Tianxing's words were nothing short of blatant manipulation. Young man, I am quite earnest in my discourse. Chao Tianxing retorted, his tone darkening. Should you lose the opportunity to join the Heavenly Extreme Pavilion, it would be akin to having one foot already within the gates of the netherworld. At this, Jiang Lang let out a cold chuckle. Does Master Chao consider himself superior to Ding Xiaomo? Or does he believe that the members of the Heavenly Extreme Pavilion surpass Ding Xiaomo? If someone truly wishes to take my life, let them come. I shall welcome them. The audacity of the Heavenly Extreme Pavilion was one thing, but to proclaim it so pompously was unnecessary, and he had no reason to indulge such arrogance. Young man, do not provoke the inevitable. Chao Tianxing warned in a chilling tone. If I wished to end your life, I could do so at this very moment. Surrounded as we are by my associates from the Heavenly Extreme Pavilion, let them come at me together. Jiang Lang ignited the cigarette, responding nonchalantly. From his countenance, Chao Tianxing discerned a clear challenge. This young man was exceedingly brazen, yet there was truth in his words. While Chao Tianxing believed himself slightly more formidable than Ding Xiaomo, he was uncertain of his ability to vanquish Jiang Lang. After all, this youth was no ordinary individual, capable of dispatching a grandmaster in mere 3 moves. Having witnessed the previous match, he was almost certain he lacked the prowess to defeat Jiang Lang. Upon reflecting on this, Chao Tianxing inhaled sharply. Jiang Lang, do you truly not consider the veracity of my words? I speak only the truth. It is your disbelief that clouds your mind. I was taken in by my master, raised in solitude upon the mountain, and I know not the identities of my parents. Believe it or not, it is of no consequence to me. After uttering these words, Jiang Lang rose to depart, but was halted by Chao Tianxing's voice. I shall report your circumstances to the higher-ups. If it proves insurmountable, I will do my utmost to ensure your safety, but you must refrain from further trouble, Chao Tianxing advised. A smirk graced Jiang Lang's lips. It seemed Chao Tianxing possessed a measure of benevolence. Upon exiting the establishment, Jiang Lang intended to seek out Zhou Wen for a drink, but received a call from Zhou Wenlong instead. Jiang Lang, could you do me a favor? Zhou Wenlong did not elaborate on the matter, merely inviting him to dinner. As it was coincidentally lunchtime, Jiang Lang accepted without hesitation. Following the location provided by Zhou Wenlong, he soon arrived at a discreet private dining establishment nestled within a narrow alley. Upon entering, a staff member approached him. "Good day, sir. May I inquire if you have a reservation? I am here to meet Zhou Wenlong. You are Mr. Zhou's guest? Please, follow me." The waiter promptly escorted Jiang Lang inside. The interior was adorned with an antique elegance. The main hall had a few scattered patrons, while the rear was comprised entirely of private rooms. Each room was guarded by 2 bodyguards, signifying that the diners within held considerable stature. The waiter escorted him to the entrance of a private room and informed the attendant. "This is Mr. Zhou's guest." The doorman promptly inquired, "Might I ask if you are the esteemed Dr. Jiang?" "Indeed, I am Jiang Lang," he replied. The doorman swiftly opened the door for him. Upon entering, Jiang Lang realized the interior was quite spacious. The outer area served as a tea room, while the dining table lay within. At that moment, Zhou Wenlong was seated with a man, engaged in tea drinking. The man appeared to be in his 40s, with a stern demeanor, impeccably groomed hair, and a crisply ironed shirt. "Jiang Lang, you have finally arrived," Zhou Wenlong exclaimed, hastening to greet him. As he approached, he whispered, "This is the mayor." Jiang Lang nodded slightly, understanding the urgency behind Zhou Wenlong's summons. "So, this is the illustrious Dr. Jiang? Truly a promising young talent." Lin Jiangwo stood, extending his hand for a handshake. "I am Lin Jiangwo. A pleasure to meet you." "Mayor Lin, you are too kind," Jiang Lang responded with a smile. "Shall we take our seats and converse over the meal?" Zhou Wenlong suggested eagerly. "Please, Dr. Jiang." "After you, Mayor Lin." They exchanged pleasantries. Lin Jiangwo's purpose in seeking out Jiang Lang was to request treatment for his elderly mother. It was, by chance, a fortunate encounter. A few days prior, Zhou Wenlong had overheard during a meal that Lin Jiangwo's mother had fallen ill with a peculiar ailment, which had caused him considerable distress. Zhou Wenlong thought Jiang Lang might be able to help. If Jiang Lang succeeded in treating Lin Jiangwo's mother, it would be beneficial for both parties, particularly for Jiang Lang, who hoped to cultivate a supportive relationship for any future endeavors. Zhou Wenlong promptly called for the serving staff, and within minutes, the table was adorned with a feast of delectable dishes. Aware that this meal was not merely a gesture of hospitality, Jiang Lang inquired, "Mayor Lin, is there a specific matter you wish to discuss?" "Indeed, I have heard of your remarkable medical skills and seek your assistance in treating my mother," Lin Jiangwo stated directly, bypassing any circumlocution. To be candid, he had initially harbored skepticism regarding the capabilities of such a young physician. However, upon learning that Jiang Lang had successfully treated Zhou Wenlong's daughter, he approached with a blend of hope and doubt. Upon their first meeting, Lin Jiangwo was slightly taken aback by Jiang Lang's youthfulness. Moreover, Jiang Lang not only possessed exceptional medical skills, but had also recently triumphed in a martial arts competition against a grandmaster, thereby gaining renown in Jiang City. Initially, Lin Jiangwo had feared Jiang Lang might be arrogant, making it difficult for him to voice his request. However, upon meeting him, he discovered Jiang Lang to be humble and courteous, alleviating his concerns. "What ailment does your mother suffer from?" Jiang Lang asked calmly, casually picking up a piece of food with his chopsticks. He remained confident in his ability to treat nearly any illness, believing there were few conditions beyond his expertise. No matter the complexity of the ailment, as long as one still breathes, there is hope. Chapter 84. This is unscientific. Her symptoms were rather peculiar. Upon my online inquiry, it appeared to be a condition referred to as pica. She had been taken to the hospital, yet the examinations yielded no discernible issues, nor any conclusive answers. It turned out that Lin Jiangwo's mother, Li Sufang, had recently exhibited alarming behaviors, such as sneaking out at odd hours to consume raw meat. On several occasions, Lin Jiangwo's wife had caught her in the act, leaving them both utterly terrified. The following day, they took the elderly woman to the hospital, but after visiting several institutions, no diagnosis was rendered. Not only did she consume raw meat, but she also devoured fish from the refrigerator without hesitation. As Lin Jiangwo recounted this, a trace of fear crept into his voice. He understood that his mother's condition was far from ordinary. Thus he turned to Jiang Lang and said, "Divine Dr. Jiang, this ailment is exceptionally bizarre. If you cannot provide a remedy, I shall seek assistance elsewhere. Have you considered other possibilities?" Jiang Lang inquired, gazing intently at Lin Jiangwo. "What other possibilities?" Lin Jiangwo momentarily faltered, struggling to grasp the implication. There are numerous phenomena in this world that science cannot elucidate, Jiang Lang reminded him. Upon hearing this, Lin Jiangwo comprehended the underlying message, his expression growing solemn. Divine Dr. Jiang, we live in a scientific age. What you suggest borders on superstition. Zhou Wenlong, who was present, appeared to wish to interject, but ultimately swallowed his words. At times, a hint of superstition might serve one well. For instance, he had narrowly escaped a calamity thanks to Jiang Lang's counsel. In Lin City, some occurrences indeed defy scientific explanation, yet remain undeniably real. Jiang Lang looked at Lin Jiangwo and proposed, "How about this? I shall accompany you to your home shortly to examine your mother." "Very well." Lin Jiangwo nodded in agreement. At this point, he held little hope. Perhaps he would treat a dead horse as if it were alive. After all, his mother seemed perfectly fine on most days, so it was unlikely she harbored any grave afflictions. After dinner, Jiang Lang and Zhou Wenlong followed Lin Jiangwo to his residence. Upon entering, they found the elderly woman on the sofa, engrossed in a television program, laughing heartily, hardly resembling a patient. At just over 60, she appeared quite robust. However, Jiang Lang swiftly discerned the underlying issue, his brow furrowing in concern. "Jiangwo, what brings you home at this hour?" the elderly woman queried, puzzled by her son's unexpected presence. "Mother, I have brought a doctor to examine you," Lin Jiangwo replied gently, taking her hand. Li Sufang furrowed her brow in response. "You silly child. I told you I am perfectly well. Why do you insist on seeking treatment from me every day? Did we not just visit the hospital a few days ago? The doctor confirmed I was fine. Do you need to find a sickness to feel at ease?" The elderly woman lamented. Lin Jiangwo, feeling somewhat helpless, could only attempt to reassure her. The elderly lady's ailment was something they dared not reveal to her, fearing it would alarm her. "Mother, today I have invited a miraculous doctor for you. Just relax and listen to him. Later this afternoon, I will take you out for a little outing, all right?" Lin Jiangwo encouraged. "Really? Then I shall play in the park." Li Sufang's spirits instantly lifted. Her son, being the mayor, had often brought her pride in public. Although few had actually met him, her old friends had long wished to see Lin Jiangwo, but he had always been too busy. Today, with such a rare opportunity, she was determined not to miss it. "All right, no problem," Lin Jiangwo responded quickly, pleased to see her agree. The elderly often resembled children, needing gentle coaxing. Once she was settled, Lin Jiangwo turned to Jiang Lang. "Dr. Jiang, please take a look. Please have the elderly lady lie down inside. I already know what the issue is. I will administer a couple of needles shortly," Jiang Lang replied with a smile. Lin Jiangwo was taken aback. He had neither taken her pulse nor asked any questions, yet seemed to know the problem. However, since Jiang Lang had spoken, he promptly assisted the elderly lady into the room. Her thoughts of being able to show off her son later made her compliant. Once inside, Jiang Lang headed straight for Lin Jiangwo's refrigerator. After opening it, he began rummaging through its contents. Zhou Wenlong, standing nearby, cautiously inquired, "Are you not full? Looking for some meat?" "Just a piece of fresh beef," Jiang Lang replied casually, pulling out a tender slab and instructing Zhou Wenlong, "Bring me a bowl." Zhou Wenlong, not daring to delay, hurried to the kitchen and returned with a bowl. "I'll let you in shortly," Jiang Lang told him. Zhou Wenlong nodded, puzzled by Jiang Lang's intentions. Upon entering the room, the elderly lady had already reclined. Jiang Lang approached her with a smile. "Dear lady, you have no significant issues. Close your eyes. I will give you a couple of needles, and you'll be fine. You're so young and already practicing traditional Chinese medicine? Who is your master?" Li Sufang, being quite talkative, engaged Jiang Lang in conversation. However, before she could say much, Jiang Lang swiftly inserted a needle into her neck, and she immediately fell silent, eyes closing. Lin Jiangwo was startled. "Little doctor, this, Mayor Lin, please remain calm. I have merely induced a temporary stupor," Jiang Lang said seriously. "This is not a case of sleep disorder or possession. She has been cursed." "What? Cursed?" Lin Jiangwo's eyes widened in disbelief. This notion was even more fantastical than possession. "Indeed, you will soon understand," Jiang Lang nodded, signaling for Zhou Wenlong to enter. Glancing at the bowl of raw meat, Lin Jiangwo was curious. "Little doctor, what is this for?" Zhou Wenlong had overheard their conversation, and he was astonished by the bizarre nature of their words. "You will soon understand," Jiang Lang said calmly, as he inserted a needle beneath the old lady's jaw, causing her mouth to open involuntarily. Remarkably, Jiang Lang bit his own middle finger. gesturing in the air before delicately touching the center of the old lady's brow with his fingertip. The scene left the two witnesses in a state of bewilderment, for it hardly resembled any form of medical treatment. "There is something," Zhou Wenlong exclaimed, pointing at the old lady's mouth. Jiang Lang held up a piece of raw beef and brought it close to her lips, and to their horror, countless tiny black insects began to crawl out from her mouth. Lin Jiangwo, witnessing this grotesque spectacle, felt as though his very eyes might pop out in disbelief. This was utterly unscientific. Chapter 85. The drawing of talismans. What unfolded before Lin Jiangwo exceeded the limits of his understanding, rendering him utterly stunned. As the black insects emerged from the old lady's mouth, they made their way toward the piece of raw beef, the entire process lasting approximately 5 minutes. When the last insect finally crawled out, Jiang Lang withdrew the needle from the old lady's jaw. In mere moments, the once whole piece of raw beef had been devoured by these insidious creatures. These are the parasites dwelling within your mother's body. It is their presence that compels her to rise in the dead of night to consume raw meat. Fortunately, this is still the early stage. Later, these creatures will begin to gnaw at her internal organs, and she will truly suffer, Jiang Lang explained. Lin Jiangwo felt a chill run down his spine at his words. The existence of such entities in this world was indeed astounding. The education he had received since childhood had instilled in him a belief in science. Thus, the spectacle before him was overwhelmingly shocking. Zhou Wenlong swallowed hard, the horror of the situation settling in. Yet, he couldn't help but cast another glance at Jiang Lang. The young physician was truly remarkable. Not only was he skilled in medicine, but he also possessed knowledge of sorcery. "Brother Zhou, please pour some white liquor into the bowl to ignite it and burn these creatures," Jiang Lang instructed as he handed the bowl to Zhou Wenlong. Trembling, Zhou Wenlong accepted the bowl and went outside to follow Jiang Lang's command. "What about my mother?" Lin Jiangwo hurriedly inquired. "There should be no further issues. She may feel slightly weak for a few days, but with some rest, she will recover," Jiang Lang reassured him. Hearing this, Lin Jiangwo finally felt a sense of relief. "Little divine physician, you are truly extraordinary. This is merely a common form of sorcery. However, it indicates that someone intends to harm you. Given your mother's age, she likely has no enemies, so this person is likely targeting you. Please exercise caution," Jiang Lang cautioned. Lin Jiangwo's expression grew serious as he mentally reviewed everyone who might harbor animosity toward him. Yet, despite his efforts, he could not fathom anyone with whom he had such deep grievances. "Divine physician Jiang, please accompany me." Lin Jiangwo glanced at the person lying on the bed and led Jiang Lang out of the bedroom. Zhou Wenlong was busy burning the insect, the crackling sounds erupting in the air, accompanied by a mouth-watering aroma. "Little divine doctor, can you trace the person behind this curse?" Lin Jiangwo inquired seriously, gazing intently at Jiang Lang. Just moments ago, he had scoffed at the idea of curses, deeming such occurrences impossible, yet now he was utterly convinced. Jiang Lang shook his head. "This type of curse does not follow its host. It is a solitary insect, without close ties to the perpetrator. However, I can provide a safeguard for the elderly lady, ensuring that if anyone attempts to curse her again, she will be alerted immediately." "That would be splendid," Lin Jiangwo replied eagerly. "My mother is elderly and cannot endure such torment. I must trouble you, little divine doctor." As he spoke, he hurried back to his room, emerging shortly with a bank card in hand. "Little divine doctor, I do not possess much money. This 3 million is all my savings. I hope you can assist me." Lin Jiangwo earnestly expressed, his sincerity evident. As a city official, having only 3 million in his pocket clearly indicated his integrity. Otherwise, someone of his rank would have received far more than that in gifts. "I shall not accept your money. Keep it for your own expenses." Jiang Lang declined Lin Jiangwo's goodwill, casually extending the favor to Zhou Wenlong. "Since you are a friend of Brother Zhou, you are also my friend. Assisting you is only right." Hearing this, Zhou Wenlong felt a surge of gratitude, surprised by the significant favor Jiang Lang had bestowed upon him. "Brother Zhou, should there be anything within my capacity that I can assist you with in the future, I shall do my utmost," Lin Jiangwo stated. Fully comprehending Jiang Lang's intent, protecting his mother was paramount. "Do you have any yellow paper at home? The kind used for burning at graves?" Jiang Lang asked Lin Jiangwo. Lin Jiangwo hesitated slightly. "What do you need that for?" "To draw talismans. If you lack it, I can go out and purchase some," Jiang Lang replied. "I have some," Lin Jiangwo responded, turning to rummage through a nearby storeroom, quickly emerging with a stack of yellow paper. Do you need a brush? He was no longer concerned with the scientific validity of the situation. His sole focus was on safeguarding his mother. No need, Zhang Lang said as he took a piece of yellow paper, cutting it to an appropriate size before pricking his finger to draw upon it. Zhou Wenlong watched in discomfort, grimacing at the sight. How many people are in your family? Zhang Lang asked. 4, Lin Zhengwo answered. Zhang Lang proceeded to create 4 talismans, folding each into a triangle before handing them to Lin Zhengwo, one for each person to carry close. Should anyone attempt to curse you again, these talismans will provide protection. Lin Zhengwo quickly accepted the talismans with both hands. Thank you. Thank you. Zhou Wenlong found the situation amusing. Just moments ago, Lin Zhengwo had been adamantly believing in science. After concluding their affairs, the two departed from the Lin family. Once inside the vehicle, Zhou Wenlong expressed his gratitude, saying, Brother Zhang Lang, thank you for today. Please accept this small token of my appreciation. As he spoke, Zhou Wenlong handed a check to Zhang Lang. Brother Zhou, I consider you a friend, and my fondness for Xiaorui motivates my willingness to assist you, Zhang Lang replied with a calm demeanor. Upon hearing this, Zhou Wenlong grasped the underlying sentiment. Zhang Lang felt he had overstepped. I simply believe that you should not have made the trip in vain, Zhou Wenlong said, a hint of embarrassment in his voice. Not at all. We are all friends, and it is only natural to support one another. Who knows? There may come a day when I require your assistance. Zhang Lang responded. Hearing this, Zhou Wenlong dropped his pretense and accepted the check. Rest assured, whenever you find yourself in need of my help, do not hesitate to ask. I shall certainly not refuse. In Jiang City, at the hospital. Dad, grandfather was murdered by that worthless fool. Why are you still going to apologize to them? On the hospital bed, Chu Tianqi looked incredulously at the man before him. How could Chu Hong, who had been proud his entire life, bow before a worthless individual now? Your grandfather is no longer with us, and our family's greatest support is gone. If we do not humble ourselves, are we to await our own destruction? Chu Heng's expression turned grave as he regarded the bedridden figure. Do you still have the audacity to cause a scene? If it were not for you, this situation would not have escalated to such extremes. Listening to these words, Chu Tianqi gritted his teeth. It was that fool who sought his own demise. What did it have to do with him? Chapter 86, a setup? Dad, how am I supposed to navigate my future with this? Don't you think you should exercise a bit more discretion? Chu Hong said coldly. For now, the Su family has merely chosen to let us be, but if you dare provoke Zhang Lang again, I will break your legs. He could see that Chu Tianqi was dissatisfied, but this time, he could not allow his son to act recklessly. Although Zhang Lang appeared to be a mere son-in-law, the power he concealed was formidable. Should they offend him, they would truly be in dire straits. Upon hearing Chu Heng's warning, Chu Tianqi fell silent. Yet thoughts of revenge against Zhang Lang began to form in his mind. No matter what, he would not easily let Zhang Lang off the hook. In Jiang City, at the Ning Group, after work, Ning Yiming spotted Zhang Lang's car outside the company and hurried over. As the window rolled down, Zhang Lang greeted her with a smile. Get in. Ning Yiming adeptly settled into the passenger seat and inquired, What brings you here? I came over as soon as I finished my tasks, Zhang Lang replied, steering the vehicle. What do you feel like eating tonight? Anything will do. I'm not picky, she said. Ning Yiming had always been easygoing in this regard. As long as she wasn't starving, she was content. Were the people from Tianji Temple looking for you this morning? Zhang Lang nodded. They informed me that my application was not approved, and I cannot join Tianji Temple. Ning Yiming felt a jolt of concern at this news. How could this happen? How should I know? They claim they cannot trace my identity from previous years. Zhang Lang said indifferently. Do you possess another identity? Ning Yiming inquired with suspicion as she regarded Zhang Lang. I am an orphan, raised by my master since childhood. A few years ago, my master passed away, and I descended the mountain, subsequently marrying Qin Ryue. As Zhang Lang briefly recounted his life story, Ning Yiming furrowed her brow, pondering how this man could be so unadorned in his narrative. Have you never sought out your parents? They abandoned me. Where would I search for them? Zhang Lang replied calmly. He was unable to fully disclose his identity to Ning Yiming at present, so he resorted to this explanation to mask the truth for the time being. The two soon entered a local eatery, and the flow of patrons within suggested the cuisine was likely delightful. Zhang Lang requested a private room and led Ning Yiming upstairs. Just a few steps in, they encountered an elderly gentleman. Without any contact, the old man suddenly collapsed, foaming at the mouth. Goodness, have deceitful tactics reached such heights? Ning Yiming was momentarily taken aback. However, Jiang Lang reacted swiftly, crouching down to loosen the man's clothing, then expertly pressed his fingers against the old man's neck. "Young man, what are you doing? Please, refrain from any reckless actions. Call for an ambulance." Did this young man cause the accident? How could he have injured someone so severely? This clearly appears to be a case of deceit. Observers chimed in, their voices overlapping. Jiang Lang, undeterred by the commotion, continued to unfasten the old man's garments. A dark bruise marred the man's chest, indicating a serious issue. With deft precision, he produced several silver needles and swiftly inserted them into the old man's acupoints. The movements flowing seamlessly. Ning Yiming watched in astonishment. She had always heard that Jiang Lang was a doctor, but she had never taken it to heart. It was astonishing to witness his medical prowess firsthand. With a flurry of motion, Jiang Lang adeptly inserted the silver needles into the old man's vital points. He then retrieved a dagger, making a careful incision on the man's chest. Gasps of shock erupted from the crowd. What on earth is this young man doing? It appears he is attempting to treat the old gentleman. But who uses a knife for healing? What if he injures the old man further? Where are the man's relatives? At that moment, a figure rushed toward them. Grandfather. A girl in her 20s, clad in athletic wear, pushed her way through the throng. Upon seeing Jiang Lang poised with a knife near her grandfather, her gaze hardened, and she lunged at him with a swift kick. Jiang Lang, focused on his task, instinctively dodged the impending danger. The girl, relentless, clawed at Jiang Lang's neck with her fingers. He could no longer prioritize saving the old man and firmly grasped her wrist. "Young lady, do not create trouble. Who are you? Why do you wish to harm my grandfather? I am saving him. Your grandfather has been poisoned," Jiang Lang declared with a grave expression. Upon hearing these words, the girl was momentarily taken aback. Who was this young man? How did he know that her grandfather had been poisoned? "Who are you?" she inquired. "I am a doctor." In response to the young girl's questioning, Jiang Lang simply replied and then bent down to continue treating the elderly man. Observing the dark blood flowing from the wound, the girl's expression softened somewhat, for it seemed that he was indeed attempting to heal her grandfather. The girl's name was Huang Yishuan, and her grandfather was named Huang Tao. The purpose of their visit to Jiang City was to seek medical assistance. Huang Tao was a martial artist, but recently he had been poisoned. And despite consulting numerous renowned physicians, no remedy had been found. The poison was merely suppressed temporarily. Hearing tales of a remarkably young divine doctor in Jiang City, Huang Tao had brought Huang Yishuan here in hopes of finding a cure for his affliction. As Huang Yishuan scrutinized the young man before her, she wondered if he was indeed the famed physician her grandfather sought. Just then, Huang Tao suddenly opened his mouth and coughed up a stream of dark blood. At the same moment, the bruise on his chest vanished instantaneously. Witnessing this, Huang Yishuan became even more convinced of her thoughts. They were indeed fortunate to have encountered a divine doctor. Jiang Lang withdrew the needle and helped Huang Tao up. "Old sir, do you feel better now?" Upon seeing Huang Tao open his eyes, those around them were astonished, not anticipating that this seemingly youthful individual possessed such remarkable medical skills. "I feel comfortable," Huang Tao exclaimed. It was evident that the elderly man was now well. Ning Yiming couldn't help but cast several curious glances at Jiang Lang. How could his medical skills be so exceptional? Just moments ago, the old man had been foaming at the mouth, on the brink of death. Yet he had been miraculously restored by Jiang Lang in mere moments. "Young brother, what is your name?" Huang Tao asked, his eyes sparkling with curiosity as he regarded Jiang Lang. "It is of no consequence. What matters is that you are well," Jiang Lang replied, while helping Huang Tao to his feet and handing him over to Huang Yishuan. "The poison in your grandfather has been resolved, but some toxins have infiltrated his internal organs and require further treatment. I will provide you with a prescription. Please prepare the necessary medicine for him." Upon hearing this, Huang Yishuan quickly took out her phone to jot down the prescription. "Young brother, you have saved my life. Please accept this," Huang Tao said, producing an iron token and extending it toward Jiang Lang. Ning Yiming felt somewhat bewildered. It was unusual to offer such an object as a token of gratitude. In the future, should you encounter any difficulties, present this to the people of the Heavenly Extreme Hall. They will assist you in resolving any issues. Initially, Jiang Lang had no intention of accepting it, but upon hearing the name Heavenly Extreme Hall, his interest was piqued. "Are you affiliated with the Heavenly Extreme Hall?" Jiang Lang asked, intrigued. Huang Tao nodded affirmatively. Indeed. To his surprise, Jiang Lang discovered that he had a connection to the Heavenly Extreme Hall, as if even a simple act of saving someone was somehow linked to them. Upon hearing these words, many in the vicinity cast envious glances at Jiang Lang. The token from the Celestial Palace is not something just anyone possesses. It is evident that this elderly gentleman holds a distinguished position within the palace. This young man inadvertently saved a life, thereby establishing a valuable connection. If fortune smiles upon him, he may ascend to great heights. Even if luck eludes him, he is still destined for success. Thank you, Jiang Lang said, accepting the token with an inscrutable demeanor. Huang Tao nodded slightly, inquiring, "Your medical skills are remarkable. Who is your mentor?" "My master is not well known. He is merely a village doctor," Jiang Lang replied with a smile. He was reluctant to disclose his master's identity, fearing it might astonish those present. Often, the skills of village doctors are indeed superior, Huang Tao generously praised. "With such talent, I am certain your master is an extraordinary individual." "You flatter me," Jiang Lang humbly responded. "In that case, I shall not disturb you further. Should you require my assistance in the future, feel free to seek me at the Celestial Palace." With that, Huang Tao departed with Huang Yishuan, and the onlookers gradually dispersed. "How did you become so skilled in medicine?" Ning Yiming asked Jiang Lang, her expression one of astonishment. "Have I not always told you that I am a doctor?" Jiang Lang replied with a smile. She had just witnessed him heal someone with remarkable ease. Although she did not understand the intricacies of medicine, she found it impressive. She had assumed his claim of medical expertise was modest, never realizing the extent of his abilities. "Now do you see how remarkable your husband is?" Jiang Lang teased, leaning closer to Ning Yiming. "I am even more adept in other areas." As adults, and with Jiang Lang's mischievous grin, Ning Yiming quickly grasped his insinuation. Frowning, she retorted, "You wish." At the Fengyue Boundless Club, Zhou Wenlong beckoned to Zhou Xinrui with a beaming smile. "My dear daughter, it's time to go home." This fearsome figure, known as a ruthless underworld boss, was, in truth, an indulgent father. At the slightest whim of Zhou Xinrui, he would go to great lengths to fulfill her desires. "Dad, when can I go to school?" Zhou Xinrui asked eagerly. Due to health issues over the years, she had spent most of her time in the hospital, with little opportunity to attend school. Now that her health had finally improved, she yearned to return to her studies. "Just a little longer," Zhou Wenlong said, gently ruffling her hair. The primary reason for keeping her from school was the troublesome Huang Haoyan. Zhou Wenlong had a nagging suspicion that the man harbored ill intentions. Yet he had refrained from taking action thus far. It felt akin to being watched by a toad, harmless, yet unsettling. Consequently, he had kept Zhou Xinrui close, never letting her out of his sight. Only after resolving his grievances with Huang Haoyan would he feel secure enough to send his daughter back to school. Upon hearing this, Zhou Xinrui sighed. "Dad, you said the same thing last time." "Little Rui, when have I ever failed to fulfill a promise?" He replied. "Can I go visit my brother tomorrow?" Zhou Xinrui asked, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. Over the years, aside from Zhang Muhan, she had no other friends. And having recently returned to her hometown for family visits, she had grown weary of spending every day with Zhou Wenlong at the club. Hearing her request, Zhou Wenlong hesitated for a moment, recalling Jiang Lang's earlier comment about his fondness for the child, and thus agreed. "All right, I'll call tomorrow." It would be beneficial for little Rui to interact more with Jiang Lang. Zhou Wenlong had observed that Jiang Lang was no ordinary person. If he could mentor little Rui, perhaps he might also reap some rewards in the future. Once they got into the car, the driver set off towards home. However, it wasn't long before he noticed a problem. "Boss, someone is following us." Zhou Wenlong glanced back and indeed saw several black cars tailing them closely. Under normal circumstances, he would have ordered the driver to stop and confront them, but with little Rui in the car, he had to refrain. "Drive faster, shake them off." With Zhou Wenlong's command, the driver quickly shifted gears, accelerating the vehicle. "Dad," Zhou Xinrui called out, a hint of worry in her voice. "It's all right, little Rui," Zhou Wenlong reassured her, pulling her close as he took out his phone and dialed the number. "I'm being followed on Jianxi Road. Bring some people to Xianzhai, and we'll lure them there." After hanging up, Zhou Wenlong couldn't help but curse under his breath. "It must be that bastard Huang Haoyan. Once my people arrive, I'll make sure he regrets it." Just then, a bullet shattered the rear window, embedding itself in the seat back in front. Zhou Wenlong inhaled sharply and quickly pressed Zhou Xinrui into his embrace. The driver, displaying commendable skill, maneuvered the vehicle with agility. These bastards dare to shoot. It seems Huang Haoyan truly cannot be spared. Fortunately, Zhou Wenlong's reinforcements arrived swiftly, as familiar vehicles soon joined the fray. Zhou Wenlong quickly dialed them, urging, find a deserted spot. Before long, they reached an isolated area, and the clash commenced. Bullets whizzed perilously close, prompting Zhou Wenlong's men to take cover behind the cars and return fire. Little Rui, stay put in the car. Daddy will check things out. With that, Zhou Wenlong opened the car door and stepped outside. Alone in the vehicle, Zhou Xinrui dared not lift her head. Having grown up as Zhou Wenlong's daughter, she had witnessed such turmoil before and maintained a semblance of calm. Huang Haoyan, you cowardly bastard. If you have the guts, come out and talk. After disembarking, Zhou Wenlong drew his gun and fired several shots towards the opposing side. Even in the darkness, his aim proved lethal, claiming the lives of several foes. Huang Haoyan's voice pierced through the chaos. Zhou Wenlong, today marks your demise. With these words, both parties discarded their firearms and charged at each other. Huang Haoyan and his men were well prepared, brandishing large knives with fierce determination. Boss, Zhou Wenlong seized the blade handed to him by a subordinate and advanced towards the enemy. The scene quickly escalated into a gruesome melee, with neither side holding back. Zhou Wenlong swung his knife, severing a man's arm with brutal precision. Simultaneously, a gust of wind rushed from behind. Zhou instinctively evaded, yet felt a deep cut rake across his back. A sharp pain surged through him, causing him to gasp involuntarily. Huang Haoyan, wielding a short knife, wore a taunting expression. Without hesitation, Zhou Wenlong swung his large blade at Huang. The latter deftly blocked the attack with his short knife, simultaneously delivering a kick that sent Zhou staggering backward. However, Zhou was undeterred. He charged once more with his knife raised. It was an unwritten rule between them. Once cold weapons were employed, firearms were to be forsaken, and under such circumstances, martial artists were prohibited from intervening, lest it be deemed unfair to the ordinary combatants. Amidst the flashes of blades, bodies fell one after another, and Zhou soon became consumed with rage, relentlessly hacking at Huang Haoyan. Cold malice flickered in Huang's eyes as he seized the moment to stab Zhou in the abdomen. Caught off guard, Zhou's pupils constricted, and he instinctively clutched his midsection. At that instant, Huang capitalized on the opportunity, kicking Zhou to the ground, and mercilessly aimed his short knife towards Zhou's chest. His intent was clear. He had come to kill. A thin sheen of sweat broke out on Zhou's back, and gritting his teeth, he flipped over. As Huang launched another attack, Zhou raised his knife. The blade plunged into Huang Haoyan's chest, and the latter stared in disbelief at the man on the ground. His knife clattering to the earth. Blood trickled down along the blade, and Zhou felt the warmth of his enemy's life force ebbing away, his gaze growing cold. We shall meet again in the next life. With all his might, he let out a primal scream and thrust the knife deeper. Within mere seconds, Huang Haoyan's heart ceased to beat, and he fell silent. Seeing their leader slain, Huang's men chose to flee in panic. Zhou lay on his back, blood seeping from his abdomen, desperately pressing down on the wound, finally letting out a pained cry. Boss, upon witnessing his leader's injury, none of Zhou Wenlong's men pursued the assailants. Instead, they hastily gathered around him. Zhou Wenlong's complexion had turned pale, and as he opened his mouth to utter a few words, he fainted. Quick, to the hospital. The crowd hurriedly lifted him into a vehicle. Inside, Zhou Xinrui was startled. Daddy, Miss, your father is merely injured. Do not be alarmed. A man interjected as he squeezed into the cramped space, offering reassurance. He supported Zhou Wenlong as the vehicle sped towards the nearest hospital. In Jiangcheng, at Longtan Bay No. 1, Jiang Lang had just emerged from the bathroom when Ning Yimeng, lying on the bed, pointed at his phone. It's been ringing for ages. I wonder who is trying to reach you. As Jiang Lang's contractual wife, Ning Yimeng, despite her curiosity, restrained herself from peeking at his phone. Jiang Lang chuckled, approached his device, and discovered an astonishing 18 missed calls from Zhou Wenlong. Goodness, he has been trying to contact me since I entered the bathroom. So many calls at this late hour must signal an emergency. Just as he contemplated returning the call, Zhou Wenlong rang him again. He swiftly answered, only to hear the sound of weeping on the other end. Brother, my father. After ending the call, Jiang Lang wasted no time, hastily donning his clothes without even changing his shoes. Where are you going? To save someone, he exclaimed before rushing out. Though Ning Yimeng was curious, by the time she followed him, she heard the sound of a car engine starting. Her brow furrowed tighter. It was late at night, and she feared something terrible had occurred. However, she did not delay Jiang Lang and instead returned to her bed. As she was reviewing a contract, a video call from He Shuyun interrupted her. Startled, Ning Yiming realized He Shuyun likely wished to see their living situation. Reacting swiftly, she drew the curtains and concealed any valuables in the bedroom before answering the call. As the video connected, He Shuyun's dissatisfied voice came through. "Why did it take you so long to answer?" "I was just in the shower," Ning Yiming replied, her hair still damp, a convenient excuse. "Yiming, where have you and Jiang Lang moved to?" He Shuyun inquired, peering curiously at the screen. "It's just a regular flat, a second-hand apartment that's been renovated," Ning Yiming responded, graciously opening the camera to provide a glimpse. The bedroom was spacious, so she only showcased half of it. Seeing nothing particularly remarkable, He Shuyun ceased her probing. She had assumed that with Jiang Lang's assertiveness in taking Ning Yiming away, they were destined for a better life together. However, if Ning Yiming was willing to endure hardship alongside him, then, as her mother, He Shuyun had no objections. However, it is of little consequence, for he is soon to join the Celestial Extreme Hall, and perhaps fortune will smile upon him then. What of Jiang Lang? He has stepped out to purchase cigarettes. Ning Yiming casually fabricated an excuse to prevent He Shuyun from pursuing the matter further. She hastily inquired, "Mother, is there something you wish to discuss over the phone?" Ning Yiming was now hesitant to share her location on social media, fearing that others might discover she resided in Longtan Bay. "Has there been any news from Jiang Lang? Has he indeed entered the Celestial Extreme Hall? How much does it promise to yield annually?" He Shuyun finally steered the conversation back on course, as was her wont, with money ever at the forefront of her thoughts. He mentioned that his application was not approved, so he did not gain entry. Ning Yiming replied with a hint of detachment, hoping that the news of Jiang Lang's failure to join the Celestial Extreme Hall would quell her family's concerns. Yet, upon hearing this, He Shuyun was incensed, urgently asking, how could this be? Did he not defeat the Grand Master? Should he not now assume the mantle of Ding the Grand Master? How fanciful He Shuyun's thoughts were, crafting grand plans for Jiang Lang. Chapter 89. The Rejuvenation Needle. I am unsure. Only that his application was not approved, Ning Yiming spoke into the phone. "Mother, why not focus on living well at home?" "You child, how can I not be concerned?" He Shuyun's expression grew stern. "I have been proclaiming to everyone at mahjong gatherings that Jiang Lang is my son-in-law, destined to become a Grand Master in the Celestial Extreme Hall. If he cannot enter, where does that leave my reputation?" Recently, due to her claims of Jiang Lang being her son-in-law, the affluent ladies at the mahjong tables had even gone so far as to show her favor. "Mother, please refrain from asking. It seems he is unlikely to gain entry into the Celestial Extreme Hall," Ning Yiming said, her impatience palpable. Upon hearing this, He Shuyun could no longer contain herself. "What? Not able to enter? Pack your things and come home at once." "Mother," Ning Yiming frowned. How could He Shuyun's mood shift so swiftly? "I tell you, this is all for your own good. When I initially consented to your relationship with him, it was with the expectation that he would enter the Celestial Extreme Hall, thereby securing a respectable position. Without that, he is nothing. How could my daughter be involved with such a worthless individual? Be obedient. Listen to your mother. He is unworthy of you." He Shuyun dropped all pretense, laying her cards on the table. Despite proclaiming that Jiang Lang was beneath Ning Yiming, her true intention was to see her daughter wed to someone of wealth and influence, thereby benefiting their own family. Ning Yiming found the situation laughable, looking at He Shuyun with seriousness. "Mother, do not forget that when Jiang Lang took me away, a written agreement was made, and that car, Ning Yuanzhou still drives it, does he not? And what of it?" He Shuyun responded with righteous indignation. "That car was a gesture of respect from him as a brother-in-law to his elder brother. Now, I no longer wish for him to be my Ning family's son-in-law. He may leave, but the car must remain. If Jiang Lang is unable to enter the Celestial Palace, then he possesses no identity whatsoever. Under such circumstances, this individual has nothing to fear. It is precisely for this reason that He Shuyun speaks with such audacity. Mother, let us not forget that Jiang Lang is capable of killing a Grand Master. Are you not afraid of his retaliation against us?" Ning Yiming inquired coldly over the phone. On the other end, He Shuyun scoffed, her disdain evident. "Do you truly believe the Celestial Palace would allow a man who has slain their Grand Master and lacks the qualifications to join them to go unpunished?" Stunned by her words, Ning Yiming realized the truth. Indeed, Jiang Lang's formidable strength posed a threat to the Celestial Palace. If he were genuinely ineligible for membership, they would undoubtedly seek a way to eliminate him. "So, dear daughter, you should return promptly to avoid being implicated," He Shuyun advised over the line. As she listened, Ning Yiming's heart raced. her mind consumed by a singular thought: escape. Yet, where could she lead Jiang Lang to safety? Within the vast territory of the Xia dynasty, Celestial Palace agents lurked everywhere. Even abroad, it was likely they would not spare him. In Jiang City, within the confines of a hospital, the doctor removed his mask and addressed Zhou Xingrui. Miss Zhou, we have done all we can. Mr. Zhou's injuries are too severe, having affected his internal organs. We have stabilized his condition for now. You should take the opportunity to say your goodbyes. At these words, Zhou Xingrui's legs weakened, and she nearly collapsed, only to be caught by those nearby. Miss. One man seized the doctor's collar, fury etched across his face. What nonsense are you spouting? If you cannot save our leader, we will dismantle this wretched hospital. Brother, let us speak calmly. We genuinely have no means, the doctor stammered, raising his hands in surrender. As a physician, he would never neglect a patient if he were capable of saving them, but his abilities were limited. Even the mightiest would find themselves helpless in the face of Zhou Wenlong's dire injuries. Damn it, the man cursed, shoving the doctor to the ground. Just then, the elevator chimed, drawing everyone's attention. Jiang Lang hurried over, and Zhou Xingrui, summoning her last ounce of strength, rushed to him. Brother, save my father. Do not fear. Jiang Lang gently wiped her tears and dashed towards the emergency room. Sir, the doctor began, but was silenced by a glare from Zhou Wenlong's subordinate. Several men followed Jiang Lang into the room, causing the attending doctors and nurses to panic and quickly step aside. Zhou Wenlong lay on the bed, nearly devoid of life, his existence hanging by a mere breath. Without hesitation, Jiang Lang produced silver needles and plunged them into his acupoints. After a few punctures, Zhou Wenlong's body trembled slightly. The surrounding doctors stood frozen in fear, held at bay by the guns of Zhou Wenlong's men, too frightened to move or utter a word. Although they were unaware of where this young man had emerged from, they were acutely aware that if Zhou Wenlong were to perish on the operating table, everyone present would likely share his fate. Jiang Lang inserted several needles into Zhou Wenlong's wound and then closed his eyes, allowing his palm to hover above the silver needles. As the silver needles began to quiver slowly, one of the slightly older doctors could not suppress a gasp. He is using qi to manipulate the needles. It is indeed qi needle manipulation. Instantly, the firearms were aimed at him, and the doctor hurriedly silenced himself in fear. Indeed, Jiang Lang was employing the technique of qi needle manipulation, altering the position and state of the silver needles within the patient's body to achieve therapeutic outcomes. Such a technique is rarely executed in the modern world, and Jiang Lang's method, known as the rejuvenation needle, is particularly remarkable. As long as there is a breath of life left, this technique can miraculously restore health. However, these doctors were Western practitioners and could not comprehend his operations. Yet, merely hearing the term qi needle manipulation ignited a flicker of hope within their hearts. This technique represents the pinnacle of traditional Chinese medicine in the Great Xia, and although none had witnessed it firsthand, they had heard of its extraordinary prowess. As Jiang Lang continued his actions, the instruments nearby indicated a slight strengthening of Zhou Wenlong's heartbeat. Within a mere few minutes, Jiang Lang removed the needles and sprinkled a vial of white powder over Zhou Wenlong's wound. Everyone present watched in astonishment as the wound began to heal at a visibly rapid pace. This spectacle left the onlookers dumbfounded. Even the most advanced technology could not facilitate such swift healing. What could possibly be in that vial? It was astonishing. They had always heard that traditional Chinese medicine in the Great Xia was the zenith of medical practice, and today, they were witnessing its marvels. Chapter 90. The Ding family pays a visit. The individual who had nearly been declared beyond rescue suddenly opened his eyes. Boss. Zhou Wenlong's subordinates rushed over upon seeing this, allowing Jiang Lang to finally exhale in relief and step aside. With the threat of firearms no longer aimed at him, the doctors and nurses surged towards Jiang Lang. Divine doctor. Truly a divine doctor. Little divine doctor, how did you accomplish this? Did you really use qi needle manipulation just now? What was the powder you sprinkled on the wound? Little divine doctor, how are you so extraordinary? In response to the barrage of inquiries, Jiang Lang merely smiled slightly and made no reply, instead seeking out Zhou Xingrui, who was seated nearby. Brother. Upon spotting Jiang Lang, Zhou Xingrui quickly rose to meet him. How is my father? He is fine now. You may go in and see him. Upon hearing this, Zhou Xingrui hurried into the ward. At that moment, Zhou Wenlong felt a slight pain in his lower abdomen, but experienced no other sensations. bewildered by the crowd surrounding him. He inquired, "Where is Huang Haoyan?" "Boss, didn't you kill him?" one of the subordinates reminded him. Upon hearing these words, Zhou Wenlong felt a slight sense of relief. As long as Huang Haoyan was dead, he would have fewer worries. "Father!" Zhou Xinrui squeezed through the crowd and embraced Zhou Wenlong, exclaiming, "I thought I would never see you again." Zhou Wenlong tenderly patted his daughter's head, saying, "Silly child, how could that be? Where is Zhang Lang?" He quickly inquired of those around him, having caught a glimpse of Zhang Lang earlier in his hazy state, believing he was the one who had rescued him. The little divine doctor just stepped out. "I'll go fetch him for you." However, when Zhou Wenlong's subordinate went out, Zhang Lang had already vanished without a trace. In Jiang City, at the Ning residence, "Mom, since this good-for-nothing hasn't joined the Heavenly Extreme Hall, should we quickly find a better match for Yimeng?" On the sofa, Ning Yuanzhou asked impatiently. "Of course," replied he Shuyun. "I will be on the lookout to see if there is a suitable young master." With a sigh, she continued, "It's a pity that Chu Tianqi is incapacitated, otherwise he would have been an excellent choice." The young master of the Chu family, with his status and family strength, had greatly satisfied he Shuyun, but now he was rendered useless, and it was Zhang Lang who had injured him. If she were to marry Ning Yimeng into the Chu family might accept her, yet she, as a mother, would undoubtedly face scorn behind her back. Unfortunately, apart from Chu Tianqi, she could not find a better candidate at the moment in Jiang City. "I'll help look as well," Ning Yuanzhou said, crossing his legs. "But we must agree that once Ning Yimeng is married off, I will become the president of the company. Of course, no one at home will compete with you for that," he Shuyun said affectionately, gazing at Ning Yuanzhou. "If your sister marries well, she can also support you a bit." "Mother, you are so good to me," Ning Yuanzhou replied with a smile, and he Shuyun looked at her son, now in his 30s, with immense fondness. At Longtan Bay No. 1 in Jiang City, when Ning Yimeng awoke, the bedding beside her was gone, indicating that Zhang Lang had returned. However, she had not sensed his presence last night. She quickly got up and stepped outside, only to see Zhang Lang emerging from the kitchen. "You're awake? I made breakfast," he said. At that moment, Zhang Lang exhibited none of the previous night's turmoil, calmly addressing Ning Yimeng. "Hurry and wash up. Come eat something." Seeing him unharmed brought her a measure of relief, though he Shiyun's words from the previous night echoed in her mind. What if the Heavenly Extreme Hall truly sought trouble with Zhang Lang? After a brief wash-up, Ning Yimeng changed into her work clothes and made her way to the dining table. Zhang Lang attentively placed a bowl of porridge in front of her, saying, "Drink some porridge, it's good for your stomach." "Zhang Lang, where did you go last night?" she asked. "Zhou Wenlong was injured, and I went to help treat him," Zhang Lang revealed without any hesitation, and upon hearing that name, Ning Yimeng's brows furrowed slightly. Zhou Wenlong's reputation in Jiang City is hardly commendable. It is said that he is extremely ruthless, and those who provoke him seldom see the light of day again. Why then did Zhang Lang choose to associate with such a person? Yet, this is Zhang Lang's prerogative, and Ning Yimeng felt it inappropriate to voice her concerns. She stirred her porridge with a spoon, but her appetite eluded her. "Zhang Lang, my mother called last night." Ning Yimeng finally relayed he Shuyun's words to him. "Perhaps you should consider going abroad for a while," she suggested cautiously, observing Zhang Lang's demeanor. Upon hearing this, Zhang Lang could not help but chuckle, yet it did indicate that Ning Yimeng was genuinely worried about him. "Do not fret, the people from Tianjitian cannot harm me. Did not the Grand Master meet defeat at my hands?" Zhang Lang replied with unwavering confidence. Ning Yimeng regarded him with a solemn expression. "Zhang Lang, there are realms beyond realms, and individuals beyond individuals. Tianjitian is replete with hidden masters, not merely a few grand masters. Moreover, one's fist cannot contend against many hands. What if they come in numbers to trouble you?" As her words lingered in the air, a sudden pounding echoed from outside the door. Zhang Lang's brow furrowed in confusion. Who could be knocking so aggressively at this early hour? A sense of dread washed over Ning Yimeng. Could it be the people from Tianjitian? "Do not be afraid," Zhang Lang reassured her, gently pressing her down. "I shall see who it is." Upon opening the door, he was met by several fierce-looking men, each exuding the aura of martial artists, with the leader already having reached the earth level. "Kid, you are Zhang Lang?" the leader demanded through clenched teeth, his eyes filled with murderous intent. "Indeed, I am," Zhang Lang acknowledged, scrutinizing the group before him. "Are you from the Ding family or Tianjitian?" The martial artists that sought to trouble him were either from Tianjitian or the Ding family. "So, You are aware of whom you have provoked? Ding Hongzhi scoffed. I am Ding Hongzhi. You killed my father, and I am here today to seek vengeance. Without further ado, Ding Hongzhi lunged at Jiang Lang. In response, Jiang Lang swiftly closed the door, grasped Ding Hongzhi's wrist, and effortlessly kicked him away. Seeing this, the others rushed forward, attacking Jiang Lang from various angles. Overestimating yourselves, Jiang Lang snorted, and a powerful aura erupted from him, sending the assailants flying backward. With a resounding thud, 5 martial artists landed on the ground. Gazing in shock at the unruffled Jiang Lang standing at the doorway, one of the Xin-level martial artists even spat out a mouthful of blood. Ding Hongzhi stared in disbelief at Jiang Lang, pondering the depths of his power. Who exactly are you? He stammered, swallowing hard, astonished. You are dealing with someone far beyond your reach. With his hands clasped behind his back, Jiang Lang coldly addressed the few individuals before him, stating, I bear no enmity towards the Ding family. It is your father who sought his own demise, and I cannot be held accountable for that. On the arena, I extended him an opportunity, yet he insisted on fighting to the death against me. I harbor no desire to harm you. Please, leave. Ding Hongzhi gasped, recognizing the audacity in Jiang Lang's words. However, he also discerned that even combined, they were no match for him. You wait. The Heavenly Extreme Palace will not permit someone like you to exist. Ding Hongzhi, understanding the wisdom of not underestimating one's opponent, angrily pointed at Jiang Lang. He then hastily retreated with his companions, fearing that any delay might provoke Jiang Lang's wrath. Ning Yiming rushed out from the room, relieved to see Jiang Lang unharmed. Observing the panicked retreat of the others, she inquired curiously, who were they? They are from the Ding family, seeking vengeance against me, Jiang Lang replied, furrowing his brow as he turned to her. Rest assured, these matters will not involve you for the time being. According to the rules of the Heavenly Extreme Palace, they are forbidden from targeting ordinary individuals. Ning Yiming's anxiety heightened. Her concern lay not with her own safety, but with the possibility that the Heavenly Extreme Palace might send formidable adversaries that Jiang Lang would struggle to confront. Perhaps we should flee. At this, Jiang Lang chuckled lightly. In your eyes, am I merely a coward who knows only how to run? He declared. Fleeing is not an option. My master taught me that since I have not been granted a peaceful life, I must pursue my path with fervor, even if it means upheaving the martial world. Jiang Lang, I am serious. If anything were to happen to you. Ning Yiming's words trailed off, and Jiang Lang's interest peaked as he raised an eyebrow at her. Unexpectedly, Ning Yiming responded earnestly, I would feel quite guilty, for if I had not been with you, none of this would have transpired. Jiang Lang shook his head. I thought you were worried about me. He then stepped closer, resting a hand against the wall behind her, enveloping her in his embrace. My dear wife, can't you show a little compassion for me? You never take things seriously. Ning Yiming frowned at him. I have to go to work. I'll accompany you, my wife. Jiang Lang eagerly followed her. In Jiang City, at the Ning Corporation, he declared, I will pick you up after work tonight. He waved cheerfully at her, and seeing his carefree demeanor, Ning Yiming felt a sense of helplessness. Did he truly not worry about the retribution from the Heavenly Extreme Palace? Meanwhile, not far away, a man in a car gestured towards Jiang Lang's vehicle. Do you see that? It's the person inside that car. No matter what means you employ, as long as you can eliminate him, I will reward you with 100 million. The man raised a finger, casting a glance at those around him, his voice cold and resolute. Rest assured, young Master Chu. The man on the left scoffed with an air of confidence, declaring, I am the genius of my family. At the age of 28, I have attained the Earth level. That brat who managed to kill Master Ding last time merely had a stroke of luck. Allow me the pleasure of meeting him properly. Meanwhile, a blonde-haired, blue-eyed man scoffed in response. In this day and age, there are still those who think they can kill by merely brawling? As he spoke, he reached for the box nestled in his arms, adding, with this sniper rifle in my possession, no matter how formidable a martial artist may be, they amount to nothing. I shall take him down with a single shot. Whoever among you kills him, I shall reward handsomely. Chu Tianqi stated coldly. He had expended a significant amount of resources to procure these individuals from the assassins list. The man on the left, known as Heike, was an Earth-level martial artist, with Heike being his codename. The man on the right, named Lanying, was also a codename, but he was a sharpshooter, capable of taking lives from a kilometer away with his sniper rifle. Neither of these two had ever failed in their murderous endeavors, and Chu Tianqi was eager to witness the unfolding drama. Rest assured, this money is as good as mine, Heike proclaimed confidently. exiting Chu Tianqi's vehicle to board a nearby Santana. With a press of the accelerator, the car surged forward, pursuing Jiang Lang's departing figure. At that moment, Jiang Lang was leisurely driving, intending to find Zhou and for a drink. However, as he left the city, he noticed a vehicle trailing closely behind him. Leaning one hand against the window and gripping the steering wheel with the other, he regarded the pursuer with a hint of disdain. Truly, what sort of audacity did they possess to provoke him? Jiang Lang decided to make a sharp turn, steering his car up the mountain, and the other vehicle followed suit without hesitation, accelerating as if intent on forcing him to stop. Upon reaching the mountainside, Jiang Lang pulled over, igniting a cigarette as he exited the vehicle. The Santana screeched to a halt behind him, and Heike emerged, clad in a leather jacket. In his own words, he preferred this attire for its resistance to bloodstains. Even if it were to get dirty, it could be easily cleaned. Boy, do you at least have the sense to choose a picturesque spot for your demise? Heike sneered, cracking his knuckles ominously. Jiang Lang, cigarette between his lips and hands in his pockets, regarded him coolly, his flip-flops particularly conspicuous. Who sent you? The Ding family or the Heavenly Extreme Palace? From a distance, he could accurately assess his opponent's level. Merely an earth-level martial artist, he was hardly worth his attention. Neither, Heike chuckled darkly. I am here to escort you to your final destination. As for who sent me, that is not for you to inquire. Jiang Lang removed the cigarette from his mouth, casting a dark glare at the man opposite him. What gives you such confidence? Of course it is this. As he spoke, Heike suddenly swung his fist with tremendous force, aiming a powerful strike at Jiang Lang. Standing his ground, Jiang Lang showed no intention of evading the blow. Heisaki's lips involuntarily curled into a faint smile. Perhaps this young man was rendered speechless by the sheer force of his massive fists and dared not retaliate. With this thought, Heisaki's eyes gleamed with a hint of arrogance. However, in the next moment, he felt an overwhelming force strike his chest. Heisaki's eyes widened in shock, realizing too late that evasion was futile. Bang! His body was hurled backward, a dull ache radiating from his chest, making it difficult to breathe. Heisaki crashed against a tree, dislodging a multitude of leaves. As he lay beneath the tree, he gazed in astonishment at Jiang Lang standing before him. How was this young man so formidable? Particularly his speed. Heisaki hadn't even seen when Jiang Lang had made his move. At that moment, despair engulfed him. He had foolishly believed that this young man had merely triumphed over Ding Xiaomao by luck. It turned out he genuinely possessed remarkable strength. Chapter 92, Recruiting a Follower Boss. Brother Jiang, adhering to the principle that one must preserve the Green Mountains to avoid worrying about firewood, Heisaki clutched his chest, gritting his teeth as he looked toward Jiang Lang, who approached him. As he opened his mouth, a mouthful of blood spilled forth. Yet he didn't even bother to wipe it away. Instead, he raised his head and implored Jiang Lang, Brother Jiang, I was blind to your greatness. Please forgive me this once. I shall never trouble you again. Observing Heisaki's response, Jiang Lang found it somewhat amusing. During this time, he had encountered numerous individuals seeking to confront him, but Heisaki was the first to so readily plead for mercy. What is your name? Who sent you? Jiang Lang inquired, looking down at Heisaki. I am Heisaki, sent by Chu Tianqi. He promised me 1 billion if I could eliminate you. At this moment, Heisaki had no time for reservations and divulged everything. He had also enlisted the help of Lan Ying, a sniper who might be lying in wait to ambush you. So please be cautious. Jiang Lang, observing the man on the ground, chuckled. You seem to have a certain charm. As he spoke, he crouched down, causing Heisaki to tremble in fear. Brother Jiang, I have told you everything. I am merely a hired assassin trying to make a living. Please do not hold it against me. Jiang Lang remained silent as a silver needle pierced Heisaki's neck, instantly rendering him numb and immobile. Subsequently, Jiang Lang lifted his shirt. A clear handprint marked Heisaki's chest. Fortunately, he had not used his full strength earlier, or this man would have already met his end. Yet, perhaps due to overwhelming anxiety, Heisaki was oblivious to his own injury. Otherwise, he would have lacked the strength to speak and would have collapsed in convulsions. As Jiang Lang inserted a few more silver needles, Heisaki suddenly felt the pain in his chest dissipate, and his breathing became more fluid. He stared in disbelief at the individual before him, astonished that he was being treated. In that moment, Heisaki deeply regretted seeking out Jiang Lang. In just a few minutes, Jiang Lang removed the needle, and as Heike was about to express his gratitude, he inadvertently spat out a mouthful of dark blood. This was likely the result of the bruising in his chest. which Jiang Lang had effortlessly expelled. Brother Jiang, you are truly remarkable. Would you consider taking on an apprentice? At that moment, Heike felt as though he had encountered a master, wishing to kneel before Jiang Lang without delay. Jiang Lang chuckled at his enthusiasm. You are quite amusing. Young lad, where did Chu Tianqi find such a gem? From the assassination rankings. Heike replied while flattering Jiang Lang with a cigarette. I am among the top 30 on our assassin list. Hearing this, Jiang Lang struggled to maintain his composure. How could someone like him possibly rank among the top 30? This assassin list must be quite unreliable. By the looks of it, your assassin list seems to be lacking credibility, Jiang Lang remarked, taking the cigarette and placing it between his lips. Brother Jiang, you must not speak so lightly. Among the top 3 on our list, there is a rumored mysterious assassin who has retreated from the world for many years, achieving a martial arts level of Shantian. Heike said with an air of mystery. Skeptically, Jiang Lang glanced at him. Is he truly that formidable? Even a grandmaster like Ding Xiaomo is merely at the innate realm. Indeed. However, this individual is elusive and has not been seen for many years. Few in the martial world even know his identity. Heike observed Jiang Lang closely. You don't suspect that it could be me, do you? Jiang Lang inquired with a look of doubt. How could that be? That mysterious assassin vanished over 20 years ago. You might not have even been born then. This made Jiang Lang recall his own master. Could this lad be referring to his master? Yet, the thought of that old man brought a smile to Jiang Lang's face. Surely he had no interest in becoming a mere assassin. Enough, I shan't trouble you further. You may leave, Jiang Lang said to Heike. It was clear that this young man was merely a pawn, serving others for money, and even when faced with someone formidable, he lacked the fortitude to stand firm. Such a person posed no threat, and thus, Jiang Lang had no intention of killing him. Brother Jiang, please, will you accept me as your disciple? If not, I would gladly serve as your subordinate. Heike said bashfully, scratching his head. To be honest, I still cannot comprehend how you executed that move just now. In the realm of martial arts, speed is paramount. With a smile, Jiang Lang replied, casually flicking the cigarette butt away. Heike watched in awe as the butt embedded itself into a large tree, and in that moment, his mind exploded with disbelief. Brother, that was just a cigarette, but not a hidden weapon. It's soft. How did you manage to embed it? Brother Jiang. Heike grasped Jiang Lang's hand fervently. You must accept me as your little brother. I would serve you faithfully, willing to traverse mountains of knives and seas of fire. Jiang Lang raised an eyebrow at Heike. And then, when you encounter someone stronger than me, you'll turn and betray me? How could that be, Jianggu? Is there anyone in this world who could surpass you? Haisaki said earnestly. Even if he encountered a master of the innate realm, he could barely hold his ground for a couple of exchanges, yet before Jiang Lang, he found himself utterly defenseless. This alone sufficiently illustrated that Jiang Lang's prowess far exceeded that of those so-called experts. Not necessarily. Jiang Lang shook his head. He acknowledged his strength, but remained uncertain whether there existed someone more formidable than himself in this world. Impossible. Your abilities could vanquish even grandmasters in an instant. How could there be anyone more powerful than you? At this moment, Haisaki gazed at Jiang Lang with admiration, having already regarded him as his idol. Jiang Lang scrutinized him for a moment. This lad possessed a certain intrigue. Keeping him close could prove beneficial, particularly as he was in need of an errand boy. Yet, he suspected this young man might be fickle, thus he resolved to observe him further. Well, since you wish to accompany me, come along, and I shall treat you to a drink, Jiang Lang declared generously. Absolutely. Haisaki promptly responded, driving closely behind Jiang Lang's vehicle. The car halted in front of a quaint farmhouse. Upon entering, Jiang Lang spotted Zhou and tending to his vegetable garden once more. Zhou initially intended to call out young master, but upon seeing Haisaki, his demeanor turned vigilant, and his words shifted to, Xiaolang, you have returned? Zhou Bo, this is my friend. Please prepare some delicious food for us. We shall enjoy a drink, Jiang Lang said with a smile. Zhou nodded, casting a lingering glance at Haisaki. It was noteworthy that after so many years, this was the first time the young master had brought someone home. Is this your home, Jianggu? Haisaki inquired, surveying the courtyard. Not quite. Zhou Bo is a good friend of mine, and I often come here to drink. Jiang Lang fabricated a casual lie, omitting Zhou and's true identity. Upon hearing this, Haisaki nodded and rubbed his hands together, saying, I don't see Zhou Bo as a martial artist. He exudes no aura of martial prowess. How could someone once associated with the heavenly extreme hall not be a martial artist? However, Zhou had suffered a physical ailment in his youth, resulting in the loss of his martial abilities, and he had not been able to recover them over the years. He had likely been injured during their escape together, and it was his master who had saved his life. Now that Zhang Lang was aware of his own identity, his feelings for Zhou deepened. In his eyes, Zhou was not just a mentor who had grown up alongside him, but also his savior. Hisaki wandered around the courtyard, his gaze settling on Zhou's vegetable garden. Setting aside all else, it was evident that Zhou's garden was exceptionally well kept. The vegetables thrived robustly, arranged in neat rows, almost as if they had undergone military training. Particularly striking were the cucumbers and tomatoes, which were aligned perfectly in a single line, indeed a rare sight. Would vegetables grown in such a manner taste even better? Curiosity piqued, Hisaki plucked 2 tomatoes, tossing one to Jiang Lang. "Brother Jiang, have a bite." In that fleeting moment, he sensed a chilling gaze piercing through him. A cold sweat broke out on Hisaki's back. Yet when he turned, he was met only by Zhou, who emerged holding a rabbit slathered in sauce, a smile gracing his face. This was the first time Xiao Lang had brought someone home. They would surely enjoy a drink together soon. As he spoke, Zhou deftly set the rabbit to roast. Hisaki initially thought the tension had conjured a mere illusion, dismissing it from his mind as he took a bite of the tomato. The moment the juice burst in his mouth, his eyes widened in astonishment. Goodness, how can this tomato be so sweet? Its succulence was unlike any he had tasted before. This was undoubtedly the finest tomato he had ever eaten. "Old sir, how do you cultivate such exquisite produce? It's utterly delicious." He could not resist inquiring. Zhou merely smiled. "It's grown with care, which of course makes it delectable." Beside them, Jiang Lang stifled a laugh, fully aware that Zhou was likely imagining giving Hisaki a good thrashing in his mind. Zhou had poured considerable effort into these vegetables, using self-prepared fertilizers and adhering to strict watering and fertilizing schedules. The last time Hisaki visited, Zhou had been lamenting that he would deliver the ripe produce to him. Now Hisaki was savoring it before he even had a chance to taste it, much to the old man's delight. However, out of respect for Jiang Lang, Zhou refrained from expressing his irritation. Jiang Lang patted Hisaki on the shoulder. "Eat less, it's addictive." Startled, Hisaki nearly dropped the tomato. "Brother Jiang, don't scare me. An addictive poison, you say? After tasting this, you won't want to eat anything else." Indeed, he had never encountered such delectable tomatoes in his life. At this moment, Hisaki remained oblivious to the gravity of the situation, nodding in agreement. A table laden with Jianghu cuisine soon appeared, and Hisaki indulged heartily. "Old sir, not only are you a master gardener, but your culinary skills are exceptional too. This is far superior to what any 5-star hotel could offer," he exclaimed, devouring the food without reservation. Jiang Lang recognized that this lad was rather simple-minded and devoid of ulterior motives. Such a person could indeed be a worthy friend, as long as he remained true to himself. In Jiang City, within an exclusive club, a man clad in an impeccably tailored suit lounged on a sofa, surrounded by a throng of admirers. Each one bowed and scraped, though any one of them could easily be identified as a scion of a wealthy family in Jiang City. Their obsequiousness stemmed from the presence of Bai Yanyan, the eldest son of the Bai family, one of the 4 prominent families of Kyoto. Should they be able to forge a connection with him, a single word from Bai would send their fortunes soaring. Bai Yanyan held a cigarette lit by someone else and took a puff, narrowing his eyes as he said, "I have grown weary of the women in the capital. I seek amusement in Jiangxing. If you have any unmarried younger sisters, I would be most grateful for an introduction." Bai Yanyan's greatest pastime was indulging in the company of women. He truly enjoyed the experience, often entertaining several in a single evening, each one a daughter of a wealthy family eager to be courted by him. Moreover, he always provided them with ample benefits afterward, which made them quite willing participants. Notably, Bai Yanyan never entertained the same woman twice, so even if some felt discomfort, it was but a fleeting affair. Upon hearing his words, the crowd began to feel hesitant. They all understood Bai Yanyan's reputation, while they praised him outwardly, who would willingly offer their sister for his amusement. After all, she was family. Noticing the lack of response, Ning Yuanzhou stepped forward. "Young Master Bai, I do have a sister. How old is she? Is she untouched?" Bai Yanyan licked his lips, suddenly intrigued. "Indeed, absolutely," Ning Yuanzhou replied, somewhat bashfully glancing at Bai Yanyan. "However, she recently eloped with someone without informing the family, but I assure you, she is definitely untouched." Though Ning Yimeng and Zhang Lang appeared close, Ning Yuanzhou was astute enough to observe that they had not yet consummated their relationship. Otherwise, their bond would surely be much more intimate. In truth, whether she was untouched was not of paramount importance. What mattered was her beauty and figure. Bai Yin inquired, cigarette in mouth. The onlookers regarded Ning Yuanzhou with disdain, astonished that someone would actually present their own sister. She is indeed beautiful. My sister is renowned as a beauty in Jiangqing. As he spoke, Ning Yuanzhou quickly produced a photograph of Ning Yiming for Bai Yin to see. The crowd chimed in, affirming, Ning Yiming is indeed quite lovely. Certainly, she ranks among the finest in Jiangqing, and she is exceptionally capable, an ice-cold female CEO. Upon hearing this, Bai Yin's interest piqued further. Is she aloof? Ning Yuanzhou nodded. She is the head of the family business now, so she tends to be somewhat aloof with others. He sensed that Bai Yin seemed to have a preference for the high and mighty. Quite intriguing. Bai Yin mused, taking another drag from his cigarette as he gazed at Ning Yuanzhou. What is it that you desire? This was the audacity of the Bai family. Once Ning Yuanzhou voiced his request, Bai Yin would be able to fulfill it effortlessly. Young Master Bai, I am Ning Yuanzhou from the Ning family of Jiangqing. If you could lend even a little support, the Ning family would soar to great heights. Ning Yuanzhou replied with a smile. Of course, Bai Yin nodded, finding Ning Yuanzhou to be a sensible individual. And regarding your sister? Rest assured, I will arrange everything for you tonight. Ning Yuanzhou declared without hesitation. Hearing this, Bai Yin felt even more satisfied. This fellow was not only articulate, but also remarkably efficient in his dealings. In light of this, I shall await your favorable news. As he spoke, Bai Yin handed a business card to Ning Yuanzhou, which contained his contact information. Ning Yuanzhou accepted it with both hands, wearing a sycophantic smile. Rest assured, I will ensure your satisfaction. The others regarded Ning Yuanzhou with disdain, thinking him shameless for so eagerly peddling his own sister. However, it was rumored that Ning Yiming possessed a certain integrity. She had once married a man of her own choosing to avoid marrying Chu Tianqi. Yet now, Ning Yuanzhou seemed intent on pushing her toward Bai Yin. If Ning Yiming were truly compromised, would she not despair and take drastic measures? In Jiangqing, at the Ning Corporation, President Ning, Madam and Young Master have arrived. Zhu Xiaolin reported at the door, her expression somewhat troubled. They are already in the elevator. I understand. You may proceed with your duties, Ning Yiming replied thoughtfully. She had not anticipated that He Shuyun and the others would seek her out so soon. They were likely here regarding Jiang Lang. Initially, they had accepted him temporarily, believing he could join the Tianji Hall, but now that it was clear he lacked the qualifications, they would surely urge her to return home. No sooner had Zhu Xiaolin left than He Shuyun entered with Ning Yuanzhou. Strangely, neither bore the countenance of reproach. Instead, they wore gentle smiles. Yiming, have you been managing well these past few days? He Shuyun approached and grasped Ning Yiming's hand, exuding an air akin to that of a mother conversing with her daughter. While such a scene might be commonplace for others, it felt surreal for Ning Yiming, who understood He Shuyun's nature all too well. He Shuyun's focus had always been on her eldest son. When had she ever truly considered Ning Yiming? This demeanor suggested there was something she sought from her. Another request for money? Ning Yiming retreated her hand, her tone icy as she inquired. He Shuyun and Ning Yuanzhou's attitude was only somewhat pleasant when they were asking for financial assistance. Did we not agree on this? 100,000 a month. And I've already given you this month's share, Ning Yiming stated, taking a sip of her coffee with a hint of frost in her gaze. Do not be ungrateful. Your mother is merely concerned for you, Ning Yuanzhou interjected. Once work is over, let us take you out for dinner and introduce you to a few people. Upon hearing this, Ning Yiming's brow furrowed. Was this a sign that they were seeking her a new suitor now that Jiang Lang could not enter the Tianji Hall? Mother, I am already married. Could you please refrain from this meddling? What does it matter if Jiang Lang cannot join the Tianji Hall? We are still husband and wife. If you cannot respect him, at least show me some regard, Ning Yiming replied coldly. As a married woman, how could she face the world if it became known that she was being set up for blind dates? What are you thinking, child? It is a few friends known by your brother, who happen to be in our line of work, introducing clients to you while also setting up a match for your brother, He Shuyun explained. Upon hearing this, Ning Yiming's expression softened slightly as she glanced at Ning Yuanzhou. From out of town? The reason Ning Yuanzhou remained unmarried at this age was due to his less than stellar reputation in Jiangqing. During his school days, he had gotten several girls pregnant without taking responsibility, and it was He Shuyun who intervened to resolve those matters. While the rest of the family may have been oblivious, Ning Yimeng was fully aware of the details. Moreover, Ning Yuanzhou's carefree demeanor and lack of seriousness only compounded the situation. Although he frequently changed his romantic partners, they were all of dubious character, hardly suitable for respectable company. Ironically, Ning Yuanzhou, being a man of pride, often resorted to monetary means to dismiss these women, merely satisfying his physical desires. As for marriage, he had always aspired to find a wealthy heiress from a good family. However, throughout Jiangcheng, whether above or below the Ning family in status, there was not a single heiress who would look his way. This was why, approaching 30, he remained unwed, with most potential matches being from out of town. Indeed, this is a major player from the capital. You must cherish this opportunity. If we can secure a collaboration, it would mean a substantial order for our company. Ning Yuanzhou advised Ning Yimeng earnestly. It's rare for you to consider the company. Let us go together. Ning Yimeng agreed. Since it was a blind date for Ning Yuanzhou, she had no objections. If a partnership could be established, that would be splendid. If not, then so be it. I'll invite Jiang Lang to join us. Ning Yimeng suggested proactively. Hearing this, He Shuyun was displeased. What do you need him for? He hasn't even joined the Tianjitian. He is merely a useless parasite. Are you intending to embarrass yourself by bringing him along? Meng Meng, I still stand by what I said. Hurry up and divorce Jiang Lang. Alternatively, let us take this opportunity to move your belongings back. If you come home, it would ease my mind, He Shuyun said to Ning Yimeng in a gentle tone. Mom, we signed an agreement previously, right? Jiang Lang gave the car to his brother, and I moved out. He is supposed to give you 10,000 a month. If he breaches the contract, we'll have to return the car and pay a penalty. Ning Yimeng reminded her. You silly child, who did you sign this agreement with? Jiang Lang. That good-for-nothing has offended the Tianjitian. It's only a matter of time before he meets his demise. It would be better for him to flee rather than ask us for money. What I fear most now is that he clings to you and drags our family down with him. He Shuyun expressed her concern. Your father and I are getting older and cannot endure such turmoil. Moreover, your elder brother still needs to marry. If the Tianjitian comes looking for trouble, how can our small family withstand it? The Tianjitian has its own rules. They won't engage with ordinary people. Rest assured, Ning Yidrim expressed her irritation, remarking that He Shuyun truly embodied the essence of a sycophant. However, since they were unwilling to include Jiang Lang, Ning Yidrim decided not to insist further. It would be best to prevent Jiang Lang from meeting them, thereby avoiding another round of scolding from He Shuyun. She took out her phone and sent a message to Jiang Lang. No need to pick me up tonight. I have a dinner engagement and will be home late. Soon. Jiang Lang replied. Just send me your location when you're done, and I'll come to get you. Ning Yidrim contemplated declining, but hesitated and ultimately kept her thoughts to herself. Let's go, He Shuyun urged Ning Yidrim. Where to? It's only a little past 4. Ning Yidrim frowned, declaring, I won't be moving back. Well, you must at least return to change into something nice and put on some makeup. This is a major client from Kyoto, and that young lady might become your sister-in-law someday. You should leave a good impression, He Shuyun insisted. Ning Yidrim, although reluctant, refrained from further protest. She swiftly completed her paperwork and gave her secretary a few brief instructions before departing with them. Upon returning home, He Shuyun promptly urged her to go to her room and prepare. Ning Yidrim, initially unbothered, suddenly recalled that all her clothes had been taken away. To her surprise, she found a gift box on the bed, which contained a dress. Quick, try it on. This dress cost me over 80,000, He Shuyun said with a smile at the door. In that moment, Ning Yidrim felt tears welling up. She remembered that her clothes were usually purchased casually by her family when they shopped for Ning Yuanzhou. Either she chose them herself or simply accepted whatever was offered. This was the first time He Shuyun had bought her clothes. Mom. Ning Yidrim felt a lump in her throat. He Shuyun smiled at her, though there was a hint of unacknowledged guilt in her expression. All right, hurry and take a shower. If you don't have any cosmetics, you can use mine. As Ning Yidrim entered the bathroom, He Shuyun let out a sigh of relief. Downstairs, Ning Yuanzhou had already changed into a suit. Mom, she didn't notice anything odd. Did she? No. He Shuyun whispered. Have you made arrangements with Bai Xiao? Everything is set. Don't worry, Bai Xiao has agreed to play along. As long as we can persuade her to drink a little, everything will be fine. Ning Yuanzhou chuckled. He Shuyun's face showed some concern. Bai Xiao won't do anything excessive. Will he? What's excessive for just one night? If luck is on our side and Bai Xiao finds her appealing, she could rise to great heights. Ning Yuanzhou scoffed. He Shuyun had heard some stories about Bai Yinyan's character and behavior, which made her anxious about potential complications. Yet, Ning Yuanzhou had a point. This was indeed a splendid opportunity for Ning Yidream. After all, marrying anyone would be preferable to being tied to that good-for-nothing Jiang Lang. Even if Bai Xiao chooses not to marry her, a mere word from him could bestow immense benefits upon the Ning family. The Bai family is substantial, and even a single strand of hair from them is thicker than Ning Yuanzhou's thigh. In the club of Tianji Pavilion, located in Jiangxing, the situation is as follows. He admits his lineage is unclear. Chao Tianqing spoke to the man before him, who was shrouded entirely in a black robe, with only his eyes visible. The figure in black scoffed at the remark. The higher-ups have decreed that Jiang Lang cannot be spared. Since you are in Jiangcheng, should you be unable to restrain him, your intervention may be required. Hearing this, Chao Tianqing furrowed his brow. Jiang Lang is indeed a talent. If he were to join Tianji Pavilion, he would surely bring us significant advantages in the future. Moreover, with Ding Xiaomo recently deceased, someone must step into his role. Not everyone can occupy the position of a grandmaster. The man in black cautioned. Any individual of uncertain identity poses a potential threat to Tianji Pavilion. Hence there is no room for negotiation. As a grandmaster, one must prioritize the interests of Tianji Pavilion above all. Chao Tianqing sighed. I understand. He genuinely believed Jiang Lang was a remarkable individual and hoped to collaborate with him, yet he could not defy the orders from above. At the Jiangxing Grand Hotel, moments before entering, He Shuyan reminded Ning Yiming, make sure to perform well. Ning Yiming frowned deeper. Isn't this a blind date? What is there to perform? In business dealings, one must naturally put forth their best effort. Ning Yuanzhou promptly responded. Upon hearing this, Ning Yiming nodded, I understand. Inside the private room, a man and a woman sat together. Upon entering, Ning Yuanzhou hurriedly approached. Bai Xiao, Miss Bai. Bai Yinyan's gaze fell upon Ning Yiming, unable to look away. This woman, in both appearance and figure, was simply extraordinary, devoid of any flaws. Though Ning Yiming felt somewhat uncomfortable under his scrutiny, she managed to smile and nod in acknowledgement. Allow me to introduce, this is my mother, and this is my sister, Ning Yiming. Ning Zong, I have long heard of your esteemed name. Bai Yinyan extended his hand. Ning Yiming felt compelled to reciprocate, though she was taken aback when Bai Yinyan only offered a gentle half-handshake. This, however, eased her discomfort, suggesting that the man possessed some gentlemanly qualities. You flatter me, Bai Xiao, Ning Yiming replied with a smile. Bai Yinyan summoned the waiter to order dishes and requested drinks. The dining table hosted 5 individuals, yet Ning Yiming felt an unsettling sensation, as the attention of the remaining 4 seemed to be solely focused on her. Silently, she retrieved her phone and sent Jiang Lang her location. Meanwhile, He Shuyan reminded, Ming Ming, raise a toast to Bai Xiao. Since this was a business discussion, partaking in some drinks was indeed necessary. Ning Yiming gracefully approached Bai Yinyan and said, Mr. Bai, I raise this glass in your honor, hoping that we may have the opportunity to collaborate in the future. Since today marks my elder brother's matchmaking with Miss Bai, I shall refrain from causing any disturbance. We can discuss matters of cooperation privately at another time. Upon hearing this, Bai Yinyan smiled and replied, Mr. Ning, since you are here, let us finalize the details of our collaboration directly. I am quite intrigued by your company's products. As he spoke, his gaze seemed to be fixed intently on Ning Yiming. Although she sensed a hint of something amiss, she dismissed any further thoughts. After all, she was here to support Ning Yuanzhou in his matchmaking endeavor. If she were to steal the spotlight, it might complicate his prospects of finding a bride in the future. As long as Mr. Ning drinks these 3 glasses, I shall proceed to the Ning Group tomorrow to sign a contract worth 50 million. Upon hearing this, Ning Yiming was taken aback. Indeed, this young master from the capital was remarkably generous.